Hello. Oh, okay, I'll come right out.
You know, Katie Lee, in the North, especially among the Jewish tribe, we don't get to eat barbecued ribs for the most part because they don't know about it. So this is the Chinese spare ribs that is this is like the Northern Jewish equivalent of the ribs of your childhood.
You know,
your
it's
girlhood.
just like dumplings too. When I first moved here and I said chicken and dumplings, people thought that I was talking about like a Chinese dumpling. And when I say chicken and dumplings, I think about Southern chicken and dumplings.
Let's talk ribs, though. All right.
These are good, don't you think?
They're good. Mm-hmm. This is from Baby Buddha, by the way. This is more of a wet rib. Mm-hmm. Do you like a wet rib more or a dry rib?
Well, I'm not that particular. If it's good, I'll eat either one. But I think I like wet the best.
Now, why is that?
I just like sauce a lot. You know? I'm really into condiments.
Since we're having meat in the form of spare ribs, of course we need to have a vegetable side dish. So I got roast pork egg foo young. This
I've never had
This
egg
is something
foo young.
I suspected you had never had. This, of course, is essentially, Katie Lee.
It kind of looks like a blob.
It is a blob. It's more like a latke. Essentially, it's an omelet, a Chinese omelet of egg, roast pork, onions, and grease. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Every time I order this, I'll always think of this moment.
Aw. You know, it's good, too, because this is something that it's always there for you. It's there for you on hot days in summer and cold days in winter, in moments of triumph and in moments of heartbreak.
It'd be a great hangover food.
It is one of the definitive hangover foods, especially with a lot of salt on it, which it has anyway. It's very nice to see you.
Very nice to see you too, and thank you for introducing me to egg foo young. I'll be forever
pleasure.
grateful.
It's my pleasure. Katie Lee's new cookbook is also called The Comfort Table. It is out in stores everywhere. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Okay, that's good.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm John Fraser. This is Ozersky TV. This afternoon, evening, we're going to make salt baked onion stuffed with Perigord truffles, served with hazelnuts and mosh salad. We sell this a la carte for $42, which we take a huge hit on, but it's completely worth it when it comes to a signature dish. But it's also on the tasting menu. Our credo here is to try and elevate sort of normal things to heights unseen. A lot of what we do here is taking, parts of pig, parts of pork, parts of cow, parts of onion, what have you, and trying to sort of extract and get as much out of them as we can. Originally, this started as a salt-baked onion, and it was something we served with a fish. It was just a beautiful little wedge of onion, and it turned into sort of taking the next step, which was stuffing with truffles. And while it's an extreme waste of truffles because it takes so much to create the impact because they're cooked for so long, I think the proof is on the plate. Break for onions. See you guys in a half hour.
I almost broke it. I'm here at Market Table Restaurant, the former Shopsons in the West Village, and this place is so classy and beautiful that now they even have this beautiful salt. This is a single crystal of salt. I don't know if I like it or not, because on the one hand, if you have a lot of these bigger salts have a mild taste. So if you had a piece of salt that was the Morton salt that was this big, and you ate it like this, you'd be so salted out that you would vomit forever. Now, when you take this kind of salt and you put it on chocolate pudding, you wouldn't think that would be good, but the pudding is so sweet, and the salt is so salty, and the pudding is so smooth, and the salt is so crunchy. This is also very good on veal chops. It's soft braised pork belly. It's nice on a piece of veal rack. The edge of a lamb chop. You could have it on a sausage. Sometimes it's nice on an omelet. You could have it on a piece of pastrami. It's nice with bacon. Sometimes you can put it on top of a grilled cheese sandwich. You could put it on top of pork roll. You could put it on top of a pork roll and cheese sandwich.
Yep.
You could put it on top of some kind of a nice soft Yorkshire pudding. You could have it on top of braised things, on short rib terrines. You could have it on top of delicious bacon fat purees. All kinds of things are good with salt like that, and that's why I use it all the time. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Rub Barbecue with Scotty Smith.
How you doing?
Scotty is, in my opinion, the most accomplished barbecue cook, probably in America, certainly in this part of the country.
Thank you.
I want to show people, and I don't know if this has ever been shot, a real barbecue chef, like really cooking. How can you tell if they're done?
Initially, I'll look and see, the bones are starting to come out. I see the texture on the top of the rib here. You can see, well, this one might be done. But you really don't know until you actually check the rib itself. And what you want to do is you come up, you grip I like to grip the long end here. See how I'm starting to pull it? See how it's starting to pull away right there?
Separation.
Yeah, see how it's starting to pull? That one's done.
What happens if it's too done?
When you do that, it'll just come off in your tongs.
It
or your
comes
hand.
off.
Oh yeah, it comes right out. It's like, which I'm sure a lot of people that like to fall off the bone ribs that are overcooked. They'll love that.
We don't like that.
No,
we don't
garbage.
believe in fall off the bone. All right, so this is it, the moment of truth. Now, here's the thing about that. How's that for self-control?
Yeah. I'm very impressed.
In KCBS judging, what they tell you, the Ed Roy standard or whatever it is, you should take a bite out of it, and you shouldn't have to tug at it, but it shouldn't all come off either. There should be a perfect bite mark left for the police to identify you by. So if I take a bite of this and it doesn't all come off, and I also don't have to gnaw and yank at it, then that means that Scotty is approaching the sweet spot.
I hope I got it. I'm a little nervous.
All right. Scotty, I am, as always, humble and grateful and happy to have you in my life.
I appreciate it.
Making all this barbecue for me and teaching me about the smoky arts.
Anytime. I enjoy teaching.
As a Kansas City Barbecue Society certified judge and a former competitor, I thought I knew a lot about barbecue. But you really are the guy that I turn to for these matters.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It means a lot coming from you.
We should do the hard shake.
Devin Freeman, Japanese 4-point.
The 4-point hard shake.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here in the dessert kitchen of John George with my friend Johnny Uzzini. Johnny, of course, is a real talent, a star of dessert and pastry making. I'm going to challenge you today. I figure you're up to it. I got my friend Lee Anne Wong from ISI. They make the chargers. Sure. Like they have whippets. Yeah, like whippets from. And we want you to figure out something to do with it that would make a good dessert. We want you to think of it and come up with something right here and now. Are you up to that challenge?
I mean, like Flynn.
All right, Johnny, what do we got? What are you going to do now?
We have these really great apples, and I thought it'd be fun to show actually two techniques, both using, or each using nitrous and or carbonation. So what we're going to do is I have here is we took apple juice, and using an enzyme, we've clarified the apple juice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hook it up to this pump, and what the pump is going to allow me to do is pull off just the top part of the consommé. In the restaurant, I'm constantly looking for new textures, new ways to present common flavors. So if we talk about an apple is age old. Everybody cooks with apples, everybody does apple desserts, but how do I, maintain a level that we're at and always deliver something that's exciting, it's different, and using this technology, and especially using the ISI whippers, I'm able to really create something very special. All right, so let's do CO2 in the little one. Why don't you do that one? Screw it down.
I got it. Hold on.
What you want to do is shake it to distribute.
All right, here.
So why don't you put the soda?
Sorry.
That would have been hysterical. Let's put a couple pomegranate seeds in for texture. Apple on apple on apple.
Oh, yeah. Apple cubed. Is
Apple
that
cubed.
Apple cubed. All right, here's to you, Johnny. Boy, is that good. That's fun, too, you know? And I learned something today, too, and I think we all did. So thank you, Johnny Z's.
Always a pleasure, buddy.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I got hipped to a pig roast. This is amazing. The Ripper is having a special lunch at Le Bernardin. He's got this guy who's like the greatest pig master, pig cooker in Puerto Rico.
He went to shoot this morning. He went to shoot the roasting of the pig in the pond.
Did you weld that? Did you get the wheel on the pole like that? Or was that here? This genius improvisation of having the steel rod with a steering wheel on the end. I mean, like, that's the essence, the universality of pig cooking at its best, you know? Like, we could be in, like, the Deep South, Indonesia, Northern Russia. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's pig, everywhere you go, there's pigs. And everywhere you go, there's some piece of metal you can cut up and figure out a way through care and love and ingenuity to get the pig cooking. You just serve straight up.
And the pig, we serve it straight up.
You believe that? How beautiful. You practically want to kiss it.
I'll do it.
Very good.
We'll catch it on camera.
Not a French kiss.
No, it has to be a French kiss. You're a Frenchman. Eric Repair, the chef of Le Bernardin. It's my personal vote for the best restaurant in the world.
I love you.
When you go to Puerto Rico,
Yes.
this is what you're basically looking
Yes.
to eat?
What they call the lechon is a pig that has been roasted and slowly, and that has the skin so crunchy and so tender inside and full of flavors. That's what I'm looking for. But then you will put it on the table.
Okay.
You follow me, then you will see the table there.
Okay.
A lot of little streets and roads in the mountains where some restaurateurs have like tiny place, but they roast it on the side of the road, and then they sell it to you.
Yeah.
You buy it by the pound or by the kilo, and then usually you try to bring it back home. However, by the time you go down, you eat in a car.
Right away.
You eat in a car, and it's done.
Hey, but what's your favorite part? Like, if you're there, the first in line,
Yes.
and the guy's just broken it down,
Yeah.
what are you going to take
Okay.
from the pork?
I take the ears. I take one ear.
Okay.
I go and I get the cheeks.
Yeah, the jowl.
And then I go in the leg,
Uh-huh.
and I start to cook from the leg.
Yeah.
And that's what I get first. And those guys, you know, it looks like it's simple, and it's not simple at all.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm doing my Ozersky TV thing with all the different things and everything. One of the most eloquent things I remember you saying was how food is alive because it has 5 senses.
Food is it's a wonderful thing because it appeals to all of your senses. I think it gives you instant gratification. You can take a pile of raw ingredients and a few minutes later, with your own 2 hands, you turn it into something sensual and meaningful and that expresses who you are and the flavor of your life, you know? It's a wonderful thing. And when you share it with other people, it fills you up before you ever take a bite of it. And it can connect you to your past. It can take you away to any place you've never been and dreamed of, or back to places that you've been and want to remember. It's a wonderful vehicle of the mind and body and the soul. It's great. I love it. I'm Rachael Ray, and this is the Big O, Ozersky TV.
This is Eisenbergs, which is, of course, the quintessential old-school classic New York sandwich shop. What's so great about Eisenbergs is it's totally unambitious. All it wants to do is sell tuna sandwiches on rye bread for $6, and like, there's absolutely zero sense of its own historicity. It's not a museum of itself, in other words. This restaurant is still guys in hats sitting there eating like bad pie for $3. And I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna have what I always have, a sandwich that's not celebrated, that's not iconic, that's not, its own cultural history of the Jews or something, but a sandwich that many New York Jews eat, and it still hasn't become a meme yet. We get a fried bologna sandwich with rye toast and a tea, and that's it. Maybe a pickle or whatever. This is like, even though it's funny because it has this whole kind of like Julius, Knippel archetypal poetic Nighthawks vibe or whatever, like that's 1930s America. But I think of the 70s in these kind of places. Like these places were old in the 70s, so like in gritty 70s melodramas and police, procedurals, they would have this kind of place representing New York to the world. Barney Miller. There was always places like this in TV shows from the 70s about New York. The way that Sesame Street was like a stage set for a New York, neighborhood, this would be like the stage set for New York public life. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
This is Guy Fieri, and you have fortunately tuned in to Ozersky TV. Good night.
Ben Leventhal here for Ozersky TV, filling in for a vacationing Josh Ozersky. I'm with Guy Fieri, a man who certainly needs no introduction. You're known to have a pretty epic entourage, right?
Oh yeah, I got a few people in the crew.
I was hoping that you could take us through entourage management.
Well, there's a lot of key points to running the right entourage. Everybody has to have their name and their position and their responsibility. Well, we have Meister Rao, who's in charge of security. Then we have Machete, fun and entertainment. Gorilla, movement. The Cuban, cooking. I mean, so the name goes along with the responsibility, but we're light this year. We're light because we're trying to scale it down, streamline the effort. We're running right around 20, 19 tonight. Someone's sick.
It's tough times all around. You got to cut back. Who is the next guy that you're going to add to the entourage?
Well, there's a laundry list. We're doing backgrounds right now. Our backgrounds are like 3 or 4 hours, so it's really we could meet you at 7, and by 2 in the morning you're driving the car.
People who are building entourages, what's the one mistake that they shouldn't make?
Oh, there's so many, but I would say unity and definition of position. You can't have 2 movers, and you can't have 2 shakers, and you can only have one pusher. I mean, you can't have, if somebody's pushing the crew through an event, if you get 2 guys, going in the wrong direction, you split your crew, and then what do you have? You have chaos. Chaos ensues. And a good bail bondsman. That's always really important. Bail bondsman and a locksmith. And also someone with money. Those are the he's dying.
Guy Fieri, thanks for sorting us out.
This is Zach Palacio, and this is Ozersky TV.
Booyah. I'm at Fatty Q at 91 South 6th Street in Williamsburg. The long-awaited collaboration between Zach Palacio and Robbie Richter. Zach is the genius behind the Malaysian fusion restaurant Fatty Crab. Robbie is the most decorated competition barbecuer in New York City history. And I haven't just been waiting 2 years to eat here, like since I broke the story on Grub Street. No, I've been waiting like 10 years, 15 years, because in all that time, it's always been eating the same shit, the same flavors, brown sugar, cayenne, salt, pepper, smoked paprika, always the same stuff in barbecue. No one's ever broken outside. Finally, these guys are breaking out. These guys are making a new barbecue flavor, new barbecue products that no one's ever tasted before. And I'm here to taste them, finally, and you're here with me. When was the last time you ate barbecue and were surprised by it?
No, I love the flavors. Indonesian long peppercorns, the galangal, the kaffir lime leaf. I'm in love with them. The coconut milk. You know, there's something to say about food. You know, what is that? You know, oh, that's delicious. And that's what this is.
Yeah.
I've got the tail end of the almost 24-hour brisket process finishing up right
Oh,
here.
really?
Exactly.
Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Now, what is the rub that's on this? What is this seasoned with before it goes in?
Well, I got to talk to Zach before I can tell you that.
Robbie has his secrets and his techniques, and I'm not going to, without his prior authorization, reveal them.
A nice.
Oh boy. Oh boy, look at this. Now, Robbie, I'm going to resist my natural impulse to grab it from out from under you because I suspected you played it with a certain something this and a something else, a little seasoning or garnish.
This probably is the one piece of meat which I don't mind right out of the cooker for you to have.
You want to cut me? How about cut me a little bit of that end right there? That's the one. You think? Oh my God! Look at this. Can you see there's like estuaries and rivulets of fat? Like look at this. It's like this. When you see the ice caps melt in Canada and all the water rushes down, these are like the streams. What, this one?
I think so. Thanks, Josh.
Capital work.
Hi, I'm Donatella, and this is Ozersky TV.
Sven Leventhal here for Ozersky TV. I'm filling in for a vacationing Josh Ozersky. I'm here with the one and only Donatella. What's the difference between operating a restaurant in Miami and New York?
It's very different. It's a different pace here. New Yorkers were more frenetic now, and here it is a lot of lifestyle based, and it has to be the front of the house is almost more important than the back of the house, where in New York it's all about the chef and the back of the house. So here it's all about the party and the scene, but people still love great food. And because of the weather, we're used to lighter fare. There's a lot of tapas eating and a lot of Latin influence, so it's fun. I love Miami. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Eisenbergs Coffee Shop. I was having some rye toast and a soda, and I'm still angry. I went yesterday. I came in on the JetBlue terminal, which is like the best food terminal in the world. It's got the Riyadh hamburgers. It's got the Michael Schulston Deep Blue. Somebody else has something. Alex has got her tapas over there. But like a golem, I had to go over because there was a hamburger chain I had never tried. There was this called CheeBurger, and I mean it looked so stupid. Like why would I even want to have it, you know? But I mean, I due diligence. I went and I had it. It was the single. I mean, it was so bad. It was so objectionable. Like it wasn't just like, oh, I had a bad hamburger, you know, like, oh, the guy went like he had bad fast food hamburger. Like what did he expect? It was like sick making, and it was like such a cynical, grossly indifferent, ugly, unnatural, freakishly bad process. Like they don't even have like the fifth grader like standing there at the POS like to ask you what your order is. Like you do it yourself. Like you enter it into the little screen and like you put like more like, you know, so I'm like no lettuce, no tomato. I was like, okay, I'll give them a break because I know it's going to be a Brillo pad, so I'll get mayonnaise, a little light mayo. Like put it in myself. Some like faceless automaton like assembles it in the back, like literally like the bun's like this, the hamburger's like this. It's cold, stiff, scarred, seared, inert, gray, tasteless, dry, banal, and then there's like this like big hideous piece of like unmelted like welfare cheese, like cheese like you couldn't get at the worst grocery in America, and like a multiplicity of lettuce. Like I entered the freaking thing myself. Like, and it's overpriced, like a $7 hamburger. Yeah, and even the little bit of it that I could taste through the gray seared crust of its unnatural leathery surface was still bad. Like it was bad, and it came out wrong, and it had the wrong toppings, and it was overpriced, and nobody helped me, and it was cold. So like, I am glad that I ate it, and now I never have to eat it again, and now neither do you. I feel like I've likened myself considerably. All right, Spike, why don't you give us I'm Spike Mendelsohn, and this is Ozersky TV sign-off.
All right, I'm Spike Mendelsohn, and this is Ozersky TV sign-off.
Well, I'm here at the Rachael Ray Burger Bash in South Beach, the great summit of hamburgers in America, also of merchandising, marketing, free beer, and models. It's on the beach, the sea air is everywhere, and I'm going to go talk to the chefs. Come along. This is Randy Garuti. This here is George Mendez. Hi, Marcus.
Good to
What's
see
up,
you.
dude?
How you doing?
Always glamorous, Johnny Uzzini. What's up, Chef? Ça va?
Comment ça va, mon ami? I know you're going to eat that. How's it going? Josh. Nice to see
Good to
you,
see
man.
you.
look good.
I'm doing my Ozersky TV thing with all the different things and everything.
It's a spice rub burger.
6-ounce patty from La Freda.
All natural beef, no hormones, no antibiotics. There's about 6 different meat. Wonderful cold beef burger, barbecue sauce, my grandmother's pickles.
Going the classic bacon cheeseburger with American square yellow cheese.
Homemade bun, homemade pickles.
A Bill's Classic with bacon, American cheese, and just a few pickles.
Jalapeno mayo. A molasses and smoked chili barbecue sauce, a little coleslaw and pickles.
American cheese, bacon.
And what? Wait.
Crunchy potato chip, a little bit of bacon. You're gonna enjoy that. Thin, crispy potato chip, and it's free.
And our secret sauce.
And there is models floating around here too, representing. No one needs to teach Spike any lessons in the art of marketing.
Number one, huh? Tell this guy because he don't believe it. Hi, how are you? Come in here. Get the burger. He's just having a bite.
And these are the burger girls.
You know, I don't know if there's a single chef in the world of your caliber that is as good at schmoozing everybody as you are.
And I have to say, my burger choice today was an homage to this man right here, Mr. Ozersky.
It's not my burger, Spike.
It's not yours,
but the burger that Cosmos intended.
Exactly.
People, believe me, about me, it's a sushi chef, sushi master. Sushi master making burger. This is a big challenge.
With a narrow margin, B-spot.
Randy Garuti from the Shake Shack, and this is Ozersky TV.
I'm here with my friend Joe DiStefano, aka Joey Deco, who is the expert on Queens food. And Joey came here and discovered the lamb face salad, and he told me about it, but I never got to eat it before.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna go have it.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Bien. Lamb face salad. Mala.
This is the lamb face salad, is that right? And this meat is from the face of the lamb?
I believe so. Isn't that nice?
They're delicious. They're fresh and cold and spicy.
It's gonna get spicier. I think this is part of an ear.
That could well be an ear. Whoa.
It's slippery. I'm gonna need to investigate this for a day. That, my friend, is an ear.
Joe, I have to tell you that my enthusiasm for this dish is flagging.
Really?
Yes. Now, Joey, I'm going to ask you to, as an amateur physiognomist, tell me what part of the face is that? Is that its little teeth? Its gums, maybe?
I think that's its gums. I've had a piece of soft. Well, this is actually quite good.
What is this? What do you think this piece is?
I think that's part of it.
You think it's part of the eye?
Yep.
That's the eye.
Let's do that black bit in the middle. So, that I believe, looking at the ridge back of it, that's the palate. I think so. go for it, yeah? Or not. Well, it's chewy. A little crunchy. So here we are eating lamb face salad with Joey DiStefano from World's Fair, the Edible Queens food blog. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Okay. Did that pudding, did that chocolate taste it? Really? Really?
I'm Kelly Choi, and this is Ozersky TV.
Thank you, darling. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here in the pool room of the Four Seasons. I don't know much, I always like the pool room. There's the grill room. I'm a pool room kind of guy. We're here for Best New Chefs Food and Wine's monumental annual event where they anoint the next generation of culinary superstars. I'm just going to go around, say hello to people, eat a few things. Come along with me. You may not realize this, but I'm here with the inventor of electricity, the man who made the $100 bill famous, Ron Reamer. Tomorrow launches, you ready? Ozersky TV. You're watching it now.
It's a YouTube thing, Josh? Or I don't know.
YouTube. Jeff, can you believe that? Sarah, of course, is the hostess of LXTV. You've brightened many a cab ride for me, Sarah.
Good, I'm glad to hear that.
Harold Dieterle, of course, one of our most talented young chefs.
Josh Ozersky, just in case you were wondering, by the way.
And star of an upcoming episode on Ozersky TV. Oh my God! It's Cesare Casella, the one and only, the Tuscan tornado in person. Let's go into the grill room. I would like to find Katie Lee, or Kelly, or Gail. Like, where's all the foxes? Oddfather, what the fuck, buddy? Good to see you. This is Adam Sachs of Gentleman's Quarterly, of course.
Freelance, also.
One of our leading literary men. Hey, Kelly! Oh my God! Oh.
Josh is a badass mofo.
It's really true. Katie, it may actually please and surprise you to know that Ozersky TV is launching tomorrow, and guess who has the first video?
I don't know.
It's Katie Lee. Our own little Katie Lee.
Well, I'm working real hard on my website right now, katieleehome.com, if you want to check it out. And I keep waiting for this guy to take me out for a burger.
Who? What
You.
guy? Me? This is it, baby. Burgers with Katie Lee. The hamburgers will inspire me. I'm with Katie Lee.
I'm Katie Lee, and this is Ozersky TV.
Thank you, kid. All right, so think of it.
Hot water. Hi, I'm Dave Arnold. This is Ozersky TV, and we're making a pecan bourbon sour. This is a mixture of xanthan gum and gum arabic. And this is pecan oil that we make right here. Sugar.
That's it. That's the syrup.
That's it. Just
how much do we need? 2 ounces?
What is this one? And when I say pecan, I mean pecan oil. This thing is full of pecan oil. It's an emulsified drink.
And it tastes a lot like pecan and bourbon.
Yeah, two things we like a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Two good American products.
Exactly.
Right?
It's America in a cup.
Yeah.
What this is the pecan oil is in this syrup already, and it's going to stay in the syrup. It's not going to form an oil slick on the top, as much as Josh might like an oil slick on the top of the drink.
But it's going to be emulsified throughout the whole drink. The lemon juice?
Yeah, how much?
Half an ounce?
Yeah, like half ounce.
Yeah, so you're going to get in most cocktails a tiny pinch of salt to round off the flavor. Maybe a little more syrup.
Tiny bit. Yeah. I don't want to water it down, though, right?
No, exactly.
So a mild shake. Mild
I'm
shake.
sure who likes a watered down drink?
Yeah. Nursemaids.
Done menu.
Nursemaids.
Yeah, nursemaids, exactly. So you see, that's the pecan oil emulsified throughout the drink.
And it's not going to come out. It's going to stay like that.
It's going to stay. It's a good cocktail.
Yep.
This is Niels Noren from the French Culinary Institute, and this is Ozersky TV.
Thank you. Food freaks of America, unite. You are on Ozersky TV.
And I'm here at company with Jim Lahey. Jim is the undisputed master of dough and baking. I want your opinion.
Okay.
You may be aware that Domino's Pizza has a new, they've revamped the pizza.
Yeah.
They boasted it is better and completely redone from the crust up.
Okay.
I want your professional opinion,
Okay.
Jim Lahey, on this pizza. Do you want to throw it in for a second?
Yeah, sure. Should we put it on a pan?
No, we'll put it, whatever.
No, I'll put it on a pan, I'll put it on a pan. You know why? The fact that I'm putting this in this oven, I hope this isn't like a...
It's like defilement.
It is defilement.
But it's in a pan, so it's like a proper.
No, I know, it's true. Folks, we are only doing this one time. This is not a common occurrence. I'm just entertaining this food freak named Josh Ozersky. We have a little bit of glisten on there.
Yeah, this is the new Domino's
This is the pizza that's going to put me out of business, huh? Extremely gummy. The dough is under-fermented. It's underbaked. Let's put it this way. It's baked properly solely for appearances. Okay, so
right.
There's a certain amount of brownness on top. There's a certain amount of brownness on the bottom. It's very middle of the road. When you think of bread, you think of Wonder Bread. When you think of pizza, you think of Pizza Hut or Domino's. So it's a product of the pizza industrial complex. Should be avoided at all costs. Technically, it is a comestible food. You could eat this and survive.
What do you think?
However, when the world is full of so many beautiful beautiful ingredients for us to eat, do you really want to go there? I mean, I know what it is because we all know what it is. We all know it. It's terra cognita. It's all. This is like our waking, living life. Never makes it even into our dreams or fantasies because it's just too banal. It's too plain.
What's the least objectionable thing in this pizza?
They're all equally mediocre. I don't think that any one part of it is, and maybe the thing that I'm least bothered by is the tomato, but that's because I love tomatoes. I mean, but at the same time, it's not great tomato puree or sauce. It's just,
It's safe to say that the Domino's revamp has not radically changed.
There is no improvement whatsoever. Give me back the old Domino's any effing day.
All right. Does anybody want a bite of this before I throw it away?
Oh, yeah. You should.
Everything about this evokes my admiration and respect. I'm here at Smashburger in Montclair, New Jersey. You know how there was this explosion with Five Guys here? That's what Smashburger's like on the West Coast. And I always saw it. I heard they have a smashing technique. They have real brown crust. It just looked like a great operation, but I never got to try it because it's only in Denver and all these other places. Now there's one in New Jersey, so I came here today to have my first Smashburger. Now I'm in the back in Smashburger. Oh, look at this big lump of meat. Beautiful. Yes, it is. Bada bing, bada boom. Let me tell you something. This was probably the single most miserable trip I've ever, it was like the Baton Death March. So, but now it's like I'm here, they made me an honorary employee, I'm gonna have the hamburger. So, I'm a little stressed out, but it's here, I'm here. I bet you guys sharpen the spatulas too, don't you? Yeah. So, beautiful, look at that. They cook these at 165, and you'll even see they put a thermometer in so they can get it exactly right. But of course, in a perfect world, it would come off at 145. This restaurant has two different addresses on the same street, and they're not next door addresses. It's 15 Bloomfield Avenue and 989 Bloomfield Avenue. Like that, if they went out of their way to kill me, to torture me, the American Stroke Association should get a check from these people. This is the question, is there balm in Gilead? Can these hamburgers, these beautiful hamburgers, succor me in a state of...
this is the thing where like I say, oh, like if you eat the pasta on the hill in Tuscany, it's different than if you eat it in a mess hall or a trough. And I always said no, like it doesn't matter. The feedback theory, it's just what you eat is all that matters. But like, I'm so stressed out and unhappy right now, and it's not even their fault. I don't know whose fault it is. I'm gonna eat this. If this makes me happy, this proves that I really do like hamburgers. It does look good, I will say. And you get the squeeze test. It's passing the squeeze test too. Suddenly my troubles don't seem as grave. This is a chain restaurant, it's a franchise restaurant, and a hamburger this good. I think America is becoming a better place. Like Smashburger, I approve of Smashburger. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. I'm here at Eisenbergs on 5th Avenue, and I'm still burnt up about the Shaun Hergatt review on the New York Times. You know, Sifton doesn't like super high-end thing. He's like down with the people, a regular guy. I get that. I get all that. Platt, the same way. They all feel the same way. The zeitgeist is against the high-end, classy restaurant. That's fine, but to establish your like identity politics at the expense of giving an accurate star rating, I think is mean. I think it's self-serving in a weird way, too. No disrespect to Sifton. The guy is like, you know, better man than me, but I ate in that restaurant, and that is a 3-star restaurant. Now, you can say like, oh, well, I don't like tweezer food. I'd rather have a taco. You know, like, great. Go have a taco. Like, oh, the pork bun. You know, like, oh, you know what? Like, this is a restaurant that has an army of people working like in lockstep perfection, like freaking wine directors and sommeliers and sous chefs and chefs de cuisines and garde-manger and captains and maitre d's and busboys and food runners, and like they're all working in step, you know, like this Russian ballet to bring Sifton his plate of exquisite food. And like in the whole review, there's not one place that he says that anything was bad, that the service was flawed. Essentially, he's indicting them for the crime of not being hip to the zeitgeist like him. You know what? Like, even in the worst of times, I hate to break it to you, but like, there is going to be good restaurants for rich people, and that's what this is. It's not for poor people. They don't have tacos, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have like the newest ramp or whatever. Like, that's not his thing. It's international rich person food, but it's a 3-star restaurant. It just is. Now, you take that restaurant, you know, and you put like some handsome young, you know, people, you know, gregarious servers and a big window and Danny Meyer, and like, it's 11 Madison Park. It's the exact same tweezer food. It's certainly on the same level, but it's 2 stars, you know, for crimes against the zeitgeist. Give me a break. I just feel that Sam Sifton is really not hewing to an objective standard. I think that of all the critics, the Times has the most weight and the least room to be capricious. And I think that Sifton's review was capricious and unjust and mean-spirited. I don't think that it even tried to give an objective rating, and I don't think that he thinks that the star ratings are objective. But guess what, dude? You can write the whole thing about what you feel about the restaurant. Star ratings to tell people if it's okay for them to get a babysitter and go out and drop 3 bills on dinner if the food's going to be good. And you know what? According to him, the food's great. I'm like, oh, you know, the room is sterile. Whatever, you know? It's got tables, it's got chairs, pretty pictures. Like, whatever, dude. Like, unless it's got furniture from Levitt's, you should be going ahead and giving some stars. Or at least say why. That's how I think about it. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with John Fraser of Dovetail, your critically adored Upper West Side restaurant. First, when you opened it, they said, oh, there is no more fine dining restaurants, 3-star cooking is dead, the future is in hamburgers.
Right.
Then the next thing that happened was there was an economic crash, and then you said, I'm going to expand my 3-star restaurant.
Right.
So why do you have such a deep and abiding conviction in something as seemingly dicey at best as haute cuisine?
You know, I don't think, and if a person has, you know, God bless him, you wake up in the morning and you say like, I'm gonna do a 3-star restaurant, you know, and you have a laundry list of all the things that you're going to need to accomplish in order to get those 3 stars. I doubt anyone really, you know, thinks that way. I mean, it's a critic's
Well,
job.
they gotta think that way.
No, not really. But it's a critic's.
Money,
No,
they don't
no,
get 3 stars.
I don't.
They're screwed.
I mean,
seriously.
perhaps, but you know, a lot of people went for 3 stars or 4 stars and got maybe 1 less than they wanted, and have had to simply adjust the goal of their restaurant or the kind of people they're trying to attract. You know, I think that most people, most restaurateurs and most cooks, they define themselves and they say, this is the kind of thing I want to do, and what echelon does that fall in? I mean, that's you know, that's your job to decide that. You know, if we could give ourselves stars, we would all have 6 stars,
I disagree.
right?
I don't think that's true. There's, like, for example, I went downstairs in your kitchen, and this is a big kitchen, a whole floor of a full lot building.
Right.
It's a pastry kitchen prep. There's 2 hot lines
Right.
and everything else. Nobody built that because they wanted to make
Okay.
a better meatloaf sandwich.
Right.
Why do you believe in it?
Why do I believe in the?
Yeah, I know that you don't have to do 3 stars.
Right.
It's not necessary, but you wanted to do it.
It's all I know how to do, you know, and I've come through some great kitchens with some great chefs, and they did exactly what I'm doing, like Thomas Keller, you know, I mean, he did exactly what I'm doing. He did it for longer than I've been doing it, you know.
What you're saying then, in other words, is that vocation, vision, and, for want of a better word, obsession, make it worthwhile to do 3-star food. Is that it?
Well, I think that to cook at a high level, we'll call it 3-star, 4-star, 20-star, whatever you want, not everyone is capable of doing it, and if you are, you should. Can I get these questions before you show up?
No, that's not. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. And we're here today in beautiful Ozone Park, Queens, where the Dallis Coffee Factory is one of the few places that's actually importing and roasting coffee in the New York City limits.
This here represents about 38 to 40,000 pounds of coffee. We'll look at the green coffee and analyze it and make sure that it passes muster when it's green. Then we'll roast up a small 100-gram sample, and then we'll actually cup it or formally taste it. These 5 are from one particular farm in one spot in the world. These 5 are from another place. Teresa actually weighed every single one of these samples to 1/10 of a gram and then ground all of them on a lab grinder at the exact same setting. This is what we would call analyzing the fragrance, and this is how we're checking out the coffee in its ground form. So you just shake it up a little bit and get your nose right in there.
You gotta get coffee on your nose.
Red wine, usually we talk about it as having between 400 and 500 different aromatic compounds, and in coffee we've discovered over 1,000 and counting. As much as we kind of giggle when people say, ooh, plum or lemon, lime,
Right.
for us it's absolutely within the realm of reason to
I
find.
could kind of just be into smelling them.
So the next step, we're going to get some water.
I heard that it was better if it got hot but didn't actually boil up.
Yeah, coffee, it likes it kind of between 195 and 205 degrees.
Do you have a strong sense of?
Absolutely. With this cup, I'm getting much more cardamom and almost like an allspice character.
They're detecting aromas that are not immediately apparent to me. A failing on my part, no doubt.
But you do have the rite of passage taken care of. You've dipped your nose. It's official. You're a coffee guy.
Hello.
So this is where we do the break, where we're going to break this crust, and then we're just going to crack the crust that's formed on the surface with putting your nose just over the top so that you can actually get any aromatics that come up. So in these samples so far, we've got some really nice, clean, uniform coffee. So now the next step for us is, again, because uniformity is the name of the game, you'll see that there's almost this crema on top of each of these cups.
Right.
So we're actually going to clean off that crema from every single sample quick so that the samples are completely uniform.
Is this always how it's been? Is this really, is all the good coffees, people have to go through all this?
Someone somewhere, if you've discovered a really nice coffee that you're a fan of, you can pretty much rest assured that someone somewhere has taken it through its paces like this.
I'm Shaun Hergatt, and this is Ozersky TV.
Shaun, this is the grail of the oceans.
Yes, it is.
This is an actual nautilus shell, right?
Found in the waters of Asia.
And it's got something else, and like metal in it and silver.
I personally dove into the waters near Thailand.
Get the fuck out of here. You can't believe anything? So you don't just put it in like crab meat or shrimp cocktail in this. You actually,
Well, I
some,
can if
some real thought goes into this.
upon request, if you want one, I could do it.
Show me what goes into this and what it looks like, if you would.
Right, fantastic. Let's start. So, very simple process. Drop the egg. What we're going to be starting out with is actually cracking an egg into a bit of plastic, and what we're doing is then slow poaching it in a water bath until we get basically this here. Then we're going to take it out of the plastic, which we get this one, and then we're going to put it and warm it up, put it into the mother of pearl shell vessel, bowl, or whatever you want to call it. And then what we're going to do is add a little bit of uni and caviar on top with a uni sauce. And in my mindset, the way that I think about it is the yolk and the uni sauce are almost a very similar flavor. Once again, it has that beautiful richness to it. It's very creamy, and it sort of identifies, even though it is a sea creature, and then also you have a chicken, they have a very, very similar flavor. In the restaurant, we actually quenelle the caviar, which is very fancy, but I think I just like to be a little bit rustic sometimes.
This is a real peasant dish.
Yes,
right?
it is. Put all the caviar on. Then what we're going to do is we're going to stick this beautiful uni right on top. The Santa Barbara uni definitely is one of the. I like to support the local market, but at the same time, it's also one of the better products in the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, nobody wants the New York Harbor uni for sure.
Uni sauce, you can see it's perfectly put in place, nice and foamy. Normally we do this at the table. And once again, all of my food, when I put a composure or a composition on a plate,
yeah,
it has a technique where you have to have 1, 2, 3, 4 bits together to make the ultimate flavor. So it's a very thought out process. So
yeah, but do you know how to? Does the guy know what he's supposed to do? Like if I had it, I would just plunge in to try to.
That's all you have to do.
But if I don't have a spoon.
Oh, so you want to eat it?
I'm not doing this just for video purposes. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with my friend Franklin Becker in Abe and Arthur's restaurant. I don't agree with his method for cooking steak. He broils it under an infernally hot flame and then puts it in a warm bath of flavored butter. I had it before, it wasn't crunchy enough. If you make it with this, I will personally apologize to you and say that you are the beef baron.
You're on. The first thing I do is I start off with a well-marbled, dry-aged piece of meat.
Okay.
From there,
right,
okay, I simply season it with salt and pepper.
Big, that's
okay?
it.
There's nothing different than anybody else would do, okay, when it comes to that. Okay? So if the steak goes in,
all right.
Okay, so this is a jade.
Very hot.
Okay, very, very hot.
How hot?
It's hot. It's
Hot.
like 2,500 degrees.
That is like a glass furnace.
Where I go different is I rest my steak.
So you go from the broiler to the bath and then back into the broiler.
And then back into
you
the broiler.
didn't tell me that you didn't do that before.
Beautiful.
That's what I want to feel in my mouth.
Okay.
Is those crunchy
And you will.
Maillard flavor.
Right, and you will. So this steak comes out of the broiler.
Yep.
Goes into the butter bath.
Wouldn't putting it in a butter bath make it greasy?
In this case, the butter, this hot piece of meat came out. Its pores are wide open.
It's sucking up butter.
Sucking it right up.
So isn't
all
that
that
gonna make
flavor,
it
hold
less
on,
beefy?
all that flavor is coming in. It's going to make
Right.
it more tender. Okay, it's not going to make it less beefy. And then when I put it back under the broiler, that's when the caramelization is going to happen, and that's when you're going to get what, in my opinion, is a superior steak.
Now you jack it up so you really zotz it.
Yep.
Because you want it to brown without cooking as much.
Exactly.
Look at how beautiful
Okay.
it is.
Okay. Brush it.
No, that's just straight up.
That's just straight clarified. And a little bit of sea salt and cracked black pepper.
Molded salt and
that's
cracked
how we
pepper.
and that's how we serve it. Yeah.
Now,
So-
how long does it sit before the person eats it?
This goes right out to the table right now.
So now maybe you're going to cut me up.
Okay. So now.
So this you're telling me?
Here.
I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I apologize to you, Franklin Becker. You are the beef baron. I am sorry. Franklin was right. I apologize. His steak has been improved and fixed. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Look at this moron in his bike. Idiot. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I have a little problem. My Yanagi is not sharp enough. So I'm going over to my friend Saori Kawano's store, which is called the Korin Trading Company. All the chefs desperately worship and desire these knives. They're like the ultimate like Fendi handbag for cooks, you know. You're going to cut a piece of fish. You really need to have a $2,000 knife. I'm a little skeptical, but the whole Japanese like worship of craft and everything really plays out in this place. On Monday, she has a Japanese traditional knife sharpener, and he's going to sharpen this back to its razor edge.
Push very hard by left finger and move by left finger. Then when you downstroke, less pressure. Move knife, push very hard, less pressure.
Ah, okay.
Move knife, push less.
Okay.
So you want to be sharpening?
If you would.
Okay.
So is that the coarser stone?
No, this is medium.
Medium, I
Yeah.
see. So, what are you doing now? What? That's a different motion. What?
Yeah. Take off the ridge. Top.
Oh, that you
Yeah,
created
yeah,
because you.
yeah.
So, in other words, when you did it the first time, it bends back a little bit, and then you got to clean that off. I see.
Get the normal.
Nice and sharp. I almost wish I had a piece of paper to drop on. But this can never get as sharp as the good Japanese knives. It doesn't. You can't have a or can. It can't.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hold it. That's the difference.
It's different.
Ah. So this is. Oh wait. There we go. Makes a cool sound too.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, sir. I'm here with Chiharu at Korin Trading Company on Warren Street. Thank you very much, sir. My knife is good and sharp, and I'm a happy man. Okay, we're here at the French Culinary Institute with the dynamic team of Niels Noren and Dave Arnold, the Watson and Crick of gastronomy. For 100 years, people have been, including myself, eating less done burgers because they don't like the mushy, mealy inside, and they want to max out the crust and the firmness without taking gross shortcuts like adding salt or whatever like that. And you think you have a way around that? Is that what I'm to understand? Oh, we know you do. All right, let's do it. Walk me through the process.
Yeah, so basically just shaping the meat loosely, no salt, no pack. You know, we don't want to compress it, right? That's the way we like it. Right. We want it to be like light inside.
We like. So
Yeah.
so one thing we're definitely not going to do is put this in a vacuum bag.
You're not going to put this
No.
in a sous vide bag.
No.
That would be a big mistake.
Terrible idea.
Yeah.
But this looks, for all the world, like a sous vide bag. What's the difference?
Well, look how gentle this is. This is a Ziploc bag. The key is to bag your stuff over water. And then once you're just about to sink, you seal the last bit, and then you have the bagged burgers.
Bag, butter, burger.
And then it goes into your circulator, and it can cook as long as you want. It's getting, as it's sitting here, it's getting more tender. It's also getting cooked.
They cook at the exact temperature we want, and they write at that temperature, so they don't go over.
So this is set, the temperature of the water
It's set.
is the temperature of medium rare.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that's how we like to serve our burger.
Dave, these hamburgers look awful.
That's why we don't serve them to customers this way.
I mean, you feel confident though that
here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do one.
Yeah.
I find it hard to credit that this is going to be good.
Look at this.
Holy God! Well, let me try it. All the noodles, which are never apparent on a burger like this, are still there. Let me get the full effect when I eat on a burger. All right, so here we have it. The 22nd century burger. Now, what you're telling me is that this is going to be crusty outside like this. The inside's going to be pink.
Perfect.
There's not going to be any pressure. I'll still see noodling.
Yep.
And it's not going to taste like butter despite having been swimming in a bath of butter.
Not in a bad way.
No, not in a bad way.
And it's going to be juicy as all get out.
Yeah.
It's a burger and a half, am I right?
Well, I have to say I'm very impressed by this technique. I still like it better when it's cooked on a regular griddle. And I like a little flat burger, but if I'm going to eat a big burger, I think you boys might have discovered the perfect method to cook it. This is Dave Arnold of FCI. This is Nils Noren of FCI. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Go ahead and get rid of this.
We're here at Market Table on the corner of Bedford and Carmine Street. Now, you're going to show us today the lox that you make here.
First, we're going to fillet and debone the salmon.
The one thing about this restaurant is a lot of restaurants, when they do the brunch service, they just put the C team in.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're not really getting, I mean, it's worse than restaurant week food.
Right.
But you are really in your element doing the brunch service because of the stuff we were talking about before, the smaller portions and so forth.
Absolutely, and I'm here every Sunday brunch, working the line,
You
making
yourself,
omelets. There's no doubt about
chef
it.
is there.
Yeah. We're going to place that salmon on cure with dill, lemon, and a salt-sugar mixture.
Which you really can't put a price on. Having the chef, and you actually are the one that makes the gravlax a lot of the time.
All the time. And,
all the time.
Yeah, I do a lot of the butchering here. I spend a lot of time here. There's no doubt about it. That's integral in making this kind of food, because if you don't keep your eye on it, then the recipes slowly change and things just aren't exactly what they should be.
And it's in the former Shopson space too.
Yeah, kind of nostalgic.
And it is, but it's so different because aside from the fact that this is so elegant and open, and you can bring girls here, he was one of the unfriendliest men in New York, although a genius. But you are very friendly, and in fact, everyone likes you.
We're definitely opposite ends of the spectrum as far as hospitality is concerned. There's no doubt about that. And I really love this space. It's a great space. We opened it up a little bit. We took the toys out of the window and gave it a good spit shine. And it came out nice. Egg salad here, right in the middle. Pumpernickel croutons, right on top. We'll finish it off with just a little drizzle of olive oil.
Boy, is that nice.
I just wanted to ask you guys, what makes the Beard Awards significant?
The beards.
The beard.
Well, it really is the quintessential restaurant thing, period.
If it wasn't for the James Beard Society, chefs wouldn't have a platform to demonstrate what they do, their abilities. It's something that looks forward, that each and every chef looks forward to having their first dinner at the Beard House.
What I think makes the James Beard Awards pertinent and important is, it gives people a chance to come together. It's like we don't often get to see each other in this kind of a setting, and B is, you're giving credit where credit's due. You're saying, you're recognizing people who put all their heart and soul, their passion into something.
The James Beard are so important because they different marks. When I was arrived in New York 25 years ago, They voted me Young Chef of the Year. Today I'm announcing I feel like I'm getting old. I guess 25 years after. Today I'm presenting my son on a stage. So
and it's an award that is it's just important in American restaurants for the simple fact that James Beard was one of the real pioneers that put American cuisine on the map.
It's not so important who wins, who loses, but it's important that we are all here together celebrating love for food and how food can change communities, can change people.
I guess it's the only one we can really trust for what they believe.
The Beard Awards have really focused the whole concept of great food in America, and it was not until the Beard Awards started that we saw the food community all coalesce, and basically what Beard gave us was the opportunity to reach for something, and I think reach outside of our grasp, which is a very important thing.
I think this is the biggest concentration of talent in our industry in one night, and I think that makes it pretty impressive.
If you don't eat, you die. This is about food. This is about a celebration of food. This is about the reality of food. This is about what makes food important. If we don't handle food in a way that is important.
I'm Daniel Boulud and this is Ozersky TV. Keep watching. Thank you very much. Salut, ça va?
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. New York's food media, of which I'm a part, routinely overpraise and carry on about restaurants whose novelty or spectacle or buzz or celebrity chefs make them an interesting story, but the greatest glory of this or any other city, gastronomically speaking, are the small, excellent neighborhood restaurants whose working chefs hold the integrity of the city's food supply together. Patty Jackson at E. Truly is one such working chef who I want to go in and say hello to.
How you doing?
So Patty, what is going on here at E. Truly at 4 o'clock on a winter Thursday afternoon while you're making your orchettis here?
Well, tonight's kind of like an average night. We have a pretty regular clientele. We have a lot of people who come and come back. You know, they've been coming here for 15 years. They love the pasta. They love the food. So tonight we have a few of those tables. We have a couple of large groups. You know, because Italian food is convivial. You know, it's nice to share.
Right.
You know, I don't know. We get all kinds of people. So
tell me about today specifically.
Today I had a lot of puntarella and a lot of dandelion to clean. We cleaned broccoli raw. You know, there's vegetable prep. The butcher is sick, so there was some butchering and some fish cleaning. And
how much of it is making stuff perfect every night versus coming up with new arresting dishes? I mean,
to tell you the truth, I think I spend a lot more time kind of coming up with better ways to do old things, if that's fair. I don't, you know, we do specials, but, you know, we make all of our own sausages and all that kind of stuff. And so you know, kind of finding ways to integrate, you know, modern food. You know.
What specials are you thinking about for tonight?
Well, we have some very nice potato gnocchi, and we have some wild boar ragu. So I think that'll be the
so you're going to put the two of them together?
Mm-hmm. Always delicious.
Now, why gnocchis instead of I don't know, like a pappardelle or whatever?
Actually, to tell you the truth, I've just been in this short pasta kind of a mood lately. I haven't been feeling the noodles.
That's good.
Maybe I'll have some noodles this weekend.
It's like a lobsters when people draw the lobsters from the thing. But came into Prime House for the purpose of this video. He said I would let me pick out a steak. I'm going to come tonight and have a steak. The quality of the meat, in my professional opinion, is the best in this one. I would lick this, except it'd be unhygienic, but this is actually volcanic salt. When David Berg started this, he brought in all this volcanic salt as a humidity sponge, and it actually works. All right, so my first question is, how aged do I want it? The dry aged and the wet aged look the same, because once they cut this off, all it is just the same steak exactly as red, exactly as beautiful, exactly as juicy, but it's got a quarter less water. It's concentrated, and the enzymes have broken down the cell walls. Now, this is as hard and tough as wheat leather. I mean, it's not frozen, but it's basically rock hard. But look at that. Within the dark umber and mahogany of its opaque and cloudy surface is a river of creamy marbling. This exquisite ivory-colored fat carries with it the flavor, tenderness, and luscious mouthfeel that every steak lover longs for. This is a nice one. This is a nice one. Well, look at this. Look at this one. Look at this. God damn it. Look at this. And you know what, too? You can feel it sometimes even with a really good marbling. If you push it with your hand, you can actually feel little knots or whatever. There's like unexpected, it's like little bruises that the animal got punched or poked or mashed while it was fighting with its other fellows inside the death cab or whatever. But like this, you feel it. It's totally soft and tender, and there's like these big raised, firm veins of fat. That might be my guy right there. The criteria of the USDA for many, many years has been, they say, abundant marbling. Like that's the magic words to getting prime certification. But so few steaks are abundantly marbled. Like you see, like there'll be like a steak in like a steakhouse ad. Like they'll have a guy in a commercial, like we've got the steak you long for. Like there's a picture of a steak. It looks like red construction paper. That's not going to be any good. Like you might as well just get it from Seatown. I mean, to come to a place like this, you should be eating meat that you literally can't get in any supermarket. I still haven't seen one. The one that I really like is it's like when you go into the store and like the first like shirt you see, like that's the one I want, and you go around for like an hour looking. Like I know that the first one I saw is the one that I actually want. I think that I've found my steak for tonight. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
I'm Drew Naporin, and this is Ozersky TV.
We're here on a beautiful summer day in Tribeca with the mayor of Tribeca, Drew Naporin, the legendary restaurateur. I thought, you know what, like maybe we'll just go walk around, and you know what, there's all the restaurants here, there's so many foods. Maybe we could just walk along and Kevich talk to me about restaurants or whatever.
I love to talk to you about all things cultural and interesting.
Here we are at Cortone, by the way.
It's only 2 Michelin stars. We haven't quite gotten our 3rd Michelin star.
But this was the site of the original Montrachet restaurant that basically invented downtown
1985. David Boulud, of course, was my chef there. Oh my goodness.
What a surprise! I don't like that.
This is Ron Sanchez right in the middle of the
Ozersky, the man with the Cadillac. How are you?
I thought you were on the West Coast filming one of your many episodes
of how
to run around and look stupid. No.
How many hot things can I eat to completely obliterate my palate?
It's nice to see you. What's going on, dude?
Well, nothing. Just here catching up with the manager, the GM, and Drew, and just making sure everything's all right.
Manny, we're supposed to have the tables outside like in the next few minutes. Make sure Aaron carries a few tables with you, because I haven't seen him doing any heavy labor lately.
No problem.
I usually see him with his feet on a table, never carrying a table.
Absolutely, El Jefe.
Here's what I don't understand, though, Drew. Maybe this is a stupid question, but how can there be so many good big restaurants right next to each other, cheek by jowl? Are there really enough people live down here going out every night?
Well, that's why it's so gratifying to be a restaurateur in New York City in this neighborhood. The restaurants have to be special, and the restaurants in Tribeca are special, and that people do make an effort to get into a car, cab, or subway and make a special trip to come to these restaurants. Otherwise, we couldn't survive. There's not enough people in these buildings whereupon we could survive.
I mean, if you could say that there was a 0 point, an Aleph moment in this neighborhood, it was Odeon, right? I mean, this was here before even...
There's no question that this is probably the most important restaurant in downtown Manhattan, period, because not only did it spawn restaurants of mine, but it also was the beginning of Keith McNally's career.
Drew, let me ask you a question while I have
Yes.
Why didn't they just... You got a all the static about having the bluefin tuna, why not just pull the bluefin tuna and avoid the trouble? Well,
The culture of the food in Japan, and the bluefin especially, is such an important element of it, and that he really wanted there to be a consensus. There seems to be somewhat of a consensus, but Nobu's always telling me, well, what about Morimoto? Are they still serving the bluefin? What about Megu? What about, and so, we're high profile, so they sort of pointed us out. I think we just don't like being bullied either, but at the end of the day, we do believe that we don't want to deplete the species, obviously.
And Nobu, of course, really, I think it's fair to credit that with being the first of the really important mega Asian fusion type restaurant.
Well, Nobu just changed everything.
We are now at the crossroads of David Boulet's mini empire, and in fact, there's the man there sitting at a table talking.
Let's cross. He's doing a culinary tour of Tribeca. We didn't know you were going to be here, but what would a culinary tour of Tribeca be without David Boulet? So, we're just going to be cruising down the block upstairs at Boulet. I know one of your friends, Mimi Sheridan, once wrote, the true stars of the Tribeca Grill are not the celebrity investors, but the chef and the people who run it. Because she was tough.
That's right.
Would you like to come in for a Bloody Mary?
I could be into it. I'm so lightheaded right now from this cigar. I wanted to smoke the cigar to be cool with Drew because he smokes the cigars all the time. These Cohiba cigars are like whippets.
Now we're TV stars, no? Tonight we're gonna show you how we make the gyros at Busy Grill. We make the gyros here by ourselves. We're gonna show you how we debone the meats, and then we marinate them, and then we're gonna build a small gyro just for the show.
I don't know how to explain it.
What is it?
Quelch is, I guess, when you bite into a piece of meat and it releases its juices, and it makes that kind of noise.
Quelch.
Quelch.
I love that noise. I'm here with Joey Campanaro, the chef at the Little Owl, the perpetually popular American restaurant. You were telling me the other day that you had something of a short rib epiphany.
Yes, I did, and it was actually an accident. I was braising short ribs. It was a beautiful Creekstone short rib, and when you braise short ribs, you get a nice, beautiful caramelization on the outside, and then you take them out of the actual braising pan and add different ingredients and mirepoix and such. While the meat was sitting on the cutting board, it was a little bit of blood was seeping out of it, and these beautiful juices were coming out, and I was starving. So I took a couple of slices off, and what I got was something that was not what I expected. I expected the short rib to be tough and chewy, and it wasn't tough or chewy at all. And part of what happens in the process of developing a menu and thinking seasonally and trying to give people what they want as a chef, I ended up giving myself what I wanted, and I was really, really happy with the results. And so going forward, I think I'm going to be using short rib as my steak dish.
The only people that do what you're talking about are Koreans. and they have their own elaborate thing with a constellation of kimchis or whatever.
Mm.
I want to see how you do it because you have a very sort of artful, it's a very simple and elegant way of plating all your food. It always looks very put together, and I'm curious to see what this is going to look like.
Me too.
Why is this approach?
Well, first of all, because of the season. Second of all, because it's visually stimulating. I chose to put a salad that has pickled onions in it because what goes better than beef and onions? The onions are pickled because this meat is so rich and has a lot of fat in it that acid is really going to make the dining experience more pleasurable, kind of in a sneaky way, right? And then Jonathan Waxman made me buy these black truffles today, and they're out of this world.
Oh, that is good.
So there it is. That's the boneless short rib.
Wow.
All right, squash puree, arugula and pickled onion salad with truffles, and it's a stroganoff sauce. I'm Joey Campanaro, and this is Ozersky TV.
What's your thinker?
Let's go out. We'll eat it real well. Here, Josh, put that down. I'm going to cut you a different piece.
All right.
Dame un favor, hay una arquete negro abajo. I'm Patty Jackson, and this is Ozersky TV. We're here with Dora Marzovilla, who is the master pasta maker here at Truly, and she's going to make some cavatelli. This is a flour and water dough. It's a very simple dough, yet it's got a lot of mysteries in it. And this is one of our signature dishes, our signature pastas, traditional Pugliese style. Apulia is a region in Italy. It's the heel of the boot, and it's sort of the breadbasket of Italy. And they make all kinds of really delicious stuff there. Today we'll probably go through 50 or 60 orders.
So what are the cavatellis going to be served with?
Broccoli wrap.
Broccoli roe?
And almonds.
Oh, and almonds?
So it's, I know this will scare you, Josh, but it's actually a vegan dish.
Egad. I'll be happy to. If that was what veganism was like, I'd be happy to be a vegan.
Yeah, honestly, to tell you the truth.
You want to make more?
Look at the eye on that. Yeah. Just talking to you.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Louis Razzo Fish, the city's top seafood.
Thank you.
Here is the magnificent array, but I don't know which one I want to have for lunch.
But here's something you might want to consider. These are Nantucket Bay scallops.
Oh, really?
Which are my favorite, one of my favorite things again in the water. I mean, these fish, you just eat them raw. I got them not even one day out of the water.
If only I had brought some salt with me.
We sell hundreds of pounds of these today. It's only a 2-month season.
Like, where can I get somebody that'll make this and leave them alone?
I've eaten them everywhere, but Ed Brown, 81.
Ed Brown at 81. All right, that might be what I need to have for lunch. Lou, you are a fucking mensch and a half.
My pleasure.
Chef.
Hey, Josh.
What's up, man? Good to see you.
Same here. Welcome back to the house.
So what are you going to do with these babies?
The least possible.
See, that's what I said. I said, I want someone that's going to leave them alone.
Only one of two things we do to these. One is we put a squeeze of lemon,
right,
a pinch of salt and olive oil and eat them like that, like candy.
Okay.
Or we're going to cook them for about 40 seconds real time, and that's it. And put the same olive oil and lemon on them, and that's it.
Oh boy, what a treat. Don't think I don't know what a privilege this is either. Oh, thank you. Look at this. It has got some kind of a green vegetable on it, and lemon, and probably some good olive oil. Look at this. I believe that a misrepresentation has been foisted upon the dining public. That they say, oh, like Ed Brown, regular Joe, American, simple, unadorned, stark seafood, and you do make all that stuff.
Right.
But your French training really comes out in some of these dishes.
Well, there is in every way possible.
And in the scallop ravioli.
Yeah. So what is American cuisine?
Yeah,
we're babies.
Right.
We have no cuisine. We're forming a cuisine based on everything that we've taken from everywhere else. So when people say, be it here or be it at my other restaurant, what do you do? Well, so we do modern American cuisine, which means you can do any damn thing you want. Hey, thanks for coming up. I appreciate the support.
Appreciate it, Jeff.
And thanks, Louis, for bringing those scallops to us. See you soon.
I'll see you, Ed.
Right.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Now, Louis, I'm in here because I want to have lunch today. I want to eat a fish lunch. What's another fish that you're moving a lot of now that used to just be like a junk fish or whatever? Is there something like that?
Oh, sure. The skate. This skate always was considered a junk fish. In fact, when I used to visit the commercial fishermen, you would see barrels of the skate unused, going bad, that they were just used for bait.
Oh my God.
But now, some of the French chefs have put it on their menu and have done different things with it, and I sell hundreds of pounds of skate a day.
I could have a skate with lemon and brown butter, the classic capers. Who is somebody you're selling skates to?
Well, I tell you, Boulud on the west side buys a ton of skate from me.
That might be what I need to have for lunch. Lou, you are a fucking mensch and a half. I can't thank you enough.
It's my pleasure.
I'm here at Boulud, Daniel Boulud's Casual Lincoln Center restaurant. I take this like grody, ugly junk fish and like make this beautiful, elegant dish out of it. It's like, that's cool. That's French cookery. I'm looking forward to. Oh, there it is.
This is the Atlantis skate, but with the super green spinach and chanterelle mushroom.
Now look how beautiful that is.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Bon appetit.
This is like, we saw that hideous Cambrian mud-sucking object in Louis' thing, and it looked fresh, but it was so ugly. Look at how elegant this is. And like the great thing about the skate too is that it's the way the striations work. It's one of the great flaky fishes that it just sort of separates out. Look at this. Look how it, the sections just come apart, and then this has got to be like some kind of beautiful wine glaze. Like the mushroom is to the land what a skate is to the ground in the ocean. Like it goes around on the bottom, feeding on some kind of filter feeder that lives in the ground, and the mushroom also lives in the ground. And then this wine gives it acid and sweetness. And this is like real French cooking. I'm even going to try the green vegetable. Was it spinach? Oh, even the spinach is good. It's like creamed spinach, like steakhouse spinach, but better. This is a good lunch. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. It's like I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Eisenbergs Sandwich Shop on 5th Avenue. Really one of the legendary old school New York sandwich shops. I'm here with Josh Konecki, who is the owner and proprietor, and in fact the man who bought it and saved it and is in fact a kind of a hero of old school New York sandwich culture.
It's not really exactly how it happened. But the guy who had the store before me wanted to sell it. Not necessarily to another food operator. Whoever the highest bidder was going to be was going to get the store. So I decided, since I had been in the printing business, which was a terrible business, and had become even worse since the internet. So I had to do something else, and I had been a customer here for 15 years. And I would have hated to see this place go the way of, well, too narrow, way new, but certainly some other kind of store, and not stay as Eisenbergs. The thing about Eisenbergs is either you get it or you don't. And people from New York, they get it. Tourists who have seen either movies or television shows or photos of old New York, they get it. But I mean, I still have people who look at the door and they'll, like young college girls will look in and they'll look and walk away.
Right. Yeah.
They don't get it.
I don't get it. Why does people like your tuna sandwich? Do you mind if I eat some?
No, you eat my sandwich, please.
Why is it that people like this tuna sandwich so much, do you think?
I don't know. It's just simple tuna. You know, we don't try to make it anything. It's a high quality tuna, high quality mayonnaise, and that's it. No celery, no onion, no relish, nothing else. Just that.
To come here and eat that stark old-fashioned sandwich, you know, like, I mean, if you came in here and it had like 7-grain bread or some kind of like, you know, like pesto aioli or some shit, like, then it would invalidate the whole thing. It would just make it look like it was a put-on.
Exactly.
Like some kind of a Chelsea concept.
Well, you won't find wraps here.
No wraps.
No wraps. No wraps. I'm not submitting to that. I'm not. Well, this is what Eisenbergs is. What Eisenbergs always was, and that's what I want it to stay.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We're here at Mile End in Brooklyn, the new deli making the Montreal-style pastrami known as smoked meat. And this here is Noah Bernamoff. And Noah had got himself in quite a little bit of hot water. You said you didn't like cats, essentially.
I said that I was disappointed in the way Katz has taken their product. You know,
I think it was even more strongly worded than that.
That perhaps Katz was treating the tradition like a joke.
But the truth is that really Noah's heart is obviously in the right place, and I think you probably want to clarify for us why you said what you said and why you didn't really mean it.
I guess my argument is that because their main clientele is tourists, out-of-towners, they will still play to the kind of concept of Jewish deli nostalgia.
Right.
And it's still the sorts of things that they will have on their menu or refuse to take off their menu because they're not good anymore, because
such as
the chicken soup. I mean,
chicken soup's bad.
I mean, I just feel like, you know, why would someone sell something that they know isn't good? If you're going to present yourself as the definitive, authentic deli, New York deli experience, and you're offering people these things, and you have a Swedish family coming off the bus,
right,
and they're walking in and they're saying, we want to have the New York deli
it's like
experience.
If you go to Sylvia's.
The idea of walking into a deli and hearing klezmer music playing and having televisions on the wall showing pictures of the Lower East Side, and Jews pushing, you know, selling food off the push carts. I mean, again, it's
minstrels.
Yeah, I mean, it's like going back. It's like playing up the idea that deli is a nostalgic experience for people. And what I guess I'm trying to convey when I speak about the philosophy of the Jewish deli is that it can remain relevant even in today's time, and we don't need to rely on nostalgia.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV. I'm in the meatpacking district, and it's all these heavy-duty boutiques. It was always inedible. You could never eat anything. Now we have so many good restaurants. They got Scarpetta's right over there. You got Abe and Arthur's up that way, Spice Market. Vento is always good. But for me, like, the thing that makes me happiest in this neighborhood was they put in a place called Bill's Bar and Burger. I have suffered for your sins. Not for your sins, but really for your virtues. Because I was such an ardent and enthusiastic early proponent of this restaurant. And I loved it so much that everybody started making fun of me, and they say that, oh, Ozersky is a shill, a yes man, a Joel Siegel of hamburgers. They said every kind of terrible thing about me. But look at that hamburger. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at how this is dripping. This here is Brett Reichler. Brett is the author and executive chef. So what was the idea of the Bill's hamburger? Why did you make this wonderful, like, kind of flat Midwestern hamburger when everyone else is making big, giant, spheroidal gourmet hamburgers?
I think the proportion of meat to bun is the only way to get it is with this size of burger. And I think you get a caramelization on the griddle that just adds a flavor that can't be compared to cooking burgers other ways. So what's in your hand is our, I guess, signature burger, which we call the Fat Cat.
Really, the thing is, a lot of places do the smushed hamburger, steak and shake and so forth, but they always had the commodity meat. But that's not the case here.
No, absolutely not. We're using the highest quality fresh ground beef we can get. It's made for us daily.
Try this. Try how this tastes.
I'm sure it's going to be wonderful. I've had about 900 of these.
People are so proud of themselves for diving into the flesh pots and having an orgiastic Dionysian pleasure in pork bellies and pig's feet and that stuff. But the little, humble, beautiful Fat Cat is like 10 pounds of greasiness in a 2-pound bag.
Correct.
I love it so.
An orgy of beef, as we go.
I'm at Bill's Bar and Burger, and I love it unapologetically. My detractors, come in here and whatever you want. Say what you want about me. But if you don't think that this is a great hamburger, then there's something wrong with you. I stand by it. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
The mixing,
Right.
and then you put it away for a little bit of time, and then you cook it after a while.
Well, you know what, Lourdes?
What?
Let's let this.
You want to come back later?
Let's let this rest for 8 hours. Okay, now, so just look at me for a second. Okay, it's 8 hours later. That's how they do it in cooking shows. I'm here with Lourdes Castro, the one and only. Lourdes is one of our leading Cuban cooks.
Yeah.
The Cuban Hamburger is a regional offshoot, a Latin American vernacular form of our great American sandwich.
Yep.
And you've got a recipe for it
I
in
do.
your cookbook now. I would be indebted to you, Lourdes, if you would show me how you make a frita or Cuban hamburger.
So fritas are best eaten at frita restaurants, which are like small little hole-in-the-wall places that have just counters and stools, and someone there's a big griddle there.
Frita means?
Frita means to fry.
Fried.
Yeah, it depends. If you're referring to a frita like the hamburger, then it'd be the king of the frita. But it could also mean anything that's fried. A frita, like frito mixto, it's like mixed fried items. So you'll see here that the mixture, we started off with some onion and some garlic. We're eventually going to puree that. And we have a spice mixture. We have smoked paprika, hot paprika, and cumin. And we're going to put it into our food processor.
We're going to put it into a food processor. What is this liquid?
This is Worcestershire sauce and ketchup. If you put it in the pan, it dries out too much, and you need a little bit of the moisture. Okay, so now you are going to mix this with your hands.
Now this is a beef and a pork.
Yeah, it's the idea is that it's 3/4. This is about a pound of meat, so it's 3/4 of a pound of beef and 1/4 of a pound of pork. In a perfect world, you would have at least 8 or so hours to let this rest, so that the flavors can blend. But if you needed to do it right away, it'd be fine too. Have you ever eaten a pork burger, just purely pork burger?
Fuck yeah.
Can't say that.
Why not? Says who?
Really, you have a pork burger?
Don't you know who I am?
Ground pork burger, that's nice. Now these have to be thin and they have to be small, like a little bit bigger, or about the size of a slider. So I take some guava jelly and I'm going to mix it with some Heinz ketchup, about equal portions. So the thing with the frita too is it's not a frita unless it has these potato sticks, and you have to have a layer on the bottom, then you have the patty on top, and then another major mound, and it's supposed to fall all over the plate. That's part of the look.
That's awesome.
And then...
Can I eat it now?
Please. I'm really excited. I'm Lourdes Castro, and this is Ozersky TV.
I'm Orhan Yegan, and this is Ozersky's TV.
As readers of mine have reason to know, I don't have much use for vegetables, marinated or otherwise. In fact, it would be okay with me if they all disappeared. But when I do want to have a vegetable, there is one man that I turn to, the true master of all forms of vegetables, hot and cold, and a few meats besides. My friend Orhan Yegan.
Okay, I have eggplant salad, which is the smoked eggplant salad. The whole eggplant, the eggplant cooks on the fire, and then we just peel it, and then the skin burns, and it gives the smoky taste.
Why is this so much better? I mean, the vegetables that I eat, and even in good restaurants, are so bland, banal, and indescript compared to your heroically pungent amazing.
Vegetables are so hard to cook. It doesn't have its own strong taste. I mean, like for example, if it's a lamb chops, so there's no way you can make a mistake with it. It has its own taste even if you don't do nothing with it. But these they need a little bit help. Like there's a guy that's so famous, which is, I call the hairstylist. He said, I don't care how ugly she is, I can make it beautiful. So believe me, so this is the same thing. I don't care where they come from. I look at them, so I do something about it. So and those, it comes from the main market. But again, there's, the good quality and the bad quality.
Right.
I always buy the best things that is available on the market. I call cooking is an art. And how come artist doesn't cook this? Usually the people who's not successful in his life, that they cook. So it is very hard. You should be an artist. Like artist means that who tunes something.
Right.
So if you cook something, if you're not able to tune, then
Right.
it's not gonna taste. Then you're gonna say it doesn't taste right.
Right.
So that's why I always complain about all them other cooks. Again, you have to be an artist. That means that you have to be able to tune things. So if I don't put here the ingredients that it should be in there as I'm a right amount, believe me, it's not gonna taste right. If you are hungry, if you say that I'm a human being and I wanna eat something good, man, just come here.
I like to glove it up. No glove, no love, you know? All right, so today we're going to be making crispy calamari and watercress salad with roasted peanuts and chili lime vinaigrette. So here we go. We're going to start off, we're going to make the dressing first, actually. We're going to take some garlic. All the heat comes from the seeds. These are just Thai chilies. They're also called dragon chilies. Take some fresh limes. You always want to use, when you use limes, you always want to use fresh limes. I had this in Thailand for the first time in 2005, and I kind of decided to bring it over and serve it here at Perla. You know, there's 4 serious flavor components anytime you're making, a dressing like this. You want to have acidity, you want to have some sort of sweet element, a spicy element, and a salty element. Next thing we're going to go to is fish sauce, which is going to be the salty element. Then you go to the sweet element that we were talking about, is palm sugar. And I'm going to blend this together, and then I like to blend in just a little touch of oil for viscosity. And we're just going to make like a very, very basic, it's almost like a tempura batter. It's just use some sparkling water and some flour. We'll just kind of whisk it together until we get something that's kind of nice and thick. Add a little at a time. Throw the calamari in there, and then you just drop kind of go in a circular motion. We're going to drop the tempura batter right on top of it. We're going to mix that up. Just get the batter in there nicely, work it all the way through, and then put it in the deep fryer. So we're going to just drop this right in. The thing about it is it needs to be super crispy. The oil has to be really hot, otherwise this dish is going to come across as very greasy. Some pickled red onions, roasted peanuts. I like to take the mint, just kind of shred it up. Yeah, fried calamari, it's just kind of like one of those things where you can get it pretty much any red sauce restaurant in Little Italy right now, so we just put a little Asian twist on it.
I'm going to go ahead and try this.
You want a fork?
A fork?
Yeah, you want to get in there with your hands? Whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll try. Go ahead, roll it up.
Hi, my name's Harold Dieterle from Perla Restaurant, and we're here on Ozersky TV. Good.
Okay.
You all right with that?
Beautiful. Oh my God.
He's like, he would so get abused.
One of the first barbecue days of the year, and here I am with grilling guru Adam Perry Lang, the author of Serious Barbecue, and of course BBQ 25, your new book.
Right.
But you're here today to make me a prime rib, is that correct?
Just make you happy. I'm just here to make you happy. Yes, to make a prime rib. Now this is a different muscle than this, and it needs to be handled a little bit differently.
Okay, show
Now
me.
it's brilliant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut right down into the decal. Okay. Whatever this has this muscle structure, it's brilliant. This is like making instant burnt ends. It's one of my new little approaches to brisket. You know.
Won't all the juice and fat hemorrhage
No,
out
man,
of the
there's
cuts?
no juice. It's not a balloon. You know, that's the problem. People think about searing. It's meat. You know, it's got all these muscles. So if you're going to cut this before you start cooking it,
right,
you're gold. The reason why I use wet ingredients, because, you know, if I sprinkle it on your arm, it's just going to kind of roll off, right?
Yeah.
We're ready to rock. And, you know, the other thing is, which is great, is, you know, now you have two different people. People like it well done. People just want to nibble off the roast, you know, when it comes out of the thing. We're creating it for them already. But I have olive oil, melted butter, crushed garlic, not chopped. Just give it a little bit of love like that. Oh, yeah.
What would happen if I... Ow!
No freaking way. I'm going to take some chopped shallots and garlic, throw it in there, some parsley, fresh thyme, pour some of the butter and the olive oil in there, okay? So anyway, I close this thing up.
Are we going to do like a pastry squeezer?
Yeah, well, not a squeezer, but...
And this has still never hit a direct fire.
Yeah, but we're going to do it in a second. We got to move. We're
All
there.
right.
We're almost there.
We're almost there.
We're like 5-10 minutes away, literally.
I mean,
ridiculous. We're
you
here.
know, I'm very hungry.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Oh.
Look at that love. Look, you see that I'm talking about? Now it's kind of frying. You know, deco frying.
That looks like, oh, yeah, like it looks like chicharrones.
Okay. So we're ready. So I'm going to take this thing off. Look at that.
Oh, beautiful. Do we let it sit for a minute?
Yeah, let it sit. Yeah, I call it a board dress.
Now, what does that do?
You're going to see when I slice it, you see we've given all the love to the outside. Inside is all just lonely. You know?
Yeah, that always happens. It's always a problem with big proteins.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to...
Especially ones that don't have a sauce.
Yeah. Well, it's actually going to make its own sauce.
Really?
Okay, yeah. Watch.
Really?
So look, I got all these great little like burnt bits, you know?
Oh,
and look,
man.
so we've increased the surface area. We've actually gotten such value out of this here, you know? Look, so here, bang. Okay, gorgeous, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slice, but as I slice here,
yeah,
just want you to take a look here. So as I slice, what you have to do is you have to now go like this. You know, you have to season like each. It's a little bit more well done. You know, it's tucking under. You know, someone. You know where it is.
What about somebody? What about? Get out of here. Yeah, people go crazy with like all the various tongs and holders.
You know, just get your hands in it. Give me a break. You know. For the action.
Wow.
You know, then here.
Yeah.
To make you a little piece.
Oh, you're making me a little.
Yeah.
You're wrapping me a little
so
sandwich.
Cute. It's so
Yeah, this is the barbecue communion right here.
It's so messy.
Thank you, just for being you.
Hi, I'm Adam Perry Lang, and this is Ozersky TV.
You swallowed wrong. It's not that spicy.
What do you mean I swallowed wrong? I've been swallowing for 42 years. I know how to swallow. Wait, that doesn't sound
That
good.
doesn't sound good.
Let me tell you something. There's a lot of chefs in New York, but you can only have one favorite chef. Like you can only have one boyfriend or one first toy. And my favorite chef is Mr. Michael White of Marea, Alto, and Convivio. That's him over there. Everybody at some point there's nothing in the house to make garlic and oil spaghetti, like you happen to have that. Can you show like how you would make that?
Let's do it.
So you got the garlic already sitting in oil.
In oil.
So the oil is already garlicky without having to cook it.
Exactly. Do you like a lot of garlic in your...
A lot,
Okay,
yes. The
all
more
right.
the better.
Okay.
Now if you just put spaghetti in there, it would just be greasy.
It would be greasy. Yes, it would be very... I like how you said greasy.
It is-
You really enunciate that up. It holds together because of the amount of water that you add to the oil. Just like when you make a mayonnaise, it's all dependent on how much water, the pasta water, a little bit of the starch from the pasta, and then the oil, and then you can emulsify it together. So you have this toasted, right?
Right.
See, it's going. Okay. Then you're just going to go like this, and just put it in water.
Or so but that's not. It's spaghetti
you
water.
Stop the cooking process.
Is that's spaghetti water?
That's
or-
spaghetti water. But now we've stopped the cooking process, okay?
See, okay.
So if there was, let's say there's 1 tablespoon of oil in that,
Yeah.
I put in about 3 ounces of water. So we're gonna add just a little bit of chili. Now you can put cayenne, you can do chili flakes, all right? Or, better yet, okay,
Nice.
oil-soaked Calabrian chilies. One of the other key ingredients to an aglio olio pasta is the parsley or the prezzemolo. So what we have here is we have fresh guittara pasta.
Oh.
This
Is this
fresh.
going to behave differently than the one from the box that I make at home?
No, same principle. What will happen is because we take the pasta out a little bit al dente,
Right.
that it'll absorb into the liquid and it'll vanish. The water vanishes.
The water absorbs into the spaghetti?
Exactly, instantly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can see this? Okay, we're going right in, okay? We add a little bit of chicken stock. And I like to add chicken stock because it gives a little bit of a meat flavor. What the great part about when it's done correctly
Yeah.
is that sometimes people put cheese in it, and sometimes
Right.
that's very incorrect.
Right.
Sacrilegious, actually, to be quite honest. But you'll see how it's kind of come together, and it's ready to go. It's not greasy.
Not at all.
And then we're just going to go right to the plate. Go like this. Huh?
Nice.
Okay.
To spaghetti.
To spaghetti. I'm Michael White, and this is the one and only Ozersky TV.
I'm back here with the master, Michael White, my favorite chef. I'm not ashamed to admit it either. Now, we did previously a lesson in the art of emulsification where you made spaghetti with garlic and oil that was not the least bit greasy. Now, you're going to take that same technique to the next level.
We're going to make a seafood risotto. This is Japanese sea urchin, which is a very, very fatty sea urchin. And we're going to slightly warm this, and then we're going to puree it in the mixer and add a couple drops of oil. And this is our base for when we call manticare, or when we're mounting the risotto. Instead of mounting it with butter or oil, we're going to mount it with sea urchin.
It's not because you're afraid of butter or whatever. You like butter. I
love it.
And in Alto, your northern Italian restaurant, butter and cream are a major part of the palate.
Major players.
But this is coastal Italian seafood cooking, so
And we don't want to cover up
Right.
flavor by adding another type of lipid when we could add this type of a natural fatty lipid from a crustacean.
Now what is that? What are you putting in
Now
there?
this is a little bit of sea scallops. You can put whatever you like inside. One of the keys to risotto also for emulsification that a lot of people don't know is the less liquid. People say, oh, why don't I put all the liquid in at one time?
Yeah, right.
And the reason being is that when the liquid and the rice is together, make sure it's scratching against the other rice. If you put it in liquid, it boils and it never touches each other.
Oh.
Don't put it all in, okay?
A little bit?
Just a little bit. Go ahead. That's looking pretty good. Look at that. Now that protein
Right.
hit the hot,
Yeah.
the rice, and it started to thicken up. Look at that. I'm going just with a little bit of olive oil now.
Okay.
A little emulsification. Now you see how that's broke?
Yeah.
That's broke, and it's like separated. Let's
Yeah,
say.
yeah, right.
And now I turn my, if I went like this, I'm covering it, and then now I'm going like this. And then I move it back and forth. Now doesn't it look like I just added a bunch of butter in that?
Yeah, totally.
And once it goes boom, boom, well, it'll come up as
So
a
the
big
uni,
piece.
the uni is just an emulsifying agent. It's
Yes.
not one of the main flavors in the dish.
No. Well, it does. It adds this kind of briny flavor to it.
You know, as a host of a food show, you're obliged to go on like, ooh, it's so good. Ooh, it's so good. You know.
Even if you don't like it either.
That's why it cheapens the reaction. The reaction that I'm having now is like,
it's a good thing that your waist down
Shut
is
up!
covered.
Shut up! It's so good.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Do you want a slate?
I would like a slate, and go ahead and slate it. All right, you go ahead.
I'm Michael White, and this is the one and only Ozersky TV.
Cool.
Do one more time.
All right. Yeah, slate one more time here. Go ahead, Lori, and mark it. Thank you.
All right, so I'm back here with the master, Michael White. Is this the so-called mounting stage?
This is the mounting stage. It's kind of sexual, actually. When you think of it.
It's all sexual.
But food is very sexual.
Let's not press that question. We don't want the authors of Chuborama to get carried away like they did before.
I have fan clubs of bridge every gap. You know, really bridge every gap. Wow, that even sounds...
Yeah, even the most gaping of them.
All right, so now we're at the point you can feel it. You can feel it. It's coming together. Now I have my guys do this all. It's coming together. Okay, so you see this now. It's coming right this way.
All right.
Okay. So now we just deglaze with just a touch of liquid white wine. All right. We have a little bit of lobster claws that have cut up, and we're going to season this with a bit of sea salt.
Michael White, Josh Ozersky. Peace out. All right. You want to just go right into this next one, or you want to swap cards?
I'm Samira, and this is Ozersky TV.
So I'm here at the Street Sweets truck, which is parked in front of Eisenbergs, one of my favorite restaurants. I just got done eating a bologna sandwich in Eisenbergs, so I said, well, what do I want for dessert? Well, I had the cake already, if the truth be told, but... And I said, well, what if I was going to get something, like maybe I'll take it back from my girlfriend or whatever.
Right.
I was most attracted to these two cookies.
So these two are actually our signature cookies.
The signature, do you know that?
Very good.
And I
Good
alighted
eyes,
upon them.
Josh.
If you have a plastic, I'll hold them up,
Okay.
and we can fondle them for the camera. You know, like when you go to the donut store, they make you hold like a plastic hanky so that you don't fondle it with your fingers. All right, look at how beautiful this is. It's coconut with chocolate in the middle.
With Nutella in the middle. And it's one of our crazy inventions.
I guess there was no need to do this because I was going to eat it anyway.
Exactly.
Let me try the chocolate one, I think.
So this is a chocolate flourless almond cookie.
This is what I think we all want. Oh my God. You are one of the pioneers of the gourmet food truck movement here in New York.
Yes.
You have inside the truck, you have like what is this, like a regular?
This is a Blodgett deep convection oven.
Right, this is a convection oven. There is refrigerators back there. Freezers.
Espresso machines.
Proofers.
Proofers.
This is, in other words, a fully equipped, high-tech pastry kitchen, professional pastry kitchen.
Pretty much.
Well, listen, I see you have customers come that they want to buy more cookies and macaroons and everything. I'll come back and look at some of your macaroons and other things later.
Excellent.
I wish we had one of these in Ditmas Park.
You never know.
I had to have, they only gave me the two cookies and now I got to chase the sweets truck. Wait, I didn't get my cookies. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm a little perturbed. Tony Bourdain's new book, Medium Raw, is out. And in this book, he has a whole chapter about the psychopathology of David Chang. Admittedly, a fascinating topic. But he goes and mentions me in it, and he says the following. First, there's this is people Chang hates. First, there's Josh Ozersky, who was banned from the Momo Empire. Ozersky has said it was because he mocked them, but this account says it's because he published a menu on Grub Street without Chang's blessing. Writes Bourdain, there is no question in my mind that buffalo will graze in Times Square and pink macaroons fall from the sky before Josh Ozersky ever makes it through the door of a Momofuku anywhere. Well, I can well live with that, but this account will not stand. I did not, repeat, give away any kind of embargoed information. I mean, there's many reasons for David to hate me, and it's okay. Anybody can hate me who wants to. Bar me from his restaurants, no problem. There's plenty of places I can go to eat a pork belly. But I didn't give away any embargoed information. I didn't betray any confidences. I didn't stab David in the back. He refused to tell me what his new restaurant was. So I got it, like a reporter is supposed to do, fair and square from a source. Now, David Chang didn't pay my check. Grub Street, that is to say New York Magazine, they paid my check. That's who was paying me, that's who I was working for, and that's who my loyalty was for. Didn't ask David's permission, didn't ask his forgiveness, and I sure as hell am not going to ask to go eat his pork buns or whatever the hell it is. I do, however, stand by the fact that I did the right thing. I never screwed him over. Later on, maybe I said some sort of snarky things I shouldn't have, but I regret that. He's very talented, a complex, conflicted, fascinating personality, God knows. Brilliant in his way, but in no way done an injustice by yours truly. I'm Josh Ozersky, setting the record straight on Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here in the kitchen at Bernardin with pastry chef Michael Lasconis. And Michael is one of the top pastry chefs in the world. We were looking at your mise en place here, like, what was it? What you were telling me about the, like, for you, every one of these things is like a recipe.
Sure, we have here we just have some candied blueberries, a Concord grape caviar. So we have a burnt orange meringue. There's no egg in it.
Okay.
And then we have a yuzu meringue.
Okay.
Made with a soy protein.
When I ate lunch today, I got to see almost the whole run of your desserts, and they were all knockouts. So I wonder if you could make a couple of them and show us what the whole idea is.
So this is still one of my favorite desserts. It's a pistachio mousse. So we start to assemble this with a little bit of those pistachio cubes, little guillotine brandied cherries. That's a little bit of a lemon curd. These are just some crunchy caramelized pistachios that we crush up. But now just to show you the cool part is what's inside. And we like to kind of offer a few surprises. You see there that inlay of the caramelized white chocolate.
Okay, now let's see this other dessert that you made that had the pears in it.
So we're gonna start off with a cinnamon caramel parfait.
This is the little cake or something?
Yeah, this is just a little milk chocolate biscuit or cake. That's gonna be a pedestal for our ice cream. This is alginate spherification.
Alginate spherification.
We take a pear puree and we add a little bit of purified calcium. And then we drop this into a bath of sodium alginate. And what happens is the alginate reacts with the calcium that we add to the pear, and it forms a really thin skin.
So it makes it like it's a little, it almost looks like it was scooped out with a melon baller.
Exactly, but it's got a liquid center. These are just candied orange zest. And again, a little bit of salt. This is a vanilla-infused salt. So then just to finish this, we're gonna add a little bit of an architectural element. So I think in pastry, people still expect a little bit of whimsy.
Right.
But it also adds texture. So this is a whole wheat tuile that's made with whole wheat flour and some honey. And this is a creme fraiche sorbet. And then a little bit of a chocolate garnish. And that's it.
I'm Sue Torres, and this is Ozersky TV. Molino is a corn grinder, and we're going to demonstrate the actual grinding of corn here today. This is dried corn that we boiled with water for 1 hour with a little bit of cal. And now this, we can put into our molino.
These are the biggest kernels of corn I've ever seen. The ear must be the size of a man's leg.
Maybe. Okay, here we go. The difference between corn flour, the maseca, and this process that we're going to do, the fresh corn nixtamal, is the difference between a box potato and a fresh potato. We do add salt. In some cases, we'll add lard. So this is a tortilla press that's been in the family at Sueños for 8 years. I want a nice ball of dough. Maybe it's about 1.5 inches. I've got a little plastic on the bottom and plastic on top.
This is shrimps?
This is shrimp, corn, a little bit of tomato and scallion. So with my pointer finger, I'm just kind of pressing it a little bit. This is our shrimp empanada. All right, so we'll do the poblano first. You bliss the skin in a way that it keeps the color. Look at that color. Okay. So this is our roasted poblano, which is going into the blender. It's kind of chunky, but our empanada.
What's that?
Crema. I am Sue Torres, and this is Ozersky TV. And don't forget to check out gourmetlatinofestival.com and find out more about my Nix tamal.
Nice. Love that. Love that.
I don't know if I can easily describe what it feels like to be holding this right now. I mean, they all feel amazing, but... I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with my friend Saori Kawano at the Korin Trading Company on Warren Street. And this is the greatest knife store in America.
I'd like to introduce you the beautiful craftsmanship.
Okay. This is for the sashimi?
For the sashimi, yes.
So this knife is only $140, and that's less than even a lot of the mid-priced Western knives.
Yes.
And this is a handmade Japanese. Well, Saori, let's say that I am feeling in an expansive mood, like I just won a big pot in poker or whatever, and I want to buy something a little nicer, like a medium.
Medium.
Right. I don't want to break the bank, but I really want to have like a, the beautiful. Can you show me a?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Everything handled and everything is handmade, hand forged with Mr. Doi, very famous.
This is Mr. Doi made this?
Mr. Doi made it.
Mr. Doi, of course, is the master. He's the great master knifesmith in Japan.
The famous chef Michael Romano loves this one.
Michael Romano from Union Square Cafe. So this is the this is a $900 one.
Yes.
It is the petrified wood handle. This is blue maple.
Noodle.
Oh, this is the noodle knife. I've seen
Noodle
this.
knife, yes.
This just feels good in my hand.
This is the best knife.
This is
the best available knife in Sakai City. This knife is very difficult to make. You see this special hamon?
Yeah.
When blacksmiths forged and put into the water, it comes out. So if he doesn't do right or perfect way, we don't have this. So
well, you know what? I actually wasn't planning on doing this, but I'm so turned on now that I think I am actually going to buy one. I'm going to buy a knife today. Well, Saori-san, thank you so much. I always love coming here, and today is going to be the day that I finally get with the program.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so excited.
Me too. I'm Josh Ozersky at Korin Trading Company, and this is Ozersky TV.
Yes.
All right, you know what? I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it.
Yeah, you should.
People don't plan ahead. That's why there's so many hamburgers that are served on untoasted bun. And a hamburger served on an untoasted bun is a hamburger that's not worth eating. I just got done doing my barbecue shoot with Adam Perry Lang. Ah, what a genius, a virtuoso. And yet, I happen to have a bag of La Frida ground meat with me. I figured, why don't I make a little hamburger demo just as a postscript? Now I'm gonna smush this hamburger down. It was the size of a tennis ball when it was in my hand. We're gonna salt it generously with salt. It should look like the bathroom counter from the Beatrice Inn, basically. This is not gonna be by any means magical or elaborate. Essentially what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drop this here, and it's gonna sizzle, it's gonna drip, it's gonna flare up, and that's perfectly okay with me. Any recipe that tells you cook for 3 minutes on one side and then flip and cook for another 3 minutes is automatically wrong. Crusty is good, brown is good. Now this is getting a little out of control, so I might cover it a little bit just to get it tamped down. Anything you cook, whether it's a flat top, grill, whatever, you cook it almost all the way on one side, then you flip it and cheese it. You don't have any, doesn't matter if the bottom is crusty, who cares? You don't see the bottom, your top teeth don't get the bottom, the cheese doesn't melt on the bottom, you don't see the bottom. The bottom doesn't matter, only the top matters. You'd rather have it be twice as crunchy on one side and have the bottom just gray. You'll see. And I'm resisting the urge to potchki with it. When you make burgers, and this is true of everything too, you want to stand there, play with it. Don't do that. Leave it alone. Put it down, let it cook, flip it. Don't potchki with it. It's not, your friends are in a hurry. It doesn't matter. You're high. You know what I mean? Like whatever. People are angry. Doesn't matter. You take as long as it takes. All right, that's about ready. Then the light is green, the trap is clean. You lay the cheese, you close up here real quickly. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi. See how the cheese is soft, it's melted, but it's not liquid, and it contrasts against all the crustiness there. Now, what would happen if somebody took a bite of this? That's what I'm wondering. It would be nice and pink inside. It would be crusty on the outside, pink on the inside, and salty and meaty and delicious. Hey, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. This here is a difficult part of the animal to identify to a layman, but in fact it is the face. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with Nick Anderer at Maialino Restaurant, and Nick is the man who is in charge of doing the city's most acclaimed baby piglet.
All right, so we get in about 4 to 6 pigs a day, depending on how busy we are, and we have a couple favorite farms that we like getting them from. These particular ones, I think, are from 4 Story Hill Farms. We bring them in, we hang them here for about a day, and then the next day they get butchered, seasoned, and cooked, and we'll show you what they look like. Yeah, see all the.
It's still got the kidneys and everything.
Yep.
Everything but the squeal.
Exactly. So we've removed the head, we've removed all 4 feet, and the hams, the hind legs. And those all get used for different applications. The feet you can actually see are right back here.
Right there they are.
We tie those up, we season the insides of them, we debone it halfway down to here but leave the hoof attached. And then we actually cook these overnight really low and slow, and the next day we deep fry them so they get all crispy on the outside. These guys, we just season really simply. We just season them with salt and pepper overnight, put them away in the walk-in, and when we come in the next day, we slow roast them and basically pop them in these pans and just dredge them in olive oil, a lot of olive oil. So all this liquid you see in here is basically olive oil and suckling pig fat that just sort of leaches out. These are all the hams that cook in a braise with chicken stock, celery, and a little bit of fennel. As you saw the feet, you see the hams. Actually, over here on the other side of the kitchen, I'll show you the heads that we do.
Ooh.
We stew those and we make a terrine with the pig heads.
I mean, this is like 19th century classical cookery. I mean, just, done with...
And really, it's done out of necessity. When we started getting these pigs in, we're like, what? We have to find out the best way to cook each part. We did so many different variations until we came up with the ones that we really liked. So the pigs that you saw over there in the oven, when they come out, we break them into manageable sections. And so this is a shoulder cut from those pigs that we take and then we put inside of a really hot oven to get that really crispy skin right there.
Listen to this. Look how it shatters. You know how hard that is to do technically? Oh my God. You know what? I love the spaghetti. I love the breads, the coffee, the breakfasts, eggs, all the rest of that stuff. But I think the thing to come here and have that Maialino, the restaurant really lives up to the name.
Yeah, you got to try it at least once, And it's, it's quite a decadent experience, but it's a pretty good taste of suckling pig. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for coming on by. All right, I'm Nick Anderer, chef of Maialino Restaurant, and this is Ozersky TV.
Coffee and the roasting of coffee in particular has become one of the hot subjects in New York, especially with Oregon's Stumptown Coffee that opened up in Red Hook. But there's been an artisanal coffee roaster here in New York for 100 years. It's not someplace cool like Red Hook. It's in horrible Ozone Park, but it's a fantastic operation that I know well, and I want to go see the guys there that are my friends.
When Dallis Brothers started, it started with Abe and Morris Dallis in 1913. In the 20s, they took over a small space just 2 doors down where Morris Dallis used to do all the roasting upstairs, and then Abe would start loading everything downstairs, and off would go the horse-drawn carts. And then this was actually an old beer garden and bar right here on the corner. Today, it looks a lot different than it did then. Today, we do all of our small batch, micro batch roasting right up here in the window at the roastery you saw a minute ago. And this is a showroom now where we can show off different espresso machines or brewing technologies. Now back here, we have our larger scale roasting operation. In this area here, we have the Eisenbergs Thermalo roaster that really made North American roasting viable. These are both 1950s vintage Probot cast iron steel drum roasters. Feel the thickness of this plate. If you can imagine, that's the equivalent of like a cast iron skillet right there. That's the real deal. But one of the exciting things in coffee is people are starting to pay attention to the actual varietal or cultivar of the coffee in addition to just the origin. So coffee is a little bit behind wine or spirits in that 20 years ago, if you ordered whiskey, you probably got Jim Beam. Or if you were fancy, you got Dewar's. Then all of a sudden you started drinking single malts or small batch bourbons. In the wine world, you drank Italian or French. Now, what part of Italy? What part of Tuscany? Oh, Bulgari. Which vineyard?
Right. Or even what,
What vintage?
Right.
In coffee, now we're starting to get a population that's asking for things like, oh, well, if it's El Salvador, where in El Salvador? What cultivar is it? Oh, that's really exciting. What family is growing that? And that's new for us. Hi, I'm John Moore with Dallis Brothers Coffee, and this is Ozersky TV. Huh? That's a wrap.
I'm Spike Mendelsohn, and this is Ozersky TV.
Ozersky TV? Fuck out of here. Do it over again.
I'm Spike Mendelsohn, and this is Ozersky TV.
Thank you very much, Spike. We all know Spike first from his days on Top Chef. Spike is a successful young entrepreneur, talented and enterprising, and he has got a hamburger restaurant called the Good Stuff Eatery.
The Good Stuff Eatery.
You told me that you were going to make a Vietnamese hamburger.
I
Now,
was.
you know that there could hardly be any more hostile subject for tasting an exotic hamburger.
From you, yeah, exactly. I'm taking a risk. I trained in French food for a long time and traveled and did my apprenticeship in France, and then I kind of wanted something like a little bit new and a little bit more creative, and a new batch of ingredients to play around with. So someone told me to go to Vietnam, and I went there, stayed there for about a year, learned the cuisine, and now I'm pretty versatile in Vietnamese cuisine. And we're just gonna leave that sit there. Hopefully this
That's
thing...
a good sound.
Not bad, right? So we take pickled carrots and daikon. You're pretty familiar with that when you're eating Vietnamese food. And lots of herbs like mint, cilantro, Thai basil. And we make a sriracha mayonnaise. So it's pretty much just, your meat patty, the pickled vegetables, the fresh herbs, and the sriracha mayo. Oh, there it is. Here we go.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, is that it?
That's it. The Blazing Barn. Yes. Here we go. Now we're ready for this pickled surprise for you here. I'm sure you're really going to enjoy this. And like I said, it's pickled daikon and carrots in here.
Good. Pretend like I am gonna. Don't undercut your own burger. That's not far off.
It's not bad.
That's just like the picture.
It's not bad. And not daikon or carrots at all.
It's not daikon or carrots? What is it?
It's some lily flower, pickled lily flowers.
This is a mean joke.
They didn't supply me with my carrots and daikon, but this is my April Fool's to Josh.
All right. Well, there you go. Spike Mendelsohn, fraud, abuser, cynic,
yes,
and gifted young burger cook. All right, if this is any more long-winded, they're going to start playing the orchestra
All right.
cues. I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Spike Mendelsohn.
From Africa, Mandingo.
The Mandingo?
Yeah, Africa Mandingo. You know Mandingo, right?
The Mandingo, that's...
Yeah.
Like in the movies?
Yeah. You don't know that? We have real people there.
I thought that was only in movies.
No, Mandingo is a movie about the African tribe called Mandingo with the strong people, tough with the big, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Women love us. Yes.
I can well imagine.
All women love us, yes.
You occupy a mythic place in the female imagination.
God, women love us.
I know.
But
you know what though? You never hear women fantasizing about Jewish intellectuals. The Mandingo, that is a symbol of manhood, and virility to them. Whereas a Jewish intellectual is just a nebbishy non-entity. I'm covered with hair. I'm Russian. Look at this. I'm covered with hair.
Are you Russian?
Well, Russian Jews.
But you was born here.
Oh, born here.
But your parents come from there, right? Your ancestors
Like
all
that.
there,
But we're snow. Look at this. I'm covered with hair. It's like snow. I should be in snow. And my body is meant for snow and winter.
But you don't like heat? You don't like
hate it. I hate heat. That's why I got in your car. It was worth it. The extra $10 to be in this air-conditioned Freon fortress.
This is the place, right? Hold on. Where we go?
No, we're going to 5th and 26th. Yeah, this is 5th. This
fifth.
is it.
Yeah.
This is it. Oh, good. Park right behind the ice cream truck.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, you may want ice cream too. Who knows?
I want to get some ice cream too. All right, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
It was a pleasure driving with you.
Yes, good news. Oh, this guy filming me, man.
They're filming you all the time.
Oh my God! Yeah, Mandingo. I'm Mandingo. You know, women love us.
Can you say I'm Mandingo and this is Ozersky?
I'm Mandingo from Africa.
And this is Ozersky TV.
This is Ozersky TV. Now I'm talking about Mandingo tribe. Make sure you see me again. I'm driving cab in New York City.
Yeah, I wasn't really involved that much in the feng shui part.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here at Anissa with Anita Lowe. Now, Anissa is a great restaurant that has had much misfortune, and in fact, even had a fire was the last thing. And you have now, I'm told, feng shuied it against further bad luck. Is that true?
This is true. My partner was very much into it, and I figured it couldn't hurt. So we I'm not quite sure, but they a lot of it's directional, and apparently the kitchen is a very lucky spot. So this is this is one of the things that we did for feng shui. This is a wulu gourd, and we have this round metal mirror, which was also part of the feng shui, which I think just looks nice there.
It does look nice. A porthole.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently metal is good against fire. Yeah, I guess metal is very important for my sign, and so we have this new window is copper, is spun copper.
No, I have to say, you sound quite skeptical, Anita.
I am.
You do not sound like a zealot for the principles of feng shui.
I'm not. I think she helped make this place look beautiful, though. I mean, yeah.
It is
and I
very
think it's
elegant.
really more important about how it makes you feel.
Look at that. This has got all the little spices on the outside, but it crusted up. I got the very outside of the outside. You have it called shawarma. You call it doner kebab. Souvlaki is often called. This is all different names for a circular wad of meat that rotates in various takeout restaurants in New York. There's a lot of these restaurants, but only one restaurant is the best. And I'm standing in it. The BZ Grill in Astoria. The BZ Grill is all pork. This is the greatest rotisserie pork any man could eat. Al Pastor, you've had Paco's Al Pastor, same deal. And it goes around, it gets crunchier, and then the lucky fellow who comes in here when it's slow gets all the crunchy parts like that. How many minutes does it take to get really crunchy?
Take like 10 minutes.
So you never want to be in the back of the line, you want to be in the front of the line. Let me introduce you to the owner. Sarafim, how are you, sir? Good to see you.
I'm good, Chef.
Sarafim, you founded the BZ Grill here, what, about 4 years ago?
Like
5 years?
5 years
ago. And of course, everyone is always singing the hymns. Oh, look at that. I just love the flavor. What is can you say the spices that are in the?
In general, we use salt, pepper, Spanish paprika, red crushed pepper, Greek oregano. That's the basic recipe that we use.
You know, I really should stop eating because this video, even before we started shooting, of course, I already had a whole plate of this.
Leave some space for the beefsteak and for the...
Oh, we got the beefsteaky too, also.
And the sausage, yeah?
I love the BZ Grill. It's remote from where you are, probably, but you should come to Astoria because there's other things, Teton and all these other places to go. But really, my single favorite thing in Astoria, maybe in Queens, the BZ Grill. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. So many of these cooks I'm friends with or have had free soup from at one time or another. Maybe we won't put that. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Degustibus, which is the cooking school at Macy's. Look at all of these wonderful pictures. This is like the auditorium, the Hall of Fame or Hall of Shame. Here's Cesare, the Tuscan Tornado. You see, he's still got the thing in there. He is thinner as many bottles of grappa ago. And there's Jacques Torres, probably one of the most depraved individuals in the culinary world. The first person I ever saw demonstrate the shocker was Jacques Torres. This is, of course, when he was young. God knows what he was into then. Here's something that all of America has wondered about. What did Tom Colicchio look like with hair? You could see that's the real thing too. It's not a piece, and I think it's to Tom's credit that he's never put on a wig, although there's still time. Again, nobody better in the natural gift of explication and exposition than Super Mario. Really a born teacher. You got to give it to him. One time he got me so drunk that I had a seizure, but I don't blame him. It was my own doing. Here's Chris Lee. I haven't seen him in a while. He's in Oriole now. This is looks like a lobster or something. I can't quite make it out. Actually, the whole thing sort of has a lobster-like appearance, you know. With this red coloring, I would expect him to have little pincers. A young Bobby Flay, an even younger Emerald Lagasse. Look at him. Hardly looks like the gruff, stout Emerald that we've come to know and love from his television show that I never watched. Ming the Merciless, everyone's favorite all-natural chef, did such great work in Lever House, and now he's at the Standard when he's not looking to rid the universe of Flash Gordon. Wow, look at this. You talk about young. I mean, Boulud, he can't be more than 24 or 25 there, right? Was he a chef by that time? I would have thought that he was still getting beaten by broomsticks by his masters in France. A picture of Jean-Georges Vongericht when he was a lieutenant on the San Francisco police force. Look how young Wolfgang Puck is. I once talked to Wolfgang Puck at Cut. No, it's not a story that I can really tell.
I'm Chris Lilly, and this is Ozersky TV. It's good to be here, and I hate, look what I got here today.
What? Why are you showing me that?
I got cucumber. Don't get nervous. Don't get nervous.
You're not going to make a pulled pork?
We're not doing pulled pork today, and I know you're upset. We're doing grilled pickles today. Yeah, I know it.
You know.
Why would you spend so much time on your ribs and your pork and your beef brisket, staying up all night hanging out, and then open up a can of pickles to serve with it? Are you kidding me? I have a 1 1/4 cup of white distilled vinegar. I've got 1 1/4 cup of water, and I'm going to add a cup of sugar.
Dag.
And I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of salt. So we just want to heat up the liquid, set it aside. We want to start out with 10 cucumbers, 10 good-looking cucumbers. And we just want to cut off the blossom end and then quarter these cucumbers.
I don't think anyone has ever used this knife to cut a cucumber in the history of gastronomy.
It's one of those things. You use the knife you're comfortable with, and and this is what I like. You know, it's part of my hand. You know. There we go. Now we go straight on the grill.
Now, Chris, pickles traditionally have just been thrown into the brine raw. What is the benefit of cooking it over coals for?
We want a nice charred edge. We're not only putting grill marks, we're pulling flavor from the charcoal into the pickle. It adds extra pop. Ah, beautiful. Look at that.
Wow, that happened fast. You got to keep your eye on these things, huh? You don't just walk away from it.
You're just looking at about maybe on 2 minutes on each side.
This is a mason jar?
It's a mason jar. Now, if you really want to can these, you want to start out with a sterilized top and a sterilized jar. Okay? If you're cooking pickles for the weekend, you know, you don't necessarily have to worry about
Just use Tupperware or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. About a clove of minced garlic.
Okay.
Now we're going with crushed red pepper flakes, and that's about 1.25 teaspoons of the crushed red pepper in there. And then now let's take some dill as well. Now look how easy that is.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Grilled pickles, my friend.
Excellent. Thank you, Guy.
My friend, thank you. And next time, it's pulled pork shoulder, guaranteed.
Chris's legendary meat recipes and also a number of non-meat recipes are in the Big Bob Gibson barbecue book, which is written by Chris Lilly, who's him.
I'm Jeremy Spector, and this is Ozersky TV. All right, so we're going to make a Parmesan crusted pork chop with panzanella, kind of a Tuscan Umbrian bread salad with tomatoes, arugula, basil, different types of onions, and Parmesan cheese and a lemon vinaigrette. The Parmesan crusted pork chop we're going to sear first, cook it through, and then we're going to crust it with panko, Parmesan cheese, and just a little bit of egg just to help it stick. And that's it. Okay, so this is a 1-day brined pork chop, not too, I don't want it to be too hammy. Put it in a searing pan. Needs a couple of minutes. Because this is mostly Parmesan cheese, it's less of a breading than it is Parmesan. It's like a frica. So you get the good hard crust on it in seconds of cooking. Like 30 seconds of cooking. And that's it. I found that was the best way. And now I'm going to throw it in the oven. Stale, crispy, chewy breadcrumbs, hard breadcrumbs. Some pickled red onions, some fresh shallots, fresh scallions, some ripped basil, a little extra Parmesan cheese. It's lemon and olive oil, and we want to soften the breadcrumbs a bit and let it macerate. And just toss it. Let the flavors come together. There.
Oh, look at that. Whoa, baby.
Okay, right into the crust. It's just resting. I don't want it to be too hot when to like juice escaping and steam escaping once I serve it. The Parmesan cheese and the lemon vinaigrette is all mixed in. Just a little bit of jus. Okay, so this is the Brindle Room's Parmesan crusted pork chop with panzanella. That's it, finished product.
Okay, this is Zada Rife for next door in Montclair, New Jersey for Ozersky TV. Those are the burgers from next door. You guys
Look
want to
at how
have one?
giant these. Look at the size of these burgers.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
That's a real burger.
It must be like 12 ounces.
Oh my God.
Is it?
You must be a man sent from heaven. Exactly 12 ounces. You must be.
Well, I mean, I am after all
the burger master.
I mean, what can I say?
Yeah. It's
so
exactly.
you sear off 12-ounce patties in a cast iron skillet?
You have to cook it. I don't believe a burger should go on a grill. It's horrible to put a burger in a grill.
Who's been saying that, huh?
All right.
That's why I've been saying that
You
for
think
years.
the same thing? Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Burgers gotta be cooked there.
Where do you have? Do you have a giant bun that this goes on?
No, it's a small bun. It's a big burger in a small bun.
Oh, am I gonna get to see what it looks like?
Yeah, I'll make you one. How's that sound?
So it's just caramelized onions?
The onions are, yeah, they're caramelized. You know, this burger is so thick it actually needs to rest.
It's too thick to just melt on top of the pan, huh, Zod?
Yeah, it's almost 3 slices in one slice because the burger is so thick. I gotta make it thick cheese too, so it's impossible to melt it. Therefore, I gotta blowtorch it.
Now this is, I take it, you make it yourself?
The mayonnaise? No, it's Hellman's mayonnaise.
And that is a fuckload of mayo. To put it on half, so I can try half with it. And
With burger and half without it?
Yeah.
Okay, so should I cut this into it? Or
No,
you gonna bite into it?
absolutely not.
Good?
So, this is like a tidal wave of burger fluid.
Now, a burger without that is no burger.
That's out of control. That's out of control.
Is it good? Honestly, being honest with me? I mean, you are the burger master.
I will say that it's a little bit, it's so big and so juicy, and there's so much mayonnaise. And then the big, sharp 3 slices. I mean, it's almost like it's like the Phil Spector wall of sound. You know what I mean? This is the Phil Spector wall of sound of hamburgers.
Of a burger.
Yeah. It's really, I would expect nothing less from a man of your ability than hamburgers so uniquely, with such a unique character, and actually, it has an overwhelming kind of vision and forcefulness that could never have come from consensus.
Great.
A lady gastronome should get married and have that be the veil. You
Smell
know?
that shit. She won't get married if that happens. You like the funk, huh?
Bring on the funk.
Should I have asked?
Huh?
It's just put a really bad picture in my head. You know that, right?
I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here in the kitchen at Shaun Hergatt. This is the eponymous chef, Shaun Hergatt himself. You gave me a rabbit dish that had something like 12 different parts of the rabbit. I wanted to go back and part the veil of virtuosity.
Very simple. Then this is what we do. We take the belly of the poor little rabbit, but once again, it's going to be delicious. Skin side down, just like this. Very simple. Now, this is the rabbit thigh, and we make a mousse out of this. So it's basically the rabbit thigh blended up, a little bit of salt, pepper, a touch of cream, and then what we do is we add garlic puree.
Like rabbit putty.
Then we're going to lay the loins, which have been basically cleaned as well. So there's no silver skin on them. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll it up just like a sushi roll. Take off the crepinette. It's very important here. The seam has to be sealed because once again, you don't want it to open. We're going to simply put it together. We're going to twist it a little bit. It's a very simple process. You just keep rolling. So where you can see that it's tightened up, and obviously that the roulade has become very, very cylindrical. And what we're going to basically do with that is then basically put in the immersion circulator around about 52 degrees for 25 minutes. And then we basically...
52 degrees? That would make it... Oh, you mean centigrade?
Correct.
I see. What is that in regular?
I'm Australian. I only do things in centigrade. We roast it in a frying pan. So once again, you can see that the crepinette is actually dissolved. Hearts of Parma in season at the moment. Then what we do is we get the carrot and cardamom puree. So the lemon dust is just my lemon zest. We blanch it 3 times, we refresh it, cook it in a sugar syrup, we dehydrate it for about 24 hours, and then we blend it up in an actual like coffee grinder. We're actually going to cut the roulade right now.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Spot on.
Absolutely. And to get a little bit of the picholine sauce.
So this is an olive sauce?
Green picholine olives chopped up with some shallots. For the sweetness of the carrot puree, the beautiful texture of the hearts of palm to complement 24 carats rabbit.
Oh my God. I'm filled with a mixture of lust and admiration.
Lust I'm a little scared of, admiration I can
it,
handle.
not you.
Oh,
For it, not on
okay.
that score.
All right, fantastic.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and we're here at Bernardin in New York with Michael Lasconis. And so complex is your task here, making the desserts at Bernardin, that even after you've made all the desserts, the little plate that the person gets with the 5 like little petit fours, every one of those is like a complicated dessert.
Sure, a lot of times they're taken for granted. A duo of pâte de fruits, or jelly, a fruit jelly. One half is a pineapple and one half is a grapefruit, and it's sitting on a little white chocolate plaquette or rectangle. Here we have a dark chocolate cup, and it's filled with a hazelnut praline and then some crunchy hazelnut praline. This is a beignet, a donut, that's filled with a vanilla pastry cream. Then we have a pistachio financier. Financier is one of my favorite French cakes. It's based on brown butter. This is a pistachio version. And we put in one of those little brandied cherries.
Oh, that was good.
And then this is something that we're playing around with, very traditional. It's a cannelé from the Bordeaux region of France.
That's that cake that has the wax on it or whatever?
Exactly, exactly. And they're baked, so the idea is to get them super crispy on the outside, and they're still almost melting and almost custardy on the inside, I guess is the right word. And then we have various little chocolate bonbons at various times, and this is a caramel-filled bonbon.
And this you have with your coffee as you're sipping and so forth.
Yep. And every single guest gets an individual plate like this.
Beautiful. Well, it's an incredible amount of work you do. I mean, every one of those things is like a whole dessert for a regular restaurant.
Exactly. I mean, this is a huge amount of labor every. But yeah, I mean that's we have our regular menu items, but then we always have those 2 or 3 things that we're working on. They could be menu development that for VIPs. We'll slide that, or when we have chefs in, that's usually a fun way to play with new presentations and get some feedback that way. But metaphors too, we kind of have levels of how VIP you are is how we'll send out more chocolates and more things like that.
Oh. Well, I can't thank you enough. This was such a terrific experience.
I'm glad that you were in.
We didn't even talk about your signature dessert, the little egg with the pudding. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I'm here at the summit of gastronomy, at least as far as America is concerned. This is the Skybox at Daniel. And I'm here with the boss himself, Daniel Boulud. I always was interested in how you do business in the traditional grand cuisine kitchen where you have the old brigade system.
Yeah, it's interesting because having been for so long in America, we still apply sort of the French subdivision in the kitchen.
Well, if you would do me a favor, will you walk me through? Let's start here. And walk me counterclockwise, or clockwise, I guess.
There we start on the left side. Below there is 4 stations. There's 2 stations for the canapé, which is plating some right now, and that's the series of little hors d'oeuvre we give at the beginning of the meal. Behind that there is the garde-manger, what we call garde-manger, which is the cold station. And the cold station back there, there is 3 to 4 guys, because we have floater also who move one side then goes to the other.
Well, what's the guy doing who's standing right in front of us here?
Well, this one is a beginner. He's preparing. We give him a little task. I mean, sometimes certain preparation require small task finishing. So the people who are at the beginning, we don't let them in charge of seasoning. We don't let them in charge of cooking things. We just let them in charge of assembling or finishing. So that guy is doing soup. And he's also doing the pasta. That guy there is doing all the shellfish, hot shellfish appetizer. So you see that V down there?
Yeah.
So on one side of it is all the fish getting plated, and on the V side in the front here is the meat getting plated. So around the stove, all the way on the back there, there is the rotisserie. So there is somebody just in charge of rotisserie. And he has an oven next to him also. And he has also the fryer there. So he's in charge of fryer and rotisserie. Behind here is the pastry. So all the desserts are prepared here. All the petit four and cookies are prepared there. And then after all the cold appetizer are going with the expediter there. And all the hot food are going on the right side. So the pass is split in two. Appetizer, main course. And then we have another kitchen twice the size downstairs for production, stocks, and prep. But Jean-François is going to come on, the executive chef, myself, Jean-François, Eddie, Gregory. We are the controllers. We are the one who are working together in order for everybody else to work together. And that's the pyramid.
So when somebody sees you come outside, hey, ça va, what's going on?
Yeah. There's 50 people behind.
Yeah. It would be crusty on the outside, pink on the inside, and salty and meaty and delicious. Okay, now, you may say, Josh, you have got hardwood there, burning hickory with all of its fragrant fumes. Can't you make me a barbecue burger? And I would say, you know what, I'm not all about the barbecue burger or whatever, I like a flat burger, but the truth is, you'd be nuts not to take advantage. So this one you gotta make bigger. This would be like, this is what goes into like a C-cup implant. You know what I mean? This would probably be about 400 cc's of meat. I don't press this one real flat because I don't want it to cook fast. I want it to absorb smoke. I don't want it too tall though. A burger should never be steep. A little more salt, a little more salt. Don't be afraid to put some salt on it. It's almost impossible to oversalt hamburgers. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna put it down, and see these are on fire here? These woods are on fire. I'm gonna close this up. See, now that this is closed, there's not enough air to make the wood burn. So the fire goes out, which means there's more smoke. Again, always true. More air, more fire, more heat, less smoke. Less air, more smoke, less fire, less heat. Now one half of this has got some brown on the bottom. Not the perfect ultimate brown, but it's going to acquire more color as it sits in the smoke bath. A thick burger like this needs 2 slices of cheese. You could do it one way and have one on the bottom and one on the top, but I prefer the Mogen. This. There you go. A little tribute to the state of Israel. Just because it's so important to me that the burger fit radially on the bun. Nice, thick, viscous American cheese. Not melted, not liquid, not grossly waxy like cheddar. There we go. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. This is a nice, thick, smoky La Frida barbecued cheeseburger. There's no sauce on it, there's no spice on it. Nothing unnatural was done to it, and it cooked pretty fast. I like both kinds of hamburgers. I don't even know which one I like best. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. All right, so we're here with Cesare Casella, who is the ambassador of Italian cooking, especially Tuscan cooking. There is a bunch of different cured meats here, right?
Yes.
Can you talk me through or walk me through some of the different meats, hold them up, show them to the camera and so forth?
Okay. Let's start from this is a 30 months age prosciutto di Parma. So when you make a good prosciutto, it's a simple. They have only the problem you need to have happy pigs. This is mortadella. Mortadella, it's one that the comfort salumi in Italy.
Why do you have the rosemary in your pocket? Why do you keep that in your pocket always?
But they started many, many years ago. I used to have this restaurant in Italy. They have in the back of the garden the co-aromato. I used to use in my pocket to go in the garden, pick up all the herbs, put in my pocket for cooking.
Right.
And then the happened one day, I went out to go out for some event. My friend, he came in with a jacket and have his, what's it called, the stuff?
Pocket square?
Pocket square, yes. And then I have pocket square, I was jealous. So, I went there, I have a rosemary outside the house, a packet of rosemary. This is my pocket square. This was 33 years ago, and I still to wear with my chef jacket, with my jacket, my tuxedo when I go out.
That's your thing.
All the time.
Right. Well, it's like a woman has their perfume.
I have my rosemary.
Hi, I'm Anita Lowe, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm going to make a lotus and morel mushroom Chow Wan Mushi with a little sea urchin on top. So the first thing that you have to do is make a dashi, and this is kombu. This is one of the two bases of dashi. And we're going to bring that up to a boil. And then once that's boiled, I'm going to turn it off and add, these are dried flakes of bonito. It's fish that's been smoked, dried, and then shaved in a little mandolin. In this dish, I'm going to have morel mushrooms, which are in season now. And these are some dried lotus seeds. This is some lotus root. Yeah, so I'm just trying to create some different textures here. The Chow Wan Mushi itself is just barely set with egg, so it's really, really silky. The other garnish I'm going to do is a little tempura of one of these mushrooms. We had some wild salmon that we were poaching, and I put it in a dashi broth with some mushrooms, and so that mushroom dashi, it came from there. This is completely different, but I did like that, and we also garnished it with a little tempura of mushrooms, so that was where it came from. And then, when you're looking at your menu, you're just always looking for seasonal ingredients, and then so we've got morels and lotus root together. So that's the dashi. Chow Wan Mushi itself is just barely set with egg. And then we're going to spray them again. And these are the braised pieces of lotus root. And then these are cooked lotus seeds. Then you put the base in with some morels. This goes in to a steamer. So that's perfect, it's just set. Okay. And this is some West Coast uni. Morel goes down. Micro scallion. Okay, that's it.
Hi, I'm Michael Lasconis, pastry chef at Le Bernardin in New York City, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
Who are some of your pastry chefs that you look to for, your peers that, inspire you?
The first thing, I've been in New York now for almost 6 years, and the first thing that struck me was that there's a great sense of community in the culinary world, but also the pastry chef world. So I kind of felt very welcome, and there was a bit of a competition, but it's a friendly competition. We see what everybody else is doing, and but we help them out too. I mean, if I have a question, I know I can call, say, Johnny at John George, who's a good friend of mine, and we'll bounce ideas off of each other. Or I really like what Alex does, Alex Stupak at WD50, Dominique Ansel at Daniel. I think it's great. And we all have kind of unique styles, I guess. Even though we're practicing at the same general level. So
What's your personalities? I mean, like any chef, it's your individual. At a certain level of mastery, you can just sort of, when you can do whatever you want, it just becomes an expression of who the guy
Sure.
is.
But we're also, I mean, pastry chefs have this autonomy. We have our little corner in the kitchen, but we are part of a larger vision. So that is also reflected in, the difference between Thomas Keller's vision and Danielle's vision and Wiley Dufresne's vision.
The Ripper.
Exactly.
Hi, my name is Donatella Arpaia, and you're watching Ozersky TV. Una croccia di olio. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm Italian, so everything has to do with Jesus in Italy. So
Okay.
measurements are in signs of the cross. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I never knew that.
Yeah, I know. So una croccia di olio, and you have to.
Little cross. Oh, yeah. Very good.
That's how they measure.
So you just kind of smear it around until it begins to
I love
cohere?
I love how you say schmear. That's good. Then you start incorporating. Boom.
How much flour was this? It looked like a fair size. Was it a couple of cups of flour?
Yeah,
Or what?
I'm making like a portion size, and we do everything. In Italy, I think Italian cooks don't measure anything, especially when you're making flour, because it depends on so many things, the humidity in the air. So many things factor into what you're doing.
Can I smear it a little, too?
Anytime, baby. Have you ever made pasta before?
I did, but...
You're patting it. That's cute.
Well, what am I should be smearing it.
You want the.
Tell me what to do.
You want the consistency of a baby's bottom. Okay? Fold over and then pull. Pretty good. You don't have to use such brute force. It's more like
I'm trying to brutalize it into submission.
I'm going to show you how to make cavatelli. It's the easiest kind. Take one. Now go like this. Make it into like a worm. It's fun, right?
It is fun. It is fun.
See? It's a worm.
Wait, why does mine look like this
I don't
and yours is
know.
all smooth?
I don't know, but you could use my worm. Now, take your finger like this.
Right. There's a little...
Boom. Try one. Come on,
All
you
right.
could do it.
3-finger cavatelli?
No, do it. That's just a one finger.
Oh, wait.
Yes, let's make the sauce.
Yes.
Okay, let's add in the oven roasted tomatoes. You want to do that?
Yes. Here you go. There is an oven roasted tomatoes.
And then just add a couple of tablespoons of just strained tomato puree. Look, see? Look at that beautiful pasta water.
And the water comes in.
Yeah.
Light is green. Trap is clean.
Go toss. You want a napkin? Are you burning your hand?
No.
Really good,
But I'm
Josh.
tossing this badly.
No, you did
No, there-
good. I love it. Here we go.
All right.
And we have a piece de resistance. This is so good. A little, Joe's a little extra. You're adding more in there?
No, I want a little nosh. Can I have some salt?
Here, why don't you
No,
eat
give me
it?
a little salt. Oh, there. Oh, there it is. Oh my God.
It's good, right?
This is John Wincherman, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
John, what does a maitre d' actually do?
Maitre d' actually does. From the simple answer, it's going to be planning the reservations and seating the room. The more difficult answer here at Restaurant Danielle is dealing with the vortex of information that goes through our door and trying to plan things in a way where the guest is taken care of, the kitchen can produce the food on a timely basis, and the staff has time to really attend to the needs of the guest.
Now, John, I know this doesn't happen at Danielle, but it's always was a great cliche in movies that they would grease the maitre d' to get a better table. Is that something that actually happens in life, or is it just in the movies?
It does happen in real life, but here we'd really rather see the people spend the money on their guest and the product and the service and the wine.
But in the old days when it would happen, and they have Shea Whitey and you would go in or whatever, what would you do, the little hand slip?
There's definitely an art to the palm, and I've never become good at it. I've never been comfortable with that.
All right, now I know a lot of the, obviously keeping the reservation book is a major part of your job, but what if, Afshalochus, Henry Kissinger walks in and wants to sit down? Is there a seat for him?
It's a tough question because Henry Kissinger would actually make a reservation. I've never seen him walk in. We do take walk-ins, that being said. It's not impossible. And in fact, even tonight we just had a reservation canceled at 7 o'clock, which means
You know, if
Right
somebody
now you
walks
could
in,
walk in.
Right now you could walk in.
But what if it's a busy night, there's no cancellations? Is there set-asides for like big shots that don't?
I'm actually pretty good at keeping a table in the back pocket. You never know when a chef comes in that Danielle knows or a friend of Danielle. You never know when somebody calls this last minute and we need to make something happen. And we've got a lot of flexibility in the dining room.
All right, now let's say you got the one table, right? And Madonna and Lady Gaga both call up at the same time. Which one gets the table?
That is a fine question. Probably the one who's a little bit more reliable, I'd say, in this case, Madonna.
All right. Now,
I think Lady Gaga might be a no-show.
I'm Zada Rife from Restaurant Blue in Montclair, New Jersey, and this is Ozersky TV.
Zad, so what is?
So we're rolling out the pastry dough. This is for the apple tarts, which is very untraditional apple tarts. The dough is cooked separately. The apple is caramelized separately. There is caramel that's done separately, and they're all assembled a la minute.
Well, why don't you just make it ahead of time and stick it in the refrigerator like everybody else?
Well, that's not the style of my cooking. The presentation itself is a little bit different, and it's sort of a take on the original apple tarts.
So what is the man doing? Why is he making the little dots in that?
The dots are there so the dough doesn't bubble up when it cooks. So here, the apples have already been cooked. We're going to warm them up in caramel. This is ready. Now that's apple that's been gelled, apple puree. That's one of the pastry dough that he previously prepared.
What is that powder?
That's this pureed.
A little caramel.
That's some of the caramel from the sauce.
And then I guess we're gonna have to have a little ice cream with this.
Yeah, can't do it with ice cream.
What is the ice cream though?
The ice cream is pure vanilla. A little bit of now this is a foam.
What is it?
Apple foam.
Ah.
So this is the modern version of the apple tart.
Great. All right, now I want to try it. You know, I have to admit that I didn't really expect that to be that good. Like, I've had things like this that are described this way with someone with apple this and an apple, but it doesn't taste like this. Like this. It doesn't have the level of flavor of this. I mean, everything you told me, nothing explains why this would be this good.
I think that's what really my cooking is all about. It's about flavor. Extract as much flavor as I can from a piece of apple, and it's just a plain Granny Smith apple. I'm not using some kind of special apple. And that's what I tell everybody. It's not about, you can use the best ingredient in the world or the most unusual ingredient, but if you don't know how to treat it, you're defeating the purpose.
I'm Melanie Dunea. This is Ozersky TV.
I'm here with Melanie Dunea, the author of My Last Supper and one of our most gifted photographers. And Melanie is doing, for her next book, a video project, a DVD or whatever, that is going to have interviews with people who are not chefs in the book, maybe?
No chefs. Absolutely no chefs. It's only going to be people that love to eat. And there's nobody that loves to eat, Josh, more than you.
That's me?
So you are one of my favorite foodies. And you're one of the episodes.
That's awesome. Mellie's husband is the famous photographer Nigel Parry, and he's shooting with 4 DSLR cameras. This is going to be like a David Lean production practically, huh?
Exactly.
Basically, I'm a stills photographer. I've been working in New York for the last 20 years, and I've suddenly started doing this stuff, video. Transition's great because everything basically seems pretty much the same as it used to. It's just instead of not being able to swear and things like I'm used to doing on shoots, I have to keep my mouth shut and sort of swear between takes. I had 4 cameras on the go, 4 5Ds Mark IIs, Canon 5D Mark IIs, lots of different zoom lenses, 2 other camera operators, and 1 camera was filming constantly just by itself.
Awesome. Well, thank you for inviting me. I feel very honored.
Thank you for being in it. Thank you so much.
Plenty flattered. All right, let's go do it.
All right, let's go. Come on.
Hello, I'm Lorelai from Paris.
And I'm Lyle from the East Village. And this is Ozersky TV.
So I'm here in the Brooklyn Diner, the 57th Street one, with John Fireman, the son of the legendary New York restaurateur and macher Shelley Fireman. And you know, John is you're kind of the heir apparent now, and you were taking the Brooklyn Diner concept, I hear, all the way to Dubai next. Just a tour?
Yes, no, that is true. We're taking it to Dubai. We've got this location of the Brooklyn Diner. We got the Times Square, and then we're opening 15 more in Dubai, hopefully in the coming year.
15 more?
15, yeah. The first one's
15.
15.
And are they so all of them Brooklyn Diner?
Yeah, all of them Brooklyn Diner. No, just Brooklyn Diner.
15. Wait a second. You heard it here first. This is a great moment in American cultural history. 15 Brooklyn Diners are opening up in Dubai.
That's right. The diner is penetrating the Middle East.
The diner is penetrating the Middle East.
Yes.
Our allies in the Middle East have never truly become enamored with American foodways system. They fail to appreciate the sheer scale and staggering size of the food that we like to eat.
Well, that we provide, hopefully.
Tell me if I'm wrong about this, because I probably am. But tell me if I'm wrong. You have to charge a relatively high price because of the rent and the cost of operating in New York City.
Yes.
And the food costs are a relatively small part of that.
Well, it's a small percentage relative to the rent. I mean, it depends on the location. It depends on when the lease was signed, obviously.
Location.
Yeah, for a Times Square restaurant, rent is a significant part of your expenses.
So for a restaurant like Brooklyn Diner or a Carnegie Deli or someplace, to give the person a little bit more food, that there's like this sort of wow factor, there's a certain drama attaches to it, and it gives them a kind of value for, you know, because they're paying much more than they would be used to paying back in Tallahassee or whatever.
Yes, yes.
Well, I feel very comfortable going forward in the 21st century, John, knowing that we have got young machers like you that are not satisfied to just do ecstasy and go backpacking around Costa Rica.
Enough with that. Yeah.
You are here carrying on the glorious family business of selling large portions of good, unhealthy food to sad people who are then happy.
Thank you, sir.
My congratulations to you.
This is John Fireman, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I periodically give master burger seminars here at Rub Restaurant. Come with me, check out one of them. This hamburger is one of 2 different onion sliders that we're doing tonight. Now, the hamburger was first invented in 1916 in Wichita, Kansas, by a grill cook named Walter Anderson. And from that day until this one, the hamburger is really in its most natural element, most truly itself, most historically alive, when it is on a flat metal griddle cooked with onions. That's what a hamburger was. That's how it was invented. Okay? This is the way they do it at Sid's Diner in El Reno, Oklahoma. It's a straight up onion burger with grilled onions. Go ahead and try it. A white, unseeded, squishy bun the way God intended. This is the original historical hamburger in a lot of ways. The hamburger has a very long, venerable slider tradition here in the New York, New Jersey area, and in particularly in North Jersey, where there's a cluster of restaurants still around that have been aping White Castle for over 90 years. It's a soft patty. The onion cooks on top for almost the whole time. The onion stays soft and tender. The meat cooks slowly. At the very end, bing, it flips. The cheese goes on. The bun goes over that. The resulting hamburger is a masterpiece of tenderness and self-contained balance between cheese, onions, and meat grease, which is, of course, that magical X factor. So when you eat this burger, you're eating burgers that are more or less identical to ones that have been served in North Jersey time machines for the past 80 years. All right, well, this has been another Master Hamburger seminar at Rob. Come down to the next one, be a guest live. In the meantime, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. The problem of poultry is our topic for today. I mean, the dark meat and the white meat are two totally different things, and any attempt to cook them both the same way at the same time means that one of them is not going to be as good as the other one.
That's right. Well, the challenge, how I answered that problem, because I wanted to buy, especially this in local sourcing, you want to buy whole animals, and that's the challenge of any restaurant, is to use it all. So to find two dishes that we're going to sell somewhat similarly, you know, and one's an appetizer, one's an entree, so that you can bring in whole ducks. That was the goal. So we have two dishes. We're gonna do one we call the Bobo Peking duck. That's with the leg, a confit leg, and then the entree is the duck breast. Serve it with a date puree.
All right. So this is the breast, and this is the dark meat.
Leg, yep. With our duck leg appetizer, we're going to make what I call a foie gras roux. It's just a mayonnaise that we supplement a quarter of the oil with foie gras fat, and then at the end I put sriracha in there. All right. So some of these duck legs that were already confit, we're going to debone them. So the two bones, you got the leg bone out, and then I pull the thigh bone out. Crisp it probably 5 minutes on the skin side, then another 2 on the flesh. Pull it out, and then we just kind of cut it into strips.
And it's not like something you can just have like a chicken, you roast it up and give it to somebody with potatoes.
No.
It takes a lot of effort and really skill and experience. It's one of those things where, you know, chef skills really show themselves in something like duck in a way that they don't with chicken or turkey.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we're gonna finish the duck breast dish. Just gonna paint it with a little bit of honey and then some crushed hazelnuts.
Now what's going to happen to the rest of the carcass after you cut up the two breasts and dark quarters?
We'll trim the fat and render it out, and just, you know, that'll just go into our ongoing vat of duck fat used for several things, and then the carcass will roast it and just throw it in with the chicken stock.
How do you do that without all the nuts coming off?
Quickly and with a purpose, I don't know. So from that duck, we have two dishes: the quote-unquote Peking duck, the confit leg with the pickled radishes, pickled Swiss chard bane, mini cilantro, some Swiss chard leaves, and a foie gras roux. And then we have a rendered duck breast finished with a little bit of honey and hazelnuts, with the date puree, roasted parsnips, and chorizo.
You never hear people talk about the top 10 chivapes, you know.
Well, that's why you're here.
You know, that's right. That's right. That is why I'm here. I think you've justified my existence. Well, we're here in Jordan Burek in Astoria, and I'm with the one and only Lee Anne Wong, the best female eater that I know.
That's a huge compliment coming from you.
I mean it. Not just as a...
Thank you.
There's a lot of women that have great palates and everything, but you stand up.
I love to eat. So we're at Jordan Burek. This is here in Astoria. I've actually lived in Astoria for almost 14 years now, and I love this neighborhood. I own my apartment. I love this neighborhood because you really have just such a multitude of like true ethnic communities.
By the way, burek, meat and potato burek. This is a potato burek pie that is like basically a giant hash brown
Oh,
patty.
it's so good. It's
It's like a giant risti. It's like a combination of a risti. It's like a combination of a risti, a pretzel, and orgasm.
Fucking love Burek. It's great stuff. I mean, it's definitely not. It's not light food. So what do you have there?
This is a beef and potato patty. We got to get cevape too. Cevape is the Bosnian lamb sausage. This is here, our cevapes. Oh, look at that.
I've actually never seen one this big.
Yeah, I've heard that often. This is a lamb sausage, a skinless lamb sausage that's grilled in this whole part of the country, not just Serbia, but then we're just getting some kaimak too. We need to get some kaimak.
Oh, yeah.
We were briefly derailed. They almost didn't get the kaimak. Tell them what the kaimak is while I eat this.
It's like this clotted cream from this unpasteurized milk, and it's good. It almost tastes like yogurt cheese, you know?
So good. And you have the creaminess comes from the kaimak, and the heat comes from the caviar, and then you have a little texture from the onion. Now that is something you don't get at Roy Rogers. Now we've had the big fried chicken fad. Everybody in town wants to do fried chicken. They're all going on about how great their fried chicken is, but there's really only one master when it comes to fried chicken. The man himself, Mr. Charles Gabriel.
Thank you.
Charles, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And now, the chicken's delicious. Ain't it the truth? Now it's now called
Country Pan Fried Chicken.
Country Pan Fried Chicken. It used to be Charles Southern Kitchen.
Right.
Now Charles, people in New York love fried chicken, but they don't really have standards for what good fried chicken is. Now you are a true fried chicken man. How many years have you been cooking fried chicken?
Over 35 years.
Everyone always does it. All the food writers. It's an act of ritual respect in New York to watch you do your thing with the pan. Will you do it? Give us a little demonstration. All right, excellent. Now, Charles, this is just regular supermarket chicken, right?
Regular supermarket chicken. This chicken been seasoned for 8 hours. Now what I'm doing now, this is an egg wash. Which is egg and milk only.
Okay.
Plain egg, plain milk. And what I do, put a little seasoning in it, and I mix it together. Then I dip it in here, right in, right out, then into the frying pan. Okay, this is about right now.
What I don't understand is with all these people that want to be doing fried chicken now, and opening fried chicken restaurants, why they're not imitating you instead of making up their own stupid recipes.
I don't know.
How hard is it to teach someone to cook something like this?
You gotta stick with it. A lot of people think they just go and walk away and just leave it, But you gotta really stick with the chicken if you're gonna cook it right.
If after 35 years of cooking fried chicken more or less every day, Charles Gabriel needs to stand and look and check and turn, then there is zero chance that you can walk away from your chicken pan.
No, Richard, you gotta use the tongue.
Oh, the tongue. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll tell you what, Chef, I just get too excited. Thank you for educating me about what fried chicken is
You're
supposed
quite
to be
welcome.
like.
Anytime. Anytime. I'm Charles Gabriel, and this is Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. All of our various studio shoots have been increasingly cramped, so I'm on the search for some decent studio space. This is one that I just saw came on the market. I want to check it out. Hi, I'm here to look at the space.
Oh, okay, I'll come right out.
Oh my God!
What are you doing here?
Katie Lee! It turns out that the owner of this space is none other than the beautiful Katie Lee, author of The Comfort Table. And while I'm here, I figured, maybe you want to make a meatloaf or something like that?
Maybe I could cook up a little something for you. Men love meatloaf, and I know you love meat. So I call this man loaf. If you make it for a man, he's destined to fall in love with you. This was in the first comfort table, and in the second comfort table, I decided to recreate the recipe and make them meatloaf sliders. Usually if I'm making a meatloaf, I just do sauteed onion. I chop it up and I saute it a little bit. But for these, you want sliders to look like them.
Salt and plenty of it.
Yeah, I actually measure my salt when I put it in meat because if you don't get enough, you're screwed. So.
But you hardly can't have too much.
No, you really can't. This smells really good already,
I find it very
doesn't
appealing watching you do this too.
Do you?
It's kind of like you're like domestic goddess thing.
Well, see, I kind of thought that this would be a good recipe to make for you because it's taking something like a burger and changing it up a little bit.
Why do you make a little dent in the middle?
So that when they cook, they end up all the same size throughout. Okay, so into the oven. And soon we'll be enjoying our meatloaf sliders.
Oh, it smells good too, and they're still juicy. In fact, look at this attractive gray ooze that's forming around them.
Hot buns. Mayonnaise.
Yeah?
Do you want gray goop on yours?
I do. The more goop, the better.
I gave you extra goop.
Here's to you, kid. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Lori, what happens when there's less air? Less air? Wait, KG.
Heat.
Less air?
Less heat.
Less heat? More smoke.
More smoke.
Less heat, more smoke. Less air, less heat, more smoke, less flame. Look at the smoke coming out of that. Oh, it's like Hendrix at the Monterey Pop Festival, This is tricky because when a burger gets big like this, you need to actually be able to judge it by touch or by using an Insta-Read meat thermometer. Now, I don't have an Insta-Read meat thermometer because I don't need one. Like, that's just the kind of guy I am. But if I was making it for somebody, I probably would. You know what? Even then I wouldn't. It's like, why bother? If you're gonna make hamburgers, you should be able to make hamburgers. Like a hamburger's an elemental thing. You shouldn't need a digital piece of equipment to do it. It's like needing sex toys. All right, so I'm taking this off the fire here. I'm here with a true guru of alternative agriculture and small farm alternative food, Mr. Bev Eggleston.
Thanks, Josh.
Now this here is your chicken that you now are raising back at eco-friendly farms in Virginia.
Yes, sir. We call it the grass kicking chicken because it's truly a pastured poultry. It's not a so-called free-range bird that
now, what does that
indoors.
What does that mean, a free-range bird?
Well, the industry is trying to pull the wool over many of our consumers' eyes by saying free range, which means really, in their mind, their definition is a lower density on the floor in a barn. Still same production model as every other big confinement producer. But in a forage environment, there's seed heads, there's new sprouts, there's a larger bovine has already grazed it, so here's an emerging new fresh young grass. They are actually out on pasture, scratching, running, flapping, expressing their male or female bird characteristics in a community or in a flock that we think they want and deserve. Obviously, they taste better.
How does it make a chicken, would you say it makes a chicken taste differently from eating real chicken food versus whatever they feed it at the Tyson plant or whatever?
We are what our animals eat. We are what our food eats. So we want them to eat crustacean, bugs, beetles, worms, flies, whatever is in the pasture. That's going to get it rich color. You see this fat.
Well, that's what else I was going to ask you.
This colored fat will indicate that when it's under the breast.
This is the kind of yellow schmaltz that I remember when I was a boy seeing on chickens, especially on kosher chickens, that you don't really see so much in supermarket chickens anymore.
And you certainly don't see it on the breast.
Now, another thing I noticed about this, Bev, is the chicken, maybe it's not as true of the frying chickens as it of the broilers, but they got that big bosom, like it's like a...
the double breast.
Yeah, like a Christina Hendricks of chickens. This is a much more slender, like Audrey Hepburn type model.
Well, that's true. You can genetically get a double-breasted bird where the meat is virtually and literally double meat. It's
Right.
muscle on top of muscle. That's been developed by the industry. You know, we're going to more heritage birds, although this is a Cornish cross, which is our standard bird. Most industry will cut this tail off because it's too hard to get those pin feathers
That's
out.
the
Well, you know
Pope-
what?
the
That's
Pope's
the
nose.
Pope's nose, and the oysters are my favorite part. I'm not going to let a chicken go out of our plant without with a feather on it. It's all going to have a Pope's nose. It doesn't matter to me if it takes more time. I want to have a chicken that people say, we've never seen, we didn't know if chicken had a tail. Well, they do.
Well, we're here in Astoria, and I'm with the one and only Lee Anne Wong. You'll all remember Lee Anne from the first season of Top Chef, and subsequently she became the culinary producer. So we ate chivapes, hamburgers.
We're going for pizza now.
And
Sicilian
then,
pizza.
And then the lamb cheeks, we get the lamb cheeks
We'll
afterwards.
get the lamb cheeks afterwards. This is the best pizza in Queens. So you gotta have a Sicilian slice, and you gotta have a specialty slice. The thin slice.
I've never had the specialty slice. All I ever get is the
the soda
Sicilian.
sopra. It's pretty good.
Can I get two slices of the Sicilian and one of these guys here?
So every time I'm on the road for a few weeks or I go away for a little while, I come home, I lock myself in my house and I order Rizzo's Pizza for delivery. And you can't just get you have to get the thin crust, and then you can get like a personal size, like specialty pizza. Pizza here is so good. Everything's so good. That is a damn good piece of pizza.
There's so much flavor.
Right.
Look at how supple that is. Real dough, you know.
The pesto slice?
I'm gonna wait till it's not so hot. These are too hot.
I always get pizza mouth. It's fine.
I think everything should be eaten at like 79 degrees, you know. That's what my dream is, to have a restaurant called 79 degrees.
I love the best about this is the sauce. They have just the right amount of sauce.
How good are these cannolis?
The cannolis are delicious. I mean, just right. Crispy shell, sweet ricotta.
Yeah.
It's better than a Twinkie.
Usually you see the cannolis you get in the bakeries that have it's like cream cheese, like Philadelphia cream cheese.
Like, yeah, like frosting inside.
Oh, that's good. All right. I think next we're gonna go get some lamb cheeks.
Lamb cheeks.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm eating roast beef sandwiches today. This is this little piggy, which has a roast beef sandwich that is unparalleled for artisanal roast beefy goodness. And to show you what you're missing out on, I'm gonna go and eat one of the city's most popular and worst roast beef sandwiches. Hi, can I get a roast beef sandwich, please? Oh my God, look at this, the smell, I can't. Okay, let's look at the difference. Let's look at the difference between the breads. Look at this beautiful Italian bread that they got, probably from around the corner. This is actual roast beef, all right? Here is roast beef, and here is Subway meat. This is, see, the thing is, the Subway meat, they're the same color and everything, but this is basically a steak omelet. Like if you take a piece of it, as the second you touch it, it parts. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's almost completely insubstantial, whereas this, you see there's got like an elasticity to it, but it's still soft. It tears along the line of the muscle tissue, the modulus of rupture, as we call it in engineering. Now let us look at the cheese. This cheese, you can't see it because it melted into the bread, I guess. Oh no, here it is, hold on. It's on the bottom where it doesn't belong. This is some kind of a rubberized provolone. You could use this on a fan belt. Now here, we have fresh mozzarella. All right, so that's just like a, fourth grade peanut butter and jelly sandwich that you have like in the school lunch hour. It could be anything. It's like astronaut paste. is so out of control. This is already like 5 different textures, 4 different flavors, 3 different levels of beef intensity. That's like real handmade brown gravy. This is not a bad object. They do a good job. You see how they can put them on the moon practically. It's good if you're on a diet, but these 2 sandwiches don't both deserve to be called roast beef sandwiches or steak sandwiches. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Hey! Hey, Ozersky, you asshole!
What?
What do you think this
on.
is?
I'm just walking
I'll
down the...
gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger
I told you
today.
I was going to pay for it.
Popeyes?
Let's
go.
Let's
go. It's enough already.
I was going to get paid.
How you been?
All right. What is going on?
You think I care whether or not you pay for a
I
burger?
told you I'm going to... Everything's... I'm keeping strict accounts.
Now we're all
I'm
legit.
keeping strict
Listen,
accounts.
we're good. We love each other. We're good. I'm deboning some garage.
But I'm keeping strict accounts. All right, so you want to show me some sort of a fish? I don't understand. I mean, when I eat a fish, I eat
When I got back from my honeymoon, we started importing these beautiful dorades, okay, also known as dorades. But I remember on my honeymoon, I was out at some Greek restaurant overlooking the
Where was this?
This was in Santorini.
That's in Italy somewhere?
Santorini is actually Greece, Josh. But you know, when they serve you a grilled fish, they put a grilled fish down in front of you. They put a bottle of olive oil on the table, half a lemon and some sea salt.
That's
right.
right.
We're not talking about Milos and Avra and Maria, where they come out and they, present the fish and then they fillet it. You know, the truth is, if I'm eating the whole grilled fish, I want the whole grilled fish. I
But
want to
the
play with it.
average Soho,
Yes.
the svelte shopper, who just went to
Same
Prada.
reason why we serve steamed lobster tails and not a whole lobster. The people come here, they don't want to be ripping at a whole lobster with a plastic bib on. All right.
Because it's the beau monde comes and eats here. It's kind of, isn't it sort of funny that you're the chef in such a fashionable restaurant? Like, you would think that a man like you would be feeding people like me instead of like the kind of like svelte, high spender.
I'm sorry, I don't see the humor in this. So, this is primitivo. All the fins and everything comes off. I promise you I could have done that, but I can't do that nearly as beautiful as he does. And obviously, just like anything we cook, whether it's meat or fish or vegetables, we always season things very well. I know the Ripper would probably yell at me for the black pepper, but I am a black pepper guy, I'm not gonna lie.
He would put ham fat on it too.
Well, we got some fresh opal basil from the market and some chives. Put our beautiful dorade right there. And you can hear that and the smoke coming off. We just take out the backbone. Because again, this is just a spine bone, and you don't want the customer having to play with this too much. Okay, and then we're just gonna drape that right over the top. So we here have our beautiful grilled whole dorade. Okay, a little grilled lemon right over the top.
I cut right through.
No bones to play with, no nothing.
Mmm. Masterful. Masterful.
Simple, elegant, beautiful.
That couldn't be better.
You let the fish speak for itself. I'm Josh Capon. This is Ozersky TV. I've been waiting to say that for a long time.
I am here with my friend Jeff Elliott, the knife man. He works for Zwilling J.A. Henckels, and he goes around talking about knives. This is his book, Knife Skills, that just came out, and it has everything that he knows in it. It has a compendium of all his knowledge.
So we're going to cut off one end here. Now we have something that's stable and it's easy to cut in half.
That's a good... Oh! I'm going to
I'll take
taste the tastiest bite of the entire watermelon.
You got the tenderloin.
What?
The filet mignon watermelon.
It's everybody cuts a watermelon up like that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to need someone that I need a Jeff Elliott to figure out how to do.
Let's peel the watermelon.
Now this seems like it makes sense. I don't understand why more people don't do this. Is it because they don't have big sharp knives?
Probably because they don't have big sharp knives.
Whoa.
And it's made in Seki, Japan, where they're known to make things that behead 3 men in one stroke.
How awesome is that? This is with no pressure at all except the force of gravity.
First thing we're going to do is cut off the head.
There it goes. Right into the soup pot for that one.
Is we're going to start at the top, go right above the spine. You can feel this, you can hear the bones clicking underneath. Hear that?
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to stop right as we get to the spine, turn
Okay.
the fish around, and then flip over to the other side. And just take it off the spine.
Okay.
So I want you to go in right above the spine. See where the spine is?
Yes.
Where we feel the bones as you're going across?
I feel that I'm not encountering bones, which is a good sign.
First off, you have the knife upside down.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
What do you mean? It's supposed
Well,
to
the
be
edge
like
is
this?
only on one side.
But isn't it supposed to be like this?
Nope, other way. There you go.
I'm sorry. All right, well, that wasn't a very good job. I'm botching it badly, in other words.
You didn't do a bad job.
It wasn't
pretty smooth.
It could have been worse.
It's pretty nice.
It's because the knife is so sharp.
We just like playing with cutlery.
That is my letter. You hear about the old-time places like Eisenbergs and Katz's and whatever, but there's some of them that you don't hear about, like Eisenbergs used to be one. This is the Stage restaurant, not the Stage Deli, which is a touristy midtown delicatessen. This is the last of the old-time East Village, Eastern European diners. I go in here, I get a meatloaf for today I'll get a roast pork most likely. I like to come in, I used to come in for the corned beef hash. This is some of the best corned beef hash in the city. Today I felt like maybe I would have the roast pork dinner, which comes with two sides. I could have got beets or beans, whatever. I ended up getting kasha and mashed potatoes. This place looks like it's been here a million years, but it's actually not that old, but it's got the real, true, old school New York, East Village, Ukrainian/Polish feeling. You talk about like the Eisenbergs and so forth, some of those old places like that. They have their own thing. The whole point of these places is that they have indelible character that is specific, singular, and individuated. Ooh, that looks great. This is a diner. This is not like a deli. This is just delicious, perfect home cooking. It's Eastern European, but it's not kosher. So you can have like grilled cheese and bacon on challah, or like, look at this. Look at the piece of bread like this. It's as thick as a dictionary. Let me take some of this here. If I really wanted to be evil, I could take a little bit of the onions and maybe a little of the kasha. Here's the best thing about that meal, that fantastic time machine meal. $13. Roast pork, hot roast pork, kasha, mushroom gravy, caramelized buttery onions, homemade mashed potatoes, 2 thick pieces of challah with butter, and a large lemonade. $13. Beat that anywhere. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Hey. Hello. I come with friends.
We're here with Lee Anne Wong in part 3 of our Astoria adventure. We are in the Kebab Cafe. What is this here we're going to have now?
This is Chef Ali's famous lamb cheeks. And they're braised lamb cheeks, braised till totally tender. He shreds the meat with the braised liquid, and then he bakes it up beautifully with...
And there is an egg?
There's a baked egg on top, and so just go ahead and break right into that and stir it up.
Oh, baby, look at this. What is the crust? Oh, that's the edge of the egg.
That's the crust is actually the lamb baking in the dish.
Oh.
This is beautiful. Thank you.
This is mixed with almost full falafel. We have here sponsor. No. Let's have you this here. Put this here and add it to the spices.
Gotcha. I'm on it.
This is the mixed platter, and it's got his hummus, baba ganoush, fol mudamas, which is fava beans, and then fresh falafel. And he adds fried greens and cucumber and tomato to apples. It's just really all flavorful. So I like to take the pita bread.
I see. So what you're suggesting is that I should do likewise.
Yeah.
Why don't you give me a pita bread? I'm going to put a schmear here. Schmear here. waffles. Some of these little greens of some kind, crunchy.
Get some cucumber and apple in there for texture.
All right. Some apple. The apple too? All right.
Yep.
All right, that's it?
Yep.
All right.
Smash that all together and eat it. Good, right? So much flavor.
I wish I lived in Astoria. Believe me, I'll be back. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Right.
Crunchiness is from the onion. Sweetness is from the sauce. I and my friend Lee Anne Wong were walking around in Astoria, and we decided to have a hamburgers at a place called Burger that I never saw before. It's a
brand new joint, so
very elegant, and they have a Piedmontese hamburger, which you can order to order on a brioche roll. It's got raw onions, which I see are too thin.
how is it?
I'll start out by saying that the sauce is terrible. And I can the cheese, the Monterey Jack cheese is a distraction. I'm going to get rid of the Monterey Jack cheese.
Okay.
See, when you don't have American cheese, this is all you got to do. It comes right off. You know. It's such a
How's the beef?
it's
Can I
such a
just-
weak and fragile bond. Any other cheese than American. Look at that. You think you could ever get American cheese off that easy off a burger?
Probably not.
All right, so let's reapply the onion.
Okay.
This is supposed to be medium rare. I think really it's much more like rare. But how often do you get a rare burger? I mean, you bake them and they won't do it usually.
I order rare burgers all the time. I order rare burgers in the hopes of getting a medium rare burger.
I do that sometimes too. That's the trick of Paselka. All right, this is a nice crust here. This looks like it was on a flat top. It's an even crust.
It's griddled, yeah. How's the flavor of the meat?
You tell me. I think it's pretty goddamn good. What's amazing is that this has got a lot of that complex grassy flavor, that's chlorophyll flavors and so forth, slight livery notes, whatever. And then it's also got it's juicy. It's rich and juicy. It's not like that gnarly shit that you always have to choke down in the interests of better flavor.
Well, they also have a kind of a larger grind on this a little bit.
Yeah, it's a big core. It's super loose.
Yeah, super
they must
loose.
have just gone like plop and then dropped it on,
And it's well seasoned.
Yeah, what is it seasoned? Salt and pepper?
Salt and pepper. A little bit of garlic.
All right, you know what? I should have got
Pretty
this
good.
without this vile sauce. As always, the sauce.
I'm a true
ruins.
believer that a good burger, you don't need too much.
You know what?
Yeah.
That is good. The part I had that had minimal sauce
Yeah.
and everything. Thumbs
They
up
should
for
just serve
Bear
a
Burger.
burger with like no sauce on it.
First grass-fed burger. I had one yesterday at another restaurant, and I could tell they had put salt or something in the blend, and it made it like a dense thing, like bing, bing, bing. Boy, was this good.
Good. Good idea to stop for the burger.
All right, now let's go get pizza.
I'll cut you my favorite cut.
Cut us your favorite cut. So, Billy Barlow, a veteran butcher, cook, meat man, and bon vivant here around New York for many years. And of course, the one and only Nate Appleman.
So probably the most difficult part to break down is the arm chuck. Mostly because of the size factor. It's really heavy. This piece right here is probably 160 pounds by itself. We have the brisket right here. It's the whole neck area. This is where the ribeye goes into. This is a great piece.
Oh, what's going on over here?
Basically deboning the chuck to expose all the muscle groups.
One of the things that people don't realize is that these different pieces are cut at very arbitrary points. It's like if you said that people on one side of the Delaware line were a particular strange race, totally alien to the people that were on the Maryland side of the line. Does Delaware and Maryland have a common border? The steak that Billy's talking about is from the despised chuck, which people just talk about, shoulder meat, square cut chuck, claw, there's all these ugly names for it. Oh, throw it in hamburger, grind it up, whatever. Meanwhile, on the other side, like literally not 1 micron away, is the so-called prime rib or rib steak, which when trimmed is one of the most fetishized of all meat objects. I find that
maybe the most
completely
fetishized
remarkable.
of all meat objects.
How small-minded we are, or I mean other people.
So the point I go to is where this kind of makes a triangle right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
That triangle right there. Trace over a little bit, and then you.
It just separates right out.
Just separates.
He barely
right
needs to touch it with the knife.
This is, the technical term for this cut is the chuck eye. Way more special, way more festive. So you have a large format steak, which you don't normally see as a large format steak. We have that liberty here because we buy the whole animal.
I think it's more festive to have not just the large format steak, but the whole large format animal. And I want to thank you boys for letting us down here to get a glimpse of all the weary work that you do.
Well, thank you, Josh, for coming.
It's an honor, Billy. I'm here at Polino's, which of course is known for its pizzas and its Keith McNally style and so forth, but Nate Appleman and Billy Barlow are actually breaking down animals here every week, which is something almost no restaurants do. And it involves such sheer physical effort and is such a commitment that I wanted you to see it. I wanted you to see it. You boys have got a lot of meat here, and in fact, this looks to me like it would be loosely called primal cuts.
Yes, it's the primal. This is the rear quarter of the steer broken into the round, the sirloin, and the short loin. And then over here, we have the front quarter of the steer broken into the rib loin, the plate, and the arm chuck.
This is our favorite steak, actually. This is a cross-cut sirloin.
Wow. Neck section.
It's we take it off this bad boy right here. This is about 40 ounces. We cut it across section. Get all three muscles.
So at this point,
cook that in the wood oven?
Cooked in the wood fire.
Yeah.
Why do you bother to do this? Like, why don't you just get it from the store, cut up into little pieces like everybody else?
Quality. You know, I mean, it comes down to having a restaurant like this where we're charging very inexpensive prices. You know, we'll do a 36-ounce aged ribeye, for $72. It'd be hard pressed to find a restaurant in this city doing the quality of beef that we're doing at that price. And the reason we can do it is because we have somebody breaking down the meat all the time ourselves. We're paying less for the beef.
Can you help me heat this up right here on this bar?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, part of it also is being sustainable. There's a lot of parts on a cow that people don't use. But by buying the whole thing, we're forced to use the whole thing. Provide a service to the people that are raising these cows. Instead of them not being able to sell, the chuck plate or something like that, they have to dump it on the commodity market for a cheaper price than it cost them to raise the cow. It just doesn't make sense. So, in our very small way, in our half a cow or a cow a week kind of way, we're doing our part.
The science of psychoanalysis was invented by Sigmund Freud, and he used the classical technique of free association in his treatment. I have, like Freud, a staff that will give me things from bags, and I will free associate with him. Let me have the first thing. Lori, what is the first thing? Oh, a little cast iron skillet. The perfect vehicle. God's quintessential weapon against bad cooking. This is like a miniature. This would see like a tiny dwarf, like in Tolkien or something like, or the gnomes with the pointy hats would have like little pans to cook their bangers, and they'd be like the size of, like a pinky. I actually knew somebody, I won't say who, had a plan to do a restaurant with hundreds of these. It's probably the most poetic and idiotic and beautiful and destructive plot anyone ever came up with. What's the next object? Oh, I see. Sweet and low. You can't see that they're handing me this with a bag. I love it so. Forget the yellow one, Splenda, the blue one equal. This pink signal of sweetness is like so truculent a gesture to make against people who have good taste. And also, it's better. It's sweeter than the other sugars. It's pure saccharin. And they say it goes through you, or it doesn't, whatever, but it's so much sweeter. You can't get the same. I even used it with good coffee. I'm not ashamed to admit it. All right, give me the next object. I see. I get the idea. The hero and villain of the cheese universe. I understand that, by the way, that this is a better object than this. I mean, it's more carefully made. It knows its own mind more. It's not a product of, scientists with clipboards, making minimax cost solutions. That said, I hate it so. I mean, this is more like this is like a texture. I mean, it's basically just a way to add melted fat to crunchy meats. Like, that's what this is. Or to eat by itself with transcendently crisp white toast slathered with margarine and then put in a cast iron skillet. No, this blue cheese here is carefully made and, serious object that couldn't be more disgusting. Like, the idea of taking that and like crumbling it up over a steak, like I would sooner put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. All right, well, I have my own psychological pathologies. What can I tell you? I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
So here we have a sirloin. It's a cross-cut sirloin, and the best part about it is you get 3 different steaks in one. And so essentially it's 3 different flavors. We're just going to simply roast it in the wood-fired oven. This has been seasoned with just salt, and that's it. We like to serve the steaks with a marrow bone. The large format steaks, each one of them gets 1 piece of marrow, and you can just scoop that out and slather it on your steak. The oven right now is probably over 700 degrees, fairly hot. I've been cooking meat for a long time. It's hard to say. I definitely wouldn't be able to say put it in at this temperature and wait till this point. It's more of a feel. It's a mix of hardwoods. Every hardwood that you can find in the New York tri-state area, they kiln dry it and then they ship it here into the city. I mean, you'll definitely, working with it every day, you don't really notice. Like, I'll eat things and I won't notice it, but if I take 2 days off, walk in off the street and eat something immediately, I pick it up. I'm gonna let that rest for about 5-6 minutes, slice it, and eat it. Then I like to just separate the muscles, the 3 different muscles that we talked about. And this is the sirloin cap, this is the tri-tip, and then this is the main sirloin. Nicely rested, nice piece of meat. You want me to serve it too?
Could I have a Jarritos, the orange soda? I'm here at La Esquina, or the Corner as it's called, and this is a famous Mexican restaurant and downtown night spot for the beautiful people. Late, but I eat tacos here. They hired Akhtar Nawab now, who is an extremely talented young chef. You may remember him from Elataria and Craft Bar and so forth. And to have Akhtar in charge of the taco program at La Esquina is so interesting to me and intriguing that I came here in the daytime to go and see what he's doing and eat it. Akhtar, I like the idea of somebody as cerebral and imaginative as yourself going and doing, you know, such traditional kind of like street food or whatever.
Right, we're still doing all the stuff that people have been able to get here, but we're doing some different things, like a new approach to a carnitas taco or a sweetbread taco.
A sweetbread taco?
A sweetbread taco.
A sweetbread taco,
We're
really?
working on it, yeah.
This is something that would be like a real Akhtar move.
I like sweetbreads. It's rice flour.
Rice flour.
Yeah. These are gonna go.
It's almost like the velveting in Chinese cooking. You're gonna fry it and then saute it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna fry it twice.
I
To
think it-
set it brown and then to cook it.
Get some flavor in. Really get a nice brown.
You know what's nice? You know what's cool about sweetbreads is they get bigger while you cook them. Like they puff. Whoa! Oops! Akhtar, I knocked these into the oven here. Sorry. No less than 5 seconds. 5.
It's very hot over here. Don't worry about it. What did you do? 3 seconds and you blew it.
All right, you know, listen.
This is beer that's been reduced down to like 4 tablespoons. Then we add some achiote paste. It's like a pepper paste. Put a little bit of this.
Okay.
We're gonna spread it out this time.
All right.
This is some pineapple that's been cooked in sugar. So this is a real sweet and sour kind of element to it.
So what is that?
Salsa verde. It's a raw salsa.
So there's like 3 sauces in there. So you're saying I should eat this?
I think so.
It's a whole different flavor profile.
Very different.
Completely different.
Very different.
And it's so light and delicate. That's like something you would get in an amuse-bouche in a tablecloth restaurant made with tweezers, except you did 5 times as much and rolled it in a taco. Akhtar, you're a good egg. I have to come here with Denise.
You should. What are we waiting on?
She's from San Francisco, though. She might have highly developed Mexican food opinions that makes with prejudice her against you.
She might.
On the other hand, you're so handsome.
You just tell her my name's Arturo. I'm Mexican Arturo.
I'm Jim Lahey, and this is Ozersky TV.
One of the things that's interesting to me about pizza, and this is something I learned partially from you, is the way that like the dough takes a long time to get ready, and you sit and you leave it alone, but then the whole process of making the pizza is like 5 minutes long.
Yeah, or even less.
Will you make me a pizza?
Yeah, sure.
I will ask you stupid questions while you're doing it. All right?
My pleasure. So I basically open up the dough, trying to push it out or stretch it with my fingers and my palms. Try to touch it as minimally as possible. Try to damage it as minimally as possible, and try to deflate it as minimally.
So you don't toss it around in the air and catch it with your arms?
I mean, if the dough were extremely resistant or underproofed, I might need to utilize that technique. So we're going to put some of this tomato puree. Basically, this is
it's a passata?
Yeah, it's a raw tomato, locally produced, crumbling it on top of the pie. Just shred some basil leaf.
Oh, okay.
I think there's got to be a balance between the ingredients. And everything, in my opinion, has to be properly cooked to the extent that it needs to be, so that cooking enhances the actual property of the thing. Overcooked mozzarella cheese or overcooked any cheese, the fat begins to separate from the proteins, pops a bunch of little holes, and tastes like shit.
It's tricky because you have 3 different things in there, 4 if you count the basil, that all are cooking at different rates.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
and they all have to cook the same amount of time.
And they all have different properties, and you also want to balance like what degree of cooking. Like that sauce has to reach a boil.
Right.
That whey has to run out of that cheese, but not cook so much that it begins to separate. That bread needs to cook. You know what I mean?
Right.
That bread needs to cook. It needs to be cooked through and through. Otherwise, it's gummy. And that's a defect.
Why? What happened? What made it?
Whey from the cheese or sauce runs over. Usually it's whey, and then ends up getting on the bottom and ends up picking up some of the dust and have this sort of sooty flavor. If you want to bake pizza correctly, in my opinion, it has to be cooked in place. It has to be touched minimally.
Yeah, like a hamburger.
Just like a hamburger, yeah, same principle. And the hardest thing to train staff is
don't potchki with it.
I'm Ricky King at 100 Acres. This is Ozersky TV.
Previously, we talked to Virginia pork farmer and small farm agriculture guru Bev Eggleston about his chicken. Now we are here with Ricky King, who is the newly installed chef at 100 Acre. Ricky, you took some of Bev's pork and his chicken and you made it into foods for the restaurant here.
First we have the Bev's pork turned into pork rillette on 7-grain toast with pepper jelly and pickle salad. So we cut it into cubes and cure it for 3 days, and then we cook it in pork fat that we also cook down from Bev. We get in pork fat off of our shoulders, off of our blade steaks. We cook that down, then we cook the pork in that pork fat, pull the meat, and then mix it with more pork fat and spices, and then we let it rest for a couple days.
I like this better than regular rillette. Often it's too finely ground, and really all you're eating is pork fat. This actually is like, it's like a wonderful cross between rillette, pulled pork, and scrapple.
Yeah, I like to tell people whenever they don't know, it's similar. We say French barbecue.
No, French barbecue.
Yeah. I like that. That's the blade steak that comes from the number 5, 4, 3, and 2 ribs.
What did you do with this?
We brush it with a Dijon marinade, season it and brush it with a Dijon marinade. Then we sear it in a cast iron skillet. It's about as hard and fast as you possibly can. It's got to be hot. It's got to be, and then we press it as it's searing so it doesn't bubble and it cooks evenly. It takes about 2, 3, 4 minutes to cook it.
Why is this different than a regular pork chop that somebody might get at the regular pork store?
I think being that it's more worked muscle than say the pork chop, you're getting a lot more flavor. So, and it's also, it screams rustic for sure.
Like Bev himself.
Like Bev himself, for sure.
We were just talking to this chicken before, and now we have it in southern honey fried form.
Local honey, southern fried, for sure.
It's just an extraordinarily flavorful chicken. It got like a little bit of clove and juniper and stuff. What is that, from the brine?
That's the brine. We brine it for 24 hours. Then we pull it out of the brine, let it dry for another 24 hours, and then we bread it in a very light seasoned flour with no goop, as in buttermilk or egg wash. And then we have to let it sit for 4 or 5 hours before we fry it so the breading sticks to the chicken.
Josh, I know you may disagree with me, but this is the best damn chicken in the city, and I say bring it. I say rest of the city, bring it. That's what I say.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. This here is Akhtar Nawab, who is one of our most talented young chefs. When we were at Metopia, where Akhtar, by the way, won Reserve Grand Champion.
Is that first or second?
That's second place. That had a fungus, a corn fungus, that everyone but me already knows about, apparently.
A lot of people knew about it over there. There's some very high-class diners of that.
And it's called like a Mexican truffle.
It is. It is nicknamed the Mexican truffle. You want to see that?
I would like to see it. Is it a vegetable? What is it?
It is the fungus that grows on the tip of the corn, and it develops from the tip under the husk, and it starts to eat the corn kind of all the way down. And that becomes the base for the carnitas taco. These things get all cooked together. Hen of the woods mushrooms, scallions, a little bit of shallot and garlic, a little chili,
right?
A pinch of epazote.
Right.
All that stuff gets cooked together. Then we have the huitlacoche and some sherry vinegar.
Okay.
All that stuff gets cooked together for 20-30 minutes.
Okay. All right. So this is the cooked down guacaloche.
This is the huitlacoche. Yeah. So we put some of that on there. Right.
It's nice. It looks like a Swiss fudge cookie.
Try it like that.
Huh?
Try it like this. Let me get you a spoon. No, wait.
I'll just do my pinky. It's all right.
That's all right. Let me get you a spoon. I don't mind giving you a spoon. You're worth it. You still want to use your finger.
Yeah. Oh, it's good.
You sound so surprised.
It does have a.
You say it's like, actually, it's good.
Well, it is. I mean, it is good. It has like a truffle-like quality to it. It's very woodsy and smoky.
It is, and I think that having a earthy big mushroom like hen of the woods is important.
Well, this also speaks to your training as having come out of the craft mafia, because we know that Tom and Marco invented the hen of the woods of mushroom.
It would be sacrilegious to have a little lettuce in your diet. No, right? So
take the fifth on that one.
So this is actually a complete. That's a complete carnitas taco.
Well,
you might be able to break these things.
I mean, the guataloche gives it this undercurrent, this base, another depth of flavor. You really did the right thing with this.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here in Ditmas Park, or Ozurkistan as I call it. This is one of the best things about living out here is the orchard. Now, you've heard a lot about the locavore movement, which stands for eating local fruits and local things, whatever. That's very ethical, thoughtful movement, but the thing it sacrifices is quality. If what you are going to make is the most quality, the greatest quality natural fruit you could get, and you didn't care where it came from or how many airplanes it had to take, this is what would result. This store spares no expense in flying in the greatest fruit in the country and in fact the world on airplanes and charges an arm and a leg for it, but it's so freaking great that it makes going here a thrill. I'm gonna go in and you're gonna come with me.
So the store was opened in 1957.
So it's a long time, and it's the Tiffany's of fruit, as we said. And you don't buy from jobbers or middlemen. You're essentially a throughway directly to like the top producers. Is that how it works?
Exactly. So I'm always dealing with growers and farmers and finding out what's the ultimate time and as well as the ultimate fruit to buy at that time.
And then you go and run out to the airport to JFK and get it right off the plane.
Right.
You think maybe you'll, like I could talk you into letting me have a little.
Yeah, we'll let
taste,
you the treasures of the stone fruit. It's left on the tree to its full maturity.
Full maturity.
Right. Yeah, they all have different windows, and
so what is that, for example?
This is a red meat plum. It's a heirloom plum. It's not been crossbred. These are grown in California, and you'll taste it. You'll see the color. It's bright red, and it has a sweet texture inside and out.
Oh my God! Look at that! Look at that! We should also point out here, Mitch, that it's not just me. I mean, these fruits are not cheap. This is a Tiffany of fruit, so you pay for it. But Mitch, generally a serious customer, you let him try things. And
everybody, right? Because everybody's tastes are different, and we make sure that everything is to its best maturity and level and sweetness. But everybody's a little different. Some people like in wine. They like this type of wine. They like the red. They like a white. They like a Cabernet. Same thing with fruit.
Mitch, I didn't hear anything Mitch said. I completely stopped listening to him and went into a flavor trance. And this is what it was now, but a month later might be different fruits and vegetables completely.
We're bringing it in from Argentina during the winter, New Zealand, South America, Chile, and so on. So we're bringing in the best from all over the world.
We are doing serious duck fat fries.
It always seemed to me that if you put a French fry in a duck fat, that it should be great. It should be very flavorful and it should be greasy and it should be fragrant. But usually they're the same dried out pasty white fries on the inside no matter what they dip them in. They look overcooked.
Yes.
They look burned like they're going to be dried out and bitter.
We get a lot of that reaction
I
here.
bet people send them back sometimes.
They do. They do.
All right, so if we
look
at that. Look at what's going on here. Now,
that's potato right
this
there.
is not an accident. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's a whole thing that goes on with this where is this cooked all in the duck fat or
no?
How does the duck fat get in there?
Okay, this is a 2-fat process.
I love that.
2 fats, better than 1. And then we dip it in 2 other fats.
No,
so it's really like a 4-fat
Wait,
process.
the mayonnaise is a fat?
Yeah.
What's the other fat?
You have egg yolk, you have olive oil.
Oh, this is so awesome. Okay, keep going.
Okay, this is just water. This takes some of the starch off the outside, and we cut in large batches, so we don't want it to go brown.
Okay.
But very, very important to dry these off.
Now, why do you have to take the starch off the outside? Why not just have them go right in from the
Because
peeler into the
I want
oil?
the fat to permeate into the potato.
Oh, yeah.
We're going over, people.
This has got to be a huge hassle. This is a very labor-intensive process.
Yes.
Why is it worth it to you when you could just throw French fries in the machine like everybody else?
This is worth it for the results. This is the best French fry I've ever had. Then I refrigerate. You know, my thing is to get the fat all around the fry. That's the most important thing. Fries in the basket. I find that frying second time in canola makes them crispier. I find that if you fry it all the way in duck fat, you're not going to get that crisp crunch effect on the outside.
Does the French fries come a la carte, or does it come with anything? Is there anything that you can eat and it comes with a French fries?
Absolutely not. You have to order these by themselves. They will not come on a dish. They stand alone.
I'm very glad that you make it. And
Thank you.
When the camera stops rolling, I'll probably end up eating some more. We're walking down Walker Street here towards XO. This is the Dragonland Bakery. This is a Chinese bakery. I actually stopped in before this video started going. You can buy single objects, like they're all $1. This is a French toast, so when you have your $1 dai bao for dinner, this is your $1 dessert. It's awful. Now, also I saw in there, there's something called a bacon scallion bun. Someone took a bite out of it. You can see this is, it's got bacon and scallions. Burmese. It's like a white Stroman's bun with little bits of bacon in it, which is good. Nasty, I don't like it. Bad. I take it back. Let's keep walking. I want to go up to this place called XO. It opened up a few years ago. It's like sort of like it's modern Hong Kong snack food. Like they got a lot of shit there. It's one of those restaurants that got 400 things on the menu, and a lot of it is things that you don't see like in the old time Cantonese. They have got a little omelet, a little Chinese sausage omelet, really like a crepe, I guess it's more, and they have those bubble teas. I never got into the bubble teas, but that's something that I want to have. I stick with cheap coffee that I know is going to burn my fingers. All right, this up here is XO. Boy, I haven't been here in a long time. I might want to look at this. This is so mean. Rest of them are for customer only. Don't even ask. You know, the thing is, like, I was going to ask. I was going to go use the bathroom. Maybe get some bubble tea on the way out, but not anymore. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here in the Union Square Green Market, where the farmers sell the vegetables and cheeses and so forth to people like me that know even less than I do about vegetables, which is saying something. I'm curious as to what the stupidest questions that they get asked about their produce is. We're doing a video, and I'm asking everybody what the stupidest question that they get asked about their produce is. Because I'm sure people ask stupid questions all the time. Is this good? That's a good one. Do they say that?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Like I'm going to say no, it's horrible.
Is this good?
It is. Yes, it's great.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
I had one person ask me what kind of cake I had.
What kind of cake?
What kind of cake?
I don't know if there's any stupid ones. Some people wonder if this is pineapple. Pretty good, right?
Wait, this is?
Yeah.
But it's surrounded by cheeses.
Right.
Are these from this year? We've gotten that one. Are these from this year?
What is this? What is the stupidest question that you generally get asked? Or have ever been asked?
What are those?
Well, that's not really that stupid a question.
Or what do you do with them? I don't know. I sell them. I don't buy them.
What
or
do you?
Give me $20 and I'll touch it.
No, that's not like how you're gonna think it, right? Some people ask like, is herbs edible, right?
Well, that's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Even I know that.
Yeah, but if you think in a like positive It's not stupid. It's a very smart question.
Everything is labeled with the price, so when people point at something and they say how much does this cost?
That's stupid.
Where's the Bronx Zoo?
Oh, Maya's got some great ones.
You got a good one?
My favorite is when people pick up a head of lettuce and say, "Is this lettuce?" And then they look at it and they say, "Is it a green leaf lettuce?" And it only has green leaves.
A man pointed to the tomatoes and asked us, "What's that?"
Even better than that are the people, and there's like 5 every summer who'll pick up a head of lettuce, ask if it's lettuce, and upon confirming that it's lettuce, then ask, "You can eat this, right?"
That sounds like something I would ask. So the stupidest question that you've been asked.
When you just asked me.
I heard that. That's a good one.
I didn't want to say that right to your face.
It's not that stupid. Hi. Let me get a half-pound char siu on rice. Yeah, half-pound char siu. Yeah.
Half-pound char siu.
Yeah.
Chop.
Yeah, chop.
Coco.
Yeah, to go. Can I get that on rice? No rice. No rice. All right. No, forget it. Just a char siu. All right. Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here at Sunsei Kai. Okay, the best char siu in Chinatown. I mean, it's a big, bold claim to make. I don't say that I've eaten all of it, but I think I've eaten almost all of it. And this place is the best. It's the richest and the fattiest and the tenderest and the porkiest. It doesn't have the stickly sweet honey syrup that some of them do. If you're very poor, like when I was poor, this was something that I ate all the time. I had a job where I wrote TV trivia questions for a website that doesn't exist now. And I would come here and I had $1 for my dinner. So I would get what's called the dai bao. Dai means big. Sometimes this is called the king bao. I'm going to show this to you. This is an immense white object. It looks like a monkey's brain. It is about $1.10. Maybe it's $1.50 tops. It weighs like a pound. Here's what it's got in it. It's usually got egg and sausage, a bunch of different things. Yeah, look. There's egg, there's sausage, Chinese pepperonis. This is like dumpling filling. This is some kind of a hunk of delicious, what the hell is it? What is this? Pork, delicious. Very filling. A sweet Chinese sausage. And even the stuff itself is good. Sometimes you can't tell it from the paper, but this one you can. Oh! Look at this, he wants some too. Now that, my friend, is what char siu is supposed to look like. Char siu means, I think it means like fork food or something. I don't know what it means in Chinese. I did it one time. Here's what it tastes like. Good. This is like swallowing. You know what this is like? This is like, you know how people talk about, oh, it's like candy, whatever? This is like a pork jello shot. Look at it, how it glistens, how dark it is, how moist it is, how rich it is. You see leathery char siu sometimes. I hate to see that. I'm Josh Ozersky at Sunsei Kai, and this is Ozersky TV.
Hi, this is Mitchell Spitz from the Orchard Fruit Store, gourmet shop in Brooklyn, New York, with Ozersky TV. Well, there's a few characteristics that a good melon has that you could definitely take to the supermarket and pick out during the height of the season, a really good melon. This is a honeydew. This is your typical honeydew. And where the stem comes from, where it's laying on the ground with the stem, this is the hard part. It'll always be pretty hard.
Okay.
So to tell the ripeness is where the smoother part, where the blossom comes from.
Okay.
And you just take your finger, give it a slight, give. If it has a little give, you know it's ripe. If it's real soft, you know it's overripe. And if you can't even budge the melon, you know it's not ready yet. It's real hard. So that's one of the characteristics you want to do is just give it a slight, touch to the finger. Also, if you ever notice that on top of a melon, sometimes you'll see a larger blossom and sometimes little cracking. If you could see the actual cracking of where the flour came out, that is a very good characteristic of a good melon. So you would always look for that little cracking on top. Very important. And the third characteristic that's important as a melon is what I call sugar veins. And that's the outside netting that is on a melon.
Frequently that's very pronounced on cantaloupes.
In cantaloupes, the heavier the webbing and the more protrude the melon is, usually that's the sweeter melon out of the group. Out of all these melons that you see here, this is smooth like a bowling ball, and this one has that netting, or what I call sugar veins. This will be guaranteed a sweeter melon.
Well, there it is. 3 ways to pick the perfect melon from the man who would know, Mitch Spitz of The Orchard on Coney Island Avenue in Brooklyn. Mitch, these tips will stand me in good stead for my melon buying for the rest of my life, and I never knew any of them things before.
Right. Yep, they'll help you, that's for sure. You can always call me anytime.
I could do that too. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, I'm just enjoying a drink here at the Stanford White Room of the Lambs Club restaurant at the Chatwal Hotel, the soon-to-open late-night destination lounge, bar, and restaurant here. Now, fellows, tell me about the Lambs Club, and in particular, this glorious room that we're in, the Stanford White Room.
Well, the Lambs Club was a very, very famous actors club in the 30s, 40s, 50s of the 20th century. Members like the Barrymores and Fred Astaire, Charlie Chaplin. We got very lucky and were asked to work with Mr. Chatwal on this hotel and do the restaurant for him. And so we loved the name, the Lambs Club, which was the original name of this building prior to its conversion to a hotel. And so we stuck with the name, and we thought it evoked the kind of era that Jeffrey's food and Sasha's drinks would work well with. This is the original library that used to be on the 4th floor of this building. This building used to have a theater, about a 300-person theater, and part of the federal landmarking of this building was that they had to preserve this room as the library. They brought it down piece by piece, labeled from the 4th floor, and recreated it here.
Jeffrey, what's the story? What's the food program going to be like?
Well, we're going to be open breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Actually, we're open for breakfast right now. Full menu, very exciting. We have chicken fried steak on the menu.
Really?
Yes, we do.
At dinner or lunch?
At breakfast.
Really?
Yes, yes.
And some amazing French toast
yeah,
and
we got
pancakes.
stuffed French
You
toast.
cook it in the pan or is it deep fried?
We cook it in a pan. I mean, it's the real deal. We're doing a hamburger, but we're doing a chop burger that we grind ourselves, and it's really very special. So we're trying to have some food that evokes a memory, but we're bringing it up to date and making it something that people will, really yummy, delicious stuff, but the highest quality.
But Jeffrey, are you doing a kind of a throwback, sort of jazz age type?
I wouldn't say it's a jazz age throwback, but the room really, when you see the room, it sings of the 20s and 30s, and I think that you need to sort of moderate yourself and make sure that it reads that way. But we are trying to be modern, and we are trying to update what would have been served in the 20s and 30s.
Look, we're new to the theater district, and there's a lot of places that have very long and established histories here, but I'm hoping that some people from the theater community will adopt, adapt our space as their new home, and treat this room as sort of maybe a little getaway room, a little hideaway after a show.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here with Martin Schreibman, the Distinguished Professor of Biology Emeritus at Brooklyn College. Dr. Schreibman is an expert in aquaculture, which is the artificial raising of fish for consumption. With these fishes, like the so-called frankenfish, the genetically modified salmon, which is up before the FDA, people get very nervous when they hear DNA, modification, whatever. Is that alarm justified? Do you think that it is scary or in some way hazardous to genetically modify a fish for aquaculture purposes?
This issue of genetically modified salmon, this is work that goes back 20 years, where they try to introduce growth hormone genes into salmon, and they're getting significant increases in size. And sensibly so, they exercise caution about releasing this in advance. If you follow the proper stringent requirements and inspections and do the research that's been going on for 20 years, the FDA has been resisting approving this, and justifiably so. I wish we exercised such constraints on other environmental issues as we do on this particular issue.
Why have they been nervous about it, the FDA?
Well, just by the way you raised the question about a frankenfish and what's going to happen if we produce a fish that grows so fast and it'll take over everything else. And the biggest problem is we're running out of natural resources. We're running out of water, we're running out of plantable land. Pretty soon we're going to be paying more for water than we are for fuel. So these are the resources we need to conserve. We have to find a way of dealing with this. So remember, the idea is in aquaponics is to marry hydroponics and aquaculture. So here's our aquaculture. Here we're raising tilapia. There's about 18 tilapia in this small tank. So now what we do is to pass the water through a set of filters that take out the heavy stuff that we remove from the system, and a bacterial bed that breaks down the ammonia, the noxious nitrogen compounds, into nitrates, which are used by the plants. Now what we're growing here is our bok choy. We're growing basil, as you can smell. We have peppers. You can see the amount of produce that you can produce in a limited area using the same water. This is recirculated water, no soil, no soil.
You could make the fish, you could take the tilapia and dress it with the basil. You could bring them together on a plate.
There you go. Taste okay? Not bad, right?
Very good. There's a Vietnamese record store that sells Vietnamese records, the CDs. And there's randomly, there's two ladies on the side making banh mi sandwiches, which even more randomly are the best banh mi sandwiches. They're better than Nicky's or Banh Mi Saigon. I mean, I like them better anyway. What the hell do I know? There's the place I'm looking for. This is the Savoy Corporation. I know that's what it must say on their letterhead too. You see, it says on the sign, I never noticed, banh mi pate, which is like the deviled ham sandwich in Vietnamese. All right, you know what? Normally, I don't like to go into a record store with a camera, and they may kick us out, but let's go in and order some sandwiches. How you doing? Can I get a, how much is the meatball, banh mi meatball? $4 for that? I wish I could find which ones were martial arts movies or pornography, which would be my primary interests. But even the dance records are good. Wow, what's that one? Secret Room Insult. Best name ever. Best title ever.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
So they're so polite they didn't even say a word about it. You want the real banh mi, which essentially is a cold cut sandwich. Ham, turkey, Swiss, and what's called Vietnamese pate. But look at that ham. Where are you going to get a piece of ham like that? Oh my God. You know what? The heat is more than cooled off by the cold and vinegary vegetables. And this unprepossessing baguette that it sits on is as perfect a vehicle for it as the Queen's carriage. Even at $4, it's a steal. At $10, it's a steal. Oh my God. When I was young, I didn't like cold cuts. I thought they were bad. They are, but these are good. The banh mi ennobles the cold cut. It's the cold cuts killer app. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Today on Grub Street, they had the New York Diet feature. And this is a long interview with somebody where they talk about their food that they ate that week. Now, I say long, when we did Joanna Angel or Curtis Blow, for example, they were short. Andrew W.K., various New York types. But when Steingarten did the New York Diet, it was like the dictionary. And he said something I thought was very true. He said that Brooklyn, generally speaking, as a restaurant city taken on its own, is overrated wildly, and in fact, sucks. Now, don't get me wrong, what he says about the Fara is blasphemous, grossly untrue, and in fact, I'm speechless in how wrong he is. However, all the people that talk about the new Brooklyn cuisine and everything, listen, the best restaurants in Brooklyn, for the most part, are just outposts of Manhattan restaurant culture. Now, there are a couple great Brooklyn restaurants that really do have the Brooklyn vibe and that exist as great restaurants. I would say the Vinegar Hill House and Roberta's are the two most conspicuous ones that couldn't really be anywhere else and that are just first-rate A-plus restaurants by any New York standard. Then there are the ones that just happen to be in Brooklyn and receive extra attention due to the overawed gratitude of the locals who are happy to just not be eating shawarma. And I don't want to go into naming names with some of those restaurants, but a lot of them are in Carroll Gardens and Williamsburg. And listen, if they had to go head-to-head against the big boys, they'd belly up soon enough. There's also a couple of restaurants like Al Dila and the River Cafe that are great perennial restaurants in New York. They don't talk about them because they're not new, they're not hip, whatever, but they're great New York restaurants. And Steingarten is the only man with the courage and the stature and also the kind of imperial arrogance to say a thing like that and make it stick. And I'm happy he said it, and he couldn't be more right. And now if he would just reverse himself and admit how wrong he is about Dom, everything would be great. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Could that be any uglier?
Kind of cute.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We're at Italy, the mind-blowing new Italian gourmet emporium that Joe and Mario partnered in and that just opened up a couple days ago. It is unbelievable. This here is wine and salami, cheese, and so forth. Oh, what is this, little sample? Is this a little sample of something?
I'm not sure.
I won't eat it. Maybe somebody left it. You see there's people around here. Look, there's more salamis over there, or prosciuttos, giant wheels of cheese. Usually there's a lady standing here making mozzarella. It's fabulous, although they do the infanticide by plunging it into cold water. This is milks. Sorry. This Battenkill Valley milk. This is actually the milk that they make the cream sauces with in Alto. Well, except the cream. I wonder if they have the Battenkill cream. They don't have it, so I can't. Whatever. Okay, this burrata is alone worth the $18 million it cost to build Italy. And if you get it, you have no business doing anything with it except eating it at the sink with salt, in my opinion. And that's hard to eat burrata at the sink. Hey, Baby Chef.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
I know, I just got
This
here.
is Gordon Finn, by the way. His real name isn't Baby Chef. They call him that because of his youthful appearance. What did I just say? I said if I had the Battenkill Farm cream, I could be like you and make the spaghetti from Alto.
We made some garganelli, some prosciutto and peas.
I would take you down to the paninis, but it's mad. It's like the fall of Saigon over here. We have to turn around.
Ozersky with a camera.
There we go. Alan, Mario, nice to see you. This is so fabulous.
Hold on one second, let me just send this real quick text.
Look, his phone is orange like the shoes. That's pretty cool.
All right, he'll be here in a minute.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, my brother.
Chef Vitali.
Yes.
Hello. Can
How
I
are
take a picture of you?
Of course you can.
Thank you so much. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
Should shoot me photobombing this. No, I won't do it though.
That would be great to photobomb it with a fish, you know.
The line is getting long and I'm getting tired. In fact, I'm exhausted, but I'm also happy and excited and overwhelmed and grateful. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. And tell me what street compares to Mott Street in July. We're shooting this in July, by the way. The song is exactly apt. And with push carts gliding gently by. They're not gliding so much though. This is one of the original sources of my life as a glutton, was that as a boy in Atlantic City, I would come up here once in a rare while with my parents. It was a big deal. It was like talk about, we're gonna have the ribs and everything else, and learn about all this stuff, and then go and lord it over my provincial peers back in Ventnor, which they could hardly even give a shit. They thought it was absurd to see my tubby ravings, and yet now later in life I've managed to leverage exactly the same lustful whining into a career. A bunch of Shanghai places. Joe's Shanghai is around here somewhere. It's the Shanghai Kitchen. The one I like across the street is New Green Bow, 66 Bayard Street. That's where I go for the Siulim Bao, which is the soup dumplings. And then you go across the street here to the Chinatown Ice Cream Factory, which is fantastic and also has a lot of flavors you don't see every day. And then you have some ice cream to cool down. If you want to be a sap, you go over to Haagen-Dazs on the corner. You can get that in the supermarket. Why would you go to Haagen-Dazs when you can go to the Chinatown Ice Cream Factory? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
This is a chopstick store. It sells nothing but chopsticks. I can't think of any place that I would get less use out of. I hate chopsticks. I think they're the worst. I think that the worst plastic spork is better than the best chopsticks. I know I shouldn't say that. I'm supposed to I prefer to use chopsticks. Get the hell out of here. Nobody would prefer to use chopsticks. Like, you see people trying to pick up big, heavy, like a pork chop with a chopstick or whatever. I mean, if you were such a master that you'd been using it your whole life. Over here, I could never get it around my head that there's two separate woe hops that are right next to each other. There's the downstairs woe hop, which is over here, and this is where I always used to go and eat my ribs and my egg foo young and so forth. But then there's a whole nother woe hop, which is here, and it's upstairs and is 2 doors over. But sir, they're the same woe hop restaurant, right? The downstairs woe hop and this woe hop? I think they are. I'm sure he agrees with me. You got to burn it off. And given the fact that this whole thing has its roots in my life as a pudgy tween in Ventnor, New Jersey, it's only appropriate that I burn off my calories the only way I knew how, which was at the arcade. And the last video game arcade in New York is here, the Chinatown Fair. I think I might go in, a little Street Fighter, a little Asteroids, something to burn off all those calories. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed your trip of Chinatown. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
And tell me what street compares with Mott Street in July.
Mr. Cutlets, when you swing around that pork chop, I get a whiff of heaven every time you pass my doorstep.
So true. Well, I'm Mr. Cutlets, meat advisor to every president since William McKinley.
One reason people don't cook a lot of vegetables at home, I think, is because they take much more time. Because you have to wash them and peel. If you have a hamburger, how long does it take to pop it on the grill in your General Electric stove or on a pan? It takes no time at all. You don't even have to be there watching it. You can go watch television in between while it's getting done.
There's no hamburger I would hope to have to ever eat. The art of cooking vegetables has come to be seen as synonymous with the chef's art because it's an art of restraint.
It's actually an art of the raw material.
Right. Well, like
Yeah.
sushi, like all the chefs love sushi now for the same reason. Jeffrey, can you speak to this?
Since I eat out a lot, I would rather not go to a restaurant that has only vegetables, because then you feel kind of trapped.
I mean, isn't that like saying you don't want to go to a steakhouse because you feel trapped?
Yes, there are a lot of people. Not
Yeah,
me, but
they
there are
do
a lot
feel
of people
trapped.
who don't want to go
Right.
to a steakhouse because they feel trapped.
Right.
Who would think that people would want to eat a chocolate cake with hot goo in the middle of it?
Oh, that's a brilliant
In
dish.
10 years, people will they'll be like, they won't be able to get over that happened.
I doubt it. I think that's like the Twinkie.
No one. Okay, all right.
It's
I don't think
timeless.
anyone likes it. It's like
Timeless.
soba noodles. Okay, but let me let me
Josh, every
segue.
time you say a sentence, there are three things that I want to scream about, and I think that, and I think that John is the same.
Well, listen, that's why I say them. You know, the fact is, it's not so much the amount of time that it takes to make them, although certainly they are labor intensive to prepare them, but to make most of them well is a matter of seconds.
You know, one of the main problems with vegetables is that most people don't like them because they have never had them prepared well. Most people, when they say, I hate mushrooms, it's because they've had them, you know, shitty button mushrooms steamed to oblivion, and they don't taste very good. And I think that in my case, the experiences that I've been having lately is people say, oh, I never knew that broccoli could taste that good. And it's because we didn't fuck it up.
Right.
Well, I think that if you say that broccoli can taste good, I think you're fooling yourself, frankly. But don't we have time to talk about cheese? We didn't talk about cheese at all.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I'm here in the Sanctum Sanctorum, the holy shrine, the black rock of pizza. And this here at the Fara is where I'm going to take my stand. Jeffrey Steingarten is a genius. No man is more erudite than him about food. I revere him this side idolatry, but what he says about pizza, listen, what he doesn't know about DeFara's pizza anyway, Phil Volumes. This is the slice here. This is the DeFara slice. There's no other slice like it in the world. It doesn't look like any other slice. It doesn't taste like any other slice. Look at how beautifully crisp and oily it is underneath. It's got the Grana Padano cheese, the Grande from Wisconsin for the low moisture mozzarella. Eat this. It's not sweet. There's like the acid tang. It's oily, but there's like all these like sharp, super fragrant notes. It's just like jumping out with flavor because the basic sauce has got so much rosemary in it and so much oregano. And these San Marzano tomatoes are so super vivid and everything's integrated. Look, one common red, orange, white, all together. Not just the red Napolitana pie with the little pools, the little puddles of white cheese floating around on it. Now look at this. There's something you don't get every day. A square slice at the Fara. Look at this. Look at that bottom. Oh my God, can you imagine? Can you imagine what it's gonna be like for me when I take a bite of this with that crunchy, oily bottom, and now this cheese has just congealed enough, and I have all this incredibly vivid, bright, acidic tomato sauce. Here it comes. I'm not, you know what? Maybe put a little bit of oregano on it. And then I could put the hot peppers too, but I'm not gonna do it. All right. This is the rejoinder to Steingarten. Listen closely. Jeffrey's right when he says pizza's the perfect food, and this is the perfect pizza. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. This guy's really an artist.
Hi, this is George Mendez of Aldea, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
Why is it a goat? Why don't you, I mean, not too many people make a goat, and this is a very special thing too, like, What's the deal with it?
It's a very special thing to me because it's something that I grew up with from my childhood, from a young boy to a teenager, and then before I started cooking professionally, a baby goat was always something that was offered on Sundays, always offered on Easter, and then the holidays.
Portuguese
thing, and I'll talk about the marinade as we proceed, and it's close to me because it's a flavor and part of the culture. When I first opened up Aldea, chicken was on the menu, and I sold 2 a night, based on 100 covers, 130 covers, being I have a 60-seat restaurant, and I would sell 15 to 20 goat.
No shit.
Yeah, so I basically ended up taking chicken off the menu. Goat stayed on, and chicken was replaced with another protein, sometimes pork or a veal or something. But to my surprise and also happiness, my customers and New Yorkers, they're all for it. This is the Aldea of Ferozadão, the village of Ferozadão, where my parents immigrated from. A given meal Monday through Friday after school for my sister and I were salt cod with simple boiled potatoes, extra virgin olive oil and vinegar, and hard-boiled eggs. There was the goat, of course, that was always a special item, that was always on the buffet table for Thanksgiving, for Christmas Eve, for Easter. A baby goat was cooking in the exact marinade that I'm going to talk to you about. So this is the belly and the shoulder. We then take out of the bag and we pull the meat. We'll strip the entire bone out. All the meat gets pulled. Then we press it into a tureen. And then we just get a nice sear on that. So all of the bones that when we were downstairs butchering gets roasted. A classical mirepoix gets added. We have the loin raw, and then this is the belly.
So it's a whole goat on a plate, essentially.
Yeah. Just kind of make a little herb pesto here, so the belly goes down. The baby goat presentation that I always grew up with in my family always had some kind of a potato component to it.
That literally was just seared with a little salt a la planche.
Olive oil. As we make a carrot juice reduction.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. This is a honey vinegar. It kind of gives it a freshness as well. That's it. That's our goat dish right now at Aldea. This is I think this is after me eating goat.
You're in a little immersion circulator.
That's at the beginning of the immersion circulator. Yeah.
Georgie, thank you for sharing that with us. Well, I'm here on Tonnelly Avenue in beautiful North Bergen, New Jersey, with my friend Pat LaFrida. They moved their business, which was like for a million years over in the West Village meatpacking area, Washington Street, to this huge space-age plant here in New Jersey.
What happened was we grew so quickly that in New York City we just ran out of space.
This really is a lot. Look at all what's going on in here.
Yeah, this is hustling and bustling from 6 p.m. My entire crew is operating and preparing meat for tomorrow. This is a cryovac machine, double chamber, 12 horsepower motors. You'll see in a minute he's going to cryovac all 6 pieces. Now this meat will be good in here for 90 days. So what these guys are doing here are taking chucks from Kansas, Creekstone, and taking them out of the cryovac and putting them into these machines which claw them apart. That meat then goes into the first grind, which comes out this machine.
Now, do those noodles go in? Is that what goes into the bag?
Those now go into the second grind. This die is slightly smaller, but a more homogeneous look. These are our 2 patty formers. So what we'll do is make 6-ounce patties, especially for fresh bread. This is actually where they box the product up, write the name of the restaurant, and ship it out. Come on, Josh, we have to get you on there. No, you come back here.
Oh.
And then, no, you're going forward. Just keep your hand on there.
Okay. Oh! Wait, when I reached over to get the kielbasa.
Yeah, it'll stop because you need your hands on there for safety reasons. Only you would have a kielbasa under your neck.
Holy shit.
It's about 2,000 pounds of Newski's bacon right in front of you now.
2,000 pounds of Newski's bacon.
Right here. We always said when we do this, we're going to do it right. We're going to make a crash pad and
in case you have to go to the mattresses.
Right.
Against the bracket.
We're going to put a test kitchen here, a huge test kitchen. It's going to cover this entire area. I think we're going to put a dining room table here and just, this will be a chef's place to come hang out. Oh my God!
Oh, you know what? And that's finally, I'll have the in on someplace exclusive.
Because like kind of Mark's Atlantic City version of his bedroom and the old man's bedroom. Mark watches all of his Star Trek videos from here. He has 3D glasses.
Maybe in another 20 or 30 years, this place won't be big enough.
It might not be.
You
But
might
those
have
are
to-
all good problems.
Those are all good problems. Maybe take a bag of ground beef to go with me. Is that all right?
Do you have your purse?
My name is Daniel Spitz, and I originated this business back in March of 1957.
Right, and that's my dad. I'm Mitchell Spitz, and I took over the business about 25 years ago from my dad. And my dad still, when he's in New York, is here every day telling us what we're doing wrong, occasionally what we're doing right, but mostly what we're doing wrong.
Oh yeah, I would say he's doing a pretty good job.
What I've learned from my dad, you know, has been in the business almost 60 years since he's a kid. And all that experience you can't get read it in a book or a magazine.
We brought our pineapples from Hawaii. I was the first one to bring them in back in 1968. We had them flown in direct because at that time when the fruit came in, it used to come by boat and then by truck, and they could never take the time it took to get here. It would never stand up, you know, for sale. In 1968, I bought a box of 10 in a box. They were $2.40 for a box. The freight was in the area of $16, $17 to fly them in.
So the freight was more than the actual fruit.
Yeah.
So that was $2.40, not a piece, a box of 10.
We wholesaled them, we sold them in the markets, and of course we sold them retail. And at that time we were selling them by the pound. And if I recall correctly, I think it was $1.29 a pound. Oh, today they're averaging what?
About $10 a piece.
Yeah, the Hawaiian fruit is running about $10.
But you also brought in stuff from South Africa.
Right, I brought in from New Zealand. I was dealing in strawberries, cherries. We had some more outstanding cherries out of New Zealand.
When you just, you know, you would never see grapes or watermelon during the winter. It was very seasonal. Now, of course, you see it all year round. But he went out looking and searching where you can get it and the best quality, and flew it in as early as the 60s. So.
And we're still plugging.
I'm Orhan Yegan, and this is Ozersky's TV.
Now, Orhan, you have frequently gone on in great detail about the superiority of Turkish cooking over the other cuisines of the world.
Okay, it's not only, I mean, it is better, but it's not known, so I have to do something about it. And with this cuisine, the things that you eat, you are able to taste it. Like I go to other cuisines and they use a lot of spices and a lot of sauces, and I'm not able to understand the thing that I order. If I order how we call chicken wings, I would like to taste the chicken wings, and this cuisine, it gives it to you. So if you have on the table 50 different items, and you are able to understand the things that you are eating. And again, I'm explaining with the details, the differences of it when I have the customers and if they ask me the questions. And this cuisine has meat and fish and all kind of vegetarian things in it. So I say, if you eat every day, you will still able to find something, I mean, interesting for the next day. The whole year around, you can eat this cuisine, and this cuisine is a very good cuisine. And so the people, they also give a chance to this cuisine, and they will know it. And then if it is good, they will like it.
I'm Brett Thorne, food editor of Nation's Restaurant News, and this is Ozersky TV.
I'm here at the Lambs Club, the new restaurant and Art Deco cocktail lounge with Brett Thorne. You and I are two of the only people in New York, I think, that share both an enthusiasm and any kind of a frame of reference for chicken fried steak.
Taking a flat iron steak, and Jake's going to season it with salt and pepper. Put it in a little bit of flour, okay? And then egg wash. This is called pain française. Flour, egg wash, and then the secret ingredient from way down south, cornflakes.
You would never expect somebody like Jeff Zakarian, who doesn't have a misplaced hair on his head, to make.
He's very well coiffed, isn't he?
He really is. So I'm curious as to see how he makes this.
And then we're going to pan fry it in a little clarified butter. We're going to take 2 beautiful poached eggs and a sausage gravy, which is made out of sausage, cream, little shallots, and some bacon. Really delicious.
You would never get it at a good restaurant. You got it like at lunch in middle school or something.
Exactly, lunch at middle school, even more often in elementary school.
And that is going to cook very quickly in the cast iron. And a very interesting way we do the eggs, we cook them in boiling water very, very slow in the circulator. So they almost look like the egg shell just came off a raw egg.
But the real chicken fried steak is like a beef cutlet, like pounded out, like a cube steak, leg steak, whatever, pounded out, dredged, fried in a cast iron skillet, like you would fry chicken.
Got a little butter, all right? No one said this is a local dish.
These days, everything is either a hamburger or it's local and seasonal.
Right.
And if you look at the menu, that's not actually the case. I mean, they have some local and seasonal stuff, but there's more of a focus on what we used to see of
I'm sure this
interesting.
Lou de Mer is right from the Hudson Bay.
And voila. Chicken fried steak and eggs with poached eggs.
Now look at this. It's eggs. Oh, righty. Brett, he does it in a sausage gravy. This is a
Well,
much...
that's a country gravy. Just sausage instead of bacon.
This is very good.
I'm taking a big bite. Let's see how we do.
Go ahead.
It's lovely.
It's not as crunchy as a traditional chicken fried steak, but that's the only imaginable flaw I think you could find in it. Imagine if you were hungover, you had been up all night with like Russian models and everything else, and then
that's my
you
usual
wanted to
salad.
have this. I know, hand models, but still.
Whatever.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I'm here at Food Park at the Avinti Hotel. It's not opening till Wednesday, but I'm tight with the chods. So I'm going to go and get a preview before anybody else of Food Park and its wonders. Come inside. So the Chod family is from Philadelphia, and I'm from Atlantic City, so I feel like an expert on Philadelphia sandwiches. So I know the frame of reference for this sandwich. It wouldn't be this bun, I mean in the Philadelphia version, but this bun is going to be good because it's soft. That's that real like soft pot, like crock pot pork that's like simmered so long. This is a antipasto with prosciutto. There's a big mushroom here somewhere. Like, this is $10. Like, how am I going to eat this? This is as much vegetables as I eat in a month. That's good. Fresh and cold and salty. A lot of acid. That mozzarella ball was good too. All right, second course, Chinese food. All right, first thing when you get to Chinese food, first thing to do is take the chopsticks, throw them away. Then remove ribs from bag. This is an Eddie Glasses move right here. Taking this as the old time takeout Chinese rib bag. I love that. Perfect rib, they say. You should be able to take a bite and leave a perfect bite mark like they can identify you by. There you go. This, if I need to be identified by my dental records, like if the eater commenters get a hold of me and I'm reduced and immolated, my dental records can be identified through this. What would happen if I had a bite of the bacon and then I had a bite of the rib? And like a DJ, like a pork DJ, like you're taking finished pork dishes and like mashing them up together. Or you could actually get the pork sandwich from the Fornetti, and you could have the pork sandwich, the bacon, and the ribs and mash them all up like Jam Master Jay, well, I have to say, this is a lot to eat in one sitting. I'm getting kind of full. But I wanted to take the full measure of Food Park, and I wanted you to see it before anyone else did. And I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. So I'm here with Marco Canora of Hearth and Terroir Restaurants. One of the things that he does best here at Hearth is gnocchis. And you always made gnocchi here.
I have.
And you make them from baked potatoes.
Baked Idaho potatoes and flour, that's it. This steam is water. So the more water in your gnocchi, the more flour to get the dough. The more flour, the heavier the gnocchi. So we always want a really light, fluffy gnocchi. So we're gonna scoop these out while they're hot. Once all the potatoes are in there, you simply torque this thing up. It pushes all the potatoes through, and then these get dumped out. And the idea is you want to create an island of potatoes. Okay, so there's 3 additions of flour when I make my gnocchi. The first addition, we're gonna do a nice little blanket, like so.
This is that so-called double aught flour, or is it just regular
regular AP flour? And if you notice, what happened is my island of potatoes got smaller, right? My island used to be this big, now it's this big, and it's gonna get another blanket. Another dusting. So I've got my bowl of potatoes. I'm gonna add my last addition. So now what you do is you just fold and press. Fold and press. When this thing starts getting sticky and you don't see much white flour anymore, then it's ready to form into a dough. Go ahead and give that a little touch. You feel like but it's not hard.
It's like touching a medium rare steak.
Yeah. So this is the motion.
But see, this is what starts to happen.
Well, you just have to be conscious, Josh.
That's asking too much.
You don't want handmade things to be exactly the same size or shape, because then it looks like a factory did it. So
but look how perfect they are, Marco. Can you imagine what this would look like if I had done it?
We heat them up in butter flavored with sage. We put Parmesan, sea salt, and cracked black pepper on them. So when these guys float, you know that they're done. So take them out, drop them in your butter.
So essentially, the whole point of these gnocchi is to be an ethereal vehicle for butter, cheese, salt.
Yeah, it's just a vehicle for butter and cheese.
Well, I mean, that is the
yeah.
Or should I be thinking about it in terms of what it itself
Well, it
tastes
should
like?
also taste like potato. I mean, it's just potato. I love when people freak out about how good it is, and I tell them, they're like, "Oh, what'd you do?" And I say, "Well, it's just flour and potato."
It's just flour and potato.
You can't remember back then, can you?
No, I can't. But I remember when the menu was up here, and there was still all the sandwiches that I can't get anymore. So, Dom, I figure that this oven's is just the regular old-time standard issue crappy oven, right? But no, you say
no. This is a special oven. You can't get these ovens anymore. It's a Baker's Pride oven, and they still make ovens, but this oven's from 1963, and you can't find ovens that do what this oven does anymore.
Well, why not? It looks like a regular.
It gets really hot. That was a day when we used to use this, I believe. We're talking way back in the early 70s. We just stopped, and now we just use it as a dough warmer. And this is the main oven.
That's the brute.
This is like the beast, yeah. It's the beast. This one doesn't go as hot as this one. They're from the same time zone. This oven, for some reason it stays and it holds a lot of heat. This one doesn't do as well as that. This isn't Farrah's heyday to me. Farrah's heyday was back then.
Right.
You know, to me, it's busier than it's ever been, but it's that time is gone. It was a special time. It was kind of known as an underground place. You had to be in the know to find out about the place. When did he become like the main pizza guy? When was that? I would say maybe like the early 90s or somewhere in the mid 90s. Maybe in the late 90s. But somebody wrote an article. The article's probably on the wall somewhere about how he makes every pie. And
Right.
once he himself read the article, he doesn't even remember saying that, but he read the article and he was like, oh, if everybody thinks I make every pie. And then he started doing like the majority of pies, but I still make pies. Sometimes during this break, I'll actually make a pie to slip it to some people at the window. There was Farah, which is this guy. That's where the Farah came from, Farah.
Right.
That's my father, and that's my Uncle Johnny. He taught me how to actually make pizza when I was 7 years old. My father taught me how to cook.
Oh my God!
This is what it looked like before it was changed in the 70s. This is the original DeFara. 1963, 64.
Wow.
The door was in the middle. You had two windows. Used to serve ice from both these sides. Italian ice. Inside
It's so funny. I always assumed that it always looked the same as it does now.
No.
It's a romantic.
The only original thing is the ceiling.
We are the temple of pizza. From that day to this one, the best pizza in New York or anywhere else for my money. And Dom is carrying it into the next generation.
I gotta check this out. I never knew you had a website where it was.
Oh, every day we got a new one every day.
So this is our dry age room, Josh.
It hits you right away.
Oh yeah.
You smell right away. This is the smell of meat.
This entire side are 179s. These are all choice and prime, but all Black Angus, all Creekstone, New York strip steaks aging. On this side, we have 109s, which are ribs and short loins aging.
Why does it have to go? Why do you have to have the air moving around so much? A lot of times you go in an aging room and it's just like whatever.
No, we're trying to take all the moisture out of this. It's like cooking broccoli rabe. We're really trying to get the water out.
Right.
Leave the condensed beef flavor in.
That's how much air circulation there is here.
This is look at this one. This is a Riyadh strip right here. This is a Riyadh strip, but it's a newborn. This is a newborn. I need another 4 more weeks on this before this is good. I've had to buy the beef, pay for it in 7 days, put it on my shelf in 5 to 7 weeks, depending on the customer, sell it, and then wait another 45 days to get paid. So you can imagine at 12 or 1,400 pieces in here, the money invested into one room.
What do you think would be the cash value of all the meat here taken together?
In this room alone could be near $1 million.
Near $1 million, right?
Right. Here is a 109 that's been aged for 6 weeks. As you can see, it's hard as a rock. You can knock on the outside. Here's one that's just a week, but they're both the same size. So we're going to lose about 20% water weight, and it's going to shrink down, but you're going to have that condensed beef flavor in this one.
But it's also going to be much tenderer too. You'd
but
think that as it turns hard on the outside, it makes it tougher.
It's decomposing.
It's decomposing. It's controlled decomposition. The French used to call it mortification, in fact, and they would eat it practically rotten. This is the exact cross section, or the intersecting arc of science and history, of progress and degeneration, of decay and preservation.
Good way to put it.
Very, very pleased with myself for having thought of that. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, here we are in the garment district of Manhattan, where Jeffrey Chodaro's new gourmet food park called Food Park has opened up. The guy from Blade Runner, designed it. It's very futuristic. They got the whole complicated kiosk system. How many in my party? Me. Okay, I want a hamburger. Always. I want a bacon snack. No, thank you. Oh, Maron. I want to go back. I want a salad with ribs. See? Full freight, baby. Whenever you get the Chinese meal, the first thing you should do is take the chopsticks, throw them away. These are such nice ribs. Look, they're not red and they're not sticky. They're Cantonese ribs, but not the gross ones that we often are used to. I'd like to make a point. My point is, this is what a rib is supposed to look like when somebody's done eating it. Thank you. That convict that Clinton killed, he said, oh, I'm going to save it for later. When they sent him to the chair, they gave him his last meal. And he said, oh, I'm going to save the pudding for later. That's what I'm going to do like him. I'm going to save it for later. What they did is they deep fried this and they put crystallized ginger barbecue rub. And then it's good, but it needs the sweetness to offset it, so you dip it. Here's the burger. Now this is a nice looking burger, I mean, right? I mean, obviously the resemblance to the Shack burger is a strong one, but then they don't got a monopoly on potato rolls either. I'm still not completely down with a potato roll, but it's just so good that I'm sick of hearing myself complain about it. And I feel like it's disingenuous because I do like it. That's a nice hamburger. Got a lot of hanger in the grind. You say, oh well, the burger's not as good as Shake Shack or whatever. Okay, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But like, it's in the same basics vein as a Shake Shack burger. Like, you know, I mean, they got the Capo Giro gelati, which nobody brought in from Philly before. So these guys, they did a lot of work and they put a lot of effort into making it be better than it had to be. They're still going to get abused, but I mean, to come here and like wander around and like eat this kind of food on impulse in this weird neighborhood is something that I expect to take no small amount of pleasure in.
When you're breaking down an animal, you have to know what you want to do with it before you just start hacking into it. So if you didn't want to make a short loin, if you wanted to make a strip loin, you would have peeled that entire fillet off, because the good part of the fillet, the Chateaubriand, it's in the leg.
Right.
So now you've just cut it in half. So now you have to take it out and sell it as a butt tender, which would be just the head of the fillet, which would be the Chateau.
Now, what's the difference between the porterhouse steak and the T-bone steak?
Well, if you want to get technical, you could really only get about 2 porterhouses out of this, where the fillet,
Can you see this, Jeff?
where the fillet starts to get narrow, right about here. This spot, that would be the end of the porterhouse.
Right.
The porterhouse has the largest fillet. However, it also has the vein steak, which runs through the end of the short loin. The vein steak, which we just took off because we don't want to send it to a chef, right? So when you get a porterhouse steak, you get the largest piece of vein, but the largest fillet.
Let's see that vein there.
You can see it right here. The primary muscle is right here. It gets very narrow. This is a little tougher, as you can see. And that vein is right in between both.
So that perfect porterhouse steak that has the full strip and the full fillet, is maybe only one of those in the animal?
2.
2.
On each side, so it's 4 portions per
side,
animal.
right.
Then you start to come into the T-bone, which is right here. It's this small section of the short loin, where you get a smaller fillet, but no vein steak on the other side.
Right.
When you come to here, there's no fillet left at all. So you just really take that chine bone off, and you're basically left with the front of a New York strip loin, which is this.
Right. So
You're
this
left
is
with
like-
this right here.
Right. So that's the back of the animal. This is the front of the animal.
Correct.
This is what, rib 5, I guess?
Yes.
And the first ribs in front of this is the so-called prime ribs, the...
Yes, the 109 rib.
Light.
Incredible.
Qua nasce la pizza.
This is where the pizza all begins.
Da qua nasce la pizza.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, this is a very special one today for all lovers of pizza and Italy and beauty, because we have the one and only Donatella Arpaia. This is her new pizzeria. It is called Donatella. And Donatella has brought in the most celebrated of all pizziola napoletana, Enzo Coccia. This is the master.
I think so.
You designed this oven too, is that
Lui ha
correct?
detto che tu hai disegnato questo forno?
Sì, con Stefano Ferraro ho portato pure I mattoni.
Everything that's Here I shipped over from Naples, Mount Vesuvius, the sand, the marble, the rock. And I also shipped over Stefano Ferrara himself, who built this oven from the ground up.
One pizza, 45 minuti, 45 seconds una pizza.
One pizza, 4 minutes big.
No, 45 seconds to cook one pizza.
45 seconds?
Sì.
Really? That's faster than I could eat it.
So the most important thing about my pizza that we're making and pizza napoletana is there are very few ingredients. It's just water, salt, a very small amount of yeast, and we use Caputo flour, which is considered the best from Naples. Neapolitan pizza is not stretched out with a rolling pin, it's stretched out by hands, and this technique, which Enzo makes look so simple, is one of the hardest things to master.
Finito.
This is my pizza Donatella that I created. These tomatoes are from Mount Vesuvius and have a volcanic ashy minerality to the tomatoes. You have to always maintain equilibrium, not too
Non
much
molto olio.
not too much oil. He finds that a lot of pizzas, they overdo it with the ingredients.
Ain't that the truth?
And then we're gonna cook it, and when we take it out, I'm putting some stracciatella, which is the inside of burrata, and arugula, because I always like to eat my pizza with fresh
Ok,
salad.
allora Donatella, vai. Burrata. Stringi. Questa rucola che viene da 2 ore da New York, Rocco.
It comes from 2 hours from New York. Okay, Josh? Here
So,
we go.
so this is it.
This is it, baby.
Holy God. Okay, can I eat it now?
This is for you. Odora prima, guarda com'è
You have
buona.
to smell it. See how good it is?
Siamo a Napoli,
Oh,
no?
look at this. No tip
Siamo a
sag.
Napoli.
No tip sag, by the way.
Sorry, siamo a Napoli, no, siamo a New York.
New York. Holy God. And these tomatoes,
Aren't they awesome? Pianolo.
that's like
From
the
Mount Vesuvius.
terroir.
Mhm.
They have the minerality. It's not
Mhm.
sweet at all. I'm Josh
Mm.
Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV.
What do you think, Josh? Did I do good? Would you wanna?
Okay, no problem.
So, I love this slice. Like, this place is hugely successful. That's why it's spun off. This is like the opposite of what these guys basically did is they remade the idea of the New York slice. Like, this is the opposite of the ultra popular Napolitana pizza now, which is characterized by this like super soft, delicate crust and the tomatoes with the little pools of the soft mozzarella. This is like totally crispy, and it's total integration of the sauce and the cheese, which was always the characteristic of the New York slice. But this one is better cheese, better sauce, zingier. It comes all the way up. The crust is almost exaggerated in its thinness and flatness. Like, it's the evolutionary next step of New York slice. Well, very good, but after going to Donatella the other day, I feel like it's getting hard for me to eat pizza. Like, that was the final word in pizza. But I still love our New York pizza with the greasy cheese. I really want to move back here. Really great neighborhood to live in. Up here, now we're getting to 12th. When you go up the street, Terroir is up there and Hearth. Cafecito is down there with the Cuban foods. There's a Spanish-American place down there. Whatever you get, you should just take it to go. Go sit in the park, maybe in the dog run or whatever. Enjoy a brief moment of pastoral bliss before the impending apocalypse that is tomorrow's bad fortune. Here, from the cool twilight and gloaming of joy on the Lower East Side, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here in the LaGuardia terminal, but I'm not going anywhere except to the land of gluttony. And the reason is that I'm here to look at the new food court. This is Mike Corey. He's the OTG guy. What is that, Prime Tavern you got over there?
We have Prime Tavern that Michael Monaco did the consulting on.
This over here, we've obviously heard a lot about the La Freda burger.
Custom burgers.
Now, this is not owned by the La Fredas. It's you guys did it.
Yes.
With their meat.
With their meat. So we use all their product and meat-wise.
Now, it doesn't say it here, but I happen to have the inside dope that this is basically a DeFara tribute in a way, because Dom DeMarco Jr., Dom's son, the master's son, has actually created this whole program for you.
Created the whole thing. He's here all the time.
So this is your family pizza, but it's not exactly the same as DeFara, right?
It's a variation of DeFara. It's a recipe I came up with, but of course we're using the good ingredients, the quality ingredients, and the techniques. It's not my father doing it.
It looks just like DeFara, Dom.
Oh yeah.
Look at this pizza.
Well, that's the thing.
Doesn't look like anybody else's
I'm trying
pizza.
to pass on these techniques about how to do it, and I'll tell you, my experiences are nobody knows how to do the techniques out there, but
to translate, your father's kind of like the ultimate artisan. One man perfectly making one pizza at a time. Now you're doing this huge institutional program for every million people that are going through. If you can pull that off, it will be a great feat. Well, can I try a couple of things?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Really, everything rests on the regular plain slice. That's nothing to hide behind with the plain slice. Prosciutto and broccoli are up. Okay, I definitely want to try that.
The recipe that I'm bringing here is I'm trying to get more of the pure taste of the tomato out. The natural taste of the tomato, a little less spicy than the DeFara.
This is the regular plain slice.
Right.
It's not the same as DeFara, but it's 87% genetic similarity to its parent slice.
Well, I wouldn't know how to do it any other way.
Oh, baby. Look at that. Fucking great.
It's good. Yeah.
I like it even better than the other one.
One thing I've learned from my father is the power of possibility. Because he's taken his pizza from, all these years when he opened up, and it has, evolved into what you have there now. But just the evolution of it, it's just in my head.
I'm here about to eat the hamburger in the hamburger operation, La Frida Burgers, that is run by the OTG guys and Mike Corey here in the airport. Given the fact that this was a Burger King before, biggest upgrade in hamburger history. I very much want to like these hamburgers. Obviously, these guys were so nice to me. They let me in here in the airport, cleared it with Homeland Security or whatever. And, I wouldn't, Frida's obviously, I'm very close with them. I don't want to disappoint them. But on the other hand, it's very hard to make burgers well in this kind of environment. Oh, all right, here we are. Jesus God, look at this. So I got the regular Americano. This is what they call the Fat Cat. This has got an egg, bacon, and Taylor pork roll on it. And then this is the triple. This is the Gordita, 15.5 ounces of La Freda beef. An obscene amount by any standard. All right, let's see what it tastes like. Well salted, well seasoned. Passes the squeeze test. Nice sear. Now we'll do number 2. This is truly obscene. I wish I had thought of it myself. I've never eaten anything like this in my life. You're not going to believe me if I say that. All I can say is, if you eat this before your flight, you are not going to need Klonopin. The truth is, though, you don't taste the burgers as good with this. It's delicious, but all the stuff overwhelms the meat. Josh Ozersky versus the Gordita. Mike, though, this amount of onion for this is hardly sufficient. This is like when you see the sumo wrestler that wears the little diaper, I shouldn't like this. I should be against this. It breaks all the rules of art, structure, and symmetry that I supposedly believe in. That is so intense. That is such a concentrated beef bomb. And there's also all this pepper and salt, so there's like a nice hot finish. This is a great, great modern age we're living in, and every day it gets better. I really wasn't expecting it to be this good. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. This is a little bonus DeFara coverage, an extra little interview I'm doing with Dom DeMarco here at LaGuardia. Now, Dom, you did this pizza here in the airport,
Right.
but there's an actual DeFara simulacra coming up in Vegas. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it's going to begin in Vegas. It's going to be called Dom DeMarco's Pizzeria and Bar, and it's a couple locations we're looking at there.
So this is your father and the whole family? You're all going out to Vegas?
No, well, this is just me. It's a project that I'm taking on.
Is it going to be like the Rayos that it looks just like the? You get the green. Are you going to get like the green paint on the walls and like?
No, it's a little more elegant. It's we're going to have screens with my father and images of DeFara playing on the screens and just past things that happen to me, some Ozersky TV things going on there or whatever. It's a little more elegant, a little more like rustic, but not what you see in the pizzeria the way it is now. We're taking it another step, another level up.
Is it going to be the pizza, the DeFara pizza?
It's the pizza.
For somebody that never got to go to Avenue J?
It's the pizza and maybe more. It's we're using the state-of-the-art ovens. It's we're trying to take it to another level, but it's the DeFara pizza.
Madame, what about all of the stuff you can't get anymore? The veal and mushroom sandwich, the chicken, eggplant, and garlic.
Right now, we might have a couple of pasta dishes and some salads, but we're going to work on the other stuff. But at this moment, we're doing pizza, maybe a couple of pasta dishes, and see how it begins that way. But it's going to start in Vegas, and then we're going to get a spot in California, Arizona, Texas. Then we're going to move from the west to the east and get a couple stores here in New York eventually.
It's all happening.
Yeah.
When are you looking at it opening in Vegas?
It should be the first week of January.
2011, DeFara comes to Vegas. You heard it here first on Ozersky TV. Look at how big this is. Holy God. Holy God, look at how big this is. Wow. I'm here at the brand new first day of Bill's Rockefeller Center. A hamburger restaurant so large that even its fans cannot believe it exists. They are now on board with the whole slider thing, and I have to say, this slider looks really right. A lot of times the sliders are big. They make sliders in restaurants that are basically just little hamburgers. This is a slider. It's flat and square, and it seems to have a lot of wet onions on it. It's like a giant high-class White Castle. This is the thing you should get here. I mean, I like the other stuff, but when I come next time as a civilian, I will come and eat this. I might have the regular one too. But I would take this and travel with this. This would be good to travel. I would take this on a trip to Midtown. You make a rectangular block, and then you have them cut it in thirds to make for the slider then?
No, we cook it all and then we cut it after it's cooked. So when it cooks,
you cook it all?
I load it with the onion and the cheese and the top of the bun, and then with the steam everything gets together, and then we cut.
Nicely done. Thank you.
That's good. There's the money shot. Of course.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I'm all dressed up. And you want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because I just ate lunch in a 3-star restaurant. Big deal. 3 stars. Not 3 Michelin stars, 3 New York Times stars. Now, which one matters more? Globally and historically, Michelin mattered more, and that's what's coming out later this week. We're going to find out who got the stars and who didn't get the stars. I have a very highly developed opinion about this. I don't think that the time system makes sense, the way they've been awarding it lately. Not just Sifton either, under Frank Bruni's regime as well. All over the place, all kinds of places getting stars more or less than they deserved. You may think Michelin is stodgy and old-fashioned and hidebound, and maybe it is, but they've been very clear over the years with what a star means. Fine wines, faultless service, one will pay accordingly. In fact, it even was organized according to how hard it is, because it was for a tire company. So 1 star was like, okay, if you're in the neighborhood. 2 stars was make a little detour, and 3 stars was worth a special trip. Now, I think an interesting case, and something that will be telling about the difference between the two systems, is Del Posto. Now, Sifty gave Del Posto 4 big stars. That means it's as good as Le Bernardin, 11 Madison Park, Masa, per se. That's what 4 stars means in the New York Times. It always has. Now, Michelin hated Del Posto so much, they only give it 2 stars, despite its grand, operatic, luxury liner feeling and its very fine food. They only gave it 2 stars, and then they took away one of the 2 stars. Right now, Del Posto is a 1-star Michelin restaurant and a 4-star New York Times restaurant. I wonder if in the history of the 2 institutions there has ever been such a gross discrepancy between 2 restaurants. I want to find out what they say. I'm very curious as what it's going to be. Are they going to get upgraded to 2? Are they going to go 1 to 3? I wonder what Super Mario is thinking right now, and I wonder what Sifty's thinking, and I wonder what the Michelin people are thinking. I'm going to talk to them later this week. I'm going to ask them that very question. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Exactly. We don't have Jean-Georges 3, but we do have 2 Michelin stars at the premise that was formerly Montrachet, that is currently Corton.
I should say that we're here with the one and only Drew Nieperant. You're somebody that knows a lot about restaurants both pre and post Michelin in New York.
Yes, I do.
And you created a restaurant that was very much, it seems to me, a stripped down 3-star Michelin type restaurant. But stripped down.
You're talking about Montrachet?
I'm talking about Corton.
Oh yeah, no question. Stripped down in the sense that the food has to play the major role.
Yes. Did you feel that would cost you a 3rd Michelin star?
No. I would say this. The proof's always in the pudding, Josh, and cream always rises to the top.
It's true.
If it's meant to be, it will be.
Do you have any coming attractions that you want to put on the record about things coming up at Corton, or new hires or new dishes? Or
well, we have a brilliant new pastry chef from the recently closed Veritas, since Michael White stripped half of New York of its chefs. I love Michael White, but at the end of the day, Michael, be careful, because I'm going to be outside your kitchen door handing out cards to your staff saying, now, who would like to make a little bit more money than they're making now? He seems to have cherry-picked. I've opened 35 restaurants in 25 years, and I did it from within. I think when you extrapolate and when you open new restaurants, what your job is to reward the people who've worked for you, not to reward the people that you don't know, that you've heard about, or that you can steal from another restaurant. So I don't know why I brought this thing up, but I guess it's in my mind, Josh.
Right. I mean, you must feel like you created an environment for them to flourish in.
The most important thing, you see Daniel Boulud and John Georgia, you've interviewed all these people. We respect each other. There isn't a chance in hell that if one of their employees came to my doorstep and said, look, I would jeopardize my friendship over a hiring. It's not a possibility.
So let me play devil's advocate and ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Isn't it true to some extent that the talent should be free agents? Like if LeBron James wants to leave Cleveland and go to Miami, if in baseball
That's why everybody hates the Yankees. No, I mean, look, it is what it is. And at the end of the day, what you really have to understand is that I would forfeit a 3rd star in the Michelin Guide if it meant that I would fracture a friendship or a relationship with one of these guys. And that's the God honest truth.
Hey, I'm Andrew Zimmern, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
We are at the Rachael Ray Burger Bash, which is sponsored this year by La Freda Meats.
Yes, finally.
For the first year.
It's about time.
Got the gloves. You bust out the gloves for Ozersky TV?
No, I only go with the Marquis of Queensberry rules. Oh, no.
Defending champ in the house?
It's going to be like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out now. Oh! Or I'm like the Death Star, and this is like This is like the little bullet that Luke
You're
Skywalker.
more like the Star Trek Planet Eater. That's or Galactus. I would say you're Galactus.
I would like to be the Galactus of
you
gastronomy.
are Galactus descending upon Earth. Okay.
So that would make
And-
this
and
the
then-
ultimate nullifier.
Pretty much. That's it. Oh.
One thing that's good about this year is everybody's like letting the hamburger talk for them. It's not like all this so much stupid like gimmicks, marketing hype or whatever. Spike, I was just saying, this year it seems like everyone was letting their hamburgers talk for them.
Right.
That there was going to be a minimum of hype and spectacle.
Right. But you should not expect that from me. You know I'm not playing fair. I never play fair, Josh.
This is my first time here as a non-competitor at the Burger Bash, so I'm really enjoying not sweating over a grill.
Don't forget, Katie won the Burger Bash 2 years ago.
That's true.
But it was for a patty melt, interestingly.
You call it a patty melt, I call it a burger. Josh, don't do that.
It's so hard to open, though.
So listen, Ozersky, the first three Lee and I tried, and John, they're going to be, I think, top contenders.
Chiquito.
Amazing.
I've been saying that.
With the smoked cheese, and then also the Hurricane Club is amazing with the pickled
too hot.
jalapenos.
No, it's too hot.
But I like
It's too
spice.
hot.
Don't be a hater.
Now, Rachel, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Do you think that the cross-section of American hamburgerism that we're seeing here tonight represents the zeitgeist?
I think we need to make some new rules for the Burger Bash. We're not allowed to use words like zeitgeist.
You're famous for your healthy eating and your regimen of
Well, I'm
maintaining your
interested in
physique.
maintaining health, but there's nothing wrong with a good burger
Now,
or a good beer.
How many hamburgers do you think you're going to eat tonight?
I'm going to have a bite of as many different kinds as I can, just to make sure that they're fair to everybody. I feel I have an obligation as mayor to eat my way through Brooklyn.
We just have to make sure that you stay thinner than Marty Markowitz.
That would not
That's
be
the key thing.
that is easy to do.
It's a Rachael Ray Burger Bash. Every year I'm happy to be here, and I eat too many hamburgers, and I think about hamburgers too much, but so does everybody else. That's what's good about it. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Ciao.
Meatball Madness, the New York Wine and Food Festival's big meatball event. I'm going to make predictions of what I like and what I think is going to win.
We're serving a pepperoni meatball, a pizza bianca, and a Parmigiano cheese fonduta.
We got spicy pork meatballs, spicy meat sauce, creamy polenta. It's delicious. Don't be bashful, don't be shy.
Hi, I'm Patty Jackson from Eat Truly, and this is a veal and beef meatball wrapped in pork belly.
Veal and ricotta meatballs. Peasant restaurant.
I'm here with my mother and her famous Mama Maria meatballs from Mia Donna. They're veal braised meatballs with homemade potato focaccia.
Meatball alla pizzaiola.
All right, so I've now eaten about 37 meatballs. As always, the first ones taste the best and the last ones taste the worst, but I've compensated for that in my intellect. In my opinion, the best meatball by far in the traditional category. They don't do categories, they should, but they don't. Patty Jackson's meatball from Eat Truly. Perfect texture, perfect sponginess, the flavors, the garlic, the veal, the pork, that's the Italian meatball. Kevin Garcia's was a little too hard, but it had so much flavor and it was juicy and greasy and delicious. But Patty's is the best of the regular classic variety. The best of the specialty ones was Shea Galante, did little roasted veal meatballs, beautifully roasted all the way around, and then he had like some kind of a polenta with cheese and something else in it, chives, whatever. That was, I mean, it was veal-y. Now the ones that I think is going to win, I think that of the ones that is conventional, Co is going to win. Jim Lahey's made a little sandwich with garlic bread, and as Carmelini proved last year, people like sandwiches. It's an easier way to eat it. The bread is better than they're used to having a meatball on, and Lahey's the bread master, and when he does garlic bread, forget about it. The specialty one that I think will win will either be Peasant, which I liked, but it was a little meatloafy, or the dark horse might be Nate Appleman, who did a pepperoni-flavored beef meatball. And I thought it should have been porkier, but he's handsome and young, and his meatball had great innovation and thought. It was radical, but it wasn't gross. So he might win. Those are who I think will win, and that's who I would vote for if I was winning. I'm Josh Ozersky. I don't know what's going to happen here on Ozersky TV.
And this year's winner is Mia Dona.
We're at the Woolworth building. They're having the announcement ceremony. It's a kind of party. Amazing thing they put together with all the great chefs that are getting Michelin stars, and also the supper clubs, the home chefs that are cooking, aspiring to that kind of food.
We're trying to create a space that allows people to meet new people, to interact, learn about the food, but also try new and different experiences, not just from a culinary side, but also from an art side, performance side, theater side, things of that nature.
You are the proud possessor of a new Michelin star.
Right.
How does it feel?
I do feel like it comes at a time where we actually deserve it. And when we got our Times review and our New York Magazine review and Time Out review and stuff like that, I was so in the weeds and so in the shit with trying to open and run a restaurant. I couldn't really appreciate it. And at this time, I feel like we deserve it, and it feels really good.
No, I think 3 stars is about creating a magical dining experience that makes you feel like you want to go back in the middle of your meal. You start thinking in the middle of your meal that I have to come back to this restaurant.
That's a good definition of it. Are there any, like for example, flavors that you brought in to sort of keep it fresh?
At Le Bernardin?
Yeah.
Lately, my influence is very Japanese. I think we're using more of their techniques. For instance, we use kombu, and we cut tuna like a sashimi, like a 6 slice of tuna,
Right.
and we press it in between kombu and leave it for a few hours. And the kombu changes the texture of the tuna and brings a certain flavor that enhances the quality of the tuna. So those things, I wouldn't have done that 2 years ago or a year ago.
We lost a star of pastry today in the guide.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, it's sad.
That must have been a blow to you as it's your son too. And
No, but I think it's good for him. You know why?
Why?
Because he started 8 months ago. There was not a star.
It's true.
So he has to start on the bottom.
That's true.
I say, welcome to the club. Welcome to my game.
There's no hereditary stars in this business.
There's not.
So here is the zagat, upside down.
What's the difference between food that gets 3 stars at Daniel and food that gets 2 stars, say, at Cafe? What is Cafe Boulud?
No, Cafe Boulud is 1 star, and I felt that Cafe Boulud deserved 2 stars because I know my standard. I really know my standard, and I really believe that the Cafe Boulud deserves 2 stars. I say, why Cafe Boulud don't deserve 2 stars? And they felt that yet there is a little bit of slip off on certain consistency with the taste of food, with the depth of flavor, and with the and I'm not blaming Gavin. I know it's still work in progress.
Hello, Chef. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Nice to meet
Pleasure
you.
to meet you.
An invitation to cook at the James Beard House is a sign of legitimacy towards which all young chefs strive. We're going to visit with Greg Vassos, a young chef trained at the French Laundry who now cooks in the super luxury resort, the Breakers in Palm Beach.
On the right, we start with a clam chowder. In the pipette, we have a basil-infused clam base. We have a purple potato, then a piece of crisp pork belly.
Now, how am I supposed to eat this? I pick this up here like
pick
this?
this up, take it off, and just squirt the juice into your mouth.
Do I do it, so pull it and then, it wouldn't be as good without this. You couldn't skip the pipette. It's clearly meant to all go together.
Sure, you have to have the broth to complete it. Yes, this is a salcade brandade beignet. What we have with it is a little bit of tomato espuma.
I don't think there's a single thing in gastronomy today that has got a worse rap than foam.
I like it when it's very delicate and it's subtle touches, not overused. So this dish is kind of a sushi dish to me. I think French cuisine, that doesn't have to be heavy sauces and things like that.
Nouvelle and stuff
yeah,
like
so
this.
I mean, our basis is that, but we really, like the light, flavorful, fun, and exciting. Well, it's lobster causa. So we have layers of espelette potato, which is a potato with red chili pepper, a little bit of lime juice. We have some avocado. We have lobster salad.
Chef, I take it your guys do this with tweezers on the pass in the restaurant, right?
Yes.
There's something to be said for this kind of cooking after all, even though people make fun of it sometimes.
Well, I think there needs to be a balance. You know, there's sometimes with this type of cuisine, people, forget what's important, and the first thing that's important is the food and what it tastes like. You know, it doesn't matter how crazy you get. At the end of the day, if the food doesn't taste great, it doesn't matter how crazy the dish was. Right. We have a ratatouille crusted lutemere, which we crust on the fish. Throughout here, we have some polenta aligot, and then we have a potato ribbon that goes across it.
Like it's got all that acid pop and everything, but it also has like this starchy, gritty, zippy, almost like really great grits, you know.
We were talking last season about, making something from someone's childhood, and everyone loves the Snickers bar. So we decided to do a very refined Snickers bar.
What are these little crumbles here?
It's chocolate crumble. It will be like a cocoa powder.
Right, so it's not sweet. Again, it's something
sweet.
else that sort of relieves the sweetness of it.
Sure.
Thank you, Chef.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, this is Ming Tsai. You're watching Ozersky TV.
I'm here in China Grill. They're having the dim sum disco brunch, which is a big thing that usually closes the New York Wine and Food Festival. 4 of the most talented Asian food chefs in the country are all cooking together. Let's go see what's going on in the kitchen. What do you cook? What is this? What are you cooking over here?
This is actually not my fatty cuts. This is, Zach, of course. Zach, what's your dish here, brother?
It's a pork and shrimp wonton with a chicken and mushroom broth. Chinese ham, chili, scallion. Often it's served with noodles. Today we're not serving with noodles. We're just serving the dumpling or the wonton.
As opposed to wonton you.
That's where I thought you went to cooking school. No, what is the sauce that goes in with this anyway?
It's a broth. It's a simple broth, chicken, mushroom.
This epitomizes East-West cuisine. Because you've taken the most Eastern technique, shumai, open-faced dumpling, the most Western ingredient I can think of right out of France, now this country as well, foie gras, and bringing them sensibly together.
What are the vinegars? Some kind of special Chinese vinegar?
There's a Chinese black, balsamic, and Japanese white, reduced down, and then emulsified with some oil.
It's so light and crispy like phyllo. Did you make the dough?
Yeah, we do.
And there's all these layers of it, and then what's the heat from?
We put an oven.
No, not that kind of heat. I mean, what's the spiciness from?
From the pepper, the real chili pepper, the dry chili, and also from the jalapeno.
You had a somewhat formative role in putting all these guys together, is that right?
Yeah. Last year, during the first year we did this event, the event was looking for a home, and I put Jeff Chodorow and China Grill together, and with the event planners, and dim sum disco.
Now, the West have so many great innovation, technology. So now, in a way, many actually Asian want to come to the West to learn anything new. So I think this disco dim sum really sort of like a great path for a lot of Chinese chefs to say, if I'm just going to put spring roll with taro and vegetable, why can't I put beef and with shrimp inside? So it's exactly what I did today. So I think it's a great influences of the world. So I think that the East actually want to come to the West to learn. And of course the West want to go to learn the East. So by the end you have the teepee. So that is the most powerful part is in between.
Hey, this is Ming Tsai. I was just asked if I won the next Iron Chef. The answer is absolutely can't tell you. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Jean-Luc Naret and this is Ozersky TV. Bon appetit.
I'm finally going to get the chance today, here at the triplex suite of the New York Palace Hotel, to speak with Jean-Luc Naret, who is the worldwide director of Michelin, and I'm going to ask him all the questions that I've been wanting to ask about the Red Guide and its omnipotent stars. No one, including the critics, understands what the stars mean. I mean, they say good, very good, whatever. I mean, like, they only make sense in reference to each other. They don't seem to have any objective meaning. Do the stars, in your mind, have an objective meaning that you can articulate?
For us,
we only, first of all, we return a restaurant where you eat well. Okay, that's for sure. So you could pick up any address here and you will usually have a very good meal.
Right.
You will have a very good quality and value for money with a Bib Gourmand. And we have as many Bib Gourmand as we have stars around the world. That's an important issue. Then you started to get 1 star. 1 star means a good restaurant in this category. So when we look at all the restaurants, we say, okay, well, on the Thai restaurant, this one deserves to be recognized as the best Thai restaurant. Or this one deserves to be recognized as the best Japanese restaurant. So we started to identify them saying, this one I really provided a good quality all the time. And its consistency is a very important one. And then the difference between 1 to 2 is really saying it's another level in terms of excellence in the plate.
Right.
It's another level in terms of consistency. And from 2 to 3 is like an incredible experience. This is a big step.
A person goes to a restaurant, let's say it's Cafe Boulud or Maria, and they have a dish, they say, this is fantastic. How could this couldn't possibly be better, you know? And somebody tells them, well, that's 1 star. Say, oh, you should go to, you know, Convivio's 1 star, you should go to Alto and it's 2 stars. They go there and they say, well, you know what, I didn't like it any better. I thought what I had at the first place was great.
That's a very personal choice. You absolutely agree. It's like everything in life. Everything is a personal choice. That's the reason you need to be, to change this into objective. Everything which actually could be subjective will change into objective. And that's what we're doing and we're trying to do with the Michelin Guide. Is trying to say, all right, well, we ate in enough restaurants around the world to be able to assess this restaurant.
What
we're
saying
is we've been eating in all places around the world.
Everywhere.
And this is what I always say, yes, if you like that sort of restaurant, this is a category like Bib Gourmand. Go and pick up any Bib Gourmand because you will be very happy.
Right.
If you like that sort of restaurant, this is 1 star category and in different type of places
so what's
around
the
the world.
difference?
The difference is saying...
Not just consistency.
No.
But
We've been to all these places.
Right.
And we've been to all the other places.
Right.
And you're only going to one. So you will have your own experience with this one and you will be very happy. It's like, I would imagine, it's like with me, with my son, discovering a new song. He say, oh Dad, you should listen to that one. And I say, wow, that's pretty good.
Right.
He said, well, if you like that, this is a record and this is what I've done before and everything. So he's got the knowledge of more things than I do when I discovered the first thing. But I was very happy with the first one. And then suddenly say, well, if you like that, maybe you should listen to this. And I listen to that and I say, oh my God, that's even better. So you always get to know professional people who's going to tell you what to do. Same with movie, same with books, same with anything, because you don't have the knowledge. So you have some people around who could actually bring you the knowledge, bring you the things that, well, we've done that. This is our job. This is what we're doing around the world. So if you like that sort of restaurant, we could tell you this is excellent. If you want to move to the second level or something different, this is what we do recommend to you.
So in other words, like you say, somebody was an expert who had listened to every Iron Maiden song.
Yes.
And
good luck.
Right. I mean, and they said that, well, you like the Trooper, but wait till you listen to the Number of the Beast. And I listened to the Trooper, and I'm like, oh, this couldn't be better. And then somebody plays the Number of the Beast, and it's manifestly better. I mean, if it's not manifestly better, then the person
then you're not going to trust him.
I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV, and I'm here at Russ & Daughters, where I was thinking about getting some appetizing stuff. Let's see if maybe Nikki and Josh are inside. They can tell me if they have some new fishes to look at. Come with me. Well, how would you describe to someone that doesn't know what the concept of appetizing?
Well, appetizing is not what people think. They think of appetizers. While a lot of our food can be used as appetizers, appetizing as a noun is the word that describes fish and dairy as opposed to meat, which is deli. So we should start off with traditional Nova or Gaspé salmon. Here's something a little more modern. This is a pastrami cured salmon.
It's like
the best of both worlds for Josh Ozersky.
Those are for someone else, I take it. Is that right?
We'll make
I'll make
Let me have a bialy.
And these,
Here's one of my favorites. Wiper salad and wasabi roe.
All right. I hate what's all right.
It's not good. It's like
Mmm.
Texturally, it works really well together.
Oh my God, that's delicious.
That's good
I expected to hate this, honestly speaking. I thought we would have to edit it out.
so this is where that kind of classic New York combination of bagels, cream cheese, and lox came to pass. Because the real belly lox is so salty that people started to add the cream cheese to cut the salt.
Unlike the grab lox where you don't need the bagel or anything else, the belly lox you really want to eat it with bread and cream cheese and maybe.
Well, just one thing about appetizing though is I don't think people appreciate that appetizing is actually one of New York's most unique food traditions. So like the candy store, the soda fountain, the delicatessen, the appetizing stores. Those are the kinds of food shops that made up a neighborhood, especially where there was a Jewish population.
We should see, maybe the parrot would like a little bit of bagel. Maybe the parrot would like a little bit of bagel or something.
Yeah. I'm gonna get this. He's gonna get bitten by that parrot.
It's a Jewish parrot that comes in for the...
That's right, for a little bit of bagel.
There we go. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Time out? All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Where is this going to be?
Ozersky TV.
What?
On the web.
On the web.
Yeah, okay.
Just trying to get a job.
Sure, my pleasure.
We're going to give him a white coat to put on.
It's guaranteed that woman is never going to watch this video.
Hello, I'm Michael Romano.
And I'm Carmen Quagliata. And this is
Ozersky TV. You're getting that plug there.
Well, this is Union Square Cafe's silver anniversary. It has been here 25 years. I got Carmen Quagliata here. He is the current chef. And of course, Michael Romano, who is now the culinary overlord of the Danny Meyer empire, but also put in many, many years as the chef here. I saw a menu that is the opening day, and it was all stuff like we hardly recognize today as, like, you would never see this in a restaurant of this caliber. Was there big portions? Was there like a big portions imperative in those years, would you say?
Yeah, I don't know if it was an imperative, but this restaurant always had a very generous feel with the food. Very, it was good value, and you always got a generous portion of food.
So fast forwarding 25 years now, 2010. Carmen, these are dishes that you made. They're very modern looking dishes. They're very elegant and austere dishes.
So this is just an expression of what is immediate in the market, fresh today.
Which is obviously something that we've become very preoccupied with today.
Right, and yes.
How would you characterize this sort of an aesthetic?
There's a lightness, there's an airiness, there's a sparseness, there's a I think there's a noticeable trend in nowadays to go with it's not an accident that these plates are rectangular. You'd have to make a concerted effort, a determined effort to not want to progress, to still be doing the food you were doing back in the early 90s. You know what I mean? You'd have to say to yourself, no, I'm staying with
I don't think you would say. I think then there are many restaurants that we could name that are still very popular today, whose food was had whiskers on it during the Ford administration, you know? If you guys were wanted to do a lobster dish.
I would eat everything in here as a chip. I would have root vegetable chips, potato chips, some shredded romaine with some lemon juice, and a big butter poached lobster.
Picture like taking these vegetables that are around now, root vegetables and things like that, and just doing them very simply and leaving them in their form, baby vegetables, as much as possible, and a beautiful buttery kind of broth with chunks of lobster in it.
Lobster pot of pho.
But in a bowl like that with all those beautiful, I can see that beautiful vegetables and topped with herbs and no mashed potatoes.
This is John Bill, and you are watching Ozersky TV.
I'm here with John Bill, who is the chef owner of Ship to Shore restaurant in Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia in Canada. And he used to be an oyster man, and now his restaurant has a lot of oysters. And in fact, this is the North American oyster shucking champion 2-time, and he's going to show us how to shuck an oyster and also how to shuck a clam. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure. Easiest thing to do, find a nice solid countertop, put a cloth down. You can fold the cloth over top if you like, so when the knife slips, it slips into the cloth. You're going to go in at the hinge right here. You're going to go in and hold it nice and firm. Bit of an angle. You're just sort of working the knife in. Once the knife's in that much that you can pick the oyster up, you're going to push and twist away from you. When you push and twist away, the shells come apart. Now what you want to do is put your finger in here just to keep that gap. Once the shells are apart a little bit like that, then you can work the knife in the side, and you're going to give it a little quick scrape along the top shell. Just a quick one like that. That's exactly where it was attached. Right there is what we call the adductor muscle, and that's the scar.
Slow.
Yep. Once you've got that open, you check for shell or grit. You want to make sure there's that clear seawater. If the seawater is coming out silty or sandy or muddy, or if the oyster is pulling away from the shell, it's probably not going to be a great oyster. It might not be a bad oyster per se, but it's not going to be perfect. This is a perfect oyster. Now you're going to just give a quick little cut on the bottom. When I say cut, it's more of a scoop. So it's just that scooping motion, just like that. That's it. Your oyster is ready to roll. And if you can do one every 4 or 5 seconds, you too can be a champion. This is what we call a little neck or a top neck clam. It's a perfect size for eating on a half shell, but it's a little more challenging than an oyster because there's 2 places where it's attached. There's 2 muscles. There's one there and there's one there. So you have to make twice as many cuts as you do with an oyster. Instead of going in at the hinge, I go in at the end of this black here, which is the ligament. So I go in just at the end of that, put the knife in. Again, just going in a tiny little bit. Then I'm sliding the shells over just a hair. So you can see now my knife is pointed upwards, so it's just a little push and twist. Then I'm making a cut here, which is where the first one is. Bring the knife around, cutting there. And you can see that's where it's attached again. And what you want to see is a clam that's nice and full in the shell. You want to see it bulging up. If it's sinking in or it's flat, it's probably not going to be that good. If it shows bubbles down over here, also not going to be that good. Check for any little bits of shell. And then you're just going to make a nice little cut off the bottom here, and a nice little cut off the bottom here, and there's your clam. Sitting pretty.
Well, I was here in Eisenbergs, and off Shaluchas, I run into Mark Oldman. Now, Mark Oldman, of course, is the wine expert. He wrote the book called Oldman's Brave New World of Wine, it's called, right?
Exactly.
I want to get what you call free association.
Okay, cool.
All right? This will be like a bing, bang, boom. What's the best wine that you had in the last 10 days?
A Latoche 1990.
Vanderchuck. Yay or nay?
Yay. He's bringing wine to the masses. He's making it approachable. He's getting whole masses of people involved with wine that normally wouldn't.
What is the cheapest amount a person can possibly spend on a drinkable bottle of wine in the regular wine store?
You could spend $3 or $4.
Really?
And get a delicious pour.
Top 3 wine bars in New York.
Del Anima.
Very good.
Okay. I like Bar Veloce because it's near me.
That's
in Chelsea.
That's a very overlooked and underrated. You know, Chris Cannon created that place.
I did not realize that. And Terroir.
I go into a restaurant. I see a list of wines.
Right.
I don't know any of them. If assuming that you're cheap and you don't know what about the wines, what do you do?
What a lot of people do is they order the second cheapest bottle or the third cheapest bottle, so as not to look like a skinflint. But a lot of restaurateurs know that. And for better or for worse, wines they want to move, they'll slot into that position. And if they don't have integrity, they might mark those wines up more than other wines because they know people like you and me gravitate.
Well, not like you.
I do.
But so you're saying it's okay to order the cheapest wine?
Well, in a good wine restaurant, let's say Hart,
right,
Paul Greco's place, the cheapest and the second cheapest and the third cheapest will have integrity and will be good. At TGA Fridays, not so much.
If I was going to bring any bottle to eat with the Eisenbergs tuna melt,
yes,
what would be the ideal wine to have with an Eisenbergs tuna melt?
I'm going to say a Viognier because the tuna melt has richness to it.
Right.
And yet it's tuna. So you want a richer white wine.
Listen, I heard that. I'm going to do it as soon as we stop shooting.
All right.
Mark Oldman, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. It's so pretty, I almost don't want to disrupt it. Of course, you recognize Sue Lee from Top Chef Masters, but here at Shang in the Thompson Hotel, he's doing all kinds of interesting things. Today, I'm hoping that you'll show me, this is your signature dish that's always available here, your famous Singapore slaw.
So I'm going to show you exactly how is it done. So I have this ume, like a salted plum dressing, with a little bit of rice noodle. Only Chinese New Year during that time in Singapore that they celebrate that dish. And I said to myself, why cannot be all year round? So I have also some daikon, some carrots.
All right.
And some jicama. And also I have some pickled ginger. The idea of eating this is everything, toss it all together in one bite.
All right.
And this salad does not have any kind of a marinating. It's just basically toss and eat fresh. Onions and shallots. What they call toasting, that's how when they in Singapore, when during Chinese New Year, everybody will have one big platter in the center table, because Chinese table normally is round. And then they will use chopstick, every single one. They start toasting. It means Lahey, it means upgrading. So it's a New Year fortune kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
So that is one of the tradition. That's why
cool.
the dish is called Lahey Singaporean style. So taro root, and you're just building up. So
Almost
edible flour, yes. In Chinese New Year, sashimi, like raw fish, it means the sounding of raw fish. It means this year we have everything extra.
Well, look how beautiful it is now. It's a shame to eat it. I mean, I feel like it's a shame to eat it.
So
but
let's toss it. That's for the New Year upgrading. So they will start from the center, just kind of open up, and then they just kind of toss it up from the middle. So we're trying to pick a sashimi with some of the vegetables.
like this?
Yes.
This is too big a bite, though, maybe.
Well, you know, it's all about feeling in the mouth, right? The Chinese believe in the texture.
Well, this is a lot of fun and very delicious. And it's one of those foods that's self-evidently good and requires no fulsome affirmation from me.
Cheers.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Cheers.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. This here is John Bill. John is the chef of Ship to Shore restaurant in Prince Edward Island, which is in Canada, which is off the coast of Nova Scotia, where Lox is from.
Right, exactly.
And you used to be an oyster man, but now you have a restaurant, but you still know a lot about oysters, and in fact, you're the world champion shucker of oysters.
Well,
right
two-time
now,
North American champion.
Well, that's,
but that North America is my world.
How much faster is a Frenchman going to be at shucking
Exactly. What happens off in North America? Nothing.
Right. If I can eat the oysters as fast as you can shuck them.
Well, we could be here all night, but the guys at the Union Square here, they might get a little irritated.
They'll live with it.
If I was going hardcore, I could do about 500 or 600 in an hour.
You're not going hardcore now? This isn't hardcore?
This is medium.
Well, go hardcore.
Go hardcore?
Show me at maximum speed. You're my hero. This man can actually shuck oysters faster than I can eat them. It's a good thing you're not in the tater tot business. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck shit. Hold on there, prick. Oh, if only I had better cornering. Nothing but the Audi. No, I mean, the Audi is the greatest car ever made. But Oh no, and he's not a cop. Good. All right, well, hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Forget the twee wanna bistros and the hippie enclaves and the handcrafted this and that. The best thing about Brooklyn is that it has a true unassimilated ethnic enclaves in it. The Russian community in Brighton Beach and Gravesend is so unassimilated that in many cases you walk down the street and they don't even speak English, and you're basically, they say it's like Odessa, like they call it Little Odessa. You're basically in Odessa. There's Coney Island Monument. There's another one up here, lighting, funeral lighting, more Judaica, Homestone. There's another gravestone store. If you want to get gravestone, this is where you gotta go. And right next to it, if you're hungry from shopping for gravestones, boom, the Schnitzel King will take care of you. The 4-star pizzeria. I had a meatball sandwich there last summer after I bumped my cat off. The Midwood veterinary is over there. I had to take Punim in, and she had the cancer. They had to bump her off. I went and had a meatball sandwich afterwards. This has sort of a bitter taste for me. You prick, look at him going fast. He's going in that van. He probably has a dirty bomb in it. He's looking to deliver it on time. Why don't we have more 7-Elevens in New York? I often wonder. Here, all I can buy is like lentils and goat heads. Now, I'm not trying to be xenophobic, but throw me a bone. I mean, I live in the neighborhood too. You can't stock a Chipwich for me? You know what I'm saying? It seems like it's not asking too much. This is Brighton Beach Avenue. The whole Brighton Beach is basically one long boulevard under the L, just to make it even more dark and noisy. There's the Cafe. I don't know what any of the Cyrillic words say, so I have to try to sound them out. This Ocean View Cafe. This is someplace that I wanted to take the Ripper there. I was trying to talk the Ripper into coming out to Brighton. Delicious smoked eels. This is where I want to go, the M&I International Foods. This is the greatest store. This is like, it's not even accurate to call it the Russian Zabar's because it really doesn't do justice to it. It's twice again as big as Zabar's. All right, well, you know what? I'll do this. I'll do my spiel when I get there. Let me see if I can find somewhere to park. It would be just like a general rule, like in Brighton Beach, just assume that there's like, don't like fuck with anybody here. Like, there's like almost nobody here that you want to fuck with. Like right now, there's like 2 men operating out of the back of a car covered with newspapers. Now, I don't know why, what they're doing in the back there, why their car is covered with newspapers, and I'm not going to ask. It's gray. It's always gray here, you know, like in Russian plays, you know. Look, and there's the seagull. As if on cue from Chekhov, the seagull comes by. All right, so I got a couple of stops I want to make. Probably I'll stop at the M&I Market. The thing there is the meat. The meat counter is like, it's got to be a quarter of a mile long. This is Sausage Fest. This is your real Sausage Fest. Oh, look at this. Hi, how are you? Can I get let me get a half a rack of steak. Yeah, no, yeah, like that. That's good. Yeah. That's for the boardwalk. I'll eat that in the boardwalk. And you got the little hunter sausage down there? Let me get like 4 links of that. I want to get a piece of bacon here too. Here's your pickled cabbage, your pickled tomatoes, your pickled pickles, your pickled, I don't know what those are. This is watermelon. Is he rich like me? Is he fat like me? Can he take you to the Russian store and buy coteletti? What's this, French fries there? Let me get a little bit of that. What is this, tongue or something here? But it's all, you have pork though, you say too? Let me get that. Yeah. For eating. How much do I have so far? Oh, everything I bought, $9.68. You know what? Let me get, no, forget it. I'll just go. Just quit while I'm ahead. I'm just going to go eat it on the boardwalk anyway. I think I'll sit on one of those benches over there, you know? Here we are. So, this is a sort of wonderful solitary dinner that cheered me in my bachelorhood. You know, it's all impulse purchases, so like you go here, you eat something, you see what it is. Oh, it is so good. And then they're gonna be like the birds once they get a load of it. This pleases me on such an elemental level. You know what? I know who liked this. Wait. Buddy. Here. Go. Watch this. Watch this. This is amazing. Watch this. Come here. Come here. Go on. Go on. Look how they can grab it out of midair. Watch. It won't hit the ground. Yeah, I can throw it up. It won't hit the ground. You know, this is the old man that I'm in the process of becoming, to just sit here and eat Russian sausages and feed the birds Russian sausages. Like, this is the old man that I have inside me. Oh, look at this. French fries. They're terrible. You know who liked them, though? There we go. Here. Who wants a French fry? Who wants a French fry? Come on. They'll take it from me. Go on. Go on. Come on, buddy. Step up. Before I'm done, I'm going to have one of them take the French fry out of my hand. Come on. Come on. Come on. Look how they chicken out. No. You call yourself a carry-on bird? Here. Hey, there you go, buddy. Yeah, there you go. Live it up. Live it up. There you go first. Fuck them. They can't get it. You're the only one with any balls. There, you too. They're sneaking in. Here. Here. Go on. Go on. Go on. Here. Go on. There we go. French fry time. French fries. French fries for everybody. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, little birdie. Come here, little birdie. French fries. French fries for everybody. Who wants dessert? Who wants dessert? Who wants a French fry? There we go. Take a picture of that pork chop that's what a pork chop is supposed to look like. This is the thing that you say well, what's the difference between when a critic comes in and when a regular person comes in? There's all the meat here is great, but if I come in or if Sifton comes in or whatever, that's the pork chop. That's the pork chop that I want. They're all great. Every pork chop in there is Hampshire. They have that rich red color. Look at the beautiful, clear, creamy fat. But that guy there with that marbling and that incredible decal. Look at that. The decal on that. See, this is the same. This chop and this chop is the same part from the same animal, from two different animals. This is the pork chop of the beef, and this is the rib steak of the pig, essentially. And if you look at the decal, you can see how intricately marbled they both are. But look what a difference there is between that one, say, and that one, and this one and this one. Here endeth the lesson.
My name is Alina Sheffi. I work here almost 20 years.
I'm Larry. Larry? Sure, and I've been here about 2 years now.
My name is Ron. I've been here about 15 years.
No, the mornings, the early mornings. The mornings are the best part of the day. Really. A lot of great customers come in. You see the regulars all the time, and some tourists wandering in for breakfast or staying at local hotels or something. That's kind of cool. I like that. You get to turn people on to all the different products. A lot of first-timers.
I worked with Nikki's father, with Nikki's grandmother.
Food-wise, here we've had some new products. This has been pretty constant, but the whole atmosphere of the store, it's much more technologically advanced also in terms of computers for registers and scales.
Kippered salmon, unequivocally, the best stuff, really.
Well, everybody knows that I eat more herring than anyone here, so that's one of my favorites. I eat everything. I do love my herring, and it's a great variety of herring, as you've probably noticed. And they're all great. You know. Favorite part of the day? I don't know if I have a particular part of the day. The whole day is kind of nice.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. So I was watching television last night, and they had the big Iron Chef final battle between Marco Canora and Marc Forgione. And in every way, this ended the way it should have. I felt bad for Marco because he did turkey. It was a Thanksgiving dinner, and he did turkey. And as it always does, the turkey dragged Marco down with it. The other guy, said, "Oh, the original Pilgrims ate shellfish," like whatever. Like people always say that. Like, great, no one wants to eat the turkey. They only do it because they have to. Marco did it, killed Marco. But you know what? Very happy for Marco because Marco really won. There can be no chef in New York less suited to an Iron Chef type show than Marco Canora. And not just in terms of his cooking, which is like everything about that kind of cooking is opposite to what Marco stands for. And Marco is like such a no frills, unflashy, from the heart, basic, masterful kind of chef. I just can't imagine him doing like fugu battle. It just doesn't, with Marco Canora, it doesn't make any sense. The other guy, Marc Forgione, that's good for him. It's perfect for him. He's young, he's brash, he's a brilliant chef. And and it can also help pay back his family's debt to New York for his father having ruined the P.J. Clark hamburger. So on the whole, I consider this as having been a win-win situation for both guys. And again, underscoring, if it needed to be done further, the absolute negative quality, the culinary black hole that is turkey. It's tastelessness, its dryness, its leanness, its flavorlessness, its bulk, its unwieldiness, its two different muscle textures, each equally bad and each in opposite tension to each other. How much everyone dislikes it, how hard it is to put into an oven, how bad it is the next day, how weak its gravy is, how enormous its vast, obscene body cavity is, and how soft and dark and revolting the stuffing that comes out of it is. The fact that nobody likes any of the side dishes, the fact that everyone is forced to eat a dish that they don't like the taste of and cook a dish that's harder than anything else they make during the year. Marco Canora was conquered by the turkey, but he's not alone. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Happy Thanksgiving. Now, this, of course, is Mark Pastore of La Freda Meats.
Excuse me, let me turn this
Some
around.
have called the Svengali of the meat business. Stop pontificating, you clown faces. Oh!
That was great.
That's
great.
That was no one important. Pay no attention to that man.
Don't worry, that man behind the curtain.
Now, Mark, you've been called the Svengali of the media. You've been called the Floyd Gondoli of hamburger.
Correct.
People say that you are a sinister figure that his tentacles reach in every part of the media and whose nefarious machinations have resulted in La Freda being absurdly hyped, over-amplified, and way too overexposed. What do you say to that?
False allegations brought on by adverse parties, usually looking for some kind of media gain.
Nothing improper happened.
Nothing ever happened improper. All I can say is that I'm happy to be on Ozersky TV. I think that Josh Ozersky has brought truth and justice to what we believe and what we know as food media today. We're having a lot of fun this year at Burger Bash. There are a lot of people who know me for good and bad reasons, but one way or another, as long as you're known, that's all that really matters.
Now, Mark, you've subscribed to Hitler's philosophy that the victor writes the history.
Correct.
And the fact that you have managed to somehow get a 3-star review for your steak.
I don't know anything about that.
As well as profiles in the New York Times about a food you have a monopoly on.
I don't know.
To dine privately with all the city's leading critics and writers.
I know.
Don't you feel that it gives you an unfair advantage over your rival meat purveyors who just want to work along and sell their product in obscurity?
The mayor is here tonight. Marky Markowitz is here tonight. Christine Quinn, other reputable figures. I find it hard to believe that an event run by myself, any of them would show up at. And no, then again, those are all false again. It is true, I do like to dine with a lot of people, you myself being one. But then again, I was also best man at your wedding, which got me in a lot of trouble.
Me too, believe you me.
But in the end, isn't it the end that justifies the means?
It's true I have a lot of friends in politics, but they would not stay friendly long if they thought my business was drugs and not gambling and prostitutes. just a harmless vice forbidden to them by the Petsanavante and the church.
Very true. Chin,
all right,
chin.
I'll let you go.
Josh, always a pleasure, brother. Be good. Take care of yourself. Enjoy. I'll talk to you later. You're a prick.
Is this from Italy? Is it Italian farro?
Yeah, it's Italian farro.
I'm here with Bill Dorler. Bill is the chef at Osteria Morini. He's the guy that's in here every night, who's actually the chef in this restaurant, working with Mike White. The soup at Morini is unbelievable. It's so good that I sometimes even lose sight of the fact that I'm about to eat spaghetti.
Okay, so the basis of this soup, and I think probably most soups, comes from probably the stock. And at Morini, we developed what we call the Morini stock. Very traditional Brodo type of style from the Emilia-Romagna region.
Now, it would be a lot easier just to throw all the shit in the pot and walk away from it. That's how people make soup sometimes in lesser restaurants.
Right.
This is all these got so many different layers and levels. This is a very labor-intensive. This is why I'm making this video, because this is a very labor-intensive soup, and it shouldn't just be passed off as like, oh, it's the magic of Emilia-Romagna. I bet they don't do this much work in Emilia-Romagna. So now you're going to cook pancetta in the porchetta fat. Now that is a Michael White move.
This is a Michael White. All right, so at this point we can start to add our mirepoix and our aromatics, and we're going to use just that. This is not just a traditional salt too. This is a rosemary salt, and rosemary is the king of herbs in the region of cooking that we're doing.
By the way, did everyone see how much salt went in that? All right.
What's going on
here? Tono Bianco. I thought I was hiding around in your backyard without you knowing.
What are you doing in here?
You know, I'm the president in all of the best New York kitchens. You know, I like everything like room temperature.
7 degrees above room temperature.
That's
Actually,
my
line.
ideal.
Make sure you remember your own line, would you?
I do.
All right, well, I'll let you guys carry on here. Making soup.
So this is a touch soupier than we want it to be. We're going to take out a little bit of the soup, and not so much the broth, but a little bit of the insides. You know, I could keep adding more. Obviously, I can't take it out. So I want to find the right perfect consistency to it. And then from here, I can watch the soup tighten.
Oh yeah! Look, it does it right in front of you.
Tighten and tighten.
Just from that little amount.
Yeah.
The ineffable flavor from the Parmesan rinds in the broth. Like, it's the thing you would never think of, but it's there. And that's what the broth is like in this soup.
That's beautiful.
It's the animated soul.
Beautiful.
The inner being, it's the, what do you call it, prana, the life force of the soup.
I could listen to you talk all day.
You know what, I could listen to you cook all day.
So this is Bill Dorler, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
I'm Saori Kawano. I'm Taiko Takigami. This is Ozersky TV.
I'm Josh Ozersky, here at Sakagura on the evening of the Gohan Society's benefit dinner. Very big deal. Special kaiseki meal prepared by multiple great chefs. It's organized. Lee Anne Wong put it together. There's Michael Anthony, Michael Romano, Seamus Mullen, Ben Polinger is here. Boy chef Greg Grossman is doing something. And of course, the great godfather of sushi in New York, Suzuki-san from Sushi Zen is going to be here.
The Gohan Society is U.S.-Japan culinary exchange program.
So it exists to promote an exchange between American and Japanese gastronomy?
Exactly, yes. And we also have the classes for the general public and also for the non-Japanese chefs as well.
He's one of the most famous drum players?
Yes,
Japanese drum
Japanese drum player. And Kaoru Watanabe was with the Kodo for 8 years.
Was with the what for 8 years?
Kodo is one of the most famous taiko group in Japan.
One of the what group?
Taiko.
What's taiko? You are?
I'm taiko. Taiko is a Japanese drum.
You're named after a drum?
No. My name is Taiko.
That's what you just said. I described you as being the spiritual godfather of sushi here in New York and everything. It's kind of honoring you in a sense, I think, right?
I'm really not shining.
This is one of my favorite chefs in New York here, Mr. Craig Koketsu. Well, I kind of do, but in your case, it's largely true. What is your course tonight? What are you making for this event?
I've got the easiest course on the menu.
Bread? Bread and butter?
I didn't even think about that one.
I don't think they have that in
Is that a
kaiseki.
kaiseki
I don't
course?
think kaiseki they have.
Really? They ought to put that in.
See, so this is the point, the sword point, and that's the rounded takobiki. We're whipping them out and we're
Incredibly beautiful knife. Where did I assume that?
Mine is number 6. Which one's yours?
That's right.
22.
Kampai.
大家你好，我係李國偉，我係一位廚師。請大家睇呢個 Ozersky Television。
We're in the kitchen of Shang, and I have Susur Lee here with me, the celebrated chef. Is where you're doing your reverse menu, for example. It really makes so much sense. I don't know why more people don't do it. You know.
Again, by the time you eat the meat course, you're too full.
I just feel that whatever the best thing is, that should be what you get first, because when you're hungriest is when you know.
Exactly, that is the concept of that. And if you look at eating banquet in traditional Chinese cooking,
right?
Any like celebration of birthday, marriage, so people would have many multi-courses of banquet service. What that means is they would use all the heavier dishes in the beginning.
All right, excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to sit down. I'm going to eat this, and we'll see if I can really maintain my stamina as per the basic idea of the reverse dinner.
Well, I like to pick the first one, which is a skirt steak. And then I'm going to use a little bit of like a brunoise course.
Okay.
And then my second one, I want to do a duck dish, which is also improvised with my new winter menu.
All right.
That I have developed that Asian-style duck confit with the leg, and also char siu style marinated from the breast.
Oh, really?
Yes. Then I would give you an intermezzo, a little bit of a granite with persimmon is in season. Okay, settle your stomach.
Okay.
Then we're going into my Top Chef chicken, coconut green curry, and also I'm using chicken leg because it's more succulent, the muscle more juicier. Then after that, we go to the fish. Now you're starting to go a little bit lighter. Hot and sour soup to settle your stomach.
A soup, okay, settle the stomach.
Yes. And after that, you finish with a very room temperature ceviche of, this is Southeast Asian style. Dessert, I'm making a traditional tong yun bite. You might find it a little bit warm inside. Chocolate.
All right, so it's a nut ganache inside the rice dough with creme anglaise. What's on the top?
Crumble of chocolate.
And then there is some sort of a Swedish
passion fruit syrup. Yes.
One bite. Down the hatch. It's interesting. It really is true But I was hungriest when I hit the. When I was most hungry, I had the most meatiest, most filling foods, and they quieted me. And now I've switched to a mode of refinement, which is satisfied with less and less biomass. I'm Josh Ozersky with Sue Lee, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm here at Eisenbergs, my headquarters, where they just put up a whole new wall of celebrity pictures. I use the term celebrity loosely because, I mean, if I'm in it, it's a low bar, but it's got Josh Konecki, who's the saint who came in and saved Eisenbergs and is now its owner. This is the guy from Anthrax who recently joined Al-Qaeda. Clearly, I think he was on the training grounds for starting their new heavy metal Muslim jihad camp. So there's some beautiful girl. She's so beautiful she can wear a sweater on her head and no one would even notice it. Jeff, you know what? This picture of Jeff Goldblum, there's something like disturbing about it. I don't feel like I can really look at it closely. The eyes seem to be following me around the room. I don't know who this is. I think that this might be what Wavy Gravy looks like now. I can't be sure. He plays Bill Gates on the Apple TV commercials, and he writes books that no one reads, but he's best known for playing the Bill Gates guy. He also makes some kind of web videos. His name is John something. Spike Lee, really almost by this point as much of a New York institution as Eisenbergs. Spike Lee eating an Eisenbergs, that's something that does my heart good. Here is Michael Imperioli from his short-lived porno career in the 70s. He's a good actor. He played Son of Sam in Summer of Sam, and he was a barber in The Man Nobody Knew. You know, Konecki seems less enthused than usual. Here's Philip Seymour Hoffman. Oh, look at this beautiful girl. See, he looks in a kind of blissed out state here. You know, look how happy. Look, if you look at him like with the guys, like he's just like, you know, there's no enthusiasm, but like here he's in an absolute blissed out state. Call me crazy, but I think that this is Saw. Isn't this? This is Tobias Bell from Saw. If this is in fact Saw hanging out at Eisenbergs with Konecki in his tomato shirt, this might be my favorite picture on Eisenberg's wall. I'm here at Dixon's Farmstead Meats with Jake Dixon, and Jake is in the vanguard of artisanal butchery, a movement that is very much of our time and something that makes me happy, even though I don't eat as much of it as I should. You've got a briskets, you've got a chili, meatballs, sausages. I know that you had a, what did you were telling me before, you had a pastrami here?
Yeah, we do a pastrami sandwich.
Well, since I didn't get to eat it, maybe you can show me how you made it.
Sounds like a plan.
Adam, a lot of people are under the mistaken apprehension that pastrami was always made from brisket, because a lot of people do that today. But of course, back in the day, it was always the navel, or pupuk as we say in here. Now, is that what this is here?
Yep.
You're very skilled.
Thank you. Basically square it off.
I don't think
so it rolls better.
Is this the sacrificial navel?
This is the sacrificial navel, yeah.
I'll put this right in the brine. Okay. As you probably already saw, the beef navel that
Right.
Adam was cutting. We take that cut, I put it in the brine in the walk-in for 7 days. The brine is mostly sugar, salt, and sodium nitrite, very traditional. And then we pull them out. I rub them down with a spice mixture, so they look kind of like this. I rub them, I tie them, smoke them, and then I steam them.
But you don't serve them hot like in a regular Katz's.
No, this is a different kind of pastrami. Technically, this isn't pastrami at all. This is actually called rolled beef. Regular pastrami is a flat navel,
right?
Occasionally a brisket nowadays, that's smoked and steamed and sliced and served hot. This product, which is very similar in all ways except that it's rolled up and it's sliced cold and served cold.
And so we sell it both kind of slicing for the deli, and then also we make a pastrami sandwich with our house-made kraut and a little bit of spicy mustard.
It's funny, there's more seasoning and less cure than the Jewish pastramis and the deli pastramis that we're used to. I mean, it really does It's like really is like a spiced meat. Like they call it in Montreal spiced beef. That's what that's like. Well, Jake, I have to tell you, I'm filled with great admiration for you and Gabe and the pastrami that you've produced.
And Adam.
I intend to demonstrate it by buying some and going home and eating it, maybe with an egg.
All right. How do you want it sliced?
You tell me.
Hold on, you can't double dip, okay? Customers, cleanliness.
All right.
Oh, God.
Okay, I'll put one of the hoses.
You gotta keep like a muzzle on Josh.
All right, all right. And I'm here with my friend Franklin Becker. We're at Abe and Arthur's restaurant. And Franklin got an opportunity that a lot of chefs don't have to design his dream kitchen. It's a beautiful kitchen, Franklin.
Thank you.
Will you take me on a little tour of it?
Of course. I didn't want my back to be to the dining room.
Okay.
I want to be able to face my guests.
Okay.
Okay, so from here, all the runners are over here, and they flow right out of the dining room.
Okay.
And you see how cold this table is?
Yeah, why?
Well, you see that little dial right over there?
Uh-huh.
I can turn that dial up, and this becomes heated.
Oh, really?
Yes. And this is refrigerated underneath.
Oh, and it's a refrigerator underneath.
Right, and it has dual access. You can open it up from the waiter's side,
right,
or you can open it up from my side. So the danger zone is between 44 and 140.
Right.
So this takes something that was boiling and drops it out of the danger zone in under 2 hours. So there's never a chance for bacteria to grow on the product, and subsequently the product has an extended shelf life. My pride and joy is my jade, okay, because this broiler, it's an infrared broiler. It gets up to intense heat.
Like how hot?
It gets up to 2,500.
That's like a glass furnace, 2,500.
Yeah, it's pretty damn hot. So this blender, which is called the XL,
right,
does really large batches, and I want you to stand here because I want you to feel how much power comes out of it. This has a hose, which is pretty cool. So to clean this out, okay, because I didn't want the cooks to be inconvenienced, so we slide them out through this hole, and they come out the other end, and we pick them up, okay, from the other side, the dishwashers. So the dishwashers only have to bother me, they don't have to bother my cooks.
That is diabolically clever.
Unlike a regular refrigerator, where air blows and circulates all around the refrigerator,
right,
the air is contained in your walls of this. So during service, when there is no cellophane, there's no chance of any of the product drying out.
This kitchen is the expression of a supremely
anal retentive
Faustian mind that to even think of something like that.
I want to make sure that at the end of the day, the guest gets the best possible product and my cooks have the best possible environment to work in.
A place for everything and everything in its place.
Exactly. Okay, what are you doing? You're playing with the vegetables. Stir them.
Wait, just so that they don't stick. Yeah?
I'm Joe Campanelli, and this is Ozersky TV.
I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV, and this here is Joe Campanelli, the wine director of Dell'Anima and L'Artusi, and he knows a lot about the grape. Now, we have the holidays coming up, of course. People are going to be going to parties. They're going to be serving wines at parties and bringing wines to parties. What's a good wine or champagne or even port or whatever, dessert wine, to bring to a party that you would recommend? Maybe give me two, and give me two that you should serve at your party if you're having the party. And if they're the same wine,
okay,
make up two other ones.
Oh my goodness. Magnums are just festive. You got to bring a Magnum, but they can also be expensive. So the one wine that you can usually find in Magnum that is not very expensive and is very delicious is Muscadet from the Loire Valley. You get a Magnum of the top Muscadets for under $40, and you're bringing a Magnum to a party. Like the party's starting when you get there with the Magnum, and no one thinking that you're cheaping them out on anything.
Like it's hard. You have all these different bottles, and one runs out, and somebody has another one, and they're holding up like that. Do you just get all the same bottle, or do you get? I mean, how would you approach something like that?
I mean, depending on the party, you probably just do one white, one red, and one sparkling. and magnums so they don't run out.
One thing that I've noticed in the last couple of years is that the Krauts produce a lot of delicious wines, both in Germany and Austria. So, like, what would be a good go-to Austrian wine or German wine?
Well, I think that great Riesling is the most undervalued wine in the entire world. The best
Really?
Riesling can be as great as your Montrachet and cost a fraction of it. Yes.
Really? Well, I'm glad I asked that question.
Absolutely. And then it's also...
Give me one in particular that somebody might want to buy. Can you think of one?
I can think of a lot. I really like the wines from Egon Müller, from J.J. Prum, though Egon Müller can be expensive. J.J. Prum is really delicious. Donhoff.
You are an inexhaustible and encyclopedic source of enophiliac wisdom. And not only that, but you're a hell of a nice kid. And I appreciate you being with us here on Ozersky TV.
Thanks, that was fun.
You know what? This is just a little digression, but look, can you show me this complexus muscle on one of the discovery of a new muscle? All right, so where's this complexus you're talking about?
Complexus, so here's the longissimus as it tapers off.
Now the longissimus is that's the rib eye. That's the eye. Did you see that they amazingly used to just take the spinalis or cap off and just have the eye.
We sometimes do that. We call it the eye of ribeye.
The eye of ribeye. That's a somewhat redundant or tautological term, and yet tastes good.
And so then basically continuing on down, it's the longissimus, the complexus is right here. And then here you have multifidus and spinalis. The breakout between that sometimes escapes me because the seam is pretty obscure. But as the longissimus diminishes, you have more complexus, and complexus is a great steak in and of itself.
Now, does that have a name? Does that have a name or a NAMP number?
Yeah, it would actually. I'm not sure which it is, but
do we have the NAMP book? Jake,
actually, I do.
Well, let's look it up. Let's look it up in the NAMP book. This, by the way, this is the NAMP book. Whenever you hear us talk 179, 103, and so forth, that is this universal guide that all American butchers use, and it's kind of like this sort of secret grimoire of meat heads.
So here we are with the that's pure longissimus. That's a 112C.
Right.
That's where you get a steak. A lot of restaurants call eye of ribeye. We call it eye of ribeye too. But if you peel the cap off, you have three muscles left. You have spinalis dorsi, multifidus dorsi, and that little piece on the top, that's the complexus.
This is something to find out about. We should, you know what? If you guys should have a complexus steak, you could name it after yourselves, and then everyone would have to call it that. You know?
That's not really our style.
Complicated. All right, listen, let's go back to our pastrami program. All right, good. I'm here on a cold day in December at Trafe with Chef Jason Marcus, whose porkonomic miracles have created great shockwaves among New York's gastrocenti, or whatever you want to call it. And today you are going to make especially psychedelic dishes.
The dish, it's going to be seared foie gras with fingerling potatoes, sunny side up egg, maple gastrique hot sauce, and some ham chips, which is really dried out prosciutto. There's sort of some context. One context is Catalan cuisine in Barcelona, where I've spent a lot of time and been influenced. And the second one is definitely the 1 a.m. chef hungover. I want all this stuff, but I don't want it in a pretentious way.
Serious as a deacon.
Exactly.
I like it. Why is the restaurant called Trafe?
It was actually sort of a non-monumental moment, I guess. I was out in LA cooking at a restaurant. I made a staff meal, which was just sort of a French-style braised chicken with bacon. The staff was like, man, this is like the best chicken ever. And I said, well, it's because there's bacon in it. And then I just that little moment just got me thinking, what if we did a restaurant that really featured pork? Because pork is very versatile, it's used in many ways. So that was kind of the starting point. And then I said, what would I call it? Immediately, I'm like, well, I'd call it Trafe. Trafe is Yiddish. It means unkosher. Typically, I would say it refers to pork and shellfish. Two things that I love. I grew up eating this stuff, so I didn't grow up kosher. It's not a rebellious thing.
Plus, it's funny, it's Williamsburg and everything. You know?
Yeah, that all, you know, us ending up in Williamsburg, a few blocks down, is a pretty serious Hasidic neighborhood. It's all coincidental.
When no one's looking?
Yeah, we actually, incidentally, we have a relatively decent population of ex-Hasidics who, like, to them, this place really is like the Mecca. This is like, we are, you know, we're the Malcolm X, basically, of the Hasidic world. There was a guy who came in, or 1:30 in the morning, I get a call, hey, I'm Hasidic, I don't want anyone to see me. That's my Hasidic accent, obviously not very good. And it was this 2-day process of him feeling comfortable talking to me on the phone, and he ended up pulling up in a van at we closed at 2 in the morning, about 1:45 in the morning, and he wanted only stuff that was treif. You know, he'd never eaten it before. He didn't want the dishes complete. He just, give me pork cheeks, give me pork belly, give me shrimp, like whatever you have that is treif. Got in the van, like sped off in the night.
That's a great story.
Yeah, I mean, it's like literally, those things don't happen all the time, but definitely every once in a while. Most of the Jews, I would say, in New York are like me. They grew up eating pork, they get the joke. And even we've had Hasidic people come in and say, you know, obviously I can't eat here, but I think it's a great idea. So, not as controversial as some might hope we are.
Well, that was a good story. Come back soon for our bonus footage where we'll see Jason make his famous bacon donuts. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We're here in the magnificent main dining room of Maria, and why, you might ask. I have Kevin Cristiano here, the designer. You may remember him from Project Runway. Maria's incredibly talented and beautiful dessert chef, Heather Bertonetti, and their model, Rachael Cashman. And these guys are making a high-concept project together where you're seeking to unify chocolate and fashion for the big fashion show next week?
The New York Chocolate Show. They have it every year. We're making a collaboration of chocolate and fabrics and making an earth goddess. The theme is eco. So
Earth goddess.
Yeah.
Gaia.
Yeah, Gaia. So I don't know anything about chocolate. I just eat it. So
And I can't sew a button, so.
I have this fabric here, and the cool thing is that if it's eco.
I was thinking going a big anaconda snake, you know? Flowers and leaves and stuff in the background.
Okay, so we could have her like on her leg. Let's just say we could put, maybe she's like as if she's growing.
So far I've gotten like a skeletal structure of the snake. So it's like snake skin.
Rad. That's so cool.
Right now, Rachael, our model, just got her hair finished. And she's in the bathroom changing into the garment. And, you know, we're anticipating her arrival so we can finish her up and put the vines on her legs, and hopefully it goes well.
Good. Heather Bertonetti.
Hey.
That's easy. That's your Earth Goddess.
Everyone gasps.
Let's hear it for Kevin Cristiano. Heather Bertonetti and Rachael Cashman.
It went better than I expected, I think. It was pretty good. Everything held up okay, with, even though things that were repaired last minute, which was good. So, it all worked out.
I think it went really well. I was impressed. We had some like war wounds, let's just say, going into it, but Heather came through it, fixing the chocolate, sewed some things up, and it became a good show.
You already know.
This is Morty, Saul and Morty here at Trafe Restaurant.
That has to be the worst Jewish accent by an actual Jew. If there was an award for worst Jewish accent by a Jew, that might win it.
I think that's Jerry Seinfeld's dad. Perfect, but anyways.
Maybe in Scotland, I think. Donuts are popular now. When I was a boy, a donut was a round thing you got at the store and you ate it in the car or whatever. Now it means a hot puff
fried
thing with no hole.
Yeah, like a fritter, really.
Really the opposite of a donut in many ways.
I guess you could say that.
I see there's little lumps of soft dough there that suggest to me that they may be what you make them from.
Yeah.
Now, what is it? Just a fried dough with a? Is there bacon in the dough? Is there what is it here?
The infamous bacon donuts.
Infamous bacon donuts.
Live here. You want to make sure that you're about 350 degrees.
There's still one more there.
I'll put it in I'll make you happy.
Don't forget the other one. I don't want to get shortchanged.
Now we're good to go. Nice and brown on
Look,
both sides.
He looks like a little potato.
We are going to toss them in cinnamon sugar. I would say the one thing I knew I had to do here was have a bacon dessert. It was sort of the ubiquitous, they're doing a pork restaurant. This is just the dulce de leche.
Okay.
You know, but I didn't want to do something that I thought would be sort of contrived, doing it to do it. Is it less than our normal?
What are you doing? There's still another donut there. Guy keeps trying to jip me out of my last donut.
Poor guy.
This is bacon is in little crumbs. Did you make bacon and cut it up into little crumbs?
Exactly. Yeah.
You didn't just open a jar of Bacos.
I did not just open up a jar of Bacos. I guess you could do that, but I don't think Bacos actually are bacon. So
they're not. They're bad. Chef, this is a terrible thing that I'm doing because I know that you do this in such a thoughtful and measured way, and in fact, I regret doing it, and I would undo it if I didn't already do it.
If you weren't so
if
excited.
I wasn't such an asshole.
Yeah, that's okay.
Now this is this looks like some kind of an ice cream.
Yeah, it's just a little coffee ice cream. Again, sort of fitting with the whole breakfast. Give it a little bit more bacon.
So,
bacon donuts.
You think maybe I should eat this then?
I guess you should. I guess you should go for it.
The whole salty, savory thing, in lesser hands, can become oppressive. But this really, and as really in bacon even more so. There's so many bad bacon dishes in restaurants over the last year and a half, 3 years, whatever. Let me try a little bit of the ice cream too.
Hi, this is Chef Jason Marcus, live at Trafe Restaurant in Williamsburg. You're watching Ozersky TV.
You know, considering that I just got out of Trafe, I probably shouldn't want to go eat pernil now, but this looks very appetizing. Look at this. So that pernil is that pork shoulder there. Look how nice that looks. I wonder if I could get some of those crusties. When I get the crusties, I want to get the crusty section, the nice dark, like the Mr. Brown. That's what we call like in the pork butt. When you barbecue pork, we have Mr. Brown. It's like the outside, it's the best part. Let's see if I can convey this politely. Do you think? Can I get some of that pernil and some rice and beans too? Yeah, let me get it to go. But with it, can I get some of the stuff on the corners there? Yeah, some of those crusties. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Some of the stuff underneath there, like maybe in a little bit of the white stuff. Oh yeah, the tender white stuff too. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, that's terrific. What is this, chicharron here? Yeah. Let me get some chicharron too. I know it seems excessive. Boy, does that look good though? Can you imagine how great it is to live in a city where you can just randomly walk past a place that will just have this lying around waiting for you to eat it?
Everything together?
Yeah, put it all together, thanks. I'll salt it all copiously and eat it while no one's looking.
That's it?
That's it. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. All right, so let's go to the Golden Chopping Wall. There it is. This, of course, is my friend Joey Deckel. Joe DeStefano is his actual name. Joe is the expert on Asian food in Queens. but also he knows about Peruvian food and other kinds of foods. But today we're going to go to the mall and look at all weird Chinese food. Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah, I thought we'd start out with some lamb noodle soup.
What part of China are they? It's in the middle part. The name is Henan.
Henan?
Yeah.
H-E-N-A-N?
It's H-E-H-A-N.
Henan.
Yeah, that's a province.
Henan province.
The city is Zhengzhou. Z-E-N-G-Z-H-O-U.
Zhengzhou.
Yeah, it's look like it's capital of the Henan province.
I'll see it. You know, I don't know when to see it. If you really want to see it, you gotta go look for it via the internet. We all start out with Cantonese food. We all start out with it. Well, for people our age, honestly, when we were coming up, there was nothing else except Cantonese. Yeah, I remember. Oh, this broth is good. I'm glad you like it. I haven't seen the aristocrats in a long time, Josh. Lady and the Tramp is what he's thinking of. These are hand pulled. Let's keep going. How high do we go? All right, good. This here is, what is that? Tofu cream, tofu skin that's been chopped up. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think there's a third kind of noodle in there. So, there's a cellophane noodle. Yep. I hope it's a cellophane noodle, Joey. The soup is very good. The reason this is so milky is because it's been cooking with this lamb and all that cartilaginous stuff is... Oh, it's actually got all the collagen. Yeah, I mean, it's got, look at all that fat. That's all that gelatin and collagen. That is what lives inside your bones. If you melt your bones into a soup, they will become thick and gelatinous. Like that. That will be your soup. What would, I mean, that would happen if we were to do that with your bones? I thought your bones were filled with pork fat. Is that true, or is it beef fat? Some kind of fat. Get up!
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV. On a very special occasion, I'm here with Pino Luongo. Pino, of course, in his restaurant Centolira here is kind of paragon of Tuscan cookery, but of course we all remember the Coco Pazzo and all of your other, the Madre. You know what I'd be interested in? Let's go through some of the both Italian and American chefs, the notable figures that are cooking in New York now.
Okay, Del Posto is the least favorite restaurants of mine in the Mario and Joe Bastianich groups.
How come?
I just had 2 or 3 dinners over there in the past. I was really not blown away. Italy for me is it's got big question marks. One thing that surprised me the most is that I would have expected for a place like that to be overwhelmed by an enormous amount of variety of prepared food. They have it, but for me it's not even touching the surface of what's supposed to be there. I love Marea. I think it's got phenomenal dishes which I really recognize them as a true Italian dishes. I just think that Michael is doing his own interpretation of Italian cuisine. So I don't want to use the word Americanized because it's not. It's Michael White interpretation of Italian cuisine, which is, it's fine for me, but it's not really what I consider an authentic seafood restaurant's Italian style, or Italian to a certain extent.
What about Locanda Verde? That's a restaurant that's become enormously popular over the last couple of years.
It's the worst Italian food ever had in New York.
Really?
I hate that place. You have to be masochistic to be there.
No kidding.
I'm
How
sorry.
come?
And I like Andrew. He's a friend. Maybe he doesn't like what I said, but I went there twice. It was miserable.
Really?
Listen, call me an old fart. If that's Italian food, I'm Chinese. Okay? That's the way I look at it. What Cesare does, especially now at Salumeria, I love it. I love the food that he's doing over there. It's authentic. The flavors, most important, are very authentic.
Pino, do you have any kind of projects in the works now or anything? Or what do you got?
Yes.
What do you got planned?
I'm working on opening the restaurants in Sutton Place around February, March of the next year. And it's going to be called Morso.
And that's also going to be in the Tuscan vein?
No, more broad Italian cuisine.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll look forward to that.
Hi, this is Pino Luongo, and you are watching Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I rarely leave Manhattan if I can avoid it, and almost never the five boroughs, and yet here I am in White Plains in Westchester. I'm at 42, the Ritz-Carlton's elaborate, opulent, Iberian modern restaurant run by Anthony Goncalves. Very talented young guy, he's a friend of mine, and he started a tapas thing up here too. I'm gonna check it out. This is my friend Anthony Goncalves, who is the chef at 42, and a very talented young guy. Also, now you've got a restaurant within a restaurant. That's the idea?
Yeah.
You told me?
Yeah, well, we had 42, and that's how we started. And me being Portuguese, and you know that, tapas is like very dear to my heart. I had the opportunity of turning my upper dining room and the bar and lounge into my new tapas concept, being Bellota at 42. Byron, you say hello to Josh?
How you doing, Byron? What's up? Good to see you. I was embarrassed. I feel like such a
hooligan.
Yeah, going around, everyone's got to say hello to me. Like who is that asshole? You know what I mean? It's a
I don't
chef's
think
buddy
they
or
think
whatever.
you're an asshole, Josh.
I am, though. So we should make it clear, Anthony. This is what is this like?
Pelota.
But this is something like
This is my
1/8 of the total square.
We're 23,000 square
footage.
feet.
This is good. This is the kind of plate you can pick it up and carry it around. You put the wine glass in.
That's what it's all about.
And you can go like this.
It's all about that, because a lot of the people that come up will start talking to each other, because that's the atmosphere. So we have that. We have people getting up and enjoying it and talking to other people here, and it's great. I mean, already, since I've done this, which is only like we're in the third week, already we have regulars, which is fantastic, because we took the regulars from 42, and now we gave them another restaurant that they're going to enjoy and frequent, you know? So it's great. For me, as a chef, it's exactly what I needed. Because I think that all of us are always searching for what's next and what's going on. And now I have 2 kitchens going. I have a lot going on. So I'm back and forth. I'm never bored. I'm never tired. and just when 42 is starting to wind down on a Saturday night, we're in the middle of it at Bellota, because we serve till 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's nonstop, and sometimes it could be too much, and I wonder what the fuck did I do this for? But you know what? At the end of the day, it feels really good to have a busy restaurant. I'm Anthony Goncalves, and this is Ozersky TV.
It's a fork?
Yeah, it's a meat
This
fork.
is a good. This feels great.
Yeah, you could hurt somebody with that.
It's like a Wolverine.
Yeah.
I would like to get one of these. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm on West 79th Street, where Michael Tsalakis has this space over here. It was Onirad, then it was Kefi, then it was Gus and Gabriel's, now it's Fish Tank. I got Ryan Skeen over here, and Michael Tsalakis, who seems to have just pulled a baby pig head out of a pot. Is that what that object is there?
Yeah. We actually make a head cheese here for a dish that we're going to put together for you guys. It's an interesting dish where we take a bronzino, open it up, fill it up with some head cheese, roll it in coal fat, and throw it on the grill. I think when people see it on the menu, they think head cheese, and they think like it's going to overwhelm the fish and you're not going to really get fish. But to the contrary, what ends up happening is that the head cheese really is very subtle and delicate, and as we're grilling it, it just slowly melts and sort of internally bastes the fish. It's a really great dish. Just handle it. It's got that nice, beautiful color. You know, once this chills down, it's going to start to look like that.
It chilled a little bit, so it's easier to roll, because this, as it sits now, which is falling off the fish, is not sitting there.
We don't want to lose the fat, and that's the thing here, because the fat's going to get lost when we cook it. And that's what makes it really, really light and delicate, because once this hits the heat, it starts to render down. Okay. But it renders down into the flesh of the fish, so it's almost like internally basting. So even though we remove the bone, which would be the thing that protects the flesh from getting dry, what we're doing is we're adding a little bit of fat in there in between, and that's keeping the fish real nice.
Well, so this cooks on the grill?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of guanciale, some of that mushroom confit. That's it, man. A little salt, a little pepper. If we take a wine bar, like a really cool wine bar and a fish restaurant, and we morph them into one thing, we end up with what we define as a fish parlor. And the idea of using beverage in the same way that gastropubs use beverage with pork, but to use beverage with fish as the muse, started to become really exciting because I've never seen it done before, and I've always liked doing things that are interesting and new and different.
Should I eat any of the greens on it?
Well, do you ever eat any greens?
I'll eat it afterwards. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with Pino Luongo in Central Leary, and Pino, his favorite pasta is spaghetti aglio olio with pepperoncini.
Exactly.
And you have been making this for a long time, and you're very good at it.
Since I was 5 years old.
All right, please show us how it's done.
Okay, first we start with a little extra virgin olive oil on a half pan. I want to cook it less half because I don't want to get splash all over me. Fresh garlic slice. How much? More. I go by my eyes. I like to look at it. I like the garlic to get really nice and golden. I like to really time the pasta very al dente with the garlic. As you can see, I don't put anything here. Just olive oil and garlic, no salt. Then I'm gonna go with the crushed red peppers. I like it spicy. I like the color. And then, you know, I'm Italian. I like to have more coloration to it.
How thick are those slices of the...
Very thin, paper thin. Remember in the...
Goodfellas?
Yeah. Okay, pasta is al dente.
All right.
That's the timing. Little color to it. I
Very
like
pale.
to put some of the water.
So the pasta's just pale. It's not turned brown. I mean,
Right.
the garlic is just pale.
Right. I don't like a burnt garlic. That's normally my secret. That's when I put the salt. I don't put it before. Touch a little bit of olive oil. Little more gentle color. But what I like more is the starchy water.
Ah.
I take a little bit more.
How do you know how much is enough?
Water?
Yeah.
Because it's very, the pasta is so al dente. And you see what I did? It sticks to it.
Now, is that pasta still cooking now?
Yeah. And if you don't like, if you like it more cooked, you add more of the water. Look. Now it separates perfect right here. You smell the garlic.
Oh, God, yeah, that smells great.
But it's not burned. And how many times you go, and the pasta, it's firm. It's not overcooked. And the final test is this.
Ah, it's freaking great. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Word comes on Eater today that David Camp commented on Mimi Sheraton's declaration against the restaurants of Brooklyn on his blog. Now, This is embarrassing for me not to know that because I just ate lunch today here in Eisenbergs with David Camp, and he left a minute ago, and I even asked him to be on TV, or OTV. He refused. Mimi Sheraton is, it goes without saying, 100% right about everything she said about Brooklyn. You don't need Mimi Sheraton to tell you that. You don't need Jeffrey Steingarten to tell you that. You don't need Marty Markowitz to tell you that. All you got to do is have ears to hear the shrieking insects. Excuse me. Ears to hear the shrieking infants, and a mouth to taste the rancid oil. Now, I like Mimi a lot. I have the highest regard for her. But when she and the other emeritus food writers praise the heights of gastronomy in the 70s and 80s and say that it's all just hype and bloviation today, I have to depart from them. God knows there's no shortage of hype and bloviation. That explains my whole existence. But the level of cooking in America now, and in New York in particular, is so much higher than it was in the 70s and the 80s that it's like Hyperion to a Seder. For every Andre Saltner, there's a million Harold Dieterles and Zach Palacios and Michael Whites and Andrew Carmelinis, not to mention all the various lesser lights, the guys you don't hear about, the Bobby Helens of the world, who are breaking their asses and doing amazing things that almost nobody was doing in the 70s and the 80s. Gastronomy, like science, proceeds on the shoulders of its predecessors, and there should be a kind of Confucian reverence for them, but the idea that it's better to eat in the 7th best restaurant in New York now, or back then than it is now, is goofy. I'll tell you right now, the 70th best restaurant in New York is better than almost anything except a handful of culinary meccas back in the day, and I think Mimi might still not agree with me no matter how well I say it. Anyway, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We'd love to put some sweet...
You can if you want.
I'm out of it! Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. This is James Freeman. This dapper fellow here is the founder of Blue Bottle Coffee of San Francisco, and now they opened one here in Williamsburg. And I mentioned Blue Bottle in the context of the so-called third wave coffees. This frightening scientific apparatus here is something that I've never seen, and apparently nobody saw because it lives in Japan.
Right, yeah. OG is a Japanese company.
And what are these things here?
We call them the slow cold drippers or Kyoto-style iced coffee drippers. It's a lovely way of making cold coffee that we think doesn't need sweetening or milk. It's sort of like the water cooler in your office. We fill it up to about here. It's got a simple little pipe. And then we nervously invert it, just like your water cooler in your office. Make sure the OG faces front, of course. And then adjust the stopcock to where the drips are approximately 88 beats per minute. We tried different things. Should it be 144? Should it be 42? That kind of thing. So, but we like it around
What is that? So you put coffee in that thing?
Yeah, we put coffee, ground coffee here.
Is there a filter underneath?
Yeah, there is a cloth-covered metal disc on the bottom of each, and then a cloth, the same type of cloth on the top. What the cloth on the top does is it distributes the water, so it soaks down very evenly. It takes about 8 to 12 hours to produce.
It takes 8 to 12 hours?
Yeah.
So you must have to charge a fortune of money for these drinks.
Oh, but maybe it's worth it. I've been inspired by Japanese culture and Japanese coffee culture through several trips and knowing people, and just the culture of service, the culture of dedication in a lot of places that I've been. So, and the fact that their coffee culture is from the 20s. It's many decades old. We think we're inventing things here, like the slow pour and stuff like that, where there's like 80-year-old guys in Tokyo that have been doing it ever since they were teenagers.
You'd think they would have gotten a promotion by now.
Keep trying. I'm James Freeman, and this is Ozersky TV.
Josh Ozersky, author of such meat-centric classics as The Hamburger, A History, the artist formerly known as Mr. Cutlets.
How does one continue in order to make
better than acceptable burger.
Well, what one must do is cook it on a flat metal griddle. A little clarified butter goes on the griddle first. You don't want this baby coming anywhere near open fire. No, you don't want an open fire anywhere near this. But no. Well, there's no other way to make it.
Isn't that greasy and isn't
One of the first barbecue days of the year, and here I am with grilling guru Adam Perry Lang, the author of Serious Barbecue, and of course BBQ 25, your new book. Right. But you're here today to make me a prime rib. Is that correct?
Just make you happy. I'm just here to make you happy. Yes, to make a prime rib.
Oh my God.
He's like, you know, like you so good.
This is my first time here as a non-competitor at the Burger Bash, so I'm really enjoying not sweating over a grill.
Don't forget, Katie won the Burger Bash 2 years ago.
That's true.
But it was for a patty melt, interestingly.
You call it a patty melt, I call it a burger. Josh, don't do that.
So listen, Ozersky, the first three Lee and I tried, and John, they're going to be, I think, top contenders.
Chiquito.
Amazing.
I've been saying that. I've been saying that.
With the smoked cheese, and then also the Hurricane Club is amazing with the pickled
too hot.
jalapenos.
No, it's too hot.
But I like
It's too hot.
Don't be a hater.
You believe that? How beautiful. You practically want to kiss it.
I'll do it. Very good.
We'll catch it on camera.
Not a French kiss.
No, it has to be a French kiss. You're a Frenchman.
I go and I get the cheeks.
Yeah, the jowl.
Yeah, and then I go in the leg and I start to pull from the leg.
Yeah.
And that's what I get first. And those guys, you know, it looks like it's simple, and it's not simple at all.
Hey! Hey, Ozersky, you asshole!
What?
What do you think this is?
I'm just walking
I'll
down
gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger
told you
today.
I was going to pay for it.
What is it, Popeyes?
Let's
go.
Let's
go.
With a chicken and mushroom broth.
Chinese ham, chili, scallion. Often it's served with noodles. Today we're not serving with noodles, we're just serving the dumpling or the wonton.
As opposed to wonton you.
That's where I thought you went to cooking school. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, James Beard Award-winning food writer and the author of several books on American cookery. I guess this is the New England style hot dog bun like you would get with a lobster roll. This is what I would call multiple textural and flavor elements in this hot dog. And the winner of the over-the-top hot dog throwdown is Dish A.
It really is a far cry from all the nutritional and environmental outrage that seemed to be popping up the last few years about burger makers and their practices.
Nobody cares about any of that. People love hamburgers, and nobody cares about any of the social or environmental or health effects about them.
Simply, we can't imagine life without them.
A hamburger is the most universal symbol of what it means to be an American. I don't care what anybody says, like, you know how the citizenship test, they make you say who is George Washington? They should have you say what a hamburger is. And because if you're in Afghanistan or Mordor or whatever, like, the hamburger is something that's infinitely more recognizable.
Okay, it's 8 hours later. That's how they do it in cooking shows. We got a little cameo. Look at this. This dog.
Don't let her eat what I'm making.
No, come here.
Garlic's not
Look
good
at this.
for dogs.
Look, come here. Izzy, come here. I'm here with my friend Ro Majori, and Ro is the head of RachelRay.com.
Mm-hmm.
She is what we call a higher up in the Rachael Ray empire, and as a fellow Italian American, in fact, a Sicilian, really. You know a thing or two about making spaghetti with garlic and oil.
Yes.
No,
Aglio olio. I met a man who I fell deeply in love with, and he, like me, is also Sicilian. And, you know, I think it was maybe like our first night together, night together.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, we got about our business, and when that was all done, he looked me in the eyes and said the two words that an Italian-American woman just desperately wants to hear.
Feed me.
I'm hungry. Right? But being that he's Italian, he had this, which is all I need to make aglio olio. Olive oil.
Evu.
Of course, EVOO. Of course, I use Rachael Ray, all Italian. Garlic, red pepper, and spaghetti. And some people would tell you that's it, plus parsley. I like to add anchovies. The anchovies is something that I do to add extra flavor to the sauce, which will wind up melting into the oil. So you could cheat and use anchovy paste, which I have no problem with that. If you get dry, you could use a little of the starchy cooking liquid from the spaghetti.
Pepper flakes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't really measure things, but if I had to guess, maybe that's like a 1/4 teaspoon. And then this is still on, so I'm throwing it in there. I want it to be dry, but not too dry, but I want it to really stick. And then here's where things could go in different directions. It could either be done, and here's your dish. Way 2 would be to do it with a little cheese. My variation would be to toast up breadcrumbs. And going back to like what we were saying about food and masculinity and my little story about the nighttime aglio olio incident.
How did that end up, by the way?
Well, you know what? He stuck around. You like the breadcrumb version the best?
No, that's the best version.
The cheese?
Yeah. And we've done a whole bunch of these spaghettis with garlic and oil. And I think I've enjoyed this one the most. And I think that yours is as expressive and individualistic as everybody else's, but even more so.
Hi, this is Ro Majori, and this is Ozersky TV.
Hot, get 'em while they're hot. When I see a waffle, how I cheer up. No meat, no sweet, my candy I'll cut. No ham, no jam, no fried halibut. I must have waffles, waffles. Doctor, be kind. Cut out my potatoes, waffles for mine.
They sometimes I have to come back in the kitchen and help the guys out, you know.
Wow.
Set it straight. And that's when they all go, oh no. give me Mama Macchione, don't give me Mama Macchione.
Well, here's Mauro Macchione, and
Hello.
we're in the kitchen at Le Cirque. And Mauro, of course, this is his family business. Haute cuisine, if there ever was it. But when you're at home, you're cooking for your daughter or whatever. I wonder if maybe you ever make like a...
I try to keep things more simple and stuff. And you kind of sometimes, you always have some nice cloves with garlic there, some olive oil. So I was thinking, a nice spaghetti aglio olio.
Yeah.
And peperoncino is is one of my specialties.
Well, I would like to see you make it because no two people make it the same.
True enough, true enough. I like to, most people crush the garlic. I like to simply sort of pound it down, you know, break it up a little bit. And then I sort of add this to the olive oil. When the olive oil's nice and hot, it's really going to draw out the flavor of the garlic. And then I remove the garlic.
You take the garlic out?
I take the garlic out because where we come in Tuscany, we don't like to overburden it with the garlic. And the garlic can be tough for the digestive system. This is a spaghetto from Gragnano, which is in Campania.
This you can buy in Italy. This is my favorite
This you can buy in
spaghetti.
Italy. I bought this in Italy. If I was at home, I would use a pot with water, and I would take a nice half a cup of that water, and I'd transfer it inside because you want to keep the starches and stuff. So now I'm going to add in some red pepper. Get some salt going. Finish it off with, with some olive oil. If you want, out of the pan with some chopped parsley. But I'm a purist. And I think it should just be garlic and the red pepper.
It's delicious.
Thank you.
It's not hot too.
It's hot, it's spicy.
Yeah.
But you taste the garlic and everything.
You
too.
taste the garlic, but really you taste the olive oil more than anything else.
Cheers.
Go get Jeff.
Oh my God! And then the little girls are here. Girls, be careful of the hot stoves. Look, we have some pasta.
Do you want some spaghetti?
Daddy made some spaghetti. You don't like the red pepper? Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Eisenbergs, the world's last great New York sandwich shop. And I was reading in the New York Times today, there's an article that the man who owns Crumbs Cupcakes is going to get like $27 million. He's like the, Lori, what's the name of the man from the Facebook guy? Mark Zuckerman. He's the Mark Zuckerman of cupcakes. And I want to go on the record here as saying that not only are cupcakes bad and that I'm against them, they're stupid and ill-constructed, and there is an irrational exuberance about cupcakes that extends far beyond the labyrinthine lines at the horrible Magnolia Bakery and even the many cupcake bakeries that actually produce good cupcakes, like, what's the name of the one that has the pretty girl over on Greenwich Street with the dark hair? Sweet Revenge. Anyway, there's the nice Sunshine Sweet one, that's good. The problem is this. A cupcake is shaped like this. It's got all this frosting on top. You go to eat it, and you have all this dry or rich cake. Like you got all this frosting in your beard. It's unbalanced and unnatural and asymmetrical and imprecise and hard to eat. It should be like a chocolate junior. So the solution is, I wish I had a cupcake. There is one here, but imagine I have a cupcake. You take the cupcake and you cut it right under the frosting line, and then you flip it upside down. That's all right, I don't need it. It's okay. Don't get a cupcake, it's all right. You flip the frosting upside down, then the frosting's in the middle. You don't get it on your hands, you don't get it on your lips, it doesn't go in your beard or mustaches. Instead, it's in the middle where it stays and it tastes good, and that might be something worth waiting in line for, but not worth $27 million. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm going to decapitate the...
We'll let these butchers go start the competition.
I'm Josh Ozersky at Koshan 555, and this is Ozersky TV.
Tonight we're going to have both from New York City, both actually from Dixon's Farmstead. We have Jose Manuel Alarcon, and we have Adam Severia. And we are working with Mark Newman's Berkshire Pig So we have a cut sheet. These guys both know we went over it. They're going to have 40 minutes.
This year, what we've done with the Shop by 5 is we're really starting to focus on the hardworking boys and girls of the retail shops, of the processors. Invite them to the dinner table, get their elbows dirty just like everybody else, and have them meet some folks. So we had Jose Alcrona from Dixon's Farm Stand. We also had Adam Tiberio. So both of them are amazing cutters. They went together in a head-to-head butcher competition. It was 40 minutes where they both had half an animal. They took that Newman Farm Brookshire pig down to roast and ties. That was the technical part, based it on knife skills. That was 40 minutes.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. That's what this is like.
Next 20 minutes was about freestyling on a head. So they each got their own head. So it's one pig cut in half, but I got 2 whole heads.
Ready to double down, lottery shot.
I think I'd take the country rib.
Country rib, that's nice. Can I get a pound of bacon for
I got that one to spare him.
It's Adam Tiberio and you're watching Ozersky TV.
This is a 1958 Faema Urania, and it's pristine.
So this is like an Aston Martin for coffee geeks. This would be like the 1953 Aston Martin.
I would like to think so. This is a lever machine, so there's no pump. And what that does is when that La Marzocco has a pump, and so you turn it on, and the pressure immediately ramps up to 9 bar, 8.75 bar. And for the whole duration of the shot, it's very steady. And then you turn it off, and it tapers off very quickly. But this, when you pull the lever down, the coffee pre-infuses, so hot water contacts the coffee at a very low pressure. And then you release it, and the pressure is a very nice, gentle curve, and then it trails off very gently.
You take an average person that is not insensitive to coffee, would be able to tell the difference between the two things?
No, I think so. I think it works on a variety of levels. And I think if you were to have a macchiato from this machine and a macchiato from that machine, you would notice the difference.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay.
I would like to have a macchiato from both machines. But I want you to make it yourself.
But I'm not in the regulation gray shirt.
Why is there so much more fascination about the intricacies of technique involved with espresso rather than actual coffee?
I think there's sort of like a boy fascination with cool things, with switches and plugs and stuff like that.
The physicality of it.
Yeah.
You get to bang things and pull things. That wouldn't explain why you like this one.
So this is what the espresso looks like. It's very thick and buttery.
Wow.
Good. That's a good reaction.
That's really good.
Good.
Like it's almost got like a kind of like lemony, chocolatey, lemon curd, like a lemon curd flavor. Yeah, it's like a different. It really is like it's like a different coffee. But why? It's the same.
It's different pressure, different temperatures, and you know, espressos are a little bit like snowflakes anyway. 10 in a row off that are going to be 10 slightly different.
Do you have any sweet and low?
Oddly enough, no.
You can't. There's no sweet and low in Blue Bottle coffee. No. The only thing I'm lacking for the perfect coffee experience now. Coffee, and then we'll come in and we'll put the dish all together, right? Because it poaches just in a couple of minutes.
And so then we just submerge it in the butter.
You know, you're talking like he can't hear you.
He knows
what you're
what's
saying.
next.
Consider the lobster. We're here at A Fieri, and they are going to make the dish that Steve Cuozo just called this week. What did he call it, Michael?
The best dish in the world.
The best dish in the world.
Wow.
That is the butter poached lobster with a Van June gravy or something like that.
Sauce.
That's right.
Gravy. Most of the time when we're doing chicken stock or veal stock, it's 50% onions and then 25 carrot and 25 celery. In this case, we're using more or less equal amounts because we want the sweetness from the carrot, because the Vin Jaune sauce, part of it, the Vin Jaune, it has sweetness to it. It's a residual sugar, so it goes together. So you'll see this is king mite. It's not too dark, it's not too little.
Right.
You're really getting the really golden flavor, and that's really what you're smelling. So what we do now is once we have all this little bits here, once we add these vegetables, when I'm stirring, will help lift it off too. And the sweetness, and we'll add a little salt, and all that'll be evaporated and gone. The more salt you add at this point, it can turn the sauce salty. So we just add just a little bit to kind of get the water to come out of the vegetables. You could add Vin Jaune, you could use Chateau Chalon, you could use a little bit of sweet Marsala if you didn't have it.
That's old school.
Old school. So what we'll do is we'll deglaze this, and obviously this is a fortified wine, so you want to be careful. Wow. So now you'll see how all these pieces start to come off.
Oh my God, the smell of that. Boy, what a smell. That's the smell of classical.
Classic. And you know, what we're doing here at Fieri is really revisiting all these classics, because Chris and I and staff, we wanted to go out on a limb because nobody's really focusing on these or doing these kinds of dishes anymore. And so we're bringing them back. In the last 5 years, we've kind of veered off greatly from where we were at. You know, it was we went through, when I first started in 1990, it was like the end of Nouvelle Cuisine, and there was like a carrot on the plate, and that was far to the extreme. And I feel like in some respects we're going to the other extreme.
Which is what? With just everything belly and fat?
Fat, but also the use of different types of alginates and seaweed and things like that to make stabilizing, and we've kind of and I feel like there's a happy medium, and that's what we do at the restaurant. So here we are, we're building on flavors. We've done it 2 times with the sauce, we've done it with the tamale, we've done it with the coral, the butter, the white wine. There's white wine in here to add acidity. If it was just butter, it would be very, very hard to come through and very...
Is it the same wine, the same Van Jaune that was in the other thing?
No, this is white wine that has more acidity, and then we add a little bit of lemon juice to it, so that it has that little snap when you eat the lobster.
That acid that's always really the white touch, the acid under the fat.
He still put up a fight if he pulled his arms off.
We're here at A Fieri, and they are going to make the dish that Steve Cuozo just called this week. What did he call it, Michael?
The best dish in the world.
The best dish in the world.
Wow.
That is the butter poached lobster with a Van June gravy or something like that.
Sauce.
That's right.
Gravy.
If you want it to be semi-frozen, you lose the red color on the top of the lobster. The skin of the flesh gets torn off. The key is the tail. You want to break it and twist off, and ideally, the entire the urinary tract comes out. So this is how you get all the not so nice stuff out of the lobster while keeping the tail still whole. Then you take skewers, okay, and you insert them back into that hole. This is to keep the lobster straight. Then it goes into the freezer. So what happens is you cut in. You basically cut the shell off the flesh after the lobster's been frozen. Nicely done there. So, see, ideally you keep the entire red flesh, and then this process is fully defrosted again, and then it's poached whole.
This is actually roe.
Right.
You can crack this open. Pardon the noise. Ooh. But what we'll do, this is all
lobster roe?
Lobster roe. We buzz this into the sauce, and this is how we make lobster butter.
No shit.
You have another, that's why this is so rich, another butter sauce here. The lobster's cooked fully. The lobster's raw. Lobster goes into the butter. It's approximately 150 degrees. Okay. That's Fahrenheit. And it's just basically to let it slowly cook. It takes about 6-7 minutes to get it done.
So what we're going to do is trim the bottom, okay? And so now the lobster is going to sit upright. So we're adding a bit of this parsley root in the bottom of the bowl. It adds a little bit of texture and viscosity to the sauce. It's like so built. Sorry.
He gets excited. He gets excited about it, you know?
Here are the vegetable garnishes for the dish. Okay, is rutabaga, turnip, and carrot.
We go right like this on top, and then we just kind of nap it. And that's really the dish.
This is certainly the best lobster dish I've ever eaten, and whatever. I'm not even going to go on about how good it is because they all know we're buddies or whatever. You know what? It is great though. Josh Ozersky, Michael White, Chris Jekyll, Eddie Fieri. And this is Ozersky TV.
Chili? What?
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV. I'm judging today at the New York Chili Fest. It's in Chelsea Market. There is chilies, a million different kinds of chilies. They have the appearance score, but the appearance of it is all, you know, brown. It's universally brown chilies. So I'm giving them 3s and 4s. In a lot of the contests, there's a psychological impediment with the judges. Some start from the top score and take off points, but other ones start from a medium score and add points.
I'm very random. I don't have a system. I just feel the number 7 and I put it in.
They have no chance now. Oh, I'm making it. I'm going to hand them the bagel on this one, I think.
We have really different tastes, Josh. I like this one.
I know. That's why we're not dating anymore.
So it's a traditional Texas-style beanless chili. It's a lot of beautiful meat from Dixon's, great ground beef, 3 blend of chilies. It's ají panko, habanero, and cascabel chilies that we toasted in-house. We grind them. A little bit of Aleppo pepper, and lots of different on-the-trail kind of seasonings in there.
Ground beef. To that we added our homemade cured and smoked brisket, smoked meat. We have smoked tomato base with 3 sorts of chilies, ancho, pasilla, and chipotle pastes.
And my chili is Korean chili. It's a takeout on a traditional chili made with Korean chilies and spices. With I pair it with jalapeno kimchi and mezcal crema, which is a little bit of smoky, and it works very well with the kimchi.
Our chili was beef and a lot of broccoli. It was mostly broccoli and a little beef, I suppose, with some Fritos. Yeah.
So tonight's winner on the $2,000 prize is a Northern Spy Company.
Well, that's it then. The die has been cast and the fate of the winning chili decided. I'm full now and not even frozen custard will help me. That's what it's all about though. They ask you to judge a contest, you can't say no. I'm Josh Ozersky and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with Marco Canora at Hearth Restaurant, and Marco has got a new spaghetti machine. He's very happy about
a new love affair. So this is, you know, you used to make the dough and then shove the dough in here.
Okay.
And it'd be really hard. You'd like torque this thing and you'd get like 1 order of spaghetti like every 4 or 5 minutes, you know what I mean? So this is my Arco Bolano stand-up mixer / extruder. I'd like to call this fresh dried pasta because as it extrudes, we ball it and we put it in the freezer. And then we hold it during service. And the great thing about this is it'll cook as fast as fresh pasta. So a really fine Durham semolina, right?
Okay.
Dump it right in the hopper. So you turn off the machine. You grab a handful of it, right?
Right.
If it breaks in 2 and doesn't crumble, it's pretty ready. What you need to do is you need to generate the heat in this chamber here.
Why?
Well, because then everything starts getting smooth and the dough just starts getting pushed out and it comes together nice. See how it's too rough right now?
Oh, maybe that would make it better.
No,
I like it rough.
You'll see. It starts getting faster when it gets all hot. You can start feeling the heat.
Yeah.
You feel it?
Oh, yeah.
You feel it?
Oh, yeah.
And you'll see in the finished product the way it holds that the cacio e pepe sauce. It's really awesome. So we're going to do 3 lengths, and that's what we'll cook. It's like 120 grams. So I'm going to do cacio e pepe with the spaghetti. So pecorino cheese, butter, pasta water, cracked black pepper. And then you emulsify everything together. Black pepper, right? Pepe. The pepe of cacio e pepe. See how the boiling of the water emulsifies the butter into the base?
Huh.
Like that's important. So look, I add a good amount of one cheese,
right?
A good amount of another cheese, dump it in here, right? And now where you're cooking the pasta
right.
with the fat and the water and the cheese, and everything's gonna start to melt, and everything's gonna start to coat these noodles really well. Look at that.
Oh, I want to do more than just look. Oh my God. You got my number with this one, boy. This one's got my name all over it. Are you nuts? How can you not serve this in the restaurant? You must be high. This is like the best pasta.
Yeah, Valentine's Day hue to it.
Here we are in the aftermath of Koshan 555. There was a whole constellation of dishes that won, but I think the thing that we all remember the most was your pig leg popsicle.
Oh, thanks. For this recipe, we start by adding rice flour and cornstarch. We're basically making a slurry. We're going to go ahead and add the blood. And blood gives this pretty amazing nutritional component. You know, high in iron, vitamin B. Go ahead and put this into a pot. You want to slowly heat it. If it's too hot for your flesh, it's too hot for the blood as well. Just like an egg, if you fry an egg quickly, you'll get that rubbery texture. If you steam it, you'll get something more like a custard.
Right.
So I treat blood exactly the same way, and you get the same result. The other ingredients we're adding is some homemade cooked sausage, which gets a quick kind of sweet cure, and cooked rice. Would you say fudgy goodness is a good way to describe this? You're like, oh, whatever, dude. Just lay a bit of parchment over top, and in the oven. When it's cooked, it comes out like this. You can see
it looks like brownies more than a cake.
It does look a little bit like brownies. What we've done is we've cut these into little fingers of goodness. So those guys go in the fryer so they crisp up around the outside. We've got a homemade chili sauce that we make a tomato chili jam, and then it's rolled in crushed peanuts. But I think this is a great way to help to utilize the whole animal. People are always looking for ways to use it all up, and it's a pity that the blood often doesn't get utilized. It makes up about 5 to 6% of the animal's full weight. So, to throw away 7% of what you're getting is a little bit crazy. We'll go ahead and finish these bad boys off. Bit of picked cilantro, just because we can.
It's like pudding. Really, that really what it's like. It's like like pork pudding. You know how like they have like the chocolate crispy dip at Mr. Softy? You could do that, but it would be like
encasing.
Yeah, the encasing, but it would be like a bacon dip, or a caul fat. It's disgusting. Anyway, this is delicious. Come to Public immediately and eat it. I'm Josh Ozersky with Brad Farmery, and this is Ozersky TV.
Yum.
I don't understand this machine. Why is this? It's got checkerboards. I don't know. I don't like it. It makes me nervous. Here, take it away. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I made some rather intemperate comments about cupcakes recently, and the internet is all aflutter with responses. A lot of it is of the nature. Well, some of it is like, you fat fuck, you look like you eat cupcakes all the time, and I can appreciate that response. Maybe I lack credibility in saying I'm against them. However, more commonly, a lot of the people have said, they say, don't hate on cupcakes. What do you have against the cupcakes? It's just a cupcake that's made badly. A real cupcake wouldn't be like that. Listen,
I've seen a lot of cupcakes, all right? There's never been a cupcake that was made especially well. Now, there's places in New York that make really good ones. There's, there's the Billy's Sugar Sweet Sunshine. Crumbs has a nice cupcake. Bill's has a cupcake with a Kahlua cream in the middle or whatever. But, like, they're impossible to eat. Show me a cupcake. I don't care whether it's Hostess, Sara Lee, or made by Johnny Uzzini. I don't care what kind of cupcake it is. Show me one that's not wider at the top than it is narrow at the bottom, and that isn't totally top-loaded with frosting. Whether it's buttercream frosting or some other kind of frosting, it doesn't even matter. You can't eat it. It's just like all these contests that I do, for like hamburger contests, and they talk about all these different things like size and appearance and originality, and nobody mentions the single most important factor, whether it's cupcakes, hamburgers, or anything else, which is your ability to eat it. You have to be able to put it in your mouth, and all the things have to go into your mouth in equal proportions in each bite. It's like a lobster roll. There's no good lobster roll that isn't folded over on itself with bread on both sides. If it's an open bun, a big pile of lobster and all this mayonnaise, not a sandwich anymore. You're eating a salad. Likewise, if you have a cupcake and it's this kind of Dionysian, fun, crazy experience where you sit on the couch, in front of your Lifetime movie or whatever, and you're like, ooh, it's cupcake time. Ooh, I'm gonna get frosting everywhere. Ooh, we'll take it off. We'll twist it apart. We'll have a cupcake party. That's great. But any food that you have to destroy to eat it has automatically neutralized itself from my point of view. So if you call that hating, then that's hating. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
But you're not ready. Go back.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Commerce with Harold Moore, who is the chef owner. Harold is one of my favorite cooks. This week we're doing the best chicken dish, and there's only one man that it would occur to me to have make the best chicken in New York. Harold Moore of Commerce Restaurant.
Thank you. People are crazy about the chicken. They come, they call in, they're like, I'm 20 minutes away, my reservation is this, I would like to have the chicken right away. Because it's a commitment. The chicken's a commitment. And we don't cook it in advance, so you have a 40-minute wait. This is our custom blend herb butter. It's like every soft herb available.
People might say, well, now why do I need a chef of Harold Moore's caliber to make a roast chicken? I can just stick it in my oven and eat it myself.
I think it's better than you could do at home for a couple of reasons. One is,
oh my God,
we don't really cook with a conscience about, I took too many calories in today, I should roll it back. Also, when
this is an understatement, by the way.
When you're at home, it's difficult to get the oven hot enough to where the chicken roasts the way it'll roast here, where you have super juicy inside, very crispy outside, and without smoking up the house.
What's the point of tying it at all? Why do you need to tie it?
The tying gives you like a consistent mass so that everything kind of comes out ready at the same time.
I see.
In the beginning, when you're making a good crouton or a proper crouton, that there's a lot of oil, and then that oil tends to get absorbed by the crouton. But then once it reaches its like maximum life force or whatever, it releases all the fat back out of it. So
really?
Yeah, not all of it, but a lot. Like
that's interesting.
It's very interesting crouton science, I guess.
So is this all done before service starts?
No, this is done chicken by chicken.
Really?
Yeah. And then we start out with a very small amount of foie gras.
How did you think of this?
It's a very traditional French kind of stuffing, like bread stuffings and all of that. And they usually, like a lot of stuffing recipes, old-fashioned stuffing recipes especially, have livers and things in there because there's no waste in country cooking,
Well, I wouldn't think that they would use the liver for something that...
Well, foie gras is sort of an embellishment of country cooking, So we took the foie gras, which is a luxury ingredient, and put that to sort of help elevate the feeling, because it's the West Village, It's a fancy neighborhood. We take our chicken jus that comes on the plate with the chicken, and we put that inside. So that looks like it's there. you can see that the juice that comes out onto the plate, that there's no pink left inside. We also don't rest it. And the reason we don't rest it is it's a completely different product.
Because this dish is for two, so it's
always plated for two. On the bottom, we put a good helping of this really buttery truffle potato puree, like that. So we put it.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, you can say that it's very French, you know, or you can say it's very American because it's chicken, mashed potatoes, and gravy.
I would say the former.
Yeah. Well, the technique is definitely something.
No American ever had a roast chicken with mashed potatoes that was this good. You know it and I know it.
Those are pretty spectacular.
All right.
I'm making a red wine spaghetti for you.
Here we are in the kitchen at Le Cirque with the coolest man in gastronomy,
You're nice.
Mauro Maccioni.
I like, as a Tuscan, you know, we have great red wine and things like that. So I'm doing what you might probably call a spaghetti al Chianti today. Here I have a wonderful artisanal spaghetti from Gragnano. Gragnano is in Campania. Well, you really don't want to break the spaghetti in half.
Why not?
It's just because then when it's sacrilege. You don't do it.
It's just not done.
You just don't do it.
Just don't do it.
You know, like you don't spill the salt, you know, and you don't things like that. You don't break the spaghetti. Get the chopped shallots in there. Some olive oil.
This is just a regular olive oil.
Yes. We're gonna go with spaghetti. And we're gonna go with the red wine.
So which kind of wine you are putting?
Oh, hi, Mom.
Huh?
This is don't worry, I didn't take your bottle of Solai or Sassicaia. This is Poggio alla Guardia.
Well, it's good
It's
enough.
a good wine from Maremma.
It's going to be a good dish.
This is my mother,
Hi, hello.
the one and only.
But
Teach him how to make this?
I teach him many basic.
You know what she
Very
does?
basic.
This dish has some pecorino cheese. She's not a big fan of pecorino.
No, you ruin it. Why don't you put Parmigiano? It's always better. Well, he likes pecorino.
I like the pecorino.
You like it?
I have to admit.
But you don't need much olive oil. I mean, there's a little olive oil in the
Did
early
you
part
taste
with
the
the shallot.
salt?
I added salt.
Always taste before you serve. Always taste the salt. Always.
Who's cooking here? Me or you? When you plate the spaghetti, you know, drop it in, give it a nice little twirl. Now we're gonna finish it off. A little grated pecorino cheese on top.
Looks good.
Some time. Because we got all the time in a row. And here you go, you have the spaghetti al vino rosso al Chianti with pecorino and thyme.
This is good.
So tell me what you think.
Delicious. You believe this? You believe I get to actually eat this and do this? I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Thanks. I'm Mauro Maccioni,
Me, I am A.G. Maccioni.
and this is Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV. We're in Williamsburg, of all places, and this is where the party bus comes to pick everybody up to go to the Rusty Knot. We're playing my theme song. So I'm here with Ken Friedman and Tavo Sommer. Together they jointly made the Rusty Knot, and they are the ones that came up with the idea of the party bus.
Well, in New Jersey, there are limousines that drive around and go from like bar and club and whatever. And I had just been on a party bus with you going to medieval times.
That's right. They went on a party bus to medieval times. Lyndhurst, my lord.
Yeah, Bedford North 6th.
Right.
It stops at First and First in Manhattan.
Right.
And then it comes here. And it does it at 8, 8:30, 10, and 10:30.
And there's beer on the bus as well. to go
Free.
from Williamsburg to here would be
That's
a near
amazing.
near
It goes by,
impossibility.
It's like a time machine. It's like you're like all of a sudden like you're in Williamsburg and you're like, oh my god, it's fucking cold out here.
Yeah.
And then you get on the bus and you're like,
Whoa.
I have a beer, I'm dancing.
Whoa.
All of a sudden you're like, oh my god, I'm on the West Side
Spring
Highway.
break. We gotta get a boat. Gotta have a party
We
boat.
talked about that.
Because we're right here.
Yeah, you're right here.
The Zodiac, a party Zodiac. This is actually exactly what this place is about and like what the party bus is about. It's about ridiculous ideas,
right,
and having fun,
right,
and being like, let's actually do that. This town is serious enough.
What's your name?
Tavo.
I'm Ken Friedman.
I'm Tavo Sommer. And we're watching
Ozersky TV!
Woo!
Well, I think I ate too many hamburgers.
You got some of them on your glasses too. You gotta let me clean those for you.
I thought this year was the best one.
I thought this year was particularly strong. Morimoto's burger just dissolved in your mouth, insane.
Yes.
Michael White's the white blend, amazing. I think
he should stick to his spaghetti pot, personally.
I love everything he makes. I've never had a bad thing that he's prepared. I have to tell you, one of the burgers I enjoyed most can't win. Because it was the Amstel chef, I believe, and I don't believe he's eligible.
The Amstel chef was excellent, really good. And Spikey was good, too.
Spike brought back a classic. Now, that's very smart gamesmanship. You know, he swept it in that first year with that burger. That's the one he did 5 years ago.
I know, but he had a much weaker field to go against. I think we're seeing a much more competitive. They're getting hipper. They're toasting the buns more.
And a lot of tots. Have you ever made tots from scratch?
Why would anyone make tots? Why would
This is
anyone
what
make
I
Trader
said.
Tots?
I
You
did
can
it
buy
one
them in
time.
Ore-Ida in a bag.
One time. It's not worth it. I make the sauce for the tots. Don't make the tots.
You know
it
what's
takes all
good?
day.
You know what's good? You pour olive oil all over them before they go in the oven.
Oh my God.
I told Bobby square up, I said, you know what? I underrated your hamburgers.
Yeah.
You, because of your gargantuan celebrity and the fact that you don't use my favorite hamburger meat, I was
He's
prejudiced.
very clever, and he loves the crunch. Did you see this year?
No,
That's
I thought it was
another
the best
contender.
one. I thought it was the best
This year's
one.
another contender because the potato chips. Do you remember he won?
He always has potato chips.
No. He won in New York with the nacho burger with the corn chips, not the potato chips.
I don't like that.
Oh my God! It was his finally he won. He's always Susan Lucci, the runner-up.
I thought he wins every year.
No, he always comes in right second.
Your voice is cracked. Such is the extremity of the sympathy you feel for Bobby.
He finally won at the New York Burger Bash.
Well, if I had a vote, which as with the James Beards, I don't for some reason.
No.
If I had a vote for tonight, I will go on the record as saying I would have voted for Bobby. I would have given it to Bobby. You know, he's like you. If you're too famous, they don't give you enough credit. You come out on the other side of being famous.
They give Bobby credit, don't they? I do.
All right, well, Rachael has serious business to take care of. A woman just came up to her in tears. I found that a very moving scene.
She was lovely. She had brought her little grandchildren here. But the kids aren't allowed in because it's a...
Yeah, right. We'll give them some, too. We'll give them little cups. We'll give them little cups.
My first word was vino. Everybody thought I was a happy baby. I think I was just drunk.
Times haven't changed. My baby sister, Rachael Ray. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
Oh, the big O.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I'm here in what I think of as the Cuban Eisenbergs, which is Puerto Saguaro restaurant, which is here in South Beach. It's on 7th and Collins. It's my favorite part of coming to Miami, one of my favorite parts. Anyway, one of the things I like so much about this restaurant is you get the perfect cafe con leche. You can see it's all, there's not a bubble to be seen anywhere. There's not a fleck of foam. That's good. Then you get it, hot milk. Then you get your espresso, your Cuban espresso. This goes in like this. Like I was at last night, they had the Martha Stewart 10th anniversary Food Network cake party. And then there was the dim sum disco, the bubble queue. I was trying to, somebody handed me a marijuana cigarette that made it even more enjoyable. But when I get up in the morning, I'm very hungover either way, and I say, oh, I'm just going to have cafe con leche. But you know what? The fact is they have a great great, two things I love. One is a great medianoche sandwich, and one is Cuban toast. The medianoche is like everyone knows, a Cuban sandwich is on the white bread, but I like that for Cuban toast. And look at this. Look at the unmistakable, bright, unnatural yellow tones of fine margarine. The medianoche, or midnight sandwich, has got a sweet bread. It's yellow. I mean, I guess you might say it was something like brioche, maybe. It's kind of like a Cuban version of brioche. And you can see the strata are as evenly and elegantly piled as the leaves in a heavy book. You have your roast pork, you have your ham, you have your little turkey slice, your thin slice of cheese, an elegant and delicate spread of mustard, and a little tiny pickle. I don't know if you could hear that. A lot of times the Cuban sandwiches, even the medianoche, you hear it's like a man hitting a cinder block with a sledgehammer. This is so light and delicate. It's like a croissant, even with all the meat in it, even with like 9 layers of meat. Perfect hangover cure. Salt helps you keep your water in. And the sweet and low fortified cafe con leche gives you a much needed stimulant for the day. I'm Josh Ozersky with your South Beach hangover tip, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Sushi Zen on 44th Street, and this is Toshio Suzuki. No man is more masterful in the art of making and preparing the art of sushi.
I'm going to make the tataki, the chopped meat with ginger, served with the meat, ginger and the scallion, and a little bit the Japanese shallot.
So you're making like a little salad,
right.
Amberjack salad.
Amberjack, yes, salad like that.
Now, a lot of people think that sashimi, they just think of like a piece of fish with no rice, that's the only kind of sashimi.
Yeah.
But really, sashimi can be any kind of an uncooked fish that doesn't have rice. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because we serve with not the single thing. We serving variety. This is a squid chopped, very fine chop. Make a flat, like a doll.
Okay.
I like to torch it.
It's just to warm it up?
Well, just to bake it a little bit. If I cook well, it's not like a sashimi. So this time is the spring. We have to explain season on the plates.
Okay.
So this is the quince.
This signifies spring, the flower?
Yeah, exactly.
Who made that knife? Is it from the...
From Sakai City.
From Sakai?
Very traditional, almost the 1,000 years. Samurai used to use it because a samurai working in a kitchen of what's called the emperors, families.
I've seen sometimes in the past, you see some of the older sushi chefs, and they have got a knife that's like this big. It started out,
yes. But I'm going to use them till this side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if somebody ordered a good sashimi platter, would you make something like this?
Yeah, we call that omakase. If they just leave to me, the customer, leave to me the sashimi, so I can make it like
this. They'd be well advised to do.
This is a squid also. So I'm going to make a chrysanthemum flour. This is the salmon roll. And a little sprinkling this is called a botaga.
So cured tuna
Cured.
eggs. Right?
Yeah, right. All right.
I am now going to retire to pay the full reverential attention that this deserves.
Spring has come,
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. And I'm going to make a burger that is the one burger that has made me whole, as I wrote about recently on RachelRay.com. This is the North Jersey Onion Burger.
Here's how it's done. Begin a meatball. Should be about the size of a plum or a large ping pong ball, maybe a Malamar. You press it slightly, then salt very liberally. Same on the other side. Almost impossible to have enough salt. Pan is wicked hot. Soon as the burger goes down in the pan, it's going to get flipped. Why? I'll tell you. Because when I drop and then I pop, this gray area on the top won't stick. Now I press it flat once. Now you've heard it said that a hamburger shouldn't be pressed flat, and that's a wise saying. You don't want to squeeze the juice out of it. It doesn't squeeze juice out when it's cold. Squeeze it when it's cold as much as you like. In fact, you should squeeze it because that's how you get the browning accelerated, the Maillard flavors to come out. That's how you get the nice flat even shape. And that's how you get it ready for step 2, which is the secret beautiful onion bath. I have onions here covered with warm water. I'm going to take both the onions and the warm water and spread them onto the burger as it cooks. I am going to want to very gently impress the onions into the meat, but I'm not pressing it down. I just want to get them in there a little bit. Of course, I have cheese ready. And there's only one kind of cheese that's appropriate for a cheeseburger. Tangerine-colored, unnatural, American processed cheese food. This guy, I think it's about an 8 Mississippi count. It's time to flip him. I get my bun ready, which doesn't need to be toasted. I get my slice ready. Cut, turn, cheese, bun, bottom end first, because on this burger, the cheese is underneath the patty, which gives it a radically different mouthfeel. So soft is it, it's confection of cheese and meat juices and onion water and salt and soft, sweet, white enriched bun, that essentially it becomes a kind of a beef and onion petit four. Layers and layers of deliciousness, the elements of which are hardly separable from each other in your mouth. I bun it, turn it, and there is your North Jersey onion burger. Maybe one of the best burgers known to man. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at the kitchen of Commerce Restaurant with its chef owner, Harold Moore. I'm a big believer in this restaurant and in Harold. And if you want to see one reason why, consider this. Harold, what is this familiar yet odd looking object that we have here in front of us?
This is a cured egg yolk.
A cured egg yolk?
Yeah. It takes about a month to like really get it right. But we make a mixture of salt and sugar.
About 50-50?
60-40 actually. 60% sugar, 40% salt. And then you take an egg, a regular old egg, and separate them as best you can. You need to start out with more eggs than you intend to have yolks because there's always a few dead soldiers at the end of this. Right. Because it is an egg yolk after all. So you get it as clean as you can, and then you put it on top of your 60-40 salt sugar business. Dead soldier, see? Anyway, so you cover it with the rest of the salt and then wrap it up, put it in the refrigeration for about a week. And at the end of the week, you cut one open and you want to make sure that the cure has reached the center. You're kind of like an archaeologist at this point in digging them out. You have to be very gentle because they're not quite ready to go.
Oh, there you go. There, see the corner of one?
Yes, that's a nice one too. And there you go.
Nice.
You end up with that. But it's still quite fragile.
Now look at the difference between the 1 week one and the 1 month one.
So from here, we tie them in cheesecloth and hang them in an environment that's very windy. Like a dry environment, just like you would like a prosciutto or something like that.
Well, where do you do that? In the basement or something?
We have a room that's made for that.
Secret room, is it?
It's not a secret room. It's a utility room.
It's like an egg that's as solid as an overcooked egg, but that still actually tastes like egg.
Well, we use it to like garnish a lot of things. Anything that you would do with botarga, anything that we would do with caviar, we do with this. So I'm just gonna make you a little simple pasta. Is that you good with that? Microplane, and we just grate it over the pasta.
Whoa. Oh my God, Harold. Look how beautiful this is too. So don't you wish this was your neighborhood restaurant? If you lived in the West Village, this would be your corner restaurant, you know? Instead, where I live, I can't even, it's like bad falafels.
I'm Harold Moore, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Brad Farmery from Public Restaurant Double Crown here in New York City, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here at Public Restaurant, Brad Farmery. Tell me what the dish is that you're making today.
It is a pig liver creme caramel. Great way to start any meal. First thing we're going to do is make a sweet sour caramel. That also helps get the pig's liver mousse out of the container. So first we're going to take sugar. We are going to add maple syrup and Cabernet Sauvignon vinegar. Maple syrup is an invert sugar, which actually helps the caramel stay loose. Separately, we're mixing cream, milk, kombu seaweed, dried shiitake mushrooms, curry spice, 5-spice, and soy sauce. We're going to put that on the heat to infuse all those flavors together. We take the pig liver, which I've taken the liberty of chopping up a bit, and eggs. Just quickly process that. Kind of a livery, eggy, messy goodness. It's almost like making a savory creme anglaise. This whole dish kind of started as a joke that we could make dessert out of anything. And we were half right. We made creme caramel, but it certainly wasn't dessert. We're going to cook it in a bain-marie or a water bath, because both eggs and liver, when cooked too quickly, will be kind of grainy. Bit of foil. In a low oven for about 15 minutes. Pops out. Just like foie gras, I think when I envisioned this dish, I wanted to take, you know, the cheapest of the cheap ingredients on the pig and turn it into something ethereal, sort of like foie gras. So we do almost like a foie gras accompaniment with some roasted grapes, watercress, truffle oil, and just because a bit of saltiness goes a long way, a touch of bacon. I'm going to give you this small spoon because you're a delicate guy.
The richness of the liver and the livery flavor is totally cut by the sweetness. And the creme caramel. It's kind of genius that way.
I think this is a great mid-course because the sweet sour, you know, it's a delicate dish, but the sweet sour really does well in between courses.
This is an in-between palate cleanser?
Yeah.
See, now that's cool. More. So, I'm guessing this is a low-calorie dish.
Of course.
I'm here in the kitchen at Rub on burger night. Scotty Smith, who is the pitmaster here and one of my 3 or 4 favorite meat men in the whole country, he makes regular Rub burgers on white, unseeded buns, but he's got a different product to do that's weird, that's decadent, that's unusual, novel, baroque. But because it's Scotty, I'm going to give him a fair shot at the Monte Cristo burger.
It's going to be definitely a little different. It's a traditional Monte Cristo sandwich. Just happens to have a burger stuffed in the middle of it.
A Monte Cristo sandwich, of course, is a French toast. It's essentially like a grilled cheese sandwich on French toast with ham and turkey built into it. And now in this case, it'll also have, what, a hamburger too?
Yeah, of course.
Scotty, what is what are the ingredients? Can you? I know that's a secret. But.
Well, I can't give you the exact ratio, but it is a blend of short rib and brisket. It's what we use. Actually, this is all kind of came out of what we do every day for our barbecue. It's the same meat that we use for a barbecue every day. It's just ground up and put into a burger.
So what is that? A little chicken stock?
This is actually turkey stock. I roasted the turkey breast yesterday.
So this is turkey breast you made yourself?
Yeah.
This
yeah.
is not from Boar's Head.
Oh, no,
in
no,
a
no.
cryovac.
No, I roasted that myself last night. Let's see how this comes out. Well, little.
You better make a new one. You gotta throw it away. Better make a new one.
Yeah.
All right, so there's, I'm guessing, 1/4 pound of turkey, 1/4 pound of ham. That's about a 5-ounce burger? Or
Yeah, exactly.
5 ounces.
5 ounces.
And 3 slices of Swiss cheese, Texas toast. And now is the French toast, did you make that just with eggs or is there cream in
There's
there?
eggs, cream, milk. I did leave I put a touch of cinnamon and sugar in there, but not as much as I normally would, just because I don't want, it's not a, that's one thing I've had with some Monte Cristo sandwiches, where it's far too sweet of a sandwich. I'll get that shot right there if you want. And that's the whole glory shot right there. God, that looks good.
You know, we say nothing tastes as good as thin feels. I don't know if you've ever heard that's the dieter's motto. Kate Moss said it.
Wow.
I'm going to see if that's true. If this tastes better than thin feels.
Somehow I doubt that. I think thin people just have to tell themselves that.
That's delicious, Scotty.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. Even though it's a little unconventional, not exactly what you normally like, but...
Now make me a rub burger.
Yes, sir.
I'm Tom Burchard.
And I'm Stephanie Aline.
And
this is Ozersky TV.
I'm here at Veselka, one of my 5 favorite restaurants in the world. The venerable Ukrainian diner on 2nd Avenue and 9th Street in the East Village of New York. We are here to preview some of the dishes from Bowery Veselka. This is a new steak sandwich, you say?
Yes.
What does it have on it?
It's sliced steak sandwich. It's been rubbed with a bunch of different kind of Ukrainian-inspired spices. There's some allspice and some juniper and some caraway, and then there's something on there called onions paprikash.
I know what onions paprikash is.
And
this is very good.
Thank you.
You know what would be better though? A little cup of Jew, Jew. That'd be, no, but it's just.
Yes.
I had breakfast delivered recently at Veselka, and there was a sausage issue, and I sent a number of very churlish text messages to Stephanie.
Yes.
None of which she responded to.
So mean. 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm dealing with 2 toddlers, a grumpy husband, and I'm getting emails from this one about the sausages and the potato pancakes and fetching. I couldn't.
The latkes was great. That was the best thing in the whole breakfast.
Well, that's not what you said in the email.
It's not. You know what? I bet I still have it.
No, I bet I still have it.
Now, Tom, this brings up another question. You're doing another Veselka. Why not just make it exactly the same food that everyone has liked for so long?
Well, it's fairly close, so I wonder.
I might have to do a spot check on the sausage while I'm here, Stephanie.
Would you like a sausage? Is that what this is about?
No, it's not what it's about.
You're handling me for a sausage?
No, it's not like that
All
at
right,
all.
I'll get you a sausage. But I can't find a waiter. But I'll get you a sausage.
Yeah, right. Oh, I can't find a waiter. I heard that one before.
Hold on. I'll get you a sausage.
Stephanie Aline, Tom Burchard. I'm Josh Ozersky at Veselka, and this is Ozersky TV. By the way,
yes,
sausage is up
I'm a
to
kasha
snuff.
varnishkas girl with the caramelized
I'm off the
onions
carbs.
and the. I can tell.
That's a fiber.
Well, you don't have to eat the varnishkas.
Scours
you
the
can
pipes.
eat anyway.
Oh, it looks good. You could probably, with this machine, invent pastas that haven't been invented yet.
Exactly. Well, it's just hydration, so it's dry ingredients and wet ingredients. And what those ingredients are doesn't really matter as long as there's some flour. So, for instance, on New Year's Eve, I had just gotten this. We did a black olive pappardelle, and I made, for the water, I made black olive stock. And then I dehydrated black olives and processed it with egg yolk, and those were my liquids. And it was a pure black pasta that smelled and tasted just like black olive. So it's limitless. Like I could put I could throw trays of uni in here for the liquid, and I could make a tagliatelle that's uni tagliatelle. All right, so Josh, we're gonna make. So now we're gonna make some pasta fagioli. So this is fresh cranberry beans with cranberry bean puree, a ton of pork product in there. We use all the butts of all the charcuterie from terroir, prosciutto butts, onion, garlic, sage, rosemary. All that's in there. So it's really porky. It's really rich. It's perfect for this weather. And the cool thing too, fresh cranberry beans. So not a dried bean.
Oh, really?
This is a fresh bean.
It's kind of a Quixotic thing, like to be. You're like one of those chefs that like it'll always kill you.
That
a little
likes
bit.
fresh beans.
Well, that people that someone wouldn't care about a thing like you care about it, and that someone wouldn't care about it bumps you out. I really, that's one of the things that I admire the most about you.
That's good.
What kind of broth is that?
So this is what we call at the restaurant Easter broth. It's made with whole chicken. So I added broth because this last stage of the cooking is going to happen in the broth.
How important is it to get the starchy pasta water in there?
It's very important. A good amount of butter. Turn off the heat. Parmesan. Cracked black pepper.
Oh my God. How luxurious, If you went in a restaurant on a cold night and had this, and walked in and walked out, you'd go broke, but the person would be so happy to just have this. Look at that.
Here, some Parmesan.
Oh, baby. 1, 2, 3.
It's nuts.
Tell me this is on the menu.
It's not.
What are you not? Why not?
It will be, though.
You must be high.
It's coming on the menu.
People always think I'm feigning enthusiasm. Far and away, the best pasta and bean dish of any kind.
I'm Jeffrey Zakarian, and this is Ozersky TV.
Well, here I am with the always debonair Jeffrey Zakarian and his beautiful wife, Margaret. Jeffrey is having a pork and rosé lunch, invitation only, very soigné. Only a few of us here in the tiki bar at the Soho.
You got invited?
Very funny. No, but really, GZ and I go way back.
Way back. Yeah. Way back. Cheers. Nice to have you here, Josh.
Now tell me about the, there is a pig over there sitting.
Yes. He's doing similar to a Cuban sandwich. He's got some roast pickles, roast onions. You put a mustard down, some Dijon mustard, and that's it, right? No cheese. No cheese. Nothing to cover up the pork, right?
Yes. Well, because we want to keep kosher.
We want to keep kosher, A. And B, this is not a Philly cheesesteak, okay?
You don't believe in the cheese in the Cuban sandwich?
No, I don't.
Or the turkey?
No.
Or the ham?
No.
That's how I feel.
No.
Now, let me ask you this. Who is going to get the jowls? What's going to happen to that? What's going to happen to those jowls?
It's a good question. What's going to happen with the jowls?
We'll save them.
We'll save them.
Arm wrestle.
We're going to arm wrestle for them, Josh.
Guest of honor.
Now, Jeffrey, can you update me? You have got a lot of projects going on now.
Yes, we do. Well,
I mean, obviously,
two
you're
restaurants. For most people in my world, that's not a lot. But I'm the tortoise. I'm sort of slow and steady. We're looking at we have Lamb's Club, which we opened in November.
That's in
September.
the Chatwell Hotel.
Yes, and we have the National.
National.
Which we just did the Burger Bash with here. That we opened up November 7th in the Benjamin Hotel.
Yes.
And I'm still at the Water Club in Atlantic City.
Jeffrey's in charge of the whole food and beverage program at the Water Club,
and then,
where, by the way, is, in my opinion, the best of all the high-class cheesesteaks that
Thank you.
that have been.
We do a cheesesteak with cheese down there.
But what about the other thing? You got this whole other project going on too.
Well, we have. We are looking at doing something here in Miami, maybe at the Dream Hotel down here. So we're just in the middle of looking at making that a formal deal, but we haven't yet. I don't want to.
You're a Miami kind of guy.
I don't want to do a fancy restaurant. I want to do like a neighborhood cafeteria or a cafe, something very simple.
You're not a cafeteria type of guy, though.
You don't know that. I'm from Worcester. I'm from Worcester, okay? In a lot of diners. I grew up in diners, okay?
Being here, I would want to be here, and there's nobody that I would rather be in a place like this with than you.
It's very sweet. Cheers and enjoy your day.
I'm Josh Ozersky. Jeffrey Zakarian at the Soho House, and this is Ozersky TV.
Cheers, guys.
They boil pelmeni is like
1 second.
around the,
Yo, no, not, oh, well,
all the time they have fresh pelmeni.
but they can't sit there too long.
No, they empty the.
Just constantly taking them out.
Put them in.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with my friend Yura Dashevsky, and Yura has invited me to go eat pelmenis in Cafe Glechik here in Brighton Beach. You know what I used to do is I would take the pelmenis when I made them. They have the product called Russian ravioli. It's got a little man like this on the front, and you take that in a little pasta water, and then you put a lump of butter and you work it around so it kind of mounts it and emulsifies it.
Paul, it's pelmeni with butter, right?
Butter, yeah. Yeah, come sit with us, Paul. This is Paul Tesler, who is the owner of Cafe Gletscher. Why don't you take some pelmenis here and dress them for me the way that you think that... Why don't you guys both do it your own way? I'll take one more for myself.
I'm not against sour cream, I just don't eat a lot of it. I do like vinegar. You would just pour some vinegar.
Okay.
You would
work it around there a little bit?
A little bit, yes. Let it soak in. Take some sour cream.
Can I try one?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so this is dressed with vinegar, and now you just a little smear of the...
A little smear.
Little dab it there.
Some people like a little smear, some people like to really soak it in.
Oh, is that good? What if I took one of the fried meat ones and put a little bit of a sour cream on that? What would happen then?
It'll taste even better.
So this is how my grandfather used to make it. You take a little sauce, you put it here, you get a little bit of vinegar, and Josh, if you pass me some pepper.
Pepper?
Pepper. And then you grab your pelmeni.
Okay.
And you just...
All right, let me try one like that. Now, let me ask you a question, Paul.
Wrong way to have it.
What I do wrong?
No wrong way to have pelmeni.
That's great. I like his way.
His way?
Yeah.
Better than my way?
I like your way too. Oh, I'm schwitzing. All right, I got to take a little air bath.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to go outside. Should I have another? No, all right.
Have another.
No, it's too fattening. I'm going to get full. Don't forget, I still got to eat dinner tonight. Yeah, I had some of that too. Maybe one more French fry.
This is no good. It's no ready.
All right. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
And I'm Paul Tesler.
Paul Tesler is the owner of Cafe Glechik here in Brighton Beach. And this is where you go to get the best pelmenis, the little tiny, ethereally light Siberian dumplings. I like to see it made. Who is this lady?
Her name is Olga.
Hello, Olga.
Hello.
Olga, will you show us how you make the pelmenis?
Пельмени, вареники. Okay. Today вареники cherry and вареники sweet cheese.
So you're not going to show us pelmenis, you're going to show us varenikis.
Yes.
Which is like, by the way, for those of you watching at home, is like a bigger version of a more like a...
it's a half moon shape.
Like a mezzaluna or whatever, yeah. But Olga's got to make a lot of pelmenis and varenikis. How many in a day do you think typically she might make?
Tens of thousands.
Thousands? Tens of thousands?
It's not only her doing it. We have a whole staff that consists of about 8 people.
How is it possible? I never saw this tool before.
Oh yeah?
This is like the most useful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. When my grandma used to do it, I remember she had a cup, and she would make circles with a cup. Cherry, sour cherry. First it goes into the freezer.
Okay.
It freezes.
Right.
Right here, our freezer. And then you boil it for about 5 to 7 minutes. Basically right now she's gonna do the same exact thing, but only with sweet cheese.
All right.
There's sweet cheese, there's salted cheese.
Oh, the salted cheese. I bet I would like that.
Yeah, you would.
Oh, so this is more like an orecchiette maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's good. Look.
You're making her mad.
I smear some on here like this.
говорим это, Павлик. Сначала вот так мы берем.
Right,
Look.
got it, okay.
Вот здесь.
Make-
Это too much.
Too much.
Too much sweet.
Too much cheese.
Okay.
Too much cheese. Not-
All right. Too much, all right.
Just a little bit.
They're good though. They're good. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Wait. All right. Yeah. Well, good. Yeah.
Oh.
You'll get there eventually. That's a little bit better.
Anyway, that's why you come here, because Olga makes it and not me. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here on a desolate stretch of Orchard Street in this nameless area between the Lower East Side and Chinatown. This is some kind of a abandoned post-industrial no man's land, and I am on my way to eat one of the most delicious sandwiches that nobody knows about, that I sort of didn't discover, but I want to go eat it anyway. You got po' boys today? Yes. All right. I want to get a po' boy and I want to get a chicken on a biscuit with gravy. This has got a New Orleans vibe, but it's purely Lower East Side. This is like the real funky Lower East Side. The guy is an emigre from New Orleans, so they got all the New Orleans product. Oh, it's so good. You know, I was just in New Orleans and I ate a lot of your top po' boys. I didn't get back to Domino's, which was my standard, but I went to there's a new one, has a name like Murphy's or something. The sandwich I'm really in love with is the chicken on the biscuit sandwich. The biscuit is out of control and it's got the chicken gravy I love so much. It's good, it's hot, and it's got like, it's got its own weird thing going on, like how the room is so unique and has so much like personality, like the food does too. Which is like, what makes it truer to New Orleans, in my opinion, than a lot of places that are in New Orleans. Because a lot of places, if you're in New Orleans, you're just in like it's almost like a random, like college sports bar that happens to have, you know, mud bugs or po' boys or whatever. If only people understood how important light, crispy buns are. Why don't people eat a light, crispy bun better? Well, let's go. You know what else is great about this too? Like, it's worth coming here just for the bathroom. Like, this is the most primitive bathroom in Lower Manhattan. Like, and I haven't eaten in them, but I've visited many of the most primitive bathrooms in Lower Manhattan. Like, I'm kind of in love with this restaurant. I have to be frank. I kind of don't want to eat it. I kind of don't want to even eat it. It's so beautiful. Like, this is like the Hope Diamond of chicken sandwiches. Look at it, and you know what? Every second as it cools down, it just gets better and better too. The gravy is beginning to solidify like the continents, you know, after the formation of the earth. All right. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. All Metopia edition, Am Still Light Metopia, presented by Whole Foods. I have an interesting existence because, you know, I like to go around, I say hello to people, I go to different restaurants, you know, checking on what's going on. And people say, oh my God, you know, like what an incredible privilege that is. Like, I just was over here, I was talking to Chef Yuhi at Bar Basque. I said, oh, well, you know what, maybe we'll go in, we'll check in at April down there at the new John Dory. We're not too far from, we got Chef Craig Kuketsu over at the Hurricane Club. He's doing his thing. I got the guys over at Hill Country. Scotty's over there at Rub. There's all of these meat masters in this amazing grid, this matrix, or matrix as the animal rights activists call it. And it basically is an incredible opportunity for someone that loves and cares about the arts of meat cookery, who wants to see that animals that died are being treated right. Hey, like Fiji water. Hey. Listen, the opportunity that I have as a food writer or a B-list food personality or whatever it is I am, that's an opportunity that everybody's going to get when they're at Metopia. They're going to get one perfect little taste. That's what all anybody wants. You go around, you have a little taste here. You know, people who hated me always had this idea that I would like walk around and eat these like giant plates of food, but it was never like that. I just wanted to have a little toast, a little taste. And that little taste is this minute microcosm of the whole vision that the chef has in the restaurant. And if you can extract that, there's just this explosion, this frisson of pleasure and understanding and insight and sympathy and appreciation. And everyone's going to get that at Metopia times 49. That's why Am Still Light Metopia, presented by Whole Foods, is the greatest culinary event of all time on the Brooklyn waterfront, July 23rd, Saturday at dusk. Buy your tickets today at metopia.org. Thank you. I'm Josh Ozersky, and I'm walking around somewhere in Manhattan looking for my next bite of meat. Oh, that's an open window, buddy. All right. I was just saying, this is what it must look like to animals when animals go by a butcher shop. This is what it looks like to animals. I just want to say that I understand where they're coming from. No pictures. Yeah, right. It's freaking open. It's a window on the street, buddy. I can take pictures of anything I want. It's like an Obama move right there. Forget that. That's like this guy. That'd be like if this guy's like, you can't take pictures of these dollies. Like those dollies are like the eyes of, you know, my 13 wives or something. All right. Oh, look, socks. There's nothing. You know, one of the great things, this doesn't have to do with meat, but I don't even know if it's worth my saying, but look at all these socks. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I'm here with my friend Seamus Mullen, one of the great meat masters and a true inner circle member of Team Cutlets. Seamus is cooking at Metopia. Whole lamb in one of the star positions, too. You got Tertulia's, your new restaurant's going to open soon?
Yeah, Tertulia's opening later this summer, so if you come to Metopia, you'll get a preview of some of the food.
We had Fossil Farms send us out some Iberico de Bellota spare ribs.
Nice Spanish.
Yeah,
Brooklyn Spanish. They're pigs that are from Spain.
That Bellota is the place, and Iberico is the
Not
breed.
quite. Yeah, Iberico is the breed, and Bellota just means acorn. It means that these pigs have only been fed acorns and whatever else they can root around for. So
they only ate acorns.
It's the only thing they ate.
We got some lump hardwood charcoal, not briquettes, not matchlight charcoal. We have something that is made just wood that is half burned, and then they starve it of oxygen. So tell me what we're going to do.
We're going to do something really simple. We're going to use a vinegar from southern Spain, Pedro Jimenez vinegar, and we reduce
like
it
sherry.
It's like a sherry vinegar. It's a sweet sherry vinegar, and we reduce it a little bit just to glaze it on the ribs, and then we're going to do a quick grill. It's not too much. I mean, we're not talking about really glazing it. We just really want to get a nice sear on it. Here it is. So now these guys will just go right onto the grill. Really traditional. This is what in Spain we call cocina de producto. It means product-based cooking. It's just about using really, really good quality product ingredients and doing, you know, the least amount necessary to be able to make it really shine.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Controlled fire. That's what it's all about, Seamus. This looks like it's going to be destroyed, but really not that much of it is being exposed to the fire.
There we go.
All right. All right. The main event. Pedro Jimenez glazed Iberico de Bellota spare ribs from Fossil Farm.
Yeah, I'm grabbing this beautiful one right here. Worth the sweat.
Oh my God.
It's like, it's nutty, it's juicy, it's not dry, it's not falling off the bone.
It's so pungent and porky.
And then it's got a nice sweetness from the...
I can actually feel like I'm racing up hills and eating acorns when I eat it.
I'm Seamus Mullen, and you're watching Ozersky TV.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm back here with my rap and eating friend, Action Bronson.
Sitting in that big house, just let me
You told me about a dish here that is called slippery shrimp. Slippery shrimp. Kind of an obscene name.
Up the outs is what this dude needs. I'm Rick the model, Martell.
There it is.
Marcel's, no more child's play, kids. You with the big boys.
That lives up to the hype. That shrimp is like a giant plate of fried chicken skin. It's literally the best thing I've ever had. It could even not be shrimp. Exactly. I mean, it could just be fried chicken. That's why I could eat it, because I don't really, shrimp isn't really my thing, but I'll tell you this.
That goes without saying.
It's definitely true that the things you eat when you were little, or even that your mother ate when you were in the womb, like my lust for salt and fat is clearly has to do with all of this, like the Chinese food and fried salami and stuff that my mother ate. Action, I know that when you travel, you're like me. First thing in Burko, first thing, what do I have to eat in that city?
Yeah, I travel a lot for work, so and I have sadly a photographic memory of food.
I want one of these guys to throw an American city out, and I think the three of us should see if we can figure out what would be the highlight, the culinary highlights.
What about in lamb?
Buckhead Diner.
It's delicious.
It's a new American cuisine. It's in an old rail car, but it's Art Deco style, super fancy.
Best New York Chinese. Well, it depends on what you're looking for. If you want like char siu and Cantonese barbecue, it's Sunset Guy.
What's that?
It's in Baxter and Walker Street.
In my neighborhood, it's pretty shitty for food, but there's this one place called Taipan. It's halal, Chinese, Indian fusion, and they make a lamb dish. It's called chili fried lamb. It's like the best thing that you've ever had. 183rd and Horace. You see how light the sauce is? It's not like New York Chinese food.
Oh,
look at that! How beautiful! This is gamey in the best possible sense. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yang Chow, LA, Action Bronson, Burko, representing. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV.
We are at Philippe's getting double dip beef sandwich, pork sandwich, lamb sandwich, and tapioca. The tapioca was supposed to be the dessert.
Yeah.
Now we're getting.
Fuck you guys! You're gonna have one bite of this sandwich.
Fuck we are.
A couple of bites pass around. Down to you.
That's a real sandwich with real meat.
Pork is the best. Pork's the best.
Lamb number 2 though.
Lamb is second best for me, and then beef.
And the beef is
and then turkey and ham too. The beef is the most favorite.
I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV, the real finish.
When you say goodbye to me.
That's paradise. That's. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Today we are at one of my favorite new restaurants. In fact, a restaurant that I would go so far as to say I helped in its early going with my extremely ardent zeal for its porchetta. I went around showing Il Buco Alimentaria and Veneria's picture that I took of their porchetta sandwich. Here, it's in my phone to move all the obscene pictures away. It's so beautiful. This is a 2-part special at Il Buco Alimentaria e Veneria with me, Josh Ozersky, and the various meats inside. So let's go.
So we buy whole plates of short rib from Painted Hill Farms.
That does not Creekstone?
Creekstone and Painted Hills.
Okay.
So it goes through a couple different processes. It goes into brine for about 36 hours.
Right. Just a saltwater brine?
Salt, tiny bit of sugar, lemon bay, and Calabrian chili. And then after it comes out of the brine, it sits on a pave for a day.
Do you pack the peppers on it after the brine or before?
After the brine. And then in a mortar and pestle kind of grind them up.
By the way, a lot of those would be your pastrami spices.
Exactly.
When you get a short rib, it's a thing that's like a cube. But all that is they take it and they cut it bing, bing like this into thirds. And this is actually the same bone as you would get on your prime rib, but like the prime rib is up here, and then back here, like they cut the animal here, and the part of the bone that's back here, that's the short rib. Am I accurate in saying that? All right. Now, let's see how it cooks.
Well, there's two ways that we do it here because of the volume that we're doing right now.
All right.
It either slow roast in the oven or we spit roast them.
How do you spit it when it's, I mean, where do you put the hook in? Where do you put the stick in? Oh, I see. It's like a Greek fish thing. The grease would drip down. Maybe you could put a potato on the bottom.
We've done that, yeah.
That would be good.
I mean, the ideal situation is when you have porchetta on the top, followed by beef, followed by potatoes on the bottom.
Followed
yes,
by me.
followed by you.
This short rib, like, if you come in lunch, you can get like a nice sandwich, like a short rib sandwich with gorgonzola cheese or whatever. That's great, but like, to truly appreciate this meat in its full meatitude, you have to see the dinner version. Well, just wait a second for that. This is you got celery in there.
Celery, Casteltrana olives, parsley, and some walnuts.
All right, so there's parsley, there's an almonds in there.
Walnuts.
And these are all like fresh, bright things that go over the hot, greasy meat.
Right, like a little crisp kind of vegetable crunch. The fresh horseradish.
You know, Brûlé Savarin said that the discovery of a new dish contributes more to the happiness of mankind than the discovery of a star.
Well, we're all about making people happy here.
Now that you've done this, I suppose you feel that you would like me to eat it because, you know. Well, I suppose you're saying that, that way I'll know how good it is.
Absolutely.
All right, excellent.
Dig in.
Justin Smiley, Il Buco Alimentaria e Veneria, the formidable short rib, which will be at Meatopia this year. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by my friends at undergroundeats.com. This is enormous downstairs. There's like whole bread program in there. There's salami rooms where they're working on the salumi and it's aging. They have a whole HACCP program. They got vegetable prep areas. Over here, there's all kinds of like rolling trays. I mean, this is like the Pentagon of like good, like, you know, farm to table Italian food. Oh, here's Justin. Justin, it's funny you're here. I was just wondering, how do you make the wonderful porchetta at Alimentaria e Veneria, Vineria? How do we say it?
Veneria.
Veneria. Yeah. Not like not Veneria.
Not Veneria.
The porchetta here has been obscured, in my opinion, by the short rib, but in fact, it's as singular and radiantly delicious as the short rib is in its way. And in fact, it's the short rib you created from scratch. You actually had to reinvent the porchetta, sort of. So why? Why is it better than all the other porchettas? How did you make a better porchetta?
I think the rotisserie has a lot to play with it. And it's also the amount of time that we let it sit in salt. So basically, per porchetta, it sits on the salt and the marinade for about 4.5, 5 days. She's a baby. Bring out the baby chetta.
Oh my God.
And this is Bernardo. He's the man that rolls all the porchettas and makes all the deliciousness.
Hello, Bernardo. Bernardo, aren't you a key part of the salumi program too, if I'm not mistaken?
He is.
Yeah. Which, as I've gone on record as saying, is one of the 3 or 4 best salumi and charcuterie programs in America. You know, the other top ones being like Blackberry Farm, the Bar Boulud, and a couple of other ones. All right, never mind that. What is this here? What is this meat here?
So what we buy is pork middles, which is basically loin, tenderloin, and belly attached.
The whole inside of the pork without
Right,
the ribs.
the trunk of the animal.
The trunk of the animal. Like you could imagine the head being here.
Cropped it right below the shoulder and right above the hip bone.
And how big an animal would this be taken from?
This is probably about 275, 300 pounds.
So a full hog, the flavor is of a grown-up animal,
yes,
not one of those ridiculous suckling pigs that everyone fetishizes, but which taste like hummus when you actually eat them. Let's think of this as like the map of Middle Earth, all right? So like this here.
This is off the shoulder end.
This is the shoulder end. This, you might see this as a pork chop. Like if you could imagine a bone, this would be like a pork chop. And then this is the belly / spare rib type
wrapped
meat.
around and enveloping the loin.
Like, wrapped around the loin, but where's the loin?
The loin, well, this is the top end of the loin.
Oh, this is the top end of the loin.
And you can see on this end.
Right. That's more
the loin.
familiar, the thick part of the loin, which is where your pork chop comes from. I like the other end, is the gnarly end that has all the weird little muscles and fats
Where
and
the
so
decal
forth.
hangs.
And then this wrapped around it is skin on belly, is that correct?
Yes. So we buy skin on pork bellies, or skin on pork middles.
Yes.
And then basically you go into the back part of where the pork chop would be, like on the feather bones.
Right.
You scoop out those bones very gently.
Right.
And then you make an incision along the bottom of the loin.
Right.
Flip that into the middle.
Right.
And then it gets seasoned with fennel palm, which we bring in directly from Foligno.
Right.
Rosemary, sage, a little bit of mustard, garlic, lemon zest.
This is the porchetta.
Yes.
After it's been cooked. And it causes crusty, fatty protrusions to emerge from the outside of it that people have to eat. It's what salad would be like if salad was good. You know what I mean? The pink quality here, that is what comes from curing it with all that salt. There's no nitrates involved here. It's natural. What is it? What do you call it? It's not. Or there's no nitrites, but it's the natural nitration process.
Yes.
That's why barbecue gets pink. They don't add anything to it. It's just the smoke and ham. A ham is pink. The curing process makes it pink. Finish. Oh my God! Here, look at that. Look at this. Look at that. There's nothing else. Okay, I just
the bread.
There is nothing else. This is all ye know on earth and all ye need know. I think that Keats or Shelley or somebody said that.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Matthew Arnold. The best that has been eaten and engorged, you know?
Sam, have that bread?
I should give someone else here. Well, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here, we'll split it. Here.
This is Filoni.
Can we scoop it? Can we scoop the top for me?
Of course.
This is how we would do it in Atlantic City. I see you left a piece here. Is that because you want me to eat it?
Well, I'm going to give you the soppets too. We kind of nestle some crackling on the inside.
Oh God.
This is salsa verde, which is always like parsley and one other pungent herb. So this is parsley, a little bit of oregano, chive, caper, anchovy, some Calabrian chili.
So this gives it a kind of an acid that cuts against all of the sumptuous
fat.
Right. Opulent, unctuous fattiness. What is this, a vegetable?
A little bit of arugula. I'll leave that off yours.
Does that normally come? You just take it off because when I order it. I would say I've never seen that before because they always take it off when I order.
We know better.
I also get the ciabatta. I like the ciabatta bread better because it's a little lighter and crispier. Oh, look at that. I'm Josh Ozersky, Alimentaria Even Area, with Justin Smiley, and my friends from undergroundeats.com. Oh, wait, look at this. Look at it. It's weeping, and I am too. I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV.
Cheers.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We're here in the East Village, my home neighborhood, at Maharlika, which is a modern Filipino restaurant, which was created by my friend Noel Cruz and his partner Nicole Ponseca. All right, let's go inside, have a little, maybe I'll have some kind of a cold cocktail or liquor beverage of some kind.
I think we all will.
One of your signature, all right, okay. Oh, now here, this is the Spam fries, right?
Spam fries.
Okay. This was the dish that originally attracted me to this restaurant, Nicole.
That's what I
Oh, best bar food ever.
Right here.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, if you had beer, like if you were gonna drink beers and have beers and
Yeah.
Spam fries, you know what we need to show you is the. You really won't get a sense of how wonderful this is. These Spam fries is delicious, but I think that maybe we should have one like very light, kind of like a delicate little appetizer-sized portion of another one of your Filipino pork dishes after this.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Like
Nothing too much, just something like small, like authentic Filipino type pork dish representative of this restaurant. Something a little understated, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I got something for you.
Okay.
I'll bring it out.
All right,
I'll
cool.
chef make it.
Oh! Look at that. Wow. Thank you. This is Miguel Trinidad, by the way, is the chef here at Maharlika. So, Maharlika.
Here with
Got it. Can I get into this?
What is this thing on top here, though?
This is lardo.
It's like-
And it's with a little annatto and paprika.
It looks like creamsicle. It looks, you know.
Wait, there's the sound. What's the,
Looks like a creamsicle, tastes nothing like it.
it's the crunch.
Can we get? I would like to have that. I want to get this recorded, and like play it as white noise. You know what I mean? Just like that, those crunching sounds.
It's a ringtone.
So it would definitely be better than "Feels So Good," which is my current ringtone. Brined, cured, confit, and pork fat, and then flash fried for pickup. Well, that's the recipe for a healthy dish, and also something that I can eat every day for lunch. This is 3 blocks from my house, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm fat. Oh my God. You know, so freaking good. Here, wait. Oh yeah.
There's a specific way we like to eat with our hands.
All right.
So you take the rice, you get the amount that you want,
Right.
and then you push it together with your fingers like that.
Like sushi.
Yes, and then you
Right.
push it.
Keep your thumb in.
Push it real good.
I do that anyway. Maybe I'm naturally
I
Filipino.
think so.
You know, they say that the sushi man can grab the rice and pick up 38 pieces of rice exactly every time. A nice little pork snack. I'm Josh Ozersky with UndergroundEats.com, Nicole Ponseca, Noel Cruz at Maharlika, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We're here in the East Village, my home neighborhood, at Maharlika, which is a modern Filipino restaurant which was created by my friend Noel Cruz and his partner Nicole Ponseca. All right, let's go inside, have a little, maybe I'll have some kind of a cold cocktail or liquor beverage of some kind. I think we all will. One of your signature, all right, okay. Oh, now here, this is the Spam fries, right?
Spam fries.
Okay. This was the dish that originally attracted me to this restaurant, Nicole.
That's what I
Oh, best bar food ever.
Right here.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, if you had beer, like if you were gonna drink beers and have beers and
Yeah.
Spam fries,
Hey, Dan, can I get a San Miguel?
you know what we need to show you is the.
Dan, San Miguel.
You really won't get a sense of how wonderful this is. These Spam fries is delicious, but I think that maybe we should have one like very light, kind of like a delicate little appetizer-sized portion of another one of your Filipino pork dishes after this.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Like
Nothing too much, just something like small, like authentic Filipino type pork dish representative of this restaurant. Something a little understated, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I got something for you.
Okay.
I'll bring it out.
All right,
I'll
cool.
chef make it.
Oh! Look at that. Wow. Thank you. This is Miguel Trinidad, by the way, is the chef here at Maharlika. So, Maharlika.
Here with
Got it. Can I get into this?
What is this thing on top here, though?
This is lardo.
It's like-
and it's with a little annatto and paprika.
It looks like creamsicle. It looks, you know.
Wait, there's the sound. What's the,
Looks like a creamsicle. Tastes nothing like it.
it's the crunch.
Can we get? I would like to have that. I want to get this recorded, and like play it as white noise. You know what I mean? Just like that, those crunching sounds.
It's a ringtone.
So it would definitely be better than "Feels So Good," which is my current ringtone. Brined, cured, confit, and pork fat, and then flash fried for pickup. Well, that's the recipe for a healthy dish, and also something that I can eat every day for lunch. This is 3 blocks from my house, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm fat. Oh my God. You know, so freaking good. Here, wait. Oh yeah. A little pork snack. I'm Josh Ozersky with UndergroundEats.com, Nicole Ponseca, Noel Cruz at Mahalica, and this is Ozersky TV. Here we are in the East Village, it's my neighborhood, and it occurs to me that this block of East 7th Street going up onto 2nd is like a microcosm of history of the successive ethnic waves that have populated East Village. I figured we walk through and I'd show you as we go. When I got out here, it was all junkies, of course, and there was a lot of, like you see, there's Kleinmott. That is an Eastern European beer bar, but now you see more. When I came back, I began to see this like the Velvet Cigar Lounge. This is like the sort of like, you know, douchebag / Trustafarian aspect. Like if you had to like say that they were an ethnicity, you know. And of course, here's like a custom guitar shop where you can buy like $30,000 guitars. This is still, in my opinion, the preeminent sort of gastronomic destination in New York City, and certainly in Manhattan. And, you know, like the things that made it great were very much like of that moment, like when the idea of cheap eats and so forth was, you know, it's kind of like a pre-Stonewall gayness, you know what I mean? Like there was like the Friends of Dorothy or whatever, like there was like these like, you know, foodies / chow hounds, whatever, like those were people who were into all these Polish and Ukrainian diners, like, you know, the Christines and Leshko's and Veselka, God bless it, is the only one that's still really going strong. Neptune is not long for this world. My beloved Stage is probably circling the bowl. But like, there were weird things like that. They were cheap and they existed to serve those specific ethnic groups as opposed to sort of like Yelp empowered, you know, gastronomes. Like here's the Van Leeuwen ice cream. This is like, they could have built it anywhere, but they built it here because like their brand is about like hipness and artisanality and things that appeal to graduates, you know, of Smith College or whatever. This Della Pace? Yeah. This is like, used to be Cafe Della Pace. I used to get spaghetti like with delicious buttery tomato sauce here. It was like $7, you know. So like you would come down, if you went all the way down here on East 7th between 1st and A, there was a place called, I don't remember, it was a Jamaican Rasta store. It was like a record store, but they only had like 4 records for sale. You would go there to buy weed, and then you'd spend the $7 for spaghetti afterwards. Another remnant, and a glorious one it is, of the old East Village's moishas. Like, moishas you can like still get the great black and white cookie, which is in fact a cake. Still get great hamantaschen, still get a nice babka, marble rise, and so forth. And the thing that's done that is it's completely like unself-conscious. Now, if you walk up 7th this way, you get up to McSorley's, which is the exact opposite. I mean, it looks the same. There's still the same shitty beer and everything. Delicious corned beef hash, but like, it's all brightly lit. There's like super conscious, super aware of like its historical relevance. You're like in colonial McSorleysburg. That's, to restate, exactly what Moishas isn't like. But on the other hand, now the new East Village has all these like new immigrants, and so it has a kind of an unself-conscious vitality like that. Like Here's like ramen and robotiaki. This is a terrible restaurant that no one should ever eat in. I mean, but there's like 17 other ramen restaurants. In fact, there'll probably be another one before the end of this block. Oh, here's Sushi Park, right next door. I didn't even need to go that long. This one's also terrible. B&H Dairy was, why is it a dairy? It's a vegetarian restaurant, right? So why does it say a dairy? Because this used to be technically the Lower East Side. Lower East Side was a Jewish neighborhood. Kosher food is either melchizedek or fleischedek. That is to say, it's either meat or dairy. You can never have them both. Kosher restaurant, kosher household, 2 sets of pans and so on. But actually, that's not true. A restaurant would only be one or the other. So B&H Dairy was a kosher dairy restaurant, which is now a vegetarian restaurant. And like hippies went there, and after the Jews left, it became hippies. And hippies like vegetables and eating cheap soup and stuff, so they would go there. I think stuff like that is interesting. Now, of course, Jews back then meant Eastern European Jews, but now a lot of Jews are Israelis. So the Israelis, there's a lot of Israeli immigrants, and they have their shawarma, their falafel, and so on. And those things actually have a more vital role in gastronomy in New York today than the old Jewish stuff does, like the pastrami and everything else, which has now become kind of like an official novelty food in, colonial McSorleysburg. But it all comes together in one place. And that one place is the Gem Spa, because the Gem Spa sort of, recapitulates the whole demographic history of the East Village, because the Gem Spa was a candy store. And when the old Jewish cultural life of the Lower East Side, before it was renamed the East Village, was all about like candy stores, and that's where you would get egg creams and so on. And then it got bought, like everything else, by somebody else who sold it to somebody else. And in this case, these Pakistani and Indian guys who made it into a newsstand, no longer a candy store. You come here and buy fashion magazines, but because it's in the East Village and it still has all the vestigial life that's all been kind of bottled inside it, but still is totally, totally cumulative and totally ready to be recapitulated when unlocked by the key of knowledge, you can go to the newsstand like this. And you typically, like, people got Mega Millions or you buy bongs here or whatever. Sir, can I have an egg cream? Huh?
Chocolate or vanilla?
Chocolate egg cream, please. He's asking me if I want chocolate or vanilla. And of course, it goes without saying that there's only one chocolate syrup that would be appropriate for this. Foxes, you bet. $2.50?
$10.
$10. Ah, ha, ha, ha. What do I look like, a golem? Everything is still here. It's not exactly like the layers of an onion. It's more like, I don't know, maybe it's like that duck egg that I just had where you can see like there's the little bit of the head and a little bit of the yolk. I'm glad I got distracted from that disgusting analogy. Can I have a straw, sir? All right, well, better not to worry about such revolting analogies, Better to live in the East Village where you can go to an Indian grocery and get a Jewish egg cream. Oh, what a wonderful place. I'm Josh Ozersky, my friends from Underground Eats, and this is Ozersky TV. It's so true. A non-Newtonian fluid is a substance that has properties that run contrary to those we establish in the liquids, we expect in the liquid state, okay? So if you have a tub of non-Newtonian fluid, it's like liquid, but then when you hit it, you apply pressure to it, instead it's solidified, it becomes solid, and it reacts like it changes state. And that's what a bun is like, a Martin's bun. It's soft, but then when you bite it, it compresses, like the walls at Masada that they packed with dirt so when the Romans would hit it, they would become stronger.
Yes.
It's like that.
I understand that as a layperson, you're not familiar with the physics of, non-Newtonian fluids and so forth. But it's the same principle.
Oh, okay. Continue. I almost want to, this is almost interesting, but then I just want to laugh in your face because you're just being such a blowhard that I can't even, like.
It's so true.
Oh, Lord help me.
Ow.
Here, honey.
All right. Let's just wait for the breakfast to come. This toast is very thick.
Yeah.
They keep it for French toast, and then they did it as toast for me, but normally it would be French toast. That's why it's thick like this. This is an egg pierogi. It's got eggs and bacon inside it and cheese on top.
Egg and potato
with cheese.
Pierogi with cheese on the top. So it's like a twist on a fried egg sandwich.
This is delicious, but I would think it's fattening. There needs to have. Wait, you know what I need to do is.
Basically, you just want a bacon pierogi.
I didn't say that. All right, let's try this bialy sandwich.
Okay.
So essentially, this is a lox and cream cheese on a bagel with onions but it's pastrami lox. It's pastrami, like David Burke style pastrami. Okay. I like it a lot. However, if it was me, I would have a little tomato, or I'd have a thick slice of raw Bermuda onion instead of the little tender onion salad that gets lost in the ocean of lox and bread. Wait, is this lox from Russ and Daughters?
No, it's from a company called Catsmo. In the Catskills.
Oh, this is delicious.
It's really good salmon. It's really silky and buttery.
I would get this. I would eat the lox.
I'm taking some.
And the latke, and then at the end for dessert, I would have the buttered bialy.
I would like you to please have a bite of vegetable. It's Ukrainian feta cheese, more mild than feta. It's a little creamier.
So this is essentially a
Brinza.
pepper sandwich. Those are the vegetables, is all peppers, right?
There's roasted peppers, there's
what's the thing in the middle?
caramelized
This
onion.
gray thing in the middle. This is an onion?
It's onion. This has to be on camera, that Josh Ozersky is actually eating a vegetable.
I know. All right.
You can do it.
Good. Okay, well, I hate it, but here's why.
You hate it?
Well,
Josh.
It's not your fault, though. First of all, this is the worst bread. I'd rather eat hardtack on like Admiral Nelson's flagship than this. It needs a sausage in it or something. It's like all peppers. You know what I mean?
It's a vegetarian
Who could eat that
sandwich.
much? Who would eat that much peppers? I mean, it's like a foot of peppers. You know what I mean? No, I'm sorry. You're right. It's good. The fries are good. I'm sorry. You made me eat it. So I'm Josh Ozersky, enjoying the breakfast program at Veselka Bowery, which is, I say, an almost unqualified success. I'm here with Stephanie Aline, and this is brought to you, as always, by our good friends at Underground Eats, which is a great organization that does all kinds of awesome meals in New York, including some that are curated by I myself. All right. Anyway, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We're here at the Saluting the Colonel Fried Chicken and Martinis dinner at the Little Owl event space that we here at Utopia, aka Ozersky Industries, are doing together in partnership with Underground Eats. And this event is so freaking cool that I'm filled with an intense pride and excitement about it. Adam Sackington is making chicken, Joey is making his little sliders and salads and lobster toasts, and Harold Moore's got his coconut cake, but it's all about the chicken. Wait until you see this chicken. Adam is a friend and hero of mine, along with his wife Jackie. They have a restaurant called the Country Cat in Portland. They make a lot of foods there. Delicious country-style meats and vegetables, many of which are cooked in a cast iron skillet, often in beef suet. This year is the chicken, the real deal. 99X seasoning, the Colonel's original
original seasoning. Adam is cooking it in cast iron pans, the ancient and venerable tradition, right?
Absolutely.
That's how fried chicken is supposed to be done. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Can I try this now?
Oh yeah, no for you. That's the one.
Oh my God. Thank you very much for coming. I'm Josh Ozersky. I put this evening together as an Utopia dinner in partnership with Underground Eats, and they're my partners for this. And I'm so happy you're here, and I appreciate you coming so much. You go to a lot of these kind of events and you eat sort of like generic food or whatever, and everybody kind of like feeds and grazes and moves on. This is not like that. This is an orgiastic, Dionysian, historical, experiential orgy. You all know that Colonel Sanders was a real person. Not everyone knows that. Young people think he's like Uncle Ben or something. Grew up eating chicken the way chicken has been made in America since the day it got here, which is in heavy cast iron pans cooked in pork lard. Back there, I have a fantastic chef, a guy named Adam Sappington, who with his wife Jackie has a restaurant in Portland called The Country Cat. And The Country Cat, I discovered, by the way, I made him. Oh, he's famous now and deserves it, but I was the first one to see the light. I just wanted to. The Colonel had a spice mixer. You may have heard of it. It had 11 secret herbs and recipes. In his old age, he went to a little boutique spice merchant in Indiana, and he had the guy make his original recipe. That little boutique spice merchant is still in business. And they were sued by KFC for selling original recipe spices. So now it's called 99X. And you can buy it on the internet. I got it. We had Adam make the chicken with it. And it is freaking unreal. The star of the evening, Adam and Jackie Sappington.
Here I am, kind of like fulfilling this dream that has been a lifelong dream of mine that was originated from my great-grandmother, who, her name was Maud Marie Murphy, and she can hear me right now. She would fry chicken for the Vienna jail in Missouri. Okay, this jail was probably half the size of this room. So so these guys did all these crimes. There's my great-grandmother over there frying chicken for me, and pork fat, and biscuits, the biscuits that you're going to be eating, collard greens, all those things. So we're replicating that with the Colonel's recipe. And when I was a kid, literally when I was a kid, we always had martinis on the table and had fried chicken, Granny Christmas biscuits. So we're doing fried chicken, martinis with the gin from aviation. Christian Krogstad kicks ass in Portland, Oregon with house spirit.
The great Harold Moore of Commerce has his legendary coconut cake coming out. I'm done talking. Everybody sit down, eat, drink, enjoy yourself. Thanks for coming, and keep coming back to Underground Eats and Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Do you see that substance that's passing between you and me in the air? That magical aromatic elixir, that zephyr of taste and flavor? That is one thing alone, and it's a thing that doesn't come from gas. Yes, it's charcoal smoke. I am cooking here on my roof in Alphabet City, with the basic Weber grill, with the basic Kingsford Blue Bag charcoal. I'm not even using lump, okay? I'm not even using Royal Oak. I'm not using Argentine wood. I'm using Seatown ribs. I have regular charcoal, and I'm getting an intense electric elemental zots from this flavor. I'm getting high heat. I'm getting a kind of a primal intensity. I'm getting an interaction between dripping fat and sizzling flame that cannot be duplicated by any amount of propane. Now, I'm wearing a shirt right now for an event that I do every year called Metopia, and it's a very big event. It's very expensive to put on. It's got the greatest chefs in the world, and you know what? There's no propane. There's no propane anywhere. There's no electricity. There's no aluminum foil. There's no vacuum tumblers. There's no weird injection techniques. It's meat and it's wood and it's coal and it's smoke. And those four things are the elements, the primary components of the most basic kind of food that has made us human, that they now find is almost 1 million years in antiquity reaching back. Well, I may not last 1 million years. I may not even last the summer. But you can guarantee one thing. I will be dead, stiff, and buried in a sous vide bag before you ever see me cook with propane. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Oh boy. So good. All different potatoes. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna go. Cool. So, hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV, in partnership with Underground Eats. I'm having the late night sandwich program at Parm. You have the secret sandwich, the late nights, the sandwich, the special sandwich. I'm friends with Mario.
No, can't do it.
He doesn't know who I am. This is an ideal post nightclub activity, or if you go out, whatever. You have a nice big salty sandwich, like there's the zuba de pêche, there's the aged steak patty. Make it as like a patty melt. There's a pork that they make the pork and they make it into a pork sandwich. It's delicious, just delicious. This is a pork and broccoli rabe sandwich. They make the pork for the main dinner, and then now it's like a pork with broccoli rabe, like a Tony Luke's, but without the sharp provolone. But it's like their unbelievable pork with like from the CVAP. Oh no! Maybe it does have the sharp provolone. Hey. You have the special sandwiches, the special late night sandwiches.
The specials, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Do you think I can score one?
Let me check with the chef. It's Zupa de Pêche po' boy.
Oh, thank you. Zupa de Pêche is the special. So they take the seafood and they fry it up, and it's got like Old Bay mayonnaise and like pickled green tomato and like fresh dill and like lettuce or something. Like, and just so much better, and it has this wonderful alcohol absorbing qualities.
Oh, that's it. Your last one.
What do you think? Did I seem drunk? Come on there, buddy. Come on. That's it. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. It's a nice day, I'm gonna grill. And in my neighborhood, that means a trip to Seatown, the world's worst supermarket. I'm gonna make an amazing dish today, actually two. So I gotta buy the ingredients. Fruity Pebbles for my Fruity Pebble pork chops. Now, I'm not a purist, so we don't have to, the Fruity Pebbles is $4.49, but Fruity Dino Bites is only $2.29. That's cutting down our food costs significantly. It's gonna be for my breakfast meat banh mi. All right, this'll do. I'm gonna need some ham. These are like all these like weird, like different kinds of Spanish sausage and everything. Watery, skeevy. Yeah, El Verdadero, that's the one I want. The classic New Jersey breakfast meat would be the Taylor pork roll, of course. Naturally, the C-Town doesn't have tailored pork roll. However, it has the next best thing. Spam, but not the less sodium version. Brown and served sausages. Cheese. I think this will come as no surprise. Deli Deluxe always. And I think we have everything I need. I'm here with my sous chef, Julia Blanter, also the editorial director from Underground Eats.
Hi.
Thank you for helping out.
My pleasure.
So I have all of the elements here that I'm going to need for our breakfast meat banh mi, Julia.
Okay.
I'm going to go like this. And then we don't want all of this extra bit of butter.
Just a bit of
It looks gross, Julia, but you'll see that the other side, this is very much in the tradition of like, not strictly like banh mi, but like a Cuban sandwich or whatever. So we'll grill that up. And now we're going to get our constituent elements, our kosher salami. Why don't you open that can of Spam for me?
Sure.
Oh yeah. Now we have our bread ready. Now we're going to cook our Spam. Somewhere I have my knife here. So
Only a cleaver will do.
I kind of feel that way. I'm going to get all my meats ready, my Spam, my brown and served sausages. This, of course, is our official Rachael Ray meat fork.
Of course, I wouldn't use anything else.
Now, had we but whirled enough in time, Julia, I would have not only thoroughly cleaned this grill, but I would have smeared it down with olive oil so that things wouldn't stick. But this is a rooftop ghetto cookout from the ghetto supermarket. Let's get a primary layer of Spam. Put the cheese aside. Don't be afraid of the flare up. It can only help. Oh, I love a thick slice. Perfect. Okay. Give me a half there. We'll save the other half for the top. No cilantro. There's no daikon. There's no carrots. The truth is, this is really not a banh mi. I'm attempting to dignify what is in fact a New Jersey stoner breakfast egg and cheese sandwich. Okay, so.
What's your scrambled egg technique?
My technique is to scramble the eggs and then take them off heat. You can see these eggs are moist but not dry and not runny. This is just where we want them to be. So, there we go here, like this. So let's put this here and then we'll use the salami as the final melting element.
6 or 7 layers.
Six breakfast meats. All right. It's got 2 levels of cheese so that there's not like areas of drought and areas of flood. It's a buttery, light, crispy bread. But who's going to take the first bite? I think the prettiest person should always take the first bite. Ah! Oh! I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. One, two, three. Yeah, mamacita. All right, there we go. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. I'm here at the La Freda shop. I'm gonna go in, we're gonna see Pat. This is gonna be unreal. Come check it out. This is where your rib roast is from, your rib steaks, your cowboy rib. If you cut it all the way down here, then you get that big 103 cowboy rib.
Right. The belly here, and then you have the brisket. So the brisket's running right here. When we cut the rib off, we're going to be cutting in between ribs 5 and 6.
Okay.
So ribs 6 through 12 will be our rib section.
That's your rib, your prime rib or whatever.
One that's very popular right now is the flat iron. So if you want to help me, we can get the flat iron out without having to cut through any bone or anything like that.
Really?
Yes.
I get to help? Do I have a knife too?
I don't know if we'll give you a knife, but you'll get hold of meat for me. But what's funny, what's funny about the front leg is that all of its weight is basically held up by the brisket and the front leg, right? There's no ball joint here to worry about. We can cut right through this with a knife and take off the front leg. What we'll do is just stand this up like this, and we'll get it a little bit closer to us. Right above the brisket I'm going to start to cut and find my seam. And you can see it there. And as soon as you start to cut into meat, you'll know that you're not in the right place.
So that the leg, that's what we would call like the round or the
no, the
shin
round would
and
be
so
from
forth.
the round would be from the hind. This is the chuck. We're cutting off the shoulder clot. I always found it fascinating that this whole front leg comes off with just a boning knife.
Look at this. There's no saw, right? You're not even cutting hard, are you? You could basically do this with your pocket knife if you wanted to. Is that an overstatement?
No, you could.
Shoulder clod. This is something you see in Texas barbecue.
I'm going to start to section it out and just get my knife underneath this. With every cut that I make, I'm able to free up just a little bit more of this paddle bone.
Now, what ends up happening to the paddle bone?
It gets used for rendering and stock.
I think it's kind of awesome that you're using that giant knife for this job. Like,
there's
he's
a few
handling
reasons.
that basically as if it was a chopstick.
If I had a smaller knife, I'd have
You got
to
to bend and punch and everything. It's like machetes, like Danny Trejo is machete.
It's a Victorinox. That's the nerve, and what we want to do is cut down it. And we're gonna pull, so I'm almost like shaving, constantly shaving. When I find it, I want to run my knife along it.
So this is very difficult.
It's laborious.
You would have to be a professional butcher to be able to do this.
Well, the more you do it wrong, the more meat you lose.
But when you get this at the store or from you, it's already been done.
So beef researchers looking for inexpensive cuts have rated this flat iron steak right here, and this is about 10 ounces. We just broke down 250 pounds to get 2 10-ounce portions of flat iron. So on the animal, there's only 4 portions.
A lot of work. You think it would be more expensive?
It's a lot of work, but I like the idea that on the East Coast, we know what to do with this, whereas like more on the West Coast is in the tri-tips and other cuts. Because if the entire country wanted flat iron steaks, we'd be in a lot of trouble here. We wouldn't get them. Actually have like fat on your coat. Like you did a day's work today.
It'll be the first time ever, maybe. Anyway, I'm Josh Ozersky, my buddy Pat LaFrida, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. No, but I really do want to take these.
Take, of course, take.
Who are you wearing?
Who are we wearing?
Yes.
Jacket.
I like these. I like your cufflinks too. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and we're here at the James Beard Awards on the red carpet, where I'm going to be doing interviews with the chefs. I'm going to be asking them impertinent questions and then thinking about the next question while they answer the one that I just asked. So let's see who comes up next here on Ozersky TV.
My man.
Ah, there
man, Josh Ozersky in the house.
The one and only.
Now we know we've arrived at the James Beard Award. 25 years of James Beard. This is an industry that pretty much gets along. I would say, I didn't even know what a beef was until I saw the Diddy, Fitty, Lil Wayne, all this stuff going on. And now, so a beef is a beef. I just think that the most important thing is that we respect each other and that we share the wealth. I think one of the good things about the James Beard Awards, quite frankly, is that it's a stage where we're all able to share the wealth a little bit.
Bacon or sausage?
Bacon.
This is Chris Hastings, by the way, of the Hot and Hot Fish Club in Birmingham, Alabama.
That's right.
I am going to be coming to Birmingham next week.
No way.
So if you could set aside one of those nice pork chops for me or something.
I look forward to seeing you. I will see you. We will treat you like the king you deserve to be treated like. It is going to be awesome.
I should be treated like a felon, but down in your part, everyone gets treated
Everybody's
like
a felon in Birmingham.
Pancakes or waffles?
Pancakes.
It's going to be rough cooking in Boston. I mean, surely a day mustn't pass that you didn't wish that you were here in New York.
No, I truly love the city. I love Boston a lot. I think New York's great. I love coming down here. I don't know that I could commit myself to living here full time.
I feel that you and Ken are too good to be in Boston, and that we should sort of like not kidnap you exactly.
Let's start a
But I feel the way to
Kickstarter. If
sort of
anybody
like
wants to invest, we'll come on down.
hash browns or grits.
Hash browns.
This year, it's within your grasp. You won Best New Restaurant last year before. And then you won something else last year?
I stood up and spoke last year.
I don't feel that you can really rest until you have that Baldy medal in your hand for Best Chef New York.
Listen, fat lady's walking up to the stage right now.
White toast or English muffin?
Wow, I'm going to go English muffin.
I had something caught up my throat.
Probably flesh.
You know, I was eating sausages just before I came on camera.
Did you swallow it whole?
No, 150 mastications every time. Chris, I see that Ariane pegged the save the foie thing on you.
No, I pegged it on myself.
I don't understand. In California, you can't eat foie gras now?
Starting July 1st, the outlaw of foie gras will go into effect. So it's a law that was put into place 7 years ago, and it's coming to fruition.
Well, you must have a kind of a secret underground supply. Maybe there's like a dungeon under the restaurant or something?
You know, there's a lot of real sketchy stuff around it.
Who are you wearing tonight?
This is Dolce & Gabbana heavyset men's line. It's the plus size D&G.
Nice. Who knew that there was such a thing?
Not me until I went looking for it. Husky department, it suits us.
I know. In England, they used to call that the High and Mighty store.
Correct.
This is only. I lend it to you, huh?
I'll give it back.
You know, okay, good.
I'm Josh Ozersky. That was our red carpet coverage. You've seen the quips, the glamour, the excitement, and now I have to go inside and maybe have some free sausages. So I'm Josh Ozersky at the James Beard Awards, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Oh, that's delicious cake. But the best carrot cake in the world can never be as the best chocolate cake, because the chocolate cake is better than carrot cake, objectively speaking. You know what I mean? Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. I'm sitting here, I'm drinking my Dr. Brown's black cherry soda. I'm on another one of my Adderall diets, but the fact of the matter is that I'm hopping mad, and I'll tell you why. My friend Michael White was just refused permission by the community board to open up an annex to Osteria Marini. Now, I'm not saying anything about Michael White or Marini. Fine, whatever. Happens to be my friend, Sultan of Spaghetti, fine. No, I object to the existence and the power of the community boards themselves. I believe that this is a completely insane system that empowers crackpots and oddballs to basically go mad with their own petty power, to exert control over their betters just because of their own good fortune in getting to live in $400 rent-controlled apartments in the best parts of the East and West Village. I mean, look, if they had the good random fortune to be there and set up shop for so long, fine. And if they want to complain to the police because, you know, there's noise or whatever, by all means they should do so. But the idea that random citizens, a few elderly downtown grandees, would have the right to form a kind of an absolute plutocracy and to tell the Keith McNallys and Danny Myers and Michael Whites of the world that they can't open restaurants that would enrich their own neighborhoods. I mean, I don't understand it. These are the best and the brightest of the New York restaurant community, and they're being turned down. Why? Sheer spite. Look at my friend John Fraser from Dovetail. He had this little experimental restaurant, made beautiful food. It was a pop-up. They put their heels on his throat with all the anger and malevolence of a guard in a Serbian war camp. And why? Because he wanted to serve some tweezer food? I don't understand it. This was not a restaurant where, you know, you had teenagers vomiting outside. The whole thing makes me very upset. I don't know why the State Liquor Authority kowtows to these people, and I think they should be put down hard, put in their place, and humbled in a very public way. That's just my feeling. I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Come closer into the frame.
Sorry.
Closer. Doesn't get any closer than that.
Lucky
Pierre.
What do I have for lunch?
Always in the middle. Now I feel
The truth of the matter is, and this is
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Behind me is a restaurant called Schnippers. This is a hamburger restaurant on 23rd Street and Madison Avenue, right around the corner from the Shake Shack. Underappreciated, relatively little known, but in my opinion, has what might be the best traditional hamburger in New York. Come look at me as I eat it. By now, everybody who has followed my proclamations and pontifications about hamburgers knows that I am an advocate of orthodoxy in burger construction. And this is one of the most supremely conservative hamburgers to come out in recent years. Unlike its formidable rival, the Shake Shack around the corner, the Schnippers burger, which is also LaFreda meat, aggressively salted. I think this is a 5-ounce patty, and maybe it's a 4-ounce. And it's got the white bun rather than the potato bun. It's less dense, it's less sweet. You see there's still the same beautiful crust. There's that even Maillard formation from edge to edge. The melted American cheese, the thick pickle. And I can't say enough about this white squishy bun. This is actually from some bakery the Schnipper brothers found out about that nobody knows where it is. You can see it compresses like a white sunbeam roll, but it has a little bit of extra denseness and moisture that's reminiscent of the artisanal versions used in restaurants like the Little Owl and elsewhere. So I'm here with the Schnipper brothers, who are the authors of this excellent hamburger. Andrew Schnipper, his brother John. Boys, I've told you on multiple occasions I'm a huge fan. You know I've been one of your most vocal champions. Not that anyone listens to me. You had the two restaurants. There's the one at the Port Authority over there. Then there's this one. Why are they different? I mean, why is it?
I mean, the first thing you'll notice is that the look of the place is different. It's a little bit more of a downtown feel. This is what we really wanted it to look like early on. That's number one. Number two, the burgers here, a little bit smaller.
Now, I like a smaller burger. This is what, a 4-ounce?
It's a 4-ounce, yeah.
Cook quicker and they taste better.
That's what it is. They stay juicier to me. We do it on a slightly hotter grill, and I find you just get better results.
All the brown is on one side. You must spend about 70 or 80% of the time, I'm guessing, getting that nice sear, and then you flip and cheese right away, right?
Yeah, you do.
I have a very optimistic view of Schnipper's future.
Thank you, Josh.
I don't badmouth any of your rivals, but you know I'm a big believer.
We appreciate
and
that.
I will always lend my support by eating your hamburgers.
I appreciate that. We've taken all your comments over many years to heart, because positive. I think you've given us some constructive criticism.
Constructive criticism.
John, and we walk away going,
Good.
That's an idea.
Good.
We don't always agree,
Good.
but we generally.
As long as you pretend to listen and then.
But we definitely listen. There's no question.
All right.
But we appreciate it. We like what you do.
I'm very grateful for that.
Your opinions mean a lot.
I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Well, I'm Josh Ozersky with the Schnipper brothers. This is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Thank you very much, boys.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. I'm here in my fortress of solitude, here at Eisenbergs Luncheonette on 22nd Street and 5th Avenue. This other Eden, demi paradise, this bit of cultural anachronism caught in the amber of tuna salad and celery soda. It reminds me very much of the poetic lyrical work of Ben Catcher, and in fact, call me crazy, I'm going to check this with Kaneki, but I could swear I actually saw Catcher coming out of here as I walked in. If that's true, it will make me a happy man. It's okay, sir, it's all right. Now, here's what I want to say something about today. I wrote a column recently about the concept of coercion in modern food. And I don't think that I was strident, militant, and unhinged enough in that column. I adopted my level-headed editorial voice, which I is worthy of my exalted platform at Time Magazine. But the truth is, I feel very strongly about it. I hate when chefs force me to eat. Now, obviously, if they force me to eat something that's really good, I don't hate it, right? Okay, like at Torrisi, the New York History tasting menu was the greatest tasting menu of my entire life. I've never had anything better. I put myself in Rich's hands and in Mario's hands, and I was transfixed by their vision, their genius, by the telescoping brilliance of their vision and the way that each course and each dish magnified the one before it, lending the whole meal a kind of cumulative momentum that dead-ended in the world's greatest lamb rib dish that I ever had. That said, I recently ate in a downtown Tweezer restaurant, which is very highly thought of, and I had 24 courses, and it was a painful, painful experience. I think that more and more we're getting into a kind of a no substitutions world. First, they came and took away my buttered toast. Go and eat buttered toast anywhere but Eisenbergs. You know what they say? Here's your toast. Dry, cold toast and a stiff lump of butter. And if you try to jam the butter into the toast, all you get is a hole in your toast. Butter toast has to happen out of the toaster with softened butter. They don't want to do that, so I can just go to hell. Fine, I understand that. It's a luncheonette. I can't get shredded hash browns. That's not the way they do it. No biggie. I can't do my whole entitled brat routine everywhere. That's cool. However, on the level of fine dining and haute cuisine, you're talking about special celebration meals, you're talking about destination restaurants, you're talking about places that people will spend a lot of their discretionary income that they could go to a rock concert or buy a beanbag or do any number of other things, get babysitters, go to the Love Lodge, whatever. Instead, they go to a restaurant, and you really aren't going to even let them order off the menu? Is that really necessary? And the truth of the matter is that I'm not okay with it happening in more casual restaurants. I don't like all the third wave coffee restaurants where I can't get sweet and low. Just give me my freaking sweet and low. I mean, coffee costs $3. I know I'm ruining it, but it ruins it just as much if I put in Splenda or the blue stuff. And the truth of the matter is that the real coffee people don't let you put in milk at all, so really, they're morally compromised in their whole position. Anyway, I feel bullied, put upon, coerced, and constrained, and it's not a very good feeling. In fact, I'm going to try to stop doing it to other people. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. One of those, and let me get a half a pound of bacon too. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. You see, I just came from the East Village Meat Market, which is one of the high points of living in the East Village, my neighborhood, a place I celebrated previously on a 2-block walk, and everyone was so moved by desire to live like I do here in the East Village instead of Brooklyn that I'm going to do another one. And I wanted to start here because I think so highly of this place. I mean, look at this. Look at this beautiful bacon that they make. It's actually maybe a little under smoked, but this is like, it's such a delicious cured pork product, totally safe to eat. Look at this ham. This is like the Kurovicki ham that went out of business. Totally all homemade, no water injected, totally natural cure. Real pigs from real farms. Nobody talks about it. They never got the memo that that's fashionable. They just go and do it anyway. Anyway, all right, so come with me. We're going to walk down East 9th Street between 2nd and Avenue A. What are you, a butcher?
I work for a butcher.
Oh, really?
A restaurant.
Oh, what restaurant?
Prime and Beyond. It's right over there.
Oh, that's the Korean steakhouse that opened up with the aged lamb chops? I wanted to go there. It's on like 10th Street and 3rd?
Yeah.
Everyone says it's really good. My name is Josh Ozersky. I write about meat.
Oh, cool.
Can I get that? Do they sell that shirt over at there?
They sure do. It's like $20 or something.
That's, well, you know what? A shirt like that is worth it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Today is actually a historical day in the downfall and decadence of the East Village. I walked down St. Mark's Place, which has become little more than a teenage bazaar, it's like a bazaar for teenagers and Japanophiles. And they had a 7-Eleven opened up, and there was like a DJ out front and he was promoting 11-cent Slurpees. Listen, I got nothing against 7-Eleven. In fact, when I used to live in Uzbekistan, I would get in my car and I would drive all the way to Brighton Beach. All right there, Captain. I would drive all the way to Brighton Beach, like on Avenue X, just to get the go-go taquitos, you know? Just like such a non-Pariel stoner food. Speaking of which, look at the wonderful Veselka. See now, this is the model of reinvigoration for the East Village. Instead of like closing Veselka and replacing it with a ground round or whatever the culinary equivalent of a 7-Eleven is. Oh, look at a little kitty cat. Oh, it's so cute.
No, she's a dragon. She's not a cat.
Are you like the mother of dragons? The mother of skeeviness, something. Anyway, Veselka, look, everyone loves it so much. It got bigger every year. It's still got all the things that was great, the kasha, the bigosh, the pierogi, and of course, my favorite thing, the bacon cheeseburger. People are outside, people are inside. It's still got its juice, its ethnicity, its vigor, its identity, its soul, its spirit, and its quintessence. And yet it's also like modernized. It's not become like a, you know, the colonial McSorley'sburg either. So I like Veselka a lot. I believe in it, and I think that everyone should go there. This is some kind of like rich, you know, hipster toy store or whatever. See, this block of East 9th Street, this is what people really, there's the mud. That over there is the mud store. It used to be a truck, as you know, and now it's like a super funky place where like dirty hippies go and drink coffee. But it's a lot of these boutiques. This is like some kind of store that like sells like Zooey Deschanel dresses or whatever. I don't really understand about these kind of things. So they exist sort of as like floating voids for me. Like when I walk by them, like I don't see like the hats and shoes. It's just like a cloud, like an empty outline. Wait, hold on. I want to check something out. That's like $20 or less. I'm something going to drink with my wife when I get home. The daiginjo, the ginjo is means classy, and daiginjo means super classy. Exactly. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right, you're gonna wrap it up. It's good. It looks like a cheesesteak now. I like it.
There you go.
I'm gonna come back and get that. Just waiting on like a big payday. You know what I mean? This is a bakery. It's like kind of one of these Eastern European bakeries, and sometimes I'll get a rye bread there. Like I made a corned beef last night, so I got my rye bread here. But wait till you get a load of this. Here, hold on. I love this store. Listen, this will be a great diminution of the neighborhood if you ever pull the plug on this.
It's going to be hot on party bar.
Yeah, I know, right? That's so funny. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being so nice.
All right, take it easy. No, it's all right. Thank you. That's good. He said I might get one more year. I said it would be a terrible diminution of the neighborhood if you did that. He says it's going to be a hot dog party bar. That's just right, too. All right, now check this out. This is a potato knish. Better, I would say, than Yona Schimmel. Well, maybe not this one, but this is what I really come for. This is like Little Debbie, like goes to heaven. Like this is like this incredible chocolate thing. I'm gonna bring this back. I'll tell my wife, like, oh look, I got you one of these, you know. And then I'll be like, can I have a bite? You know. But you see it. Wait to get a load of this. Chocolate Junior. I got the chocolate in the middle. Oh God. A dark chocolate too. Complex, haunting, intense. There's something good over there. Oh, the Schwitz is over there. The Russian baths. Like this is like some kind of like, this is a ridiculous pet food store, but this is like a good beer thing. It's all like really crazy, delicious beers. And then this is, wait, what is this? Hey, Paul?
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
How you doing?
Hey.
How's everything?
Good.
Filming today?
I'm doing my East Village walkthrough. This is my East Village walkthrough. Well, you opening a restaurant now?
I'm opening a restaurant.
Really?
Valley.
Well, yeah. Paul, of course, is one of our old-time New York chefs. You can tell by three-chord cuisine.
Three-chord cuisine. Very, very simple stuff with all the flavors I grew up with.
Like what?
Meatballs to matzo balls, a lot of Latin flavor. I lived in New Orleans for a long time, and I have a lot of New Orleans influence.
Well, that's not New York. You just
spicy, lemony, hot climate type things.
Well, that was funny running into you. This is good.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Absolutely.
Well, good luck. I'll come by and I'll eat food when it opens up.
Yeah.
Getting out of Brooklyn and out of exile and back here, it doesn't matter what happens. A meteor can hit Metopia. I could end up like not able to write. It could be like the diving bell and the butterfly, as long as they can wheel me around in the East Village and I can talk to people and eat little sandwiches or whatever, I'll be a happy man. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go walk into Prospect Park and eat ham with the dogs. Remember they used to have that wonderful ham? They had that country ham there and everything? And I thought
you could see his son anytime you want.
Why? Where is he?
He works for Tuesday.
Does he have a ham? I mean, does he make a ham or anything like that?
He works in Trader Joe's.
Oh.
I'm
Well,
just,
that's nice. Just to say hello, you mean?
I don't know if you know them personally.
No, I only knew their ham.
Okay.
But, you know. I'm Josh, by the way. I live down the street. I'm on 12th Street.
I own these buildings. My mother does.
Oh, yeah?
And this is ours. We're reclaiming too, so.
Oh, that's great. Well, we just got back from Veselka. You know,
Okay.
so.
She goes there every morning. She's in there.
Do you like better Veselka or the Ukrainian National Restaurant?
Depends what you're going for. For dinner, I like Ukrainian National Home. But for breakfast, Ukrainian National Home doesn't serve breakfast.
Well, that automatically makes Veselka. No, but it's good. I do when it's good aging.
That really,
I just don't want that
yeah.
that ball sack
Yeah,
smell.
there's no
you know?
funk there. I mean, that's a great smell.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Well, as you may have guessed, I'm here at La Freda, this being Pat La Freda of TV's Meat Men, and also, of course, my guru in all things relating to edible animals. Pat is doing a dinner which Metopia and Underground Eats are collaborating to produce. It is going to be the first ever appearance, Pat, maybe you want to tell the world, of something no one knows about. It's beyond Black Label, it's beyond any of your former...
Every lot of prime beef that we get in, which still only accounts for 4% of the United States' entire beef cattle, there's always one or two out of the thousands that rank into a category of their own.
These are the steaks that when I come here, they're so hot that I take Instagram pictures and send them around to all the meatheads.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do with those is segregate them, age them to a point where they're absolutely delicious and they've broken down to the perfect degree. And then we're gonna offer those in the La Freda Reserve dinner. What we're looking for here is the amount of intramuscular fat, obviously. This is gorgeous. It still would not make the reserve. It's close, but this is very common.
Wait a second, how could this not make it? I mean, oh my God, look at this one. What about this? This has got these...
No, when you really want something superb in rib meat, you have to look for the density of those fat flecks towards the tail of the ribeye.
An aging room that has this salt is so clean. You could have a steak that's only aged 2 weeks, but it was in somebody's bachelor refrigerator, so it's got giant microbes. It's so funky. You could have steaks that go months in here, and it'll never get that revolting sweat sock.
It's not just the salt. You have dehumidifiers in a room. Those are UV lights, so when the regular lights go off, the UVs come on, kill bacteria in the room.
The gallery of gorgeous meats. This is all Creekstone Prime. This is the best grain-fed meat in America. This is already
selected from Prime.
All right, so here's fresh ones, and we're going to want to pick one out before we start aging it because the dinner's going to be a month from now. This is what Prime looks like.
But you'll see the difference between this and this is huge.
Even though this looks disgustingly and fungusy and leathery, as soon as Pat carves even the tiniest slice off, you'll see it's beautiful, fresh, and red looking underneath.
we would just peel that back. And we'd probably trim a little bit more off the bandsaw. And again, great marbling is its prime. Smell that. And I know that you're not really in the aged meat as much as I am.
No, but it's good. I do when it's good aging.
That really.
I just don't want that that ball sack smell.
There's no funk there. I mean, that's a great smell.
I could eat it like that. You could slice it and put salt on it. It would be incredible.
So, and then this will even get brighter as the oxygen's hitting it and it starts to bloom.
Right.
But that's what happens. We'll trim all this exterior funk off and then get right into the steak. And you can see what the dry aging process has done. I mean, just by applying a little pressure with my fingerprint is going to stay there. If we do the same thing here, it's going to bounce right back out. When you're biting that with your teeth, you're cutting through the steak.
Right.
Not that it's rubbery and doing that.
This would be one of your best primes that you would save for, like, if you were making for your father or your family or whatever. But like this is like normally the stuff I see that is like the best stuff here.
Right.
And this is like a level above that.
Correct.
In a given month, how many of these do you think you might see of that caliber?
Maybe 2 pieces.
Really?
2 pieces that are above all the rest. And all the rest are great, but that would make and put this into a different category.
Next stage, aging. Don't fall apart. Listen, I'm on top of it. It's gold. I'm on it. Maybe I should have some toast. No, I was going to have toast. No, it's all right. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. This is a week when I came face to face with the ugliest fact of my life, which is my relative obscurity. It's something that I've had to come to terms with. I know that I'm not famous like Tony, like Rachael, like Zimmern, whatever. I don't have my own TV show. I've accepted the fact that Ozersky TV is a small but potent and influential entity comparable to, say, the first Velvet Underground record. But I never thought that I would be cut out of my own picture in my own all-time favorite restaurant. Some months ago, I was eating at Katz's Deli downtown with my friend Spike Mendelsohn of Good Stuff Eatery in Washington, D.C. Spike's moderately famous, I'm moderately famous, we both are Jews. Why shouldn't we split a nice big sandwich? Then we took a picture. We took a picture with the waiter and with the owner. I went to Katz's yesterday and I saw the picture. Yes, I've been cut out of the picture entirely. I no longer exist. I am now a Soviet-style unperson in my own favorite deli. It was a very rank, stark, and jarring reminder of my own insignificance. And yet, what can you do? You have to come to terms with it. The truth of the matter is that there's 2 kinds of people in the world. There's like a Bruce Springsteen and there's like a Kurt Cobain. The Kurt Cobains of the world, they dread being famous. They don't want. I have this argument with my wife all the time. She feels very deeply, she's an introvert, and she feels deep empathy for the Kurt Cobains and the Elliott Smiths and the Mark Linkuses of the world, these people who hated fame and shrank from it like a snail from salt. I, on the other hand, identify with the Babe Ruths and Bruce Springsteens, people who are never more than themselves than when they're in the public. I was in Newark and I saw Bruce crowd surf on the people in front of him, and I said, this is the very image of someone that loves fame, that basks in adoration, that is only truly themselves when not in private. I realized that it was a pathology, but I also recognized it for a mirror image. Yes, deep called to deep, or maybe shallow to shallow, but I'm here to say that even though I'm not famous, and I may never want to be, even though I'm not famous and I never may be famous, I certainly want to be, and I know that much about myself, even if it's in the form of the strange, freakish Mutter Museum of a video series that I make here with my friends at Underground Eats on Ozersky TV. No, I like it. Here, wait.
good-looking perfume.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Well, this is the Big Apple Block Party, the 10th annual Festival of Barbecue here in New York City, done by Danny Meyer and 17 of the country's best pitmasters. This here is Nick Mangold, who you will recognize as the 4-time All-Pro center for the New York Jets. Is it 4 times or 5 times?
4.
4 times.
But I like that.
Going
like
on 5. And of course, this is the All-Pro pitmaster, Rodney Scott, from Scott's Barbecue in Hemingway, South Carolina. Nick is a barbecue fan, and his favorite item is pulled pork. We're going to give Nick 3 different barbecues, and he's going to tell me in total confidentiality which the best one is, and then I'm not going to tell anybody. Maybe I'll tell the camera, maybe.
Okay.
But no, I'll tell everybody.
The camera won't tell anybody.
The camera won't. No one watches it.
You got loaded up there?
Oh, look at that.
That was good.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm going too slow.
Or
you're going too fast. I'm trying to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's not my style. I'm in full sprint mode. Spoon a little sauce directly on that piece.
I mean, that is melting your mouth.
I know. This is Nick Pihakis. This is Nick Mangold, the All-Pro center from the New York Jets. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
And Drew Robinson, who's the chef at Nick's barbecue organization called Jim and Nick's. These guys are the official barbecue sponsors of Meatopia, and they're actually developing their own pigs just to totally control their own pork supply.
Really?
And they're going to bring the pig in dead form to Meatopia and cook it.
That's impressive.
It is. I ate it. It was really impressive. They're set up as 2 different barbecuers, but really they're all part of what's called the Fatback Collective, which is a kind of it's like the Delta Force of barbecue. These guys are working so hard in the sun, and they sent them over hamburgers and here to eat their hamburgers and drink their beer. There's a French fries too. You want a burger? Here,
is it gonna ruin my barbecue palate?
No, it'll actually help your barbecue palate.
It'll enhance it?
Yeah, because you're going to get palate fatigue from eating smoky shit back to back to back. How many planes you got over there? Chris, how many Memphis and Mays have you won?
7 times with our pork we won Grand Champion there. 3 of them.
Look at that. Look at that. See how much fat there is on that?
Mm-hmm.
Look how it moves too, like
jiggles like jello.
Jiggles.
It jiggles.
Yeah. Now this is just a little bit of vinegar, a little pepper and vinegar. Is this something that you have in the restaurant or in bottles or just in competition?
Just in competition.
Really?
Great to see you too.
Oh.
You know? You're missing out.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at all the Mr. Brown that's in that.
I don't want anybody to get hurt. That's a bad thing.
That's a bad thing.
That's a bad thing.
That means you ain't doing your job, right?
Exactly. That means I'm getting fired. I don't want to get fired.
That's right.
Now, Ed, you just make this pulled pork. This is just smoldering charcoals, a little bit of pepper vinegar. It's like the Judgment of Paris, you know. That didn't work out good for him either.
How long have you been with the Jets now?
7 years.
7 years, right? Yep. Yeah. About 7 years.
Really, that long? You're a young guy.
I know.
7 years now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's put that right on there.
Wait, let me have a little bit.
Yeah, you can.
Look at that.
7 years have been over the hole.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that on that?
You hear that crunch?
I'm gonna make that ambient noise. I'm gonna set that so I can go to sleep to it. Your crackling is so thin and crisp, delicious.
See how soft he is? Yep. So he's ready to come up, but we're gonna chop him up last so everyone can see.
I try to get the dark meat and the white meat done together. That's like their equivalent, you know, of like confying the dark meat or whatever. They take the skin and finish it over hot coals to render it more and make it crispy because no one wants rubbery skin. If you were gonna say what their respective strengths were, like how were you thinking about it in terms of?
Yeah, you know, starting with Rodney, his meat was just fantastic. Right there from the board, you have it by itself, and it was perfect by itself. Then that little dip of sauce was fantastic. Then you get the Chris's, and he's got that sauce. That sauce has my heart. And then you finish it up with Ed's. He's got the crispiness, the skin in there. Like that just made it was like having the softness of the meat and just the juiciness within on that little crunch. They all were fantastic. I don't know if I can choose.
I mean, I guess it comes down to, you know, like if you're, see, by the way, this is what's cool about that sauce that Chris had. That really is like this, like people talk about secret sauce, like you can't even get that in his restaurant. He make that specifically to overawe judges at competitions. So if it's like the sauce, you know, for me, I'm a purist, like I'm all about the meat. And like totally just coals, no injection, nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, Rodney's like, and when you dip that right in his vinegar, but like you said with Ed's taking that skin and then searing it off and reducing it and rendering it.
Oh, it's perfect. I'm just trying to get, you know, another chance to try them all again.
Well, that's the other thing too. Now Nick is going to go back as a civilian and eat all of the barbecues. So maybe he'll tell me afterwards, and I'll inform the public in a separate. It'll be like the World Series of Poker when the final table's like a month later.
Yeah,
you know?
and nobody knows.
Thank you for coming out, hanging around.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
It was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was a blast.
You're a good eater.
Oh, thank you. You too. You're not too shabby yourself.
I'm Josh Ozersky. I'm here for Underground Eats, and this is Ozersky TV. I use that as an applause line sometimes.
Does anybody clap?
No.
No. I'm so sad. I'm sorry for you.
Oh, hi. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. I'm meeting the famous British restaurant critic, Jay Rayner, today, and he said he wanted me to go and take him somewhere where, you know, he would get the New York restaurant vibe. So naturally, we went to Joe Jr.'s. I'm taking him on 3rd Avenue, and have a hamburgers and so on. I'm sorry.
Manchester?
He has a
London
new ebook called My Dining Hell that's available for $3 as an ebook.
Yeah, $2.99.
Right, $2.99.
That extra cent is very important.
Tuppence halfpenny. When I think about the things that I hate the most in restaurants, like some people say, well, like they have a loud rock music, that's objectionable maybe, or the service was insolent, but to me, the crimes committed against foods is, I mean, some of them are worthy of prosecution at The Hague.
Do you think people ought to die as a result of their failures in
go that
restaurants?
far, but the restaurants certainly should.
Shall I tell you my first pet hate, and it's quite a modern one. It's when a waiter approaches your table and says, "May I explain to you the concept of our menu?" If the concept goes beyond, we have a list of dishes, you choose, we bring, I do not want to know. If a waiter ever comes to you and says, "Let me explain the concept of our menu," leave, pull your chair away from the table and run as fast as you can, because no good can come from it, ever.
I have to say that is one I hate. Of course, there's the old, you know, also like the rhetorical and almost mocking, how is everything? Like, I don't really want to know, you know.
And they always manage to do that. I mean,
is everything all right? Good. You know.
It's like the old joke about the old Jewish ladies having dinner, and the waiter comes up and said, "Is anything all right?"
Here's something else that I hate. I don't blame them for being imperious and high-handed in not wanting to make substitutions. That's fine. But don't say, "Oh, okay," like, "Oh, yeah, all right, right." Write it down and then just totally ignore it.
Does that happen to you?
All the time. And I feel that it unmans me in a certain way. I feel slighted and.
Actually, I have to admit, I think the whole substitutions thing is a peculiarly American thing. The idea that you go into a restaurant which has drawn up its menu, and that is merely a point that you start arguing from. And they need to get better.
Restaurants could make a list of the things they hate about us.
Oh, and absolutely. One of the things that's driven me nuts in recent years is a lot of very young, inexperienced chefs looking at what big names of modernist food like Heston Blumenthal or Ferran Adria do, and think they can do it too. I remember a restaurant that served me a deconstructed prawn cocktail, which involved making ice cream out of Mary Rose sauce. This is an ice cream made out of tomato ketchup and mayonnaise. That's just bad manners.
It's disgusting.
It was disgusting.
You know what I always say?
What?
Life is too short for platonic love affairs and savory desserts.
I think that's absolutely true. No, that's absolutely true. I'm going to take that philosophy into my life. I'm going to carry it away with me. One of the things I really hate is when it lists an item with a real name on a menu and it turns out to be something else. So it says apple crumble, and instead of getting a dish of stewed apple with a crumble on the top and some custard, what you get is textures of apples. You've got apple sorbet, and you've got and you've got a biscuit over here, and you've got some malodextrose dried out biscuit crumble.
Have you ever been to Denny's? Do you know what Denny's is?
I know what Denny's is.
We have a restaurant here in America called Denny's, and the menu shows a picture of the food. And in that way, the surprise can completely be avoided. Jay and I obviously have a lot of gripes. Eating out in good restaurants every night is not an easy life, and it's certainly one to which most of our readers can sympathize. But your book again is called
My Dining Hell: How 20 Ways to Have a Lousy Night Out. $2.99 from Penguin.
Thank you.
Anytime. This is cheaper than therapy, you know.
And he himself has said it, and it's greatly to his credit, for he is an Englishman.
I blame PBS. You really are the poet of the American diner, aren't you?
You know what? I want that on my tombstone.
You want that on
Who wrote my epitaph?
Josh Ozersky, he was the poet of the American diner.
It
was a filthy job, but somebody had to do it.
I'm that man. All right.
So,
hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. You'll recognize the man to my right as Jay Rayner, the famously venomous British restaurant critic and also an all-around good guy, Mensch. He has a new book called My Dining Hell that he's here in America to plug. And since you've come back here to, what you call us, the across the pond or whatever.
The colonies.
The colonies. I am going to instruct Jay as a foreigner in the glories of American vernacular cuisine. All right?
Yeah. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Let me get a cheeseburger with American cheese, no plancha. I'll explain this to you momentarily. Also, let me get well done home fries with extra grease. And do you have a Monte Cristo sandwich?
No, only we don't have the cheese. I got only Swiss, cheddar, or mozzarella.
No, but do you have the French toast bread? Forget it.
I do have the French toast.
It's all right. It's all right. I'll tell you what I'd rather have anyway. Let me get a grilled cheese and bacon sandwich, also on white bread. White bread is very important. I think we need to have a chocolate milk, 2 cups of coffee, and a meatloaf. An order of buttered toast, please. Also white bread. Is there anything you'd like to have? Let's get...
Apart from an enema.
How do you like the burger done?
I would like the burger done medium rare. Yes, and...
what do you want with the meatloaf?
What is my choices?
Mashed potatoes, French fries, or home fries?
Let's get well done French fries.
Well done French fries. Any gravy?
Yes, brown gravy. On the side, please.
Thank you.
Then we'll get Jell-O afterwards.
So explain why the cheese sandwich. I just want you to know that I have eaten.
But look at how this is so delicate. Like the bread is literally it's nothing but a vehicle. It's nothing but a tiny bit of texture and a vehicle for the margarine. And look how gorgeously it's caramelized along the top of it. And then you have the viscous American cheese. Unlike, your cheddar cheese and the various cheeses you people eat, like
the really nice ones.
They become waxy and greasy, and they don't melt right. They don't become perfectly evenly viscous like this. I'm going to cut the hamburger in half.
Yeah.
I don't normally believe in it, but I know that you're a stickler for, what you call a hygiene. But I'm going to point out a few things just about the geometry of it. You'll see that the burger and the bun are absolutely the same size. They've been machined for each other. Moreover, again, the white and rich squishy bun with its sweet caramelization and the textural contrast, right?
Do you do this speech when you take girls out to dinner?
When I take who? Out to where?
Yeah, okay.
Now look at that.
Medium rare, as you asked.
And what's on top? Double slice of American cheese. Just give me a mitzvah though. Take a bite from the outside.
From the outside.
Yeah.
Why are you specifying the outside over
Because
the inside?
that's how a hamburger's meant to be encountered. The crispy
Did
edge, the
Maimonides
cheese.
say this?
Mm-hmm. Maimonides did. Oh.
It's actually a really, really good burger. Here's the thing. The difference between London and New York.
Okay.
In London, this hamburger would be the subject of major bloggery. People would be traveling from all over the place to find a hamburger like this. Now, I know this is a great place, you've told me, and I trust your word on it. But it's basically a neighborhood joint. And yet, it's still knocking out a better burger than you can get in 99.9% of the places across London.
What I'm talking about, Jay.
The Joe's Jr. Hamburger on 3rd Avenue is a thing of beauty.
You heard it here first. Jay Rayner. I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Underground Eats, bringing you Ozersky TV. I was going to see if Joey Campanaro was around. It doesn't look like he is. He might be downstairs. All right, they're like, what is that creep peeping in the window for, you know? It's like evil Uncle Ernie. All right, so, what's it? Harris, who was the guy in Captain Howdy? I was trying to think of the Twisted Sister, the evil, like her Pennywise. I think that should be my new thing, is I should be the Pennywise of gastronomy. Now that I've like moved from being the Walter Winchell and then the Don Rickles, now my new thing is to be the Pennywise of gastronomy. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Well, thanks, fellows. This is a more popular neighborhood than the East Village tours that you've been on with me previously. Here we're in the heart of West Greenwich Village, the famed haunt of writers, artists, wealthy millionaires, and paraphiliacs. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk back. We're going to start here. This is Hakata Tantan. This is a restaurant where all they make is pig's feet. Like there's like 100 kinds of pig's foots. But of course it's 100 degrees today, so I need a pig foot, like I need a bag on my hip. Instead, we're gonna just start walking and get the air moving. You know, I go around in the West Village a lot like everybody else, and I love it. And there's a million great restaurants that I know about, but I still get lost. Like, this is Grove Street, and if I go more down this way, I'll eventually go into the Little Owl, which is at Grove and Bedford, because Bedford is the other way, and that goes down where Market Table is, which is the sister restaurant, also great, which is also on Carmine Street, or it's the corner of Carmine and Bedford, but that's like near 6th Avenue. They all go at weird angles, and at one point there's like 4th Street and 10th Street cross, just like to get you into the total, like, you know, Escher print. All right, so here we are on Bleecker, which goes, this is enormously long. Down there, of course, if you were like hungry like I am now and didn't want to go eat in a restaurant, you'd go down on the other side of 7th, you'd have Fico's Pork Store, you'd get prosciutto bun there, or the Pizza Rustica. Also, you got the fish place there. Bleecker Street Pizza is good. And then August is there where Tony Lou used to be, now there's some other guy there, he's also good. If you went on Bleecker and you went up to West 10th around the corner, is L'Artusi, which was Joey Campanelli's place. That's much better, I would say, than Dell'Anima, except for the fact of its being deafeningly loud and blindingly dark. Now, I walk along and I think to myself, the murderous thoughts of class, anger, envy, material discontent, and low self-esteem that comes to any person that walks around in a neighborhood like this, and instead they live in an affluent ghetto like me.
Now we've moved in. See, I can even whisper and you can hear me. Such is the quiet, such is the gentility, such is the elegance of the West Village. Oh, you could see why people love it so much here. Everyone wants to live in the West Village. Gay, straight, old, young, black, white, Asians, you name them. Everyone wants to live here and they're right to want to live here. I don't like it though. It's too genteel for me. I like a more raucous area where teenagers vomit on the steps in front of your house. When Adam Platt talked about neighborhood chic, he invented the phrase neighborhood chic. It was one of his great neologisms, like Haute Barnyard. And it meant perfect restaurants that aren't for like DBs on the outside and bridge and tunnel types and like foodies who whatever. It's like people who just live in the neighborhood, but they happen to be great and small and perfect. So here is the Little Owl, which according to Platt, and I agree with him, perfectly epitomizes the idea of neighborhood chic. Now, this whole neighborhood though is like neighborhood chic. See, that's what they don't tell you when they talk about neighborhood chic, that like, there is no neighborhood chic for Yorkville. Like there's no Yorkville chic. It's just here. This is sort of like a nice version of Taxi Driver. Like when they're all walking around, like Iris is walking around in her little shorts and halter top and whatever, and like the people are all hot and like Sport is standing on the thing. Like it's like that, except with like rich people that have never gone to prison. All right, so this now should be Barrow, which around here curves around to Commerce somehow. Because no, that's Commerce. That's got the terrible Portuguese restaurant called Casa, which no one should eat at. Watch it, you're gonna get run. Oh, that's all right, come on. So anyway, and then like Barrow goes somewhere else. If it goes down that way, it's the Barrow Street Ale House. There's a bunch of them. It's a bunch of like creepy, shitty sports bars, you know, with like bad frozen potato skins, like the kind of potato skins that have like 4 times as much potato as skin, no salt and no fat. You know what's good is down there, if this is Commerce, down there is the Milk and Cookies store. There's a bakery, it's called Milk and Cookies. Hello, sir, how are you doing? Hot. It's nice to relax and have a smoke, I know. So Commerce is over here, and Commerce is like so wonderful. The rumble of the something, the rattle of the taxis. I don't know, anyway, but I'm getting back into it. Like, I'm coming up on Hudson, so I'm feeling this like very urban vibe again. You hear this still tweeting though, the bird, you could still hear the birds tweet, but it'll be the silent spring again once we leave the West Village and go into Hudson Street. I guess Hudson Street technically is the West Village, but you know, already I'm thinking of it more as kind of like businesses partying, you know, and it has like the stylistic stench of the meatpacking district still sticks to you a little bit, even this far south. The one thing I do want to point out though is right around the corner from Commerce, this is it over here, it's called Takashi. Guy is brilliant. This guy's a brilliant chef. See, it's closed, but how you doing? Hi, he waved to me. This restaurant has got different meats, every kind of meat, marinated meats. He cooks them over little electric grills. I mean, it's regrettable that they're not cold, but what are you gonna do? You can't have everything. How many great restaurants do you want? I just walked like 3 blocks and I passed like 7 great restaurants, and 3 of which, by the way, the Little Owl, Commerce, and Takashi, the 3 best ones, all of whom are gonna be represented in Metopia. Oh God, it's a hot day, but it's a happy city to live in for those of us with big appetites and necessary resources to eat, live, and keep a 139 LPD cholesterol. Like me, Josh Ozersky, not to gloat. I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Underground Eats, brought to you by Ozersky TV, or vice versa. It's not LPD though, that's LDL, that's what it's LDL. LPD is like the rock LTD rock station or something, or the car.
I don't even know.
It's so hot.
It's too hot.
This is cornbread. It's that's awful. It's awful. Oh, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Today is National Fried Chicken Day, And it's 2 days after the 4th of July, and this is the greatest of all American foods after the hamburger. And I am of the belief that it is nowhere made more poorly, more mistreated, more grotesquely executed, more badly understood and indifferently prepared than here in New York City. Now, I'm in a restaurant called Dirty Bird To Go, but I'm picking on them, but it could be any place that's on the list of the best New York fried chickens. They all suck. Almost all of them suck. They're all deep fried. Even the cornbread is deep fried here. This is one of the worst things I've ever had. But I'm gonna eat the chicken. But it might be good. Let me see. And not as good as Popeyes. It's not as good as like Bojangles or the Colonel's even. As deep fried chickens always are. The outside is all dry and crumbly. And the inside, if it's not also dry and crumbly, you're lucky. Let me try the white meat. Also, this is too hot. Fried chicken, see, the problem is that deep fryers are hot. They have this kind of oil in them that's not lard. It's some other kind of oil, like sunflower oil or peanut oil or whatever kind of oil that has a high smoking point, so it goes to like 400 degrees or whatever. They cook the shit out of the chicken so that it'll get done in 3 minutes. When the master, Charles Gabriel, cooks it upstairs in his giant pan, he turns, he stands there, it goes like this. It takes 20 minutes, but it's perfect because it cooks slow because the oil can't get that hot because it's got so much schmaltz and lard in it. Well, I take it back. His customers are Muslims, so they don't like lard, but in the South it would be lard. Low heat, more time, juicier, more delicate crust. Let's try this. Also, terrible. Also, totally unseasoned. If you had the real fried chicken in the South, first of all, it goes without saying that it would have a fuckload of salt and pepper in it. It might have a little cayenne, all these incredible West African spices that the slaves brought over with them. And then, most important, it would be suffused with monosodium glutamate. That is the secret weapon of all soul food and conspicuously absent from this dry, unseasoned, tasteless, sub-fast food chicken. You know, this is the kind of chicken where if you go to a restaurant, it comes, oh, we dip it in honey, we pour honey on it, or there's some kind of disgusting sweet sauce or spicy shit or whatever. The reason that they do that is because that's all they want you to taste. Fried chicken is ill-served. And so is cornbread. Look at this. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Can I just point this out to you? Look at that cake. Look at that cake. Is that not the most beautiful? Sir, that's the best cake. You ever eat this cake? This is the best cake. I almost feel like I would like to have a piece of that cake. A piece of the cake. Well, the lady will eat most of it. I'll just have a little bite, you know? Ladies love cake, you know? Oh. Here's something dirty. I almost want to smell the cake stand lid. Isn't that sick? It's like fetish. There should be a video, like there should be like a fatty fetish video series of like smelling cake stand lids, you know? Thank you, sir. Oh, look at that. Oh my God, I hardly even need a fork. Yeah. I'm just having a bite. Ah, there it is. Weapon of choice. Can we say something about cake? Julia, eat that. Eat that cake. Oh, that's a cake. Now, I don't mean, oh, by the way, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. To rock the boat, baby. Anyway, here's what I'm saying. I love cake. And I don't mean to impugn the whole profession of pastry chefs. There is, amazingly, in today's restaurant industry, somehow there's money to pay a pastry chef $60,000 and have his own staff in like little area to like make all the little smears and cones and everything. And I know that they will hate me, and I'm friends with them, like Johnny Z's, who is truly a genius, you know. But I hate pastry. I hate elaborate desserts with like the ribbon and the smear and the little special dusting of macaca chocolate and, you know, like some other kind of like, you know, they have durian ice cream, whatever. All anyone wants, okay, well, the best is sure, okay, here's the hierarchy of desserts for the ordinary Bulgarian. There is, at the top, of course, would be like cake. Like that cake, a chocolate cake like that with schlag. Then it would be like in winter, it would be pudding, like chocolate pudding, like they do, like Harold has at Commerce, or the Standard does pudding. A lot of places do wonderful pudding. Then my personal favorite is rainbow sherbet. Where I live, eggs, I don't know if you hear this, eggs making. That's the sound of eggs. Rainbow sherbet is a dessert that they sell in the ghetto supermarket where I live. And it's so bad that they don't even have a brand. It's Krasdale brand. And it has all this gum in it and like bright fluorescent, like acid trip colors. And everything about it is artificial. And it's so good. It's so good. You eat that big meal, you don't want to start poking around with a million different kinds of like weird substances. You want cake? Not really. You want pudding? Maybe not even that. On a hot day like this in summer, rainbow sherbet. So nothing against the pastry chefs, but I think everyone should just have, Julia, look, rainbow sherbet or maybe a cake. Maybe I'll have one more. Or maybe one more bite of cake with like a little glass of milk. Even that's too much. The truth is, no one should eat dessert. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Oh, that's delicious. That is a peach fruit, kind of fruit. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky. This is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. I'm walking through the Union Square Green Market. It's a horrible hot day, horrible sunny summer day. No one should ever be out, but if you're going to be, I guess this is the place I'm trying to find a Mr. Softy, because I wanted to do the Mr. Softy tasting, but you know, there's plants and vegetables. What is that, a cauliflower or something like that? You know, a tomato. I don't know if this is a good tomato. Oh, there's the sun-fed beef. They have a lot of the men who have beef upstate. Quality-wise, though, it's downstairs. It's like, tends to be very lean, and then they freeze the hell out of it. Even the good pork here is frozen so solid that like sometimes it's not juicy, even if you cook it well. This is artisanal breads. It's crusty, has like seeds on it or whatever. Cider. This might be good. See, the man though is like, he's some kind of crank that's going to go on. If I go over to buy cider, he's going to be like some kind of crank that's going to want to talk to me and everything. I don't want to. I just want to shut everyone up. Like, that's why I only text, you know. The worst thing about being on the telephone is like you can't get rid of anybody. Scones, I still don't know what that is. Oh look, this is some kind of a cold beverage. Sir, can I have a cup of the cider?
Absolutely. Where's the frio money? What is it?
Look at this, I got.
There you go.
All right, here is $2. Thank you very much. You can keep the change.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Ah, what a great guy I am. You can keep the change, dick. I should never say things like that. Oh my God. Oh, that's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I do believe in green markets. As long as it's like sweet, clear juices. That's some kind of green beans or whatever. This is broccoli rabe. It goes in a pork sandwich. Look at it. It might as well be from another planet. Like, it looks otherworldly. Look how strange it is. Maybe I should buy. Should I buy it? No, I don't want it. It's all right. You could put it in a sauce or something, though. Like, I love the garlic here. Like, they have the long garlic with the end. Like, that's good. Ostrich eggs.
Ostrich eggs? Whoever's heard of such a thing? Oh, there's Mr. Softy. Oh, good. All right, let's go. It's a god-awful small affair for the girl with the mousy hair, but her mama is telling her no, and she sits on the silver screen. But something's a crowded bore, and she's seen it 10 times. Oh. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. You see I'm drinking a hot coffee here at Eisenbergs, our greatest New York coffee shop. And outside it's probably 427 degrees Kelvin, one of the hottest days of the year. I can't take this kind of heat. It's difficult for me, not just as a man, a sybarite, a glutton, a libertine, a decadent, a boob, but most especially as a gastronome. I don't like summer, and I think it's proof of the seasonal fallacy of what New York restaurants serve in summer. You know, they all talk about, oh, we believe in seasonal food. Every new ramp when it comes out, whatever, like, so there's like one little ramp on the side, you know, on the app or the side orders or whatever. Every restaurant, 800 degrees outside, every restaurant now is serving like pork belly spaghetti with like heavy bolognese sauce. Some places have taken off lasagna, so they only have, like giant, whole hog feasts, roast chicken for 2, beefsteaks, hot turtle soup, canvasback ducks. Those are actually things Diamond Jim Brady ate, as opposed to things to be found in New York restaurant menus. But it's absolute proof. If you want proof of this, of the fallacy of seasonality, go look at all the New York best restaurants. I'm going to Perla tonight. I love Perla. That guy's a genius. Mike Toscano, I made him the Esquire official chef at Meatopia. Okay, that menu is going to be like all incredible heavy meat sauces. He's got like beef 3 ways that comes served on a huge slab, various like all meat, fat, head meat, amuse-bouches, like whatever, like that meat. That's going to be a wonderful meal. It's going to be air-conditioned room. I'll be in there like with a Freon coming, and like all the, difluoromethane like coursing all over me, Freon, the noblest of the noble gases. But then when I walk out that door, bam, heart attack. So this might be the last Ozersky TV you see here, brought to you by Underground Eats. Yeah, look at that old man go. It's in the funkiest show. Merlin. This is a Merlin. I don't like it. The Diet Police. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. It being summer, I want to eat a custard from Mr. Softy, and I always get the same thing, the swirl cone with rainbow jimmies. Today I'm going to try different things, and I'm going to give an honest tasting of what I think of the various permutations and products. Let me get a chocolate cherry dip cone. Small chocolate cherry dip cone. All right, thank you. All right. You always got to ask Mr. Softy. He was going to give me this one napkin. Look at this. This is so preposterous. This is like, this could barely like get sake off your thumb. All right, this is a chocolate cherry dip. I never had the cherry dip before. I thought maybe it would be good with the chocolate. Mmm. Oh, it's so good. Did you ever have this? Well, what? Maybe I would have a Jimmy's on it. What if I had a chocolate custard with a cherry dip and black Jimmy's, chocolate Jimmy's or rainbow Jimmy's? I'll try it both ways. There. Hello, girls. How are you? She has the classic, the swirl with rainbow jimmies. That's the best.
I got a Cuban Hamburger with chocolate.
Did you ever have the chocolate with the cherry dip?
Yes.
That's a delicious cone also.
Yeah, that I like. I even like the chocolate with the cherry dip. That's even better.
No, that's what I said. Chocolate with the cherry dip.
Yes, that I like. I thought you meant vanilla with the cherry dip. Oh, no.
That's also good. You know, you can get the jimmies on top of the dip. Thank you very much. There's still not enough. There's not enough napkins, but all right. So this is something else I never ate. I usually get the swirl with the rainbow jimmies. This is the white vanilla with chocolate jimmies. I found it appealing. That lady was eating it. Now this though, look. Before was the chocolate custard with rainbow, the chocolate custard with the red dip. But just so there'd be an element of chocolate, I got chocolate jimmies. All right, first let me try this. Childish. Puerile. I have no use for that. Here, take that. I don't want that. All right, now this is the vanilla with a cherry dip and the chocolate jimmies. What do they call it? Melvin. Merlin. This is a Merlin. I don't like it. The diet police. All right. Somebody, here, have another one. Wait. One more, right? All right. Now, maybe if I had a chocolate, there's also the chocolate dip. What if I could have them both? Both, what, both dips? No. Both? Chocolate dip and rainbow. Sorry, madam. The chocolate dip and the rainbow and the jimmies? Should I have any jimmies? Swirl, both swirl? Oh, now there's a line. All right, let me have a bite. People think that I'm not interested in what they say or that I'm a bad listener. It's true.
And little do they know they're exactly right.
What? Did you say something?
Yeah, what? You talking to me?
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. And this is Rosemary's in the West Village. I'm here with my friend Stephanie Aline, also Ben Leventhal, the founder of Eater. And they told me about this restaurant, that it has a new hamburger. I'm going to try it. Also, there is something else. There's meaty things. What is it? Misto di carne. Carne misti. Carne misto. Are you hungry?
I'm starving.
I have to say that as a bigot, I have already a prejudice against the hamburger because it has, he said, like an elaborate, like an onion compote or mustardo on the top, and it's on focaccia.
It has
you know what?
onion jam.
Onion jam.
And spicy ketchup.
Oh yeah, I hate that. But you know what? I've decided to be more open-minded. The tyranny of the white squishy bun and the salted and American cheese and everything.
American cheese.
Yeah. I can't go around telling
We're done
everybody
with
that they can only eat that. Well, that's still the best hamburger.
Right. Yeah, guys.
Thank you, chef. This looks delicious.
So we've got our skirt steak, prosciutto, and guanciale burger. We've got a little bit of fried potatoes, chickpeas, and pork skin, a little Italian fries, a little bit of lemon juice and rosemary, and some jardiniere.
And what is the bun?
So the bun is our house-made focaccia. And then we've got some spicy ketchup and a little bit of smoked onion puree and some escarole.
And you cook this in a pan, a flat top, or on a grill?
On a plancha.
A plancha. I'm going to try it right now in front of you. This looks good.
We'll see.
It is good. It is good.
Is this a fancy burger you like? Is there a shocking twist in this episode?
You know what? It's
Smells
also
good.
look. It's like
I'm eating.
it's a nice oily focaccia too. And it got, what has it got, guanciale and prosciutto?
Guanciale, prosciutto.
It's a pork burger. It's a pork burger with a spicy ketchup on a focaccia. It's a very rich, lush, decadent kind of a burger.
Yeah.
Like a late night burger.
Yeah.
Oh, no cheese, man. That's the best thing about it.
What did you say?
No cheese.
No cheese.
No cheese. We tried it with cheese, it was too much.
Wouldn't work.
Thank you.
Because then it'd be the weird cheese and everything would set off all my fire bells.
The weird cheese. You can really smell the smoke from the onions. It smells delicious.
Chef, this is really a hell of a burger.
Thank you.
I'm surprised I like it so much. What is this, lettuce on the top?
Just an escarole.
Escarole.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, Metopia edition. And we're here with our beef sponsor and partner, Creekstone Farms. This is Jim Rogers. And we have two of the actual cattle farmers that Creekstone buys cattle from.
Correct.
We're in Kansas. The wind is blowing. The animals are all eating. What is this?
Dry distiller's grain.
You could it is. It's like whiskey mash. Like it has some of that smell like you would get from like whiskey mash. This is what's responsible for the sweet flavor of the Creekstone beef.
Makes it beef fat and juicy to eat.
You've talked to me in the past about sort of the whole quality versus quantity thing. You want to say something about that?
Yeah, we focus on trying to do business with guys like the Geigers, smaller family farmer feeder operation that they have 300 head of cows and they grow their own feed for the cattle and the cattle are fed right here on the farm and
But how do you? This is the thing. How do you know that it's going to taste that good? I mean, these animals all look healthy. They're all natural. There's no hormones. There's no antibiotics. Will you show me? Will you kind of just point out? Can we walk over here and maybe just show me where some of the grazing areas are? Even if there's not any animals on it now.
you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but probably the best grazing area in the United States for grazing cattle.
It's unique to the world.
Yeah, there you go, the world.
It's one
why is that?
It's one of the last naturally occurring prairies, because this never got farmed before because of the rock, and so it's been prairie since the beginning of time.
I can't thank you guys enough for letting me actually see this in firsthand. Next stop, the slaughterhouse. We're at the Creekstone processing facility, and Jim is going to explain to me the whole Temple Grandin design process that results in these animals being so eerily mellow.
One of the things that makes our facility really unique in the industry is this indoor holding facility for our cattle. It's out of the elements, when it's really hot in Kansas, it's cool in here. When it's really cold, it's relatively warm in here. It's a low stress environment for the animals.
I see that they're just kind of relaxing and hanging out.
Yeah, no other beef plant in the country has this type of facility for holding the cattle, and you can see the effect it has. I mean, they're laying down, they're relaxed.
They're just sitting there. All right, so I want to say something here. If you hear those sounds, that's the sounds of the stun line. We didn't shoot it, but I just watched those cattle that we saw hanging out. I just saw about 8 or 9 of them in a row get killed for all intents and purposes. And it's a somber thing. It's nothing to speak of lightly. But it's not 1 minute since I left the stun line, and it's a sobering thought, but not a horrifying one. It's not the horrific, violent scene that I always thought it would be, because I will tell you frankly that I've never seen it before. I've never actually saw the cattle killed before. I wanted to speak to the camera fresh off the stun line. All right, now let's move on to the more fun parts of the tour. lucky to get a high choice steak. Like this is the 2. This is,
you'd be real lucky to get something like this in a prime rib.
and this is a 2. This is. So you're calling this low choice?
Yeah, because see, you only got 2 chunks. The rest of it, see, you got big hole there, big hole there. That's the thing. You know, it doesn't have that distribution like the pictures do.
The moral of this is that there's not a lot of prime meat to go around. It says inspected here. This one hard. Here with Ryan Meyer. Ryan is the director of procurement for Creekstone. One of the things that struck me when I was looking at the animals hanging as sides, you know, in that first cold room, is that it's almost like looking at the same animal over and over and over again. I mean, they're identical. I mean, so is that just that you go around, like, you know, somebody, like a guy has a type, like George Clooney goes out with the same brunette over and over again? Or do you have them actually making, you know, like animals to your specifications for Creekstone?
All the cattle that come to Creekstone are hand selected by a representative from our company that qualifies them for quality and genetic makeup that we're looking for.
Well, so what would be something that would disqualify them?
Disqualification is, one is hide color. That's the first thing.
Eye color?
Hide color. The cattle have to be black. There's a Black Angus program. They have to be black.
But who cares? Like you skin. That's the first thing that happens is you pull the skin off.
Exactly. That's a USDA requirement. That's not a Creekstone requirement. That's what we have to in order to label the cattle as Black Angus. We've really tried to do, since we are a small, very small niche market of beef products, we've partnered with smaller farmer feeders along the way to find the best type of animals that fit our program, and it's really more of a like-minded effort when we do that. Everybody's pulling the same direction as opposed to just trying to find animals in large feedlots in the Great Plains or the High Plains. So,
Meatopia is very happy to have Creekstone as a perennial sponsor, partner, supplier, and general source of inspiration. Ryan, thank you for the time, for hanging out, certainly for the steaks. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Well, I'm here with Mark Forgione, who I like a lot, both as a guy and as a chef, and who I think is one of our most talented young meat cooks here in the USA. He is, of course, restaurant royalty, being the son of his father, Larry Forgione, one of the inventors of American cooking as we know it today, the so-called new American cooking. But Mark has earned his spurs on his own, and I think that the food that you're doing here at Mark Forgione is like, well, I mean, it sort of speaks for itself.
Thank you.
And plus you're on TV, you're on the Iron Chef.
Every once in a while you see me on TV.
Mark, you are one of our biggest stars at Meatopia. And to my knowledge, you are the only one that is making like a real steak. In your case, it's going to be a tomahawk rib steak, I think. Yep. And I think it's an easy thing to cook a B+ steak.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it's not an easy thing to cook an A+ steak. And if you're using an A+ product like you are.
And it's very simple things. I mean, seasoning.
Right.
You know what I mean? Obviously the product.
Well, let's go do it. Let's go see it. Let's go look at it.
So this is the tomahawk.
This is what we would call the 103 in the camp book.
Full meat inside.
Oh, look at this here. Look at this here. Look at that. You know what? By the way, in case you were wondering what prime meat looks like, this is what it looks like. Abundantly marbled.
Yep. And again, if you even touch that and you give it a smell. I mean, that's in the center, and you can still smell the age.
Look at the decal here, huh? Oh,
It's the best
baby.
part.
Yeah. All right, so.
All right, so we've got one butchered already.
All right, let's see. You know what this, wait, here. Hold this up like, these are meat quotation marks. All right.
I'll
Okay.
take kosher salt. Nice even layer, and then this is a Malden.
You do kosher
sea salt.
and Malden.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's a reason for that too.
Huh?
So you get this nice crust.
Like a double crust. I've thought
And you
about
see how
doing the
I'm kind of
Malden, but it's
pushing it
not
in
even.
too?
Yeah, right.
You know, instead of just black pepper, and there's nothing wrong with black pepper, but I just think this gives some kind of floral note. It's like 8 or 9 different peppercorns.
So this is cool. This is a pan you would need to use. Because you think about it,
It's the tomahawk pan.
Is that really what it is? Did you have it?
It's a Dover sole pan. So we don't serve Dover sole, so we figured we'd do it with the tomahawk.
Oh, perfect. That's what I always tell people. There shouldn't be any black.
Not bad, right? Is it weird that
That's what I'm
turns me on?
talking about. Gee, listen. You're talking from one fetishist to another. Let me have my shirt back. I think it's not going to spatter so much anymore.
All right.
Well, the butter's going in.
So now
now is unsalted butter?
Unsalted
That's
butter.
the European style stuff,
And
the
then-
plug row or whatever.
This is something where I'm not going to say that. I don't know. It's almost something that's gone away. I think with the whole sous vide and everybody kind of forgets.
It's interesting. This all garlic doesn't have any. It still has the skins on it.
Yeah, the reason is you don't want it to burn.
Really? Yeah. Really? That's interesting. Do you smash them and then leave the skins on?
As a cook, is one of my favorite things to do.
Arrosé, huh?
Now it comes from the pan onto a cold sheet tray. And the reason is so that this is going to cook nice and evenly. Now you don't want, if you put it in the hot pan, the heat's going to cook it from underneath, and you won't get that beautiful color at the end.
So then Mark came up with the idea of doing a bone marrow bordelette.
No, bone marrow maitre d'.
Bone marrow maitre d' butter. Okay.
First we roast these, right?
All right.
Then we let them sit overnight, and then we just rewarm them. And if you touch it, it's kind of like butter.
Yeah, it is like butter.
I'm sure you know the story of maitre d' butter. It comes from.
Tell everyone. I do, but maybe not everyone else does.
You know, it comes from back in the day. You know, I believe it was like the Waldorf or one of those hotels like that. But it was basically a compound butter. Butter, parsley, chives, shallots. Some people put garlic. I mean, you can do whatever you like. We're going to put parsley, chives, shallots, bone marrow, a little Malden, and some black pepper. This is something that I wanted to point out to you. See how it's cooked completely evenly all the way through?
Almost like a sous vide.
Yeah. And it was, you saw how it was. There was no fancy science or anything like that. It was a
That's just from being
very
in a hot
hot
oven?
pan and then put into a cold pan. That's it.
So you're saying you want me to eat this now? You know where I'm starting too. Decal, baby.
My favorite part too.
No. You know, sometimes I feel like I have to feign enthusiasm when I eat these things, you know? This is not one of those times. My bib fell off. That's how good
That's
this
when
is.
you know you're having a good time.
Where's the rest of my steak?
I got plenty more in the back.
I'm Josh Ozersky with Mark Forgione. And this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Meatopia, September 8th. Be there or die. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats, Meatopia edition. I'm here with the Esquire magazine sponsored chef, Mike Toscano. Mike is the 26-year-old wunderkind who I have personally anointed as the most gifted young meat chef of his generation. Now, Mike, tell me what you're going to make at Meatopia this year.
So we're making quail alla diavola with charred scallions and buttermilk crema.
This is the alla diavola components over here.
Mhm.
All right, show us what they are.
We take the pickled cherry peppers, we take the stem out, the seed out, and then you're left with this. We puree this with Calabrian chili. So this is Calabrian chili and olive oil with honey and lemon juice. All of that gets pureed together to make the glaze. So we just simply season it with salt and pepper. It's been marinated overnight with a little bit of balsamic honey, rosemary, and red onion. That adds to the depth. It really mellows the flavor of the quail and makes it char quickly and heavily without having to cook it for too long. So you're not left with this pale, uncaramelized skin.
So how hot is that fire there, would you say?
We're probably around, maybe close to 600 degrees.
So this is, I would say this would be like a 2 Mississippi. Or, or actually it's a 1 Mississippi. Like if you are doing the grill, if you're like intuitively cooking like me, it's like 1 Mississippi.
So now we're gonna finish for another minute and a half, and then it's gonna be done. Perfect mid-rare.
But you don't glaze it while it...
So right now we're gonna put it on here. We're gonna get a little bit of color on the backside. We're gonna put it on the sizzle platter.
Okay.
I'm gonna glaze it, and then we're gonna finish it right back on.
Well, that's interesting. So you're going to glaze it off heat?
Off heat.
And you're going to do this with every single...
It's going to be a much more, streamlined process, but yeah, it will be similar to this. So now we're ready. We have the buttermilk crema that's going to kind of kill the heat a little bit, cool the whole dish down. It's a little bit of buttermilk, creme fraiche, champagne vinegar, and chives. Yeah.
Really?
It's really nice.
Ooh.
And then finish it with the quail.
Mike Toscano, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Josh Ozersky. Come eat this at Meatopia, because this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. Oh, by the way, you can eat the chicken version of this anytime you want at Perla, and it's freaking great too.
Take this and trim it up. We can sell it as a flat iron roast, or we can cut them into flat iron steaks. And you could also fillet the flat iron roast. You get a nice piece of meat. We take out that tendon. I'm gonna go ahead and set this to the side. And I'm gonna start with the cross rib. And I'm gonna seam it out. Get a bunch of lean muscles. Trim some of the fat off so I can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna come back to these pieces and I'm gonna trim them up. So at this point, this is a traditional cross rib roast, and this is where we would tie it, and we would get a couple cross rib roasts, maybe merchandise a couple cross rib steaks. Taking the heart of the cross rib roast, then I'm taking off the silver membrane, and I'm going to seam that out and get to the kabali cut, which is the steak that I'm going to present. Take off some more silver skin. That way I can see where it seams out, so I can separate the muscles. the end result. This is where I'm going to start cutting my steaks. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to cut them against the grain. Long steaks, so then I'm going to take those and cut those in half, and you've got about 6 to 8 ounce portions. It's a perfect serving size. You have the kabali cut. This is something that I came up with here in Team Lafayette in the meat shop, and I grilled it up about 8 minutes total, 4 minutes aside. A little salt and pepper, olive oil, a little garlic powder. Let all the team members try it, and it was a really big hit. It's very tender, very lean, and it has a really good flavor. It's comparable to top sirloin. The pieces that I set aside, I leaned them up, and these are some of the items that you can get. I got some cube steaks, I got some extra lean stew meat, I got some strips for fajitas or stir fry, and some diced tips for braising.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. We're here in front of Gramercy Tavern with its great chef Michael Anthony and South American superstar Francis Mallmann. This is the 19th annual Autumn Harvest Dinner for Share Our Strength. It's a huge deal. Some of the biggest chefs in the world are going to be cooking tonight for all the lucky grandees that are going to be here. Can you tell me what is going on, Michael?
Yeah, this is one of the major evenings of the year for Share Our Strength. We're raising money to help their initiative, No Kid Hungry. We're fighting childhood hunger across America, and we're doing that with new friends and famous chefs, Francis Mallmann, Carlo Marachi, John Besh, Karen Damasco, Keith Cohen. Fantastic lineup. We couldn't be more excited.
Francis, what are you doing? I suspect it has something to do with wood grilling.
Yes,
is that correct?
Well, we have here some grills. We have a little hell, which is this one.
The little hell?
Little hell, yeah. Where we're going to cook the striped sea bass.
That's the Infernia. The Infernia.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go when I grow up. a little hell. So basically, we cook with 2 fires, and we get the striped sea bass from Long Island in the middle, and we cook it there on salt crust. All the humidity tries to leave the place, and it can't. And that gives us that incredible texture the fish has, which is very, very unique, very different from anything else.
Wow. So what is that? Is that the penultimate savory course?
That's going to be the third savory course tonight. We're doing a lightly grilled Long Island swordfish with caramelized cauliflower, grapes, and walnuts, celebrating the beginning of fall here.
All right. Next, into the kitchen. Carlo Marachi, the force of nature behind Roberta's and Blanca. And
we're doing a dish with pine nut, matsutake mushroom, and soy milk. It's nice, clean flavor. It's a good way to start your meal. Nothing too overpowering.
Thank you, Carlo.
Thank you.
This, of course, is the great John Besh, the Lord of New Orleans.
More explicit, please.
Anyway, John is a hell of a guy, and also an avid hunter. Does that have something to do with why you decided to do venison tonight?
Absolutely. So, autumn harvest, you need to bring in the game. Slow cook the shoulder till it's just about falling off the bone, so we'll help it just a little bit. All those great natural juices I blended in with some mayhaw jelly.
Pretend I don't know what mayhaw is.
It's a small fruit that grows in the swamplands, which are it's sweet, sour, not a lot of juice. You pretty much have to cook them down, full of pectin, and they just then brighten up into this like real.
So like really
flavor,
pops.
almost like a quince. And we've taken the loin, and we marinated the loin in basically like our sweet tea kind of brine.
Oh, really?
We'll take it out of that, rub it with fresh thyme, a little bit of sea salt right onto the grill, grill it so it's nice, medium rare, and serve that along with root vegetables, some chanterelle mushrooms, and some whipped sweet potatoes.
But it's like a very kind of like
You have to have
rustic, Hamish, down-to-earth sort of a dish, you know?
A little down home.
All right, cool. Thank you, John. And you do this every year. Why? Why this instead of something else?
Share Our Strength is near and dear to all of our hearts because, first of all, what it means, which is that each one of us does what we do because we love giving to something even bigger than we are that brings people together who want to pleasure themselves in the process of doing something good.
All right. I'm Josh Ozersky here at Gramercy Tavern with Share Our Strength Autumn Harvest Benefit. This is Ozersky TV.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
There. That is another use for the pan. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats. This, of course, is Michael Simon, the gifted chef behind Lola and Lolita and Roast and so many other very meaty. Quality restaurants. We have here veal chops and bacon and other things. So the first thing, let's put some bacon in.
It's great to start this dish with bacon, is you're just able to add another flavor. People love bacon, obviously. I love bacon. You love bacon.
Well, you get
We
all the
love
nice
bacon.
fat.
I believe today you are going to put a little twist on something
I do.
and use some of the bacon.
Even though I said I do this with the utmost respect, but I'm going to put a little Josh Ozersky spin on Michael's veal steak.
I love that. So, you know, you picked up some chops today. They're bone in. I want to cook these a little bit quicker. So I'm going to take off the bones, and the great thing about when you have these extra bones is you could just build them up in your freezer, and
Right.
next thing that you know, you could set a stock on the weekend.
A piece of veal, throw in a piece of pork. Now wait, I have a good idea. You want to pound these out, right?
Yeah, I was just going to use my hand.
No, wait.
Where's he going? Maybe he's getting his old Lodge hand. We're going to season this liberally with salt, but what I
Kosher salt.
Kosher salt, and in a perfect world. What I would do is I would season these the night before. I'm gonna judge this in just a little bit of flour. And when you do, just shake it off.
Now what about the peppers? When do the peppers go in?
I'm gonna get them in there. Don't panic, Josh. Josh, I don't want you to panic. There's all kinds of different peppers that you could use. You just throw them in like whole like this, and they're gonna release some oils, and you're gonna get some flavor. But I don't want a tremendous amount of heat into the dish too. The same thing, you know, I'm gonna do with the garlic. I'm just gonna hit it, take off a couple of these cloves, and you add this to the meat too, and it's going to release.
I love this kind of. I love to cook with your hands.
I don't like to take the bacon down to nothing. I like there to be some fat in there still.
I need to make sure it's okay though.
So, you all right? It's probably still very hot.
Spicy.
Yeah, you see, you're getting the heat from the chili is hitting you. All right, now see, look at that.
It's like bronze shading into Florentine gold. That's what it is supposed to look like. I'm going to take this bacon that was cooked here already. Take this piece and throw it back. This is your real amateur knife skills here.
Would you like me to do that for you?
You know
Josh?
what? That would be awesome.
I will.
Maybe can you do a little bit more?
Yes,
the other
chef.
way?
We chef.
Like little, I want like little bits.
You want like bacon bits?
Like bacon bits.
I could
exactly.
do that.
So I'm going to go somewhere in the pan that doesn't have so much meat in it, and this starts sizzling away. And while it's still moist and sizzly, I embed bacon bits into every part of it. One of them will have an egg, and one of them won't have an egg. Which one should we put the egg on?
I think this one's bigger. It'll absorb the egg better.
All right, even better.
Absolutely.
Do you think that we should eat it, though?
Well, hell yeah, we should eat it. What do we come here for? You're not paying me to be here. I want to eat.
You got that right. Oh, good.
Good?
The genius part of this is throwing that pepper in.
Oh, look at that. That nice stringy egg. See, the meat still got, it's about medium.
Just
it's
right.
perfect.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing because it really allows the fat to kind of melt into the meat, which I love. Damn, is that good.
Well, I'm Josh Ozersky. I'm here for Ozersky TV, brought to you by Underground Eats, the great Michael Simon. Thanks for watching, and keep eating veal.
Delicious.
used to be this long.
Yeah, really? It's just from sharpening and sharpening?
Exactly.
And the hamburger got so much skinnier than
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you by Korin Trading Company. I am here in Sushi Zen, which a lot of people, myself included, consider to be the city's greatest traditional sushi restaurant. We have the chef here, Toshio Suzuki, and of course, as always, my friend Saori Kawano, the owner of Korin Trading Company, which is the great mecca of Japanese knives in America. Can you explain to us what all these different knives are and what the purpose of
We can use any purpose of the preparation. We use it for sashimi or prepare the fish, the fillet. So these things like that. This is original vegetable, the cutting,
It's very big. I mean, you
It
need
is.
to have such a big knife. You'd think vegetables are
because
little delicate things.
the vegetable had a lot of, the fabric, fiber.
Yeah.
So it's easy to cut it off.
Oh, right.
This is a Nagoya style, the preparation for the unagi.
Because the eel is so hard to skin, right?
Well, actually, the eel, the bone is a little different shapes, like a
Right.
triangle. So this is a very basic, knife, which is the preparation. First preparation we call the mizu arai.
Can I hold it?
Sure.
Now, this is not a deba.
This called the deba.
This is heavy.
And this is a very unique, knife, which is used for this way, for cutting like futomaki or Osaka square, boxes, sushi, the cutting. Let's start it.
Let's get it going.
Okay. First of all, okay. So we cut off the head and take off the all guts, clean. Okay.
What knife did you use to cut the head off with?
I used this one, Western Japanese style. Okay.
So you're cutting through.
Yeah.
Basically, you're filleting it.
Yes. Basic fillet. Center bone and the what's called the breath, bone.
And you would normally be doing this with that's your regular knife.
Sure, this is a regular knife.
So you're cutting around the muscle. Is that what's happening now?
This is in the center of the bone. Take off. This is cutting. This cutting way is called the sogi. Sogi. Slicing cutting. Japanese word. Making a flower, roses. Just like this. See? Skinnier, man.
The handle shrunk from you using it?
Yeah.
Wearing it down?
Exactly.
Really?
Yes.
You're not putting me on, are you?
I grabbing, too tight.
I think you're stretching the blanket a little.
Maybe a lot of stress.
Can you show us what each of the things is on the platter?
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is the regular, the big eye tuner, the stripes, and giant clam. This is the mackerel with the egg. This is the hirame, the fluke, inside, the shiso leaf, and the fluke liver, bluefin tuna, middle of, chutoro, the middle of the fat. Here the jack mackerel.
Thank you very much, Suzuki-san.
welcome.
It's always a pleasure to watch you work, and I feel like we learned a little something about knives. Maybe some of us will even be tempted to buy those knives, or not. Anyway, I'm Josh Ozersky for Korin Trading Company. This is Ozersky TV. It is fun to do this. Just cutting. I could cut like Play-Doh just to hold it.
Yeah, just cut that right there. Don't cut yourself, Josh.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Bing.
look at
But
that.
I went through the bone. I didn't even.
Yeah, right through the
yeah, I
bone,
didn't
like
even.
butter.
Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, brought to you today by the Corin Trading Company. This, of course, is my friend Saori Kawana. You remember us getting drunk together at the store. And my friend Marco-san, Marco Canora of Hearth. And Marco is going to demonstrate how to use these magnificent Corin knives. And also we're going to look at the knives. It's going to be like knife porn, the whole thing. Saori-san, will you explain to us what these knives are and what you're supposed to cut up with them?
These are our favorite knife lines, and this is from Masamoto, Japanese style knives for vegetable cutting, and this is a Togiharu line. It's a beautiful Damascus blade.
That's the Santoku, the
Santoku,
everyday knife?
Everyday knife for all purpose. And this is from Masanobu, the beautiful Damascus blade with Japanese style handle.
That's the chef's knife?
This is a chef knife.
Oh.
And this is a butchering knife. It's from Suishin. It's a heavy duty, good for butchering meat or any.
Or people.
People.
This is the ultimate knife, is that correct?
Museum collectible
Wow.
knife.
So we're not going to be cutting up a carrot with this thing.
No, just this is just for looking.
Marco-san, let's do the foods. Cut up the foods.
Okay. So this knife is a 70-30, which means it has a 70-degree angle on one side and a 30-degree angle on the other. And that's what makes it more Western style, because a full Japanese knife is all one side. I mean, it's so clean. It slides through like nobody's business. Look at this. You don't cry when you cut an onion with a really sharp knife like this, because none of the juices are squirting out because it's so sharp it just slices the onion. So Saori-san, this is 100% Japanese knife, which means 100-degree angle, right, with a flat on one side.
Yes.
Using this knife, it's like, you know, shutting the car door of a Mercedes, or like putting on like an Armani blazer. Like it just, there's something about it that feels, it just feels right, and it just feels like quality when you use this knife. It's amazing. And it's like such precision.
Would you use the vegetable knife if you wanted to cut something that was like really hard and heavy?
You know, we're in squash season right now, and I know so many people love to deal with squash, but these things are very dangerous because they're kind of unwieldy. They move around. You know, the first thing I'll say is that a larger format chef's knife, all-purpose knife like this, is kind of ideal for the task because of its size, because of the leverage you get from the length of the knife. And you know, this bottom part is hollow and this top part is solid. So what I like to do first is just do one simple cut. Ready? I always thought peeling it with a knife works better. And you'll be able to see how well this knife works for this job. The other important thing when dealing with squash or anything like this is that you want to create a nice foundation. So you create something flat, and then you put the flat side on your board, and now you have more control over cutting it however you want to cut it.
What we really care about, of course, is meat. And that brings us to a whole nother knife, if I'm not mistaken.
So this is a Yodeba, and this is 70-30?
70-30.
Okay, and you know, the thing that you realize as soon as you pick up this knife is how heavy it is. I mean, it's got a really big, chunky handle. It's got a very thick spine that's metal, and that's where a lot of the weight comes from. The back of this spine also is very thick, so that you're talking about a lot of weight. I mean, the difference here, this is almost double the weight of this guy. So I'm going to do the standard breakdown of the chicken. So we create wing.
Did you know that?
Wing. Here's an example of what this knife is all about. I'm going to be cutting through these rib bones right here. I'm going to put the knife through here, and it's going to come out this end. And I got to pop through these bones. So watch how easy it is. Look at that. It's like very, very little pressure. I like to take this little nub off, because then when you cook it, the meat shrinks off the bone, and it's like this perfectly clean bone when you pop it. So this will make really light work. So you use the back part of the heel right here, because that's where a lot of the weight is. And with one quick little, look at that. With this knife, look, you can see that bone, there's no splintering at all. It's completely clean all the way around. Didn't
That's
splinter
awesome.
the bone.
That's really cool.
In Japan, they have very specific knives for very specific tasks that you come across in the kitchen, and I really love that about it. And for somebody who does it for a living, who enjoys collecting knives, like there's only one place to go in New York City, and that is Corinne.
That's you.
They have everything there, great service. It's just, I want to spend my entire day at that place.
Marco Canora, the chef at Hearth
Thank you,
Restaurant,
Josh.
one of our favorites. And of course, the one and only Saori-san, Saori Kawano, the owner and proprietress of Corin Trading Company. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Back in my home base of Eisenbergs and making a spate of videos again while I have the capacity to do so. Now here's what I was thinking. In the internet yesterday, they said that the cutlets at the Cheesecake Factory was more fattening than a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken with 12 pieces. And it occurred to me immediately that this couldn't be more wrong, that this was physically impossible. It was like going faster than the speed of light or something. 3 breaded, skinless cutlets of chicken, be they covered with caul fat and like deep boiled in lard, cannot possibly be more fattening than a bucket of chicken, which includes 3 breasts with skin and breading, plus like 4 thighs with skin and breading, like cooked in the most horrific oil or whatever they use there. It's just not possible. So I thought, well, why are they saying it? Somebody said it in some site, and then all the other sites said it was true too. And it called to mind the linebacker. What's the linebacker's name from Notre Dame? Manny Leo or something like that? The guy Manny Leo? The football player. Anyway, he made up his girlfriend, and nobody ever said, oh, where is she? What does she look like? Whatever. It's like she was like the proverbial Canadian girlfriend. And we had an object lesson of conformity, self-confirmation, and I guess what we would have to call reification. This is just like what happens in Brooklyn with the foods, and it's just like what happened in this preposterous story about the Cheesecake Factory cutlets. I will eat those cutlets, I will see what people's girlfriends look like, and I will go to bad restaurants and hate them. That's what I do, and that's what I believe in, because this is Ozersky TV, and I'm Josh Ozersky. I was thinking the other day about hamburgers. Frequently asked, where is the best hamburger? I have to, one of those questions, where's the best steak? Like have to have a ready answer, a soundbite, if you will. So I always used to say, well, my favorite is a place in Pasadena called Burger, or I would say Dirty Martin's in Austin, or Keller's in Dallas, all great hamburgers. The truth of the matter is that the real answer to it is one that would strain the credulity of any listener, even myself, when I say that it's 2 blocks from my home at the Brindle Room. Now, it makes me think of Chesterton in Orthodoxy. He said he wanted to write a book about a man that got lost on a boat and went back to his own country thinking it was a strange and exotic new place and saw everything for the first time with fresh eyes, you know, and a kind of an altered consciousness. Like, what if I took mushrooms and went around eating hamburgers, you know, and not like the kind of mushrooms they have at the bar on Jane or whatever. The hamburger at the Brindle Room is the best hamburger. Objectively speaking, it's the best hamburger. We're at Eisenbergs now. I just came over from the Italy roast beef sandwich. The Italy roast beef sandwich is the best roast beef sandwich in the world. Now, I go there all the time. It's near the Rachael Ray office. The Brindle Room is 2 blocks from my house. And yet when you think of the succulence,
the salt burst, the Maillard flavors, the crust, the cushy buns, the rivulets of fat, the little trickle of olive oil or butter on both sides. I mean, it's not better than that at the places that Oprah goes to, or Richmond's places or whatever. It's not better at any of the roadside, places that George Moat celebrates. No, it's the best hamburgers at the Brindle Room, the best roast beef sandwiches at Italy, the best chocolate cake is at Eisenbergs, and I don't give a shit. I know it sounds crazy, and I know I shouldn't say it. It'll sound like Homerism, but I don't care. I believe in it, and I'm happy to believe in it. I see it with new eyes, and I am renewed. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. All right, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I'm here with my friend Henry Tenney.
How do you do?
And he's another gastronome. He lives in Brooklyn, and we're now in the real Brooklyn, not the wannabe bistros of Williamsburg, but rather the Bay Ridge where no one goes. Remember my girlfriend Patricia used to live out here?
Yeah, you went then.
I did.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is David's Brisket House. This is a place that was in Bed-Stuy for a million years. Nobody went there, but it was good back then. It was Caribbeans ate it, Now this opened in Bay Ridge. Henry here, who I trust, said that it's as good as Katz's.
Comparable, at least. Certainly to the last Katz's experience I had, which was ghastly.
I was there, by the way.
That
You just
corned
didn't.
beef
You
was
didn't order. Well,
terrible.
who orders a corned beef sandwich?
I had to try
You're
it, but it
supposed
was
to get
like
the
eating
pastrami.
meth.
Everyone knows that.
I know, but the pastrami wasn't even that good.
All right. Anyway, I was, as you can imagine, incredulous about this, so I decided to take matters into my own hands and come to the real Brooklyn and see what it's like. Come on. I think we should get a cheesesteak. You make the brisket cheesesteak.
Yes, so I call it Philly when you live in Brooklyn.
Right. See, why call it Philly when you live in Brooklyn? See, this is good. This is the real brisket. I'm going to eat this with an objective and fair-minded attitude. Oh, Henry.
Oh my God.
This kind of looks like the real deal.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Very good.
There's mustard on the table. You want more? You want to try gravy?
Gravy.
Gravy. I'll give you gravy.
This is delicious. Homemade gravy, you said.
Yeah, that's right.
I really feel like I should be eating it in a Samuel. Okay. Here, wait, no, wait, no, here. I'm sorry. Look at that. Look at that's a real gravy, like a peppery gravy.
Right. It's got a little spice to it too.
Mmm. It's always like 6 perfect French fries,
It's pretty good.
All right. But now this is the test here.
All right.
Oh, that's very good. Oh, the cheesesteak.
Oh my God.
This reminds me when I was a kid, like when you would go to local delis. Thank you. Thank you. Local delis, like the Gold Star in Miami, the Five Dames, or Ben's Best in Rego Park, places like that. Like they had a Hamish character like this, No seeds though. The bread that's a demerit. There's no seeds.
No seeds.
Henry, this is very good. Is it in a league with Katz's? I would say maybe it is.
I would say maybe it is, right?
This is a cheesesteak. I'll tell you something. There may end up being discussion about whether this is the best pastrami or something. I'm going to go out on a limb before I even try this and say that this is going to be the best cheesesteak. This needs onions, and he should mix the cheese. The great thing about the Whitman's cheesesteak is they mix the onions, the cheese, and the meat all together.
Is that down there? Where is that?
It's in the East Village. It's very good. It's not the best cheesesteak. This is great. The best cheesesteak is still Whitman's. The part that this is from, like if you got a sandwich all of this, you'd be like, oh, it was dry, I didn't like it, whatever. And then the next guy gets a sandwich of this. This is from what we call the first cut along the edge. Thumbs up to the Brisket House. Easily as good as the old Brisket House. Approaching the ceiling with unsmoked brisket. I would say an A, but not an A+ cheesesteak. And an A+ pastrami sandwich. And certainly the cheapest A+ pastrami sandwich in the 5 boroughs.
Yeah, easily.
Maybe I'll...
Available in like 3 sizes too.
Available in three sizes.
That's a good point.
I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. I would take this whole, no sandwich. I would just have them buy it in the meat, and then I would come home and I'd make a deli omelet with it for my family for breakfast.
Your family would love that.
If I had a family.
You could just sometimes, if you have me doing it like before the cold open, you know. Cold open's better as B-roll, but maybe one time. Or me saying this could be the cold open. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV, Eisenbergs Rants department. So, Josh Konecki, the owner of this restaurant, tells me with a definite tone of alarm and regret that Dr. Brown's is going to get rid of the celery soda. Now, for those of you fortunate enough never to have drunken the celery soda, it's just what it sounds like. It's made from celery, and it tastes terrible. It used to be worse, now it's only a little horrible, but the truth is that no one likes it, and it exists almost entirely as an artifact for the coalescence of nostalgic feeling. It's something that's conflated a lot these days because there's all these like legacy brands, like Twinkies went under. Oh, Twinkies! Remember how much we loved, Twinkie the Kid. Remember when you were a kid? Like, if you're going to advertise, people know this who are in advertising, like creatives. Like as soon as like you get hired by like I don't know, like Pampers or whatever, like the first thing they do is say like, what do we think of when we think of Pampers? Like, oh, everyone loved Pampers when they were young, you know. Okay, legacy brands, bullshit. Like, I love Wonder Bread, I love Twinkies, I love the Hershey with almonds, Chunkies, whatever. Fox's You Bet, but Fox's You Bet's its own. They do deserve special treasuring. But the point is that those are intellectual properties that are no more new or old than the bottle that they come on. A place like Eisenbergs, this has all of the cumulative, irreplaceable weight of year after year after year. That was added in 1962. That was from 1957. There's like a picture of Tobin Bell there from like 3 years ago or whatever. And that creates a kind of a crystalline historical reality. And that's what people hate when it gets crushed and buried and turned into a chase bank, or God forbid, like if this would ever happen with like Bill's Gay 90s, if this were ever to turn into like a theme, Jewish coffee shop, which could all too easily happen. So real history versus manufactured nostalgia, good and bad, worthless, absolutely invaluable, worth fighting for, not worth giving a shit about. It's a duality that keeps me running around to old restaurants eating crumbly food and bad sodas. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Hill Country Chicken, you go and like have one thigh at Hill Country Chicken. It's sort of sick, you know what I mean? Hi, I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. Well, I just got done eating at Eisenbergs, and I thought maybe you'd go for a little walk. A beautiful cold day in, what is this, January? But it's dry, sunny, a fat man's paradise. Anyway, this is the Madison Square Park area, which is maybe one of my favorite walking and eating places in town. Now, obviously, you have your venerable Eisenberg sandwich shop, and then there's all the horrible, like, new Jamba Juices there, and a Sprint or Chase. And that way, this is a perfect test case for what people mourn. The Vanishing New York crowd mourns about the loss of Manhattan. This is unbelievable. A locksmith. This is on 5th Avenue and 23rd. It's across from Italy. This is a man here in a room full of keys, and it's got that particle board with the little dots in it so you can hang more keys. He's got nothing in there but keys. How the fuck does this guy pay rent? Thank God he does, though. It's like the mystery of like the garment district, about how like in the middle of Manhattan, like these like Senegalese vendors can set up shop selling schmatas. All right, so back to the food subject, which it always is. You have your roast beef sandwich here. Obviously, if you're in a hamburger mood, you have the two of the best options in America. You got the Shake Shack right there, which is certainly the best custard option. And then over here is Schnipper's,
which some people would say that is even better than the Shake Shack. Watch it. And then, you know, you could get both. Like, I'll do a home and home series. That's hardcore. Like, not everyone can do that. I can. Really want to be horrible to yourself? Go for the hat trick with the roast beef sandwich. You got Ilili. That's my friend Philippe Massoud's. It's like a modern Mediterranean restaurant, a little clubby, but if you go during the day, he has like little veal sliders. Oh, fantastic. And then on 22nd Street, that's all the doomed restaurants down there, but some of them are good. You go right down this way is Union Square, and I forgot there was something that I like to eat down there. Yeah, I don't remember what it is. To be in a city like this and like be able to eat in these places and walk everywhere and it's cold, the sound of the cars are going by and it smells like vomit and cigarettes, you know? I mean, like, this is the place that I live in, and God, am I happy to live here. I'm Josh Ozersky, and this is Ozersky TV. All right, let's go to the subway train. We got to go over to David's Brisket House.